Our main guy, Leon, is a sword training knight, but at this regular school he's attending, he's facing a huge obstacle, which is a male student with a name almost identical to his, Lionel. This world is totally messed up. That's what Leon always thinks when he duels Lionel. The guy is just a newbie who hasn't even been at the academy for 3 years, but no matter how hard Leon tries, he's never been able to beat him. Today's no different. Another humiliating loss for Leon. This time, Lionel didn't even bother to fight seriously. He seems way too cocky because no one at the academy dares to challenge him. Only our main dude keeps stubbornly facing off against Lionel match after match. As for Leon, he absolutely hates the other guy's arrogant attitude. So once again, he throws himself into a sword fight with him. But of course, this is a totally one-sided battle. Even the crowd outside can clearly see that Leon can't even land a hit on Lionel, and the fact their names sound so similar is just one more reason they keep getting compared. No denying it, Leon's pretty jealous and wants everything Lionel has. From that gorgeous blonde hair, the family support, superior skills, and above all, that noble bloodline. He wonders if having all that would make things different, and if life would be a little easier for him. But dreams are just dreams. Our unlucky main guy bitterly admits that in reality, all he's got is effort. And in this unfair world, effort alone isn't enough to get anywhere. Suddenly, Leon remembers today is Lionel's birthday, and everyone's going to be paying attention and celebrating him. Bet there's going to be a huge party at the Royal Academy. That thought just makes Leon more pissed off. He's trained himself to exhaustion. Holding his sword, he lies flat on the ground, wondering if he should keep trying or just give up. He feels like he's wasted 3 years at this school. Even if he slacks off for just one day, it probably won't matter. Finally, so frustrated, Leon has no way to vent except yelling at the sky. What's the point of all this effort in my life, huh, God? After blowing off steam, Leon even feels his outburst was childish and ridiculous. How could God possibly answer him? But right after he finishes speaking, something strange happens. God actually responds. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shoots down from the sky out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Lionel's birthday party has already started. At the party, Chloe and Lionel keep worrying because they don't know where Leon has gone. After pacing anxiously for a while, Chloe decides to go find him. Her bold move clearly shows which young man she cares about more. As for Lionel, it's obvious he likes Chloe, but before he could confess, he got rejected. "Oh man, looks like you got turned down, Your Highness." A mature voice calls out from behind. The owner of the voice is Knight Jubert. You've seen everything. From how Jubert talks to him, Lionel's true identity is finally revealed. However, Lionel isn't happy being called Your Highness. Even if it's just the two of them, don't address me like that. Knight Jubert, if not, hiding my identity will be useless if someone overhears. Besides, I don't even have the right to be called that. Your noble blood will shine even brighter after this training. Happy 17th birthday. Your Highness still uses that annoying way of speaking, while raising his glass to toast him. Just one more year until the prophecy about this royal kingdom's throne comes true. On the day a member of the great royal K family comes of age, the current emperor, who's been watching anxiously because of the prophecy, will meet his end, and the people will witness the birth of a saint king from the past. Hubert says these words. Lionel knows he's comparing himself to the legendary hero Rodrigo from 300 years ago, but he just feels the guy's overestimating him. We'll see next year. But Lionel suddenly hesitates and says, "By then, I want Chloe, who has a special talent and has completed her level 4 magic training, and Leon, you, who possess mental strength and effort beyond others, to become mine." Jube doesn't reply. He was lost in thought about that prophecy from years ago, saying that on the day the boy named Leon comes of age, the demon-slaying sword would descend to the mortal world. And that boy named Leon was none other than Leon himself, whose name sounds close to Leon, meaning Leon. Now, after the blinding light had dimmed, Leon finally saw the holy sword. At that moment, it asked him, "Leon, I ask you, do you believe you are worthy?" Standing before a sword that suddenly appeared and asked him that, as someone who always felt his fate was utterly unfair, Leon didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the hilt. Simply put, he believed that chances should be given fairly. Before this, Leon couldn't hide his fear when he saw a sword fall from the sky after that blinding light. It made him confused about what was happening. Then suddenly, a strange voice echoed, "Awaken!" This scared Leon even more. He looked around, eyes darting in all directions to find the owner of that voice, and surprisingly, it wasn't a person at all. The voice belonged to the sword right in front of him. "Am I not right here before you?" Our main guy was caught in a whirlwind of 100,000 whys. This situation was really confusing. Suddenly, a sword shining like the sun appeared, and on top of that, it spoke human language. Could it really be the holy sword? Leon muttered. Clearly, this was just a wild guess from Leon, but somehow, it hit the mark. "Yes, and you are the one who summoned me," the sword's voice responded strongly. No words could describe his shock at that moment, realizing the thing before him was truly the holy sword, and it was summoned by him. This shocked Leon deeply. How could someone like him summon the holy sword, something that only existed in the prophecy? Because you always thought the world was unfair. Those who have everything get even more, while those who have nothing lose it all. But opportunities must be given fairly. Those who never try have no right to blame life's unfairness. Only those who have fiercely burned their lives deserve that, the sword replied. The holy sword explained this reason to Leon. Clearly, his efforts were not in vain. Those efforts reached the ears of the irrational goddess of fate. The only thing left here is whether Leon believes he is worthy. After a moment of thought, Leon shouted fiercely with all his strength, "I am worthy." The holy sword seemed very pleased with his answer and said, "Then grasp me, and I will give you the chance to prove your words." Leon understood that grabbing the hilt of the holy sword meant bearing a heavy burden, but maybe that was necessary. He could change everything with this sword. Then Lionel's face suddenly appeared in that moment. That face was the unfair reality he faced. But even so, Leon always persevered, never missing a single training session, and he believed he was fully worthy of carrying this burden. Leon realized that even now, no matter how hard he tried, he always faced scorn. He had to do his best to destroy the unfair reality he refused to accept. He didn't want his choices and efforts to become worthless garbage. "So why do you stand before me?" Seeing Leon's determined eyes as he spoke these words, the holy sword asked, "You ask if you are worthy, right? I want to prove my choices and efforts, that opportunities must be given fairly," Leon replied. It sounded mechanical, but it was all because Leon wanted to be given a fair chance. He decided to turn his back and say goodbye to this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. He wanted to prove he could do it without any help, even the holy sword. But that determination proved the hero's integrity, a prerequisite to becoming a hero, and that made the holy sword very pleased. It kept urging him to draw the sword, but Leon remembered only those chosen by the prophecy could pull it out. There was no prophecy at all. Simply it was my will, your strong mindset, one that won't bow to noble blood or even irrational fate, a will showing determination instead of greed for wealth or fame. Those things made you meet all the conditions worthy of becoming a hero. The holy sword gave him an answer beyond Leon's wildest imagination. Just like that, he was chosen by the sword itself. If that's the case, Leon had no reason to refuse anymore. Under its strong urging, he finally mustered all his courage and drew the sword. The immense power of the sword made Leon's eyes widen, and before losing consciousness, he heard its last words. "My name is Elcid. I am a clone of the Holy King Rodrigo Candias Elvina and will be the sword to lead the light of this era. Master Leon, destroy evil with me. Elcid." Leon fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he seemed to see the human form of the holy sword, and it appeared to be having a conversation with someone. The other person complained that Elcid didn't choose the prince as its companion. At that time, it said that a holy sword going with an ordinary person would be an interesting thing. And to explain why it broke the prophecy, actually, it can't really be called breaking it, because from the start, the prophecy passed down in the K royal family didn't mean it was bound to a royal member. The prophecy only said that on the day the boy named Leon comes of age, the demon-slaying sword will descend to the mortal world. Coincidentally, Leon's name sounds like Leon. Moreover, the other candidate, Lionel, didn't meet the holy sword standards. Because to it, that person, though gifted and destined, lacked enough willpower. Some of his talents hadn't truly blossomed yet. But this new master will probably be even greater than the previous hero if he uses its legacy. Alright, it's time for those bastards to pay their debts, so watch closely from heaven. Isn't that your job? Those were the last words Leon heard from Elcid before waking up. When he opened his eyes, sweat was pouring down his back. The panic hadn't fully faded, and Leon thought everything that happened was just a dream. But when he saw the sword standing in the corner of the room, he realized clearly that everything from last night was real. Seeing the glowing holy sword placed in the shabby room created such a huge contrast, and Leon's first reaction was panic and despair. Only then did he realize how reckless he had been to actually hold it. But before he could regret it, the sword spoke up. "Let me remind you again, I am the opportunity you seized, but don't think you'll become instantly powerful just because you possess me. You will have to overcome challenges far tougher than the chance you got from me. A person with a great destiny must live a cruel or harsh life. You might have to sacrifice the woman you love or the friends you trust. You chose this thorny path with the will to live a special life." Leon and Chloe's faces flashed through Leon's mind as he thought about the road ahead, but he understood it wasn't just hardship, it was a special opportunity that only he could have. That explanation made the holy sword extremely pleased. It demanded he go to the training area immediately. A test needed to be done first to know what stage Leon was at so it could teach him later. It was still dark. Dawn hadn't come yet, but Leon was very restless. His constant delay in training made the holy sword annoyed. It wondered why he acted like that, but clearly it didn't realize how much he stood out in this environment. Normally, Leon only used a wooden sword, but if anyone caught him using such a beautiful sword, he really wouldn't know how to explain. The sword suddenly understood that standing out too much could be a difficulty for training, but no worries, whatever's hard, leave it to the holy sword. Then it suddenly turned into a streak of light and slipped into Leon's palm, leaving only a wing-shaped mark on our hero's arm. The holy sword explained that with this, his hand would be like a sword sheath and he could draw at any time. And because its spirit form can't be seen by anyone except Leon, he could be trained by it anytime, anywhere. Even when I'm sleeping? Leon asked foolishly. I can sleep with you and stay alert. Still, we can't do anything when you're out cold, Elsid explained. Hearing this, Leon suddenly burst out laughing, then teased it. So I guess you can do some useful stuff, like keeping watch while I sleep, for example. That's slander. Elsid gritted his teeth and replied, enough nonsense. Like I said before, show me what you got. After we got to know each other better, now comes the real training phase. The Holy Sword wants to see how far Leon's skills can go, but he's doubting himself, thinking his mediocre level will just disappoint it. I won't disappoint, Elsid answered seriously. Leon, what you've done so far is already impressive given the environment you were placed in. No master would ever blame their disciple for things they weren't even taught to do. Leon recognized the sincerity in Elsid's words. Those were honest words, not empty comfort, and that statement was more than just encouragement. It was an acknowledgement of all the effort Leon had put in. He gradually regained his confidence and grabbed his sword. Then Leon demonstrated all the sword moves he had practiced daily. Suddenly, he felt something different. Leon wondered, what's going on here? I've done these moves hundreds of thousands of times before, but it feels like the power flowing into my hands is just from the fact that someone trusts me. Overconfident and caught up in showing off, Leon only scratched himself when Elsid shouted to stop. He thought he was doing poorly and making the holy sword uncomfortable, so he felt embarrassed. But it said, if you don't stop, the sword in your hand won't hold up anymore. Only then did Leon look down at his hand and realize the wooden sword had shattered long ago. He was shocked because he hadn't noticed the terrifying power hidden deep inside him. You used it without even realizing? Repeating the basics in training will be useful once you master them, the holy sword explained. But Leon still didn't fully understand what had just happened. Elsid didn't want to babble on and decided to just let it be. It thinks you don't need to know right now. Your skills won't improve if you rely on them without reason. I'll teach you until you're truly ripe, Elsid said again. Leon was pessimistic, knowing he couldn't use the holy sword's power yet, but Elsid frankly praised that Leon had practiced the basics so well there was nothing to criticize anymore. So now is the time to teach body movement. Body movement? Not swordsmanship? Leon asked back. Seeing his obvious disappointment, Elsid had to explain in a very sharp tone. You think you can just swing a sword like that? Knowing how to move your body properly is the foundation of martial arts. It may look like you've trained your body regularly, but this is a whole different level. But first, we need to check your stamina. So Elsid asked Leon to do a long-distance run. Run until I tell you to stop. And it's not just running. I might give you some moves to practice while running. Like handstands or hopping on one leg, for example, Elsid added. Hearing this, Leon was sweating bullets. He was confident in his running ability, but he'd never run around the yard on one leg or do handstands. Even though he didn't understand why the holy sword made him do this, if it made him stronger, Leon was ready to do anything. So he ran with all his might, doing all kinds of stunts. Handstands like a monkey. The holy sword watched everything and seemed very pleased to see this was truly a masterpiece it had painted. In the East, there's a saying called late bloomers, people who succeed late. And in Elzid's eyes, Leon was like a perfect vase. He was more than enough to fill that empty vessel. Even if he only inherited a small part of the swordsmanship and experience of ancient heroes, he could at least become a Sword Saint-S master. However, it didn't want its successor after 300 years to stop at that level. Elsid knew Leon's potential could easily kill a dragon, and though it didn't know how strong the demon king of this world was, it was sure that half of its power would be enough. So Leon ran until dawn. After dawn, he still had to attend class, no rest allowed. Exhausted, Leon kept nodding off in class until suddenly the holy sword got too loud. I'm still listening. I'm not asleep, Leon hurriedly defended himself. But there's no denying that Elsid drained all of Leon's energy so he could focus on this morning's lesson. He tried to take notes seriously, but all that was in Leon's head right now was a blank void because he was just too tired. Elsid noticed this too, and suddenly asked, I've figured out where I should start teaching you. Leon, from your own standards, what do you think you're missing? Leon thought for a moment, then answered that what he lacked was definitely swordsmanship or sword aura. But Elsid bluntly said, wrong, it's your eyes. Leon was confused. You don't really get it. You obviously have 2 eyes, your vision is perfectly clear. So why does Elsid say you're missing your eyes? As for the holy sword, it explained its words with another Eastern proverb, eyes, feet, guts, and strength, meaning that observation skills are the most important, followed by footwork, courage, and strength coming last. But of course that doesn't mean strength isn't important. It's just that it only shows up usefully when the first 3 are met. Bottom line, eyes are still the most important, and Leon should start training from there. Hearing Elsid talk non-stop, Leon was pretty confused. He had honestly never heard of training the eyes before. Could it mean his vision would gradually improve if he kept moving his eyes non-stop? Thinking that, Leon started darting his eyes around the classroom. But this action caught the attention of the classmate next to him, who saw him as nothing but a weirdo. Leon, from now on, you're going to learn how to truly see. I'll make you understand just how useless your eyes have been since you were born until now, Elsid said, and the two words useless that it emphasized really made Leon feel extremely tense. Leon obediently followed the instructions. First, look straight ahead, focus on the teacher standing and lecturing, then try to remember what you see for 10 seconds. Leon did as Elsid said. He memorized the dark green board, the middle-aged teacher's silver hair and blue eyes, the wooden stick in his hand, even every single silver strand on the teacher's head. After 10 seconds, Elsid asked Leon to close his eyes tight. Then it asked the first question. How many straight lines were drawn on the board? Leon let out a loud sigh. Elsid clearly told him to look at the teacher. Now it's asking about something totally unrelated. I only told you to focus your gaze, not to only look at the teacher. Leon gritted his teeth. You only looked at the teacher, so how could you remember how many straight lines were drawn on the board? You don't remember, huh? Elsid asked, raising its voice arrogantly. The board should have been in your field of vision, but you couldn't remember anything besides the teacher. You focused for 10 seconds but couldn't recall a single thing on that board. Why? Leon didn't dare argue back because Elsid was simply right. You didn't see anything on the board because you only looked at what you wanted to see. When Elsid said this, Leon suddenly realized a lot of important new information. In fact, eyes waste more information than you think. Elsid wasn't sure if eyes filter out unnecessary info on purpose, but it rarely saw anyone who could fully use their vision. Once again, Elsid asked Leon to try again. This time, focus all your vision and memorize everything your eyes see. At the same time, learn to relax your eyes and capture a wider field of view. Later on, you have to always do this. Not just for 10 seconds. Seeing Leon suddenly tense up, his eyes looking like they were about to water, the girl sitting next to him got even more scared of him. But at that moment, he didn't care about anyone's gaze and focused all his spirit on fulfilling Elsid's request. Though he didn't want to admit it, Leon had to accept that he never thought the holy sword lessons would be easy, and even so, he couldn't show any weakness. Alright, this time look at the empty space on the board. Do the same as before for 10 seconds. Elsid ordered again. Leon's face was tense as a tightrope, starting to follow its instructions. And this scene caught the eye of Chloe sitting above. She was a bit worried because she felt his complexion wasn't good at all. That afternoon, after class ended, Leon trudged home looking completely unwell. You feel like your eyes are blurry and your head is about to explode. Elsid seems really satisfied with his first training session and didn't hold back praising Leon for his potential. Your eyes feel tired because they're dry, or in other words, because you've been straining them for too long. But the headache is a different story. Since you unlocked an ability you've never used before, you'll feel pain at first, but it will go away. It's no different from your muscles. Elsid used the example of muscle soreness after intense training to explain Leon's condition to you. Of course, there's a slight difference because the brain doesn't actually feel pain. You just need to understand it roughly like that. Elsid also advised you to stop worrying about it and just train more. And Leon was fired up, ready for the hellish training sessions ahead. On the way back, they kept doing vision training together. For example, Elsid would ask Leon how many candles were on the candle holder hanging on the hallway wall, or whether the male student who just passed by with the female student 3 seconds ago was wearing glasses or a tie. A bit harder was whether the light in the 12th room from the left in the building ahead was on or off. Overall, Elsid asked every question he could during Leon's walk around his dorm. It was the first time his eyes worked at full capacity like that. So when he got back to his room and collapsed on the bed, Leon kept holding his eyes and screaming because of the pain. He did pretty well on the first day. Elsid said, "You deserve extra credit for not asking to rest or quit all day." So if I asked, "Could you let me take a break?" Leon asked back, and Elsid's answer was brutally straightforward. "No. How long has it been since you were pushed to your limit like this?" Leon wasn't sure, just knew it had been a long time since his mind felt this exhausted. Elsid seemed to read that thought and said right away, "Getting used to something also means getting slower. If you keep training the same way, you'll only level up to a certain limit. Training on a beaten path has its advantages, but the biggest problem is the body finds ways to deal with it more easily. That means your body gets used to a training method if you repeat it over and over. That's why you need to constantly change your training methods, like running on one leg or running while planting banana trees." Only then did Leon understand why Elsid gave him so many seemingly ridiculous demands. He needed to know which parts you weren't familiar with to determine the next training plan. Depending on how a person trains and lives, their bones, muscles, and nervous system develop in different directions. For example, the balance of fishermen, the orientation, sense of hunters, and the superior vision of nomads all come from the same reason. In short, the basics of training are to strengthen Leon's strengths and compensate for his weaknesses. Elsid clearly analyzed these things and seemed deeply passionate about his training plan. Leon's strength is endurance, developed through a large volume of training, along with basic swordsmanship rooted in mental strength and his fundamental techniques. Conversely, his weakness is rigid posture, so he only trains basic moves for now. In other words, Leon lacks physical and mental flexibility. Flexibility? What about swordsmanship or aura? Leon asked. Swordsmanship is just how you use a sword, Elsid seriously explained. If you can comfortably use basic moves depending on the situation, that's swordsmanship. Of course, swordsmanship has great power, but who teaches it just because of a promise of loyalty? As for aura, there's nothing more to say. Didn't that guy named Lionel use his aura to beat you? Elsid hit Leon's sore spot but had to say it. Also, if an ordinary person with no foundation like Leon suddenly learned to use aura, many wouldn't believe he could control it. So Elsid decided to teach you about aura after you leave this academy. For now, the most important thing is to focus on your vision method. Elsid knows Leon is eager to defeat Lionel, and that desire is one of the biggest motivators pushing him forward. Elsid saw that determination, but for him, it still wasn't enough. Didn't I already tell you? Your body will gradually find an easier way as you keep practicing over and over. Although today you managed to focus and learn how to observe more broadly, if you keep training like this all the time, you'll definitely get bored. When Elsid said this, an extremely inhuman smile suddenly appeared on his face, and because of that, Leon had a bad feeling. It seems like this holy sword is about to give you another devilish training plan, and this time, you guessed it right. To stop Leon's body from finding an easier way to adapt to the training method, starting tomorrow, Elsid decided to punish you every time you answer wrong so you'll never forget. Although it's still unclear what kind of punishment Elsid will give, just looking at his expression right now was enough to make Leon break out in a cold sweat from fear. Elsid also said that bothering you isn't without reason. There's a very useful thing called activity regulation. Basically, it means learning how to handle things by avoiding heavy burdens and focusing on the lighter ones. Even though Leon's physical strength is useful, besides willpower, you also need someone by your side. Leon initially wanted to argue, but then he realized Elsid wasn't wrong at all. Achieving everything in just 1 or 2 days is impossible. Sooner or later, you'll have to toughen up and grow through hardship. If that's the case, it's better to let Elsid serve you those hardships right now. That way, Leon can also develop the corresponding recovery ability. After thinking it through, the earlier anxiety and fear disappeared. Leon became fired up, even wanting to go all out right now. Elsid didn't hesitate to let him experience the punishment he would use, which was electric shock lightning. And after tasting this feeling himself, Leon realized it wasn't easy at all. The first time he got punished, he only lasted 5 seconds. It was just the first time, so he couldn't control it. That's totally understandable. I'll go easier from next time, Elsid comforted him, but then immediately followed with a threat. But I'll increase the intensity if you mess up twice in one try, so you just have to do really well. Sounds easy to say, but Leon knew starting tomorrow he'd probably be getting shocked for a long time. He clenched the bed sheets, buried his face into the mattress, not letting Elsid see his expression right now. Holy sword, my ass! He felt it was more accurate to call it a demon sword, because it was even worse than a demon. Early the next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Leon had to train under Elsid's supervision. After boring physical training, it was back to class. During class, he continued to hone his observation skills. After finishing the lessons and returning to the dorm, he still crazily trained his body through very harsh exercises, like doing one-handed handstands. As time passed, Leon's abilities improved impressively. Now he could comfortably handle sudden questions from Elsid. For example, how many pigeons were on the roof, which one flew off first, or how many pigeons were perched on the open window. Okay, although he could only see them when focusing intensely, it was already great progress after just 1 month. Elsid seemed satisfied, but didn't praise Leon too much, only saying he just barely met the standard to be considered passing. Leon was deeply moved. After a month of grinding, he was finally recognized by Elsid, so today's session ended here, and he deserved a break. But no sooner had he relaxed for less than 3 seconds, Leon heard a voice that couldn't be more familiar and annoying calling his name. Without turning around, he already knew the owner of that voice was Lionel. So Leon had to bring back that cold-as-ice expression, turn toward him, and reply, "Long time no see, huh?" Yeah, it really had been a while, because since starting training with Elsid, Leon hadn't seen Lionel even once. Besides him, for half a month, he hadn't spoken a word to Chloe either. Right after eating, he threw himself into training. That's just his style. Lionel didn't seem to have any ill intentions. He just came because he was a bit worried. But after seeing Leon with his own eyes, he felt more at ease. On the other hand, Leon didn't really get it. He asked, "Worried about what?" Lionel found a tree nearby to sit down, then said he was worried because it had been a whole month without any challenge from Leon. He thought Leon would give up just because of the mocking words from others. But today, coming here and seeing his face for himself, Lionel knew Leon still had enough, even brave enough to keep moving forward. "Can you really see it?" Leon asked, unconsciously clenching his fist. "Yeah," Lionel replied with his signature smile. Lionel said the expressions of those who think they can't beat him are totally different from Leon's. So, just a quick glance, he already knows you won't give up. "Yeah," You're the real deal. That's why you came to find me after dinner, right? Well then, you've confirmed it, so why haven't you left yet? A teasing smile spread across Leon's face, and he didn't hold back, directly kicking the guest out. You're way too cold. It's been a long time since we talked. Why not chat a bit longer? Lionel felt like Lionel was the one provoking. Two guys like them, what the hell do they have to confide in each other about? Sounds intense, for sure, but Lionel was still determined to talk, and Na said just 10 minutes would be enough. Not sure if it was his smile's persuasive power, but in the end, Leon agreed to sit down next to Lionel. Side by side, the atmosphere instantly grew heavier. Finally, Lionel hesitated before speaking. You've probably heard the rumors already. Some say I'm not just a regular civilian, right? What rumors? Do we even need to talk about that? Look, you don't even try to hide it anymore. Or do I have to start talking to you more formally now? Leon started teasing, but Lionel wasn't angry, not even annoyed. The reason he came today wasn't to argue or brag about his non-civilian status. After a long pause, Lionel finally mustered enough courage to get to the serious point in a very solemn tone. What I'm about to say next, please think of it as coming from Lionel, the guy trying to hide his origins, not from your upper class. Seeing Lionel's eyes, Leon knew he was dead serious, so he unconsciously dropped his playful attitude. You know I always challenge you to fights, right? The other asked again. Yeah. Lionel replied. You know Lionel can refuse any challenge without being affected at all, and he doesn't even need to use his royal status to say no to anyone, including Leon. Yet Lionel still agrees, and all those matches between them happen purely because of his kindness. At Lionel, we describe him as nothing but the generosity of a winner. But today, the guy who always says yes unconditionally whenever Leon demands a duel dropped a proposal that shocked everyone. Let's finish this. Let's fight one last time. Just swordsmanship, no swordlight like before. In exchange, we'll use real swordsmanship, not wooden swords. And if I win this match, you'll become my vassal. Like I told Joubert earlier, Lionel wants Leon and Chloe to be his right and left hands. Today's proposal is like a declaration to decide the hierarchy between them. Sounds like a bet for sure. Leon just wondered what made him think he'd keep his promise. After all, there's no magic contract between them, and promises can be broken any time. So, it's all up to us. But for now, I trust your promise. You're flexible and absolutely proud. I know that no matter what, you'll always keep the promises you make. At this moment, Leon suddenly felt their relationship wasn't just simple rivalry like he used to think, and he seemed ready to accept this challenge. But earlier, Lionel only set one condition. If Leon loses, he becomes his vassal. What if I beat you? Lionel asked confidently. But when he said that, Lionel seemed frozen for 3 seconds, probably because no one could imagine the scenario Leon just mentioned. But then Lionel happily set the opposite condition. If you really beat me, I'll give you anything you want, as long as it doesn't threaten my honor or family. Mysterious sword techniques, spiritual cultivation methods, or even divine elixirs. Anything you want. How amazing is that condition? Even without those, Leon already wanted to test himself against Lionel to see how much he'd improved. Now, with such awesome rewards on the line, how could he say no? And so, he agreed to Lionel's real sword duel challenge, but on the condition that he would decide the day of the fight, and Lionel had no objections. Alright, just let me know when you're ready, because I need to prepare the arena, so give me a 3-day heads up. After saying that, he immediately left. At that moment, the wheel of fate began to turn between two teenagers with almost identical names. One was Leon, chosen as the hero by the random selection of the Holy Sword, and the other was Lionel, the prince trying to seize the throne. This was the moment their first real battle began. But at the moment Lionel disappeared, Leon finally dropped his act and revealed his true feelings. Earlier, he had agreed so boldly, but deep down he was scared stiff. Elcid anxiously opened his eyes wide and asked softly, "What's going on? You're worried. You just shut down that loser's words perfectly. So why are you scared now?" he shouted at Leon. You're trembling and bowing your head while answering. I didn't mean that, but have I really gotten stronger? Hearing Leon ask himself that, Elcid was startled. Then, Leon suddenly reached out his hand and slowly said, the training to win before was really tough, but honestly, I didn't feel like I got any stronger at all. Elcid was speechless and looked at him with a bit of disappointment. Then he closed his eyes and told Leon, you still don't realize your own strength. You're already very strong. So, stop overthinking, Leon still asked suspiciously. Really? Elcid continued. Perspective is a different kind of strength compared to physical power. If you've never used it properly, it's obvious you wouldn't feel it yet, right? Anyway, you're training hard, so don't worry. Leon, you said you're going to test your physical strength next, right? Suddenly asked like that, Leon stammered his answer. Yeah, that's right. Hearing this, Elcid smirked and said, then you can look forward to it, because something beyond your imagination is about to happen. While speaking, Elcid smiled arrogantly and asked, don't tell me you'll say stuff like that again? Leon looked confused, not understanding what was going on. The scene shifted to another place, where a clear voice rang out. All right, based on arrival order, line up again. If you're not feeling well, speak up. The rest of you, warm up your bodies. Hihomut held a file in his hand and spoke to the students below. Leon stood in line, thinking silently about the physical strength test. Last time, he ranked 9th, right? No mana used, just pure physical strength measured. But the top ranks all belong to nobles. Besides mana, nobles also use potions and receive special training from a young age. So, the rankings are pretty limited for me. Elsid turned to ask what Leon's rank was. Leon nervously answered him silently. First, after hearing it, Elsid continued, as expected, although not as much as you, it seems he's trained really hard, but can't compare to those who only show off their status. Leon thought again. Even just running short distances means 2 laps around the field, each lap 400 meters, so that means I have to run 800 meters. Last time, Leon ran it in 1 minute 20 seconds. Hearing this, Elsid asked, what about you? Leon shyly replied, I almost died running it in 1 minute 40 seconds. Hearing that, Elsid hesitated and said, a 20-second gap? You can't beat Leon at all, but don't worry before you try. I mean, even if you've tried, don't worry. Unlike before, now you've got me. Leon felt reassured and replied, all right, I'll trust you. Holy sword. Later, Leon stood on the track with 3 other students. Hihomut raised a red flag and shouted, start. As soon as he finished, all 4 students dashed forward quickly. Suddenly, one person's foot sprang forward. Leon, who was sitting outside watching, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked toward the track. Leon was sprinting straight ahead. He was leaving the others far behind. He dashed forward. Right now, Leon was leading. He even ran past a student who was timing the race. She was also shocked and stammered Leon's name. Then her clear voice rang out. 1 minute 29 seconds. After she finished, everyone was stunned and shouted in surprise. Then Hihomut stepped forward and quietly asked Leon, have you learned mana? He was panting hard as he answered, yes, sir. Then Hihomut reached out his hand and said, if so, can I check it? You're very cooperative, so show me your hands. Yes. Right after, Hihomut grabbed Leon's wrist tightly. A wave of energy started to spread out. Watching Hihomut check him out, Leon was shocked and thought to himself, does the teacher really test nuclear push force just by transferring a small amount of mana? If I were skilled with mana right now, I'd probably get kicked out immediately. But just moments later, Hihomut pulled his hand back and asked, you really haven't learned mana, right? But you've changed so much in just a few weeks. How have you been training? Leon breathed a sigh of relief and replied, I've only been doing simple exercises. You could also consider that I've had more rest time than before. Hihomut picked up the training notes to check and said, now that I think about it, your training hours lately have been unusually high. Your body has developed significantly after recovering from years of overexertion. Ah, no, that doesn't make sense at all. Leon ignored him, mumbling, and went back to his spot. Leon had been watching everything too. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Leon. Leon noticed Leon's scrutinizing gaze and quietly asked Elsid, Elsid, what's going on? Hearing that, Elsid smiled and said, see, just like I said, right? Leon got even more nervous and told him, don't just stand there smiling, explain it. Then Elsid slowly explained, the first thing you need to understand is, biologically, where do you think strength comes from? Leon answered, muscles, right? Elsid agreed. Exactly, he continued explaining. Most training methods in this world focus on increasing muscle size or density. But if you don't understand the neuromuscular system, then you're only halfway there. Do you know anything about the nervous system? Of course, muscles have nerves too. The limit of usable strength depends on the development of those nerves. The reason strength doesn't necessarily depend on physique is because of differences in those neuromuscular nerves. Hearing this, Leon thought to himself this was something he'd never heard before. Not even from the academy coaches. Elsid kept explaining, actually, muscle density is usually determined genetically and has a clear limit for growth. You're close to that limit with your training. I'm focusing on developing your neuromuscular system. The more Leon listened, the more confused he got. I get it all, but how do you develop my nervous system? I've never trained that stuff before. What did you do while I was asleep? Elsid replied. It's all thanks to the punishment I gave you. Leon was shocked and shouted, what? Then he suddenly realized he'd just yelled out loud in class. Elsid continued, explaining, those parts have been tense for 10 years, but you released them in such a short time. The pain could only be as bad as having your muscles torn by a sword. The pain I felt every time I trained to learn to see was from developing my neuromuscular system. After hearing the explanation, Leon asked Elsid, why didn't you tell me? He smiled and answered, that wouldn't be fair. Leon looked at him dumbfounded. Elsid went on, the reason I laid the foundation for your vision training this past month was to help you escape that pain. But if you knew the reason and that you'd have to go through that pain anyway, would you have focused as much as you did yesterday? Definitely not. Elsid's explanation was clearly very reasonable, and he was so arrogant about it. You don't need to thank me. I'm just doing what's right as the Holy Sword. It's great that after all this time, things have progressed well. Leon gritted his teeth and thought, this guy, after all, I'm the demon sword, not the holy sword, right? The one who holds the soul and personality of the legendary hero Rodrigo. So is the Rack really the supervillain or the legendary hero? Just then, he was startled by the cheers of his classmates nearby. Everyone was cheering for Leon. That's Leon for you. You're amazing. You just broke your own record. Leon must have heard the cheers too, glancing at Leon with a smirk. Leon didn't know what to do except glare back. Later, Leon stood in front of the rankings board and muttered, second place overall, but I still can't beat Leon. He heard Elsid's voice beside him. Isn't it weird that you're trying to beat him in just 1 month? You shouldn't be so impatient. Leon clenched his fist and replied, I know that too, I'm just saying. He glanced back at Leon, who was surrounded behind him, silently thinking he had closed the gap from 1 to 9. Now between 1 and 2. Can I win? I will win. Night was falling in Leon's house, and his voice still echoed inside. So, what are we starting to train tomorrow? Elsid thought for a moment and replied, I think you've already passed the stage of training your vision with simple memory methods, so we don't need to improve your physical abilities anymore. Instead, we'll focus on helping you gain more experience, so you can use what you've learned more smoothly. Hearing that, Leon hesitated a bit. Talking is always easier than doing, Elsid replied calmly. That's why I said we have to get out of here. Then Leon suddenly sat up, eyes shining brightly, asking, can't you teach me swordsmanship first? Elsid flatly refused. I told you not to dream about swordsmanship anymore. If you want to learn swordsmanship, first you have to learn how to use aura. I already told you. Even just basic skills are enough to reach a certain level. Having technique without aura is like swinging a sword for nothing. Even the ultimate move is just a trick to confuse the opponent on the first strike. If your thoughts are read by the opponent, it becomes bait for them to counterattack. Do you think a legit swordsman like Leon wouldn't know your dumb tricks? But it seems Leon wasn't fully convinced after hearing that. He frowned and asked again, so what? Elsid glared and explained, you should focus on your strength. A sword forged with effort over a long time becomes very strong. What he meant was when Leon sprinted to the finish line last time. Elsid's voice kept steady. When your physical ability reaches a similar level, you can hold off Leon. But do you really need more real combat experience? You think I can just find some unreasonable guys to pick fights with you? That's really hard to say. You remember before, there were 2 thugs threatening you. One sneered and asked if you had anything valuable, then take it all out. The other added, you don't want to, right? Leon worriedly reached out to Elsid. Surely the academy can't find some street kids from the slums, right? But then he heard him ask back, do you think so too? The next day, Leon slowly walked down the hallway, thinking the conversation with Elsid had just ended yesterday. While walking, he suddenly heard a voice calling his name. Are you the commoner named Leon? In front of him stood 3 other students on the stairs looking down. Leon looked up at them, thinking from the badges on their uniforms, they were all noble families. Then 2 of them on either side loudly shouted, is he the commoner who ranked second? One added, that bastard's got some muscle. They rushed to accuse him. Sure, he cheated and fooled the instructors. We're not fooled by you. Leon didn't want to get involved with them, thinking even 3 years ago or now, these guys are always the same. Then he replied to them, if there's a problem with the rankings, why don't you go talk to the instructors? Hearing that, all 3 got angry and shouted, how dare a commoner like you talk back to us? How do we know you're not up to something? I just find it weird that someone who hasn't sworn loyalty like you ranks second. One of the 3, named Depp, smiled fiercely and said, finally, you've shown your true colors. What does your family do? Leon got more and more confused, stepping back, thinking sometimes words don't work, huh? No, they never intended to talk anyway. They just came to intimidate the kid who annoyed them. Just then, a voice rang out from above the stairs. Hey, gentlemen, don't get too excited. The person stood high up, flipping his hair back stylishly. Speaking, he stepped down. Although he was a commoner, he was equal to all other students at the academy. Elsid heard that and glanced toward him. That was Mong. Leaning against the wall, he slowly said, so it can be said that as nobles, our duty is to impose an appropriate punishment. Isn't that right? As soon as he finished, the 3 below cheered. Exactly. Knight Mong lives up to the glory of the Bourbon family. Elsid snorted and sarcastically asked, is he the big boss of these idiots? Doesn't his awesome family know how to raise him? Leon whispered to him. The Countess's second son, Mong. He's the guy who always ranked second in the endurance competition before I took his spot. I guess that's why he's mad at me. Oh, he's the type who'd do anything to fight Long A. His attitude of showing off his status to weaker people is all the same. Right now, Mong stood in front of Leon, glaring and said, I'm sorry that we just met for the first time and it's already this bad. Leon, you might think this is unfair, but we can't back down either. I hope if possible, you'll listen to my proposal. After saying that, he reached out his hand. Leon wisely asked back, I want to hear your proposal first. Just then, some guys behind shouted insults, but Mong stopped them. Then he darkened his face and said in a low voice, why don't we fight under the supervision of an instructor? Hearing that, Leon frowned and glared at him. He was sweating, thinking hard beside Mong. Is that so? It seems like they gave me the best choice by adding the instructor's presence, but this is clearly an unfair proposal, because he never mentioned the condition of not using aura. That means they will use aura. If I object, he'll use the excuse that I'm a cheater who dares to trick the instructor against me. If I completely reject the proposal, they'll still find other ways to sabotage me. Lost in thought, Leon suddenly turned his head and glanced back. The cold face of Leon immediately caught his eye. Leon thought, if it were Leon, he would definitely have a way to help me get out of this situation. But while thinking, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Leon was scolding himself. Are you kidding me? Expecting help from an opponent is no different than begging on your knees. The insult is even greater than being provoked like this. Finally, after a moment, Leon sighed and spoke. All right. Eomong seemed quite surprised by his answer and asked again. So, you'll accept my proposal, right? Leon continued. Yeah, but the observing instructor has to be teacher Hio Mut, and I can only fight one person a day. If I win, you have to swear never to make people doubt my ability again. Sir, you can handle such magnanimous things, right? He sharply asked Eomong. He thought for a moment, the devil instructor of the Royal Academy, Hio Mut? If it's him, no tricks can be used. But he still agreed to accept those conditions. All right, I accept your request. Inside, Eomong was thinking, who the observing instructor is really isn't the issue. The only regret is that I can't beat that guy until he loses consciousness. Back to real time, Leon was still sitting on the bed talking with Elseed. Isn't that what the guy Eomong meant? I didn't think his real combat skills were like this. But he was very relaxed, chuckling and saying, it's okay. Leon still wondered. So what do you think, Elseed? Without using aura, can we beat them? I've never fought anyone who used aura, so I don't know. Elseed fell silent after hearing that. Then suddenly, he brightened up and said, how about I show you how easy it is? Seeing that, Leon became even more worried. Huh? Elseed sneered, raised his hand, and said with a smile, the simplest and most effective method. Right after that, a notification board appeared in front of Leon. The board showed his stats, title and profession, hero who cannot use aura, level 18. Special skill, Holy Sword, highest new level, Rodrigo's Gaze level 1, martial artist body stage 1. Reading this info, Leon's eyes widened even more. Then he asked Elseed, what is this? He smiled and replied, what do you mean? This is your current level. And here are the stats of that guy called Eomong or whatever. Title and profession, a kid blinded by inferiority complex, level 18. Special skill, Holy Sword, new level 6. Secret sword technique, level 1. Aura user, new level 3. I made it myself based on my standards, so it's probably not very detailed. After reading both notification boards, Leon gaped and asked, wait, Eomong is that weak? Being the Count's son, he should have been given a lot of precious herbs. Even with all those hellish training sessions since childhood, his strength should have increased. Elseed slowly explained, no matter how many herbs he drinks, it's useless. If you can't digest them, it's no different from taking vitamins. And those so-called hellish training sessions you mentioned won't help boost your abilities either. Physical strength can show itself without using aura. You could say it tops out at rank E99, but with my help, you can break through that wall. What he means is referring to those hellish training sessions from before. The physical ability of someone who can't use aura is capped at E rank 99. And with my support, you can go way beyond that. It all depends on how hard you push yourself. Sure, you don't have aura, but your strength is still enough to take down those idiots. After hearing such a long speech, Leon propped his chin and asked, so you're saying my physical ability will never increase? Fine, let's do it your way. Elseed seemed a bit surprised by your decision. Leon narrowed his eyes and silently made up his mind. From now on, I have to set goals to move forward instead of falling behind. I'm definitely going to beat that Eomong guy. He clenched his fists, angry as he remembered Eomong's contemptuous face. Then Leon asked Elseed curiously, but why is my title like this? Your title and profession are Auraless Hero, yet it just stops there. If you don't like it, then get stronger. The scene shifts to a gate at the academy. Leon was walking down a hallway lined with flags. He suddenly stopped when he heard a voice beside him. You're here already? Seeing the muscular man in front of him, Leon thought silently, the pig instructor. Before Leon could say anything, the man spoke first. It's only been a month, but you've changed a lot. I was going to stop you if you tried anything reckless, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Right, Leon? But Leon didn't quite understand. So he asked, I don't get what you're saying, sir. The pig instructor chuckled and turned away, saying slyly, you're too clever. All right, just follow your heart. That phrase made Leon even more confused. Yes, sir. Finally, the pig instructor turned back with a smirk and said he wanted Leon to teach those dumbasses a lesson. Got it? It seemed like Leon finally understood, nodding slightly at him. Then the pig instructor stepped into the arena, where many people were already cheering in the stands. Leon followed him, furrowing his brow as he looked toward the field. As he stepped outside, he suddenly heard a familiar voice shout, Hey, why does a civilian like you make me wait? You've got some nerve. That was Depp standing with his hands on his hips, grinning as he asked Leon, but Leon ignored him and turned to ask the pig instructor, "Sir, can we start now?" Soon after, the instructor stood beside the field, extending his arm between the two and clearly announcing, "Jeff, Herrick, and Leon, you two will face off before me, with honor and your own promises at stake." He then turned to Herrick and asked, "What do you want from this fight?" Herrick didn't hesitate and replied, "That damned civilian. I want him to confess his crimes." After hearing that, Leon's eyebrows furrowed even more. Then the pig instructor turned to ask him, "Leon, what do you hope to achieve from this fight?" Leon lowered his head, exasperated, and answered, "I just want them to stop bothering me after this match." The pig instructor clapped his hands together, shouting, "Good, everyone move forward." Both opponents got into defensive stances, each holding a wooden sword. Chloe and Leon sat in the stands watching the fight, while the crowd whispered among themselves, even though they were just wooden swords, if you infused aura into them, wouldn't they be like real swords? So someone like Leon who doesn't know how to use aura is at a disadvantage? Elseed flew beside him and quietly asked, "Leon, want me to show you this guy's stats?" But he declined, saying, "No need. I can handle it myself. No matter how high his stats are, he's just one of Emong's lackeys. No need to waste Elseed's power on guys like that." It seemed someone had already jumped forward to attack first. Depp swung his sword backward, shouting as he charged toward Leon. Seeing that, Leon silently analyzed the situation. A diagonal sword strike from the upper right down to the lower left. I can clearly see the trajectory. I need to prepare to defend in case this is just a feint. I'll get ready. Standing in a defensive stance, Leon suddenly realized something. Why is this guy so slow? His movements looked like slow-motion film to Leon's eyes. Very quickly, as Z's sword passed by, Leon gently blocked it. The pig instructor was shocked to see this. Aomong's crew was even more terrified. They didn't expect Leon to take the hit so lightly. Chloe and Leon, sitting up in the stands, were also shocked by what had just happened. Z, although the attacker, was hit by Leon right in the middle of his chest and froze in place. But not only everyone was stunned, even Leon himself was surprised. He turned his head, thinking silently, "Wait, that's it? The fight's over already?" He stared in disbelief as that loser collapsed motionless on the ground. The guy lay on the ground in pain, muttering curses like a damn dog. Then he got up again and said, "You think hitting me once means you've won?" "Wrong," he shouted. "Fight me again, one more time." But Hayomut spoke clearly. "Zep Herrick, you lost. I won't let you act out of line anymore." But while speaking, he suddenly heard Leon's voice. Both the loser and Hayomut turned around dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Then the loser laughed, pointing at Leon and shouting, "Even if you're just a civilian, at least you know your lowly place. Good for you. But even if you show sincerity, I won't go easy on you." Elsid hovered beside Leon, glaring at the loser and said to him, "Leon, don't hold back this time." Then the fight resumed. Hayomut's shout rang out, "Begin." Elsid stood beside Leon and slowly said, "This is your first real fight since activating your light combat technique. He's a good training target. Show him how merciful it is to be defeated in one move." Leon smiled and agreed. "All right then." Z swung his sword behind him again, shouting loudly as he attacked first. Leon was on the defensive, only able to brace himself and raise his sword to block. Suddenly, a flash of killing intent lit up his eyes, aimed straight at Jeff. He stared intently at the opponent, thinking, his hands and feet, even his gaze, are so slow I can see through everything. I can even predict his next move half a beat faster. Elsid, standing nearby, muttered as he watched, "You've grasped the origin of his movements, so can you guess what his next step will be?" It seemed Jeff had started fighting with full power because he managed to slice a lock of Leon's hair. Seeing the aura radiating from the loser, Leon thought, "He started using aura, but I can still read his moves like before." The loser suddenly shouted from the other side, "You just keep dodging my attacks forever." But Leon didn't care and kept defending. Elsid beside him spoke up. "He keeps repeating his attacks mindlessly. Even though you're a tough opponent, he doesn't know how to control his strength, just like a newbie with no real combat experience," Leon added himself. "So even if he can use aura, he still has limits. There are openings." Sure enough, Leon saw Jeff's legs start to tremble unsteadily. Taking advantage, Leon swung his sword straight down at the thigh, the leg Jeff was standing on. The loser gritted his teeth in pain and let out a shout, then jumped back several steps from Leon. Holding his injured thigh and trembling, the loser said, "You naive bastard, you should have taken me down already. You can't beat me with just those 3 basic sword moves." Just as he finished speaking, a flash blinded him. The loser was startled and couldn't react in time. It turned out Leon had launched countless strikes while he wasn't paying attention. Elsid beside him quietly asked, "What's up, Leon? You just finished your final move and said, 'You're right. Having a real opponent is the best way to train the steps of using light combat techniques.'" Z, battered and bruised, hurriedly backed up to the medical station, begging for mercy. Hayomut stepped forward and raised Leon's hand, clearly saying, "You win, Leon." Chloe and Leon, sitting in the stands, were happy to see him win, but some people weren't pleased. The Emong group trembled with anger when they saw the fight's result. The scene shifted to nighttime at the academy dorm, where students seemed to be chatting. Hey, did you watch the fight? Leon totally crushed the Emong group. Someone else replied, for real. I don't know how Leon got so good at fighting. I heard he fought them one by one, but in the end, everyone had to go to the infirmary. Now only Eomong is left. Do you think Eomong will lose? Back to Elcid and Leon, Elcid coldly told him. Those mediocre guys look strong, but their sword skills and physical strength are terrible. People like that can actually use aura? Leon cautiously replied. Today will be a little different. Elcid obviously knew what you were talking about and said, so you finally get to fight Elmong, huh? Better be careful. Leon stepped onto the battlefield. Elmong had already been waiting there. His whole presence radiated a fierce aura, an oppressive aura that overwhelmed everything. But despite that, Elcid just laughed and said, he's showing his true colors already. Leon smiled too. Seems like it. Looking at his opponent, he thought to himself that if Elmong used aura, his physical strength would surpass his own. Moreover, in the status window Elcid showed him, there was that. It was only a first-level secret sword technique, so it probably wasn't anything too advanced. But his opponent's ultimate skill was the real danger. It seemed like something Rodrigo's light combat technique couldn't detect. Elmong spoke first from the other side. I didn't expect I'd have to fight. But Leon just casually lowered his eyes and replied, oh yeah, I was sure this would happen, he said with great confidence. And just as he finished, Elmong's face twisted in frustration. Chloe and Leon, sitting in the stands, were also watching the fight closely. Leon thought to himself, this really is the perfect opening to take him down. Even though my physical ability is higher, without aura, I'm still a bit weaker. So if he can channel aura into his sword, then a wooden sword won't do anything to him. Leon furrowed his brows and silently made a decision. He was debating whether to avoid a direct confrontation and treat this as a fight for survival. Just then, the shout of the crowd echoed, signaling the start. Immediately, a blast of energy shot straight toward Leon's temple. A scratch instantly appeared on his cheek. Leon was shocked and thought, sword energy. Elmong's blade was aimed directly at him. Sparks even crackled at the tip of his sword. Leon seriously raised his sword and told himself, I can't counterattack. Our base speeds aren't the same. Leon stared at the fiercely fighting figure before him. Is this the true nature of that noble bloodline? Even though he was just a lousy guy. At that moment, Elmong suddenly laughed. Probably because we're too weak. If I beat an arrogant commoner like you, things would be different. Or if you had what it takes to join us. If you're thinking about being my underling so I can protect you. No matter how much he talked, Leon silently watched him warily. Elmong didn't stop and said, I could overlook all the mistakes you've made. But just as he finished speaking, Leon firmly gripped his sword and swung. Elmong dodged just in time. They separated by a good distance. The air current Leon created still swirled there. The next moment, a cut appeared on Elmong's cheek. He muttered curses under his breath. Then Elmong roared. Looks like you're still acting arrogantly, trusting your so-called talents. Leon on the other side wasn't backing down and taunted back. Probably. But Elcid, hovering nearby, froze and repeated, so-called talents. Then it called out, Leon, you also turned to look at Elcid. Smiling, but with a sharp tone, he said, what did that rookie just call my technique? Some dog technique? Now the one who was scared was Leon. He nervously called it Elcid. Elcid widened his eyes and said sharply, they say time changes everything. Seems like even after 3 years, I'm still being insulted by some brat. Leon started feeling a bit worried. Just then, Elcid's voice echoed in his ear. Leon, do you see his perfectly aligned teeth? It's normal for a student to deal with insults their master suffers. If that guy's teeth are still intact after this fight, it'll be your punishment. That was Elcid's warning, but Leon silently made up his mind. Whether it's 1 or 2 of them, it's not enough. I'll fight with all I've got. Elmong on the other side, seeing Leon's fighting spirit, was a bit surprised. What's this? His spirit suddenly surged. Looks like Leon wants to rush forward and take the initiative. They continued their fierce close combat, but this time it seemed Elmong was the one being pressured, gradually pushed backward. A trainee in the stands watching the fight was shocked. Elmong was being pushed back, but Leon above said quietly, no. Leon probably absorbed acceleration force, but Elmong's balance was breaking, he explained. Leon on the field was gritting his teeth and fighting, thinking, can this shit still be saved? If only I could use mana. Leon continued with a look of astonishment. At this rate, this battle is looking bad for Leon. Eomong is being pushed back against the wall, screaming out, I'm done enduring this humiliating crap. I'll just accept defeat. Leon, refusing to back down, shouted, that's my line. His eyes started to flash brightly. Leon figured he'd compensate for his lack of strength and speed with his eye technique. His after images could predict the opponent's moves, so if he could see faster, maybe he could somehow turn the tide. That was exactly Leon's plan. Faster, more precise, wider range. Thinking this, he kept swinging his sword relentlessly, until the enemy in his sights felt like they were moving through water. Then both of them clashed swords mid-air. Sure enough, Leon's move was working. Mong was pushed back by Leon's strike. Seeing this, Leon smirked. It's working. Mong gritted his teeth so hard his face twisted, growling. You bastard. You really can't use mana? He mutt, watching from the sidelines, was shocked, thinking, I still can't sense any mana from Leon, but even so, he's been holding his own against Mong this long. I still can't believe he's pulling this off, even seeing it with my own eyes. At that moment, Mong suddenly bowed his head and sneered, muttering, Come to think of it, I'll use this against a guy like you. Before he finished, Leon was startled, sensing something. Ah, a secret sword technique. Mong right in front of him swung his sword behind him, the tip even turning silver. Leon narrowed his eyes, guessing if it was a stab or a slash. He could do anything with this move. I won't miss a single moment. He used his eye technique to stare at him, and right after, Mong gripped his sword tightly and charged full of deadly intent. Leon stepped back a bit, biting his lip. A direct stab, but I can't dodge it. Still, he used all his strength to Lionel sideways and evade. But the very next second, Mong swung his sword at Leon with terrifying speed. Leon was shocked to realize the first strike was a trap, a secret technique based on the enemy dodging the first move. Bourbon family's secret, the crescent stab, aimed straight at the heart. Even though he moved his body as much as possible, his ribs were still hit. That guy won't be able to fight with broken ribs. I can see the sword's path with my eye technique, but at this speed, I can't dodge it. I'm going to get hit. I'm going to lose. Mong's sword was getting closer and closer to Leon, but he gritted his teeth and pushed himself. No, I can't lose. Move. Leon dug his foot into the ground so hard the arena floor got wet. Mong's sword flew past, but Leon managed to jump high and dodge. Mong looked up in shock. What? The next second, a straight strike came down on Mong's shoulder. He was in so much pain his eyes rolled back, while Leon had somehow slipped behind him. After a moment of agony, Mong gritted his teeth and glanced back at the person behind him. Holding his sword, he was panting hard and clutching his left shoulder. A quiet voice spoke up. Your left hand's hurt now. Isn't Mong at a disadvantage, fighting two with one hand? Not just the injury, but the more shocking secret sword technique. That was Leon's voice. Mong was silently thinking on the battlefield, not done yet. With the advantage of using both hands, that bastard will attack relentlessly. The durability of his wooden sword might reach its limit from mana-powered strikes. If I break his wooden sword, I'll have a better chance of winning even with one hand. Thinking this, he swung his sword with his right hand and charged forward, shouting, Luck's in my palm, civilian. But for this attack, Leon only needed to lightly swing his sword to block it. He even managed to knock Mong's sword away. Mong froze on the spot, stunned that he could be defeated so fast. But it wasn't over. The next second, Leon's sword swung up from below and smashed straight into Mong's chin. Leon seemed to put a lot of force into this strike. Two of Mong's teeth flew out into the air. The students in the stands watching the fight cheered loudly, super hyped. Mutt raised Leon's hand high and loudly announced, The winner is Leon. His name echoed throughout the arena, everyone pumped about the result. After the match, Elsid was still smiling satisfied, saying, You did great, student. Now that bastard got taken down by a basic move. Maybe next time he'll choose his words more carefully. Leon watched the group of people supporting him as he responded, wondering if that guy's personality would change after being defeated. Since the conditions of the last match were like a vow, I won't have any problems at the academy anymore. Ellis then flew up in front of him and continued, Anyway, I'm pretty surprised. Leon, I didn't think you had opened a gate to Ale. You're faster than I expected. Leon felt extremely confused by this new term. Ale. Meanwhile, Heelmutt was on the training field picking up teeth, muttering, 1, 2, 3. This guy lost a lot of teeth. Leon rubbed his shoulder and walked alone down the hallway after the match. While walking, he chatted with Elsid. Super speed. You're talking about when I dodged to find Mong's secret sword technique, right? After hearing that, Elsid explained, You know, sometimes the human body moves slower than the mind, right? Especially in emergencies, reflexes are always faster than consciousness. It has nothing to do with speed. So how do you think skilled swordsmen move so fast? At that point, Leon suddenly realized it was because they had learned aura. Elsid continued, half right. Without aura, the body can't handle the pressure. Usually, people can only use super speed after learning aura, but you use super speed even before starting to use aura. You can use it just with your thighs, and though it's not perfect, it's still impressive. That means you unconsciously surpassed the fragile limits of your willpower, Leon interrupted. Huh? Wait a minute. Didn't you say my body couldn't handle the pressure? I'm totally fine, right? Is it because I'm not doing it perfectly? Elsid grinned slyly and replied, Yeah, basically. If you used your whole body and not just your thighs, you'd flip inside out, Leon asked worriedly. That's super dangerous, right? Elsid went on, I think it's time. You should take care of your body for when that happens. Leon looked really confused. What are you talking about? When? Just then, his eyes suddenly flashed. Right after, Leon's thighs suddenly emitted sparks. He screamed in pain. Elsid watched Leon writhing on the ground and slowly said, "What else? Of course it hurts. You should be glad you only suffered this much after using super speed. Don't use it before you finish learning aura, or you'll die." Leon gritted his teeth and endured the pain, replying, "I know." The scene shifted to a beautiful day at the academy dorm area. Leon was casually walking down the hallway. There were quite a few students around. Some students whispered to each other when they saw him. Leon obviously noticed everyone's eyes on him. He could hear some people talking. "I heard he was found by a famous family and given some kind of medicine. I heard he's actually hiding his identity. He's a secret weapon raised by the palace. I heard he learned a secret sword technique from some unknown swordsman." After hearing this, Leon just smiled awkwardly and muttered, "Looks like those guys are spreading rumors." Elitis added, "I guess they're making up all kinds of excuses for their actions. Where's their noble pride?" But Leon argued, "They're nobles? If they really had pride, they wouldn't have picked a fight with me." Even Elitis found that convincing. Makes sense. At the same time, Leon was stunned when he saw who was in front of him. It was Chloe. No one knew why she was here at this time. Chloe smiled softly and greeted Leon. "Hey, Leon." He was so surprised he just stood there before finally replying. Later, the two sat together on a wooden bench in a corner of the schoolyard. Leon asked first, "What's up? Shouldn't you be in alchemy class, skipping school?" But Chloe immediately replied, "Dummy, why would I skip class? The alchemy teacher is sick, so we got the day off. I only skipped class to meet you." After saying that, she gave a mysterious smile. Chloe leaned back on the bench and said, "Something's changed. Leon, you've been avoiding me lately, right? And suddenly you keep fighting with the nobles. Do you know how worried me and Leon are?" Leon looked so shocked he froze, then lowered his head without answering. Leon was lost in thought. "How long has it been since I talked to her this comfortably? I think I finally understand how I feel about her." He recalled feeling a little shy, talking to Chloe, and his jealousy when Leon stood next to her. His insecurity made him look down on himself. I don't know how many nights Leon seemed to be drowned by his own insecurity. His hands were covered in dirt and scratches, but he still gripped his sword tightly. "I used to hate this world. It never praised my efforts, and I blamed myself for that." Leon remembered the first time he met Elsid. He called me Leon. "If that's the case, I'll give you a chance to prove what you said." That's exactly what he told Leon. Chloe kept babbling on. "Seriously, after those fights, everyone at school was talking about you. There's even a rumor that you accidentally picked up the sword god and improved because of it." When she said this and got no response, she glanced sideways. Leon was actually crying. Tears streamed down his face non-stop. Suddenly, Chloe felt a jolt of worry. She panicked and hurriedly said, "Leon, why are you crying all of a sudden? That's just a rumor, some weird sword god or whatever, right?" But when Leon heard that, he spoke up, saying, "It's not some sword god." Chloe didn't really get it and stood there dumbfounded. Huh? Leon was still lost in thought. Even though Elsid was a bit blunt and mean, he pulled me up from the bottom of the pit. Right then, somewhere else, Rodrigo was leisurely eating cookies. Suddenly, he startled and shouted, "What's up, Leon?" "This brat, the vibe's good, so I'm just enjoying it. Why'd you suddenly level up?" The level up bar above Leon's head appeared, and after a moment, it moved up a bit. Elsid saw this and was a little curious. Even if just a little, he could see Leon's thoughts. If a hero is someone who saves the world, then my hero is Elsid. That's why Leon's eyes suddenly became extremely determined and resolute. He told himself, "I will become a hero worthy of the title of my master, of the Sword Saint, and of Elsid's expectations." Chloe nearby probably noticed Leon's change. Rodrigo saw this scene and was a bit puzzled, saying, "I don't know what's going on here. That brat's talking to a girl and suddenly levels up? Someone perfect since birth like me would know the reason, right?" Elsid was hovering in the air, mumbling, "Yeah, I don't care about the reason. He finally seems worth nurturing." He smirked devilishly. This look from Elsid suddenly gave Leon, who was sitting there, chills. Chloe worriedly called out to him, "Leon." Night fell at the dorm building for academy students. Leon lay on his bed, hands behind his head, thinking about something. He was reflecting on how he really had changed. Leon recalled the conversation with Chloe that afternoon. When she left, she said to him, "You've improved a lot now." Leon was a bit surprised and asked, "What?" Chloe turned back and smiled, explaining that he no longer feared and could calmly accept everything. Though he was very much like Leon, somewhere deep down he was also very different. One always looks upward, while the other only looks straight ahead. After she finished speaking and left, Leon still stood there stunned. After walking a bit, Chloe stopped and turned back to look straight at Leon. Her voice sounded a little sad. "If you could talk to Leon a couple of times, that'd be great, because none of us can truly understand his feelings or be close to him." But Leon didn't know what else to say, so he replied, "I'll do whatever I can. Right now, you're lying on your bed holding your head, tossing and turning, unable to sleep." Leon frowned tightly, thinking silently, "Sorry, Chloe, maybe I can't do that. The next match will be the last one before I move to another dorm room. where Leon is standing outside on the balcony, staring into the distance. His gaze was very determined, quietly calling someone's name. Leon! The scene shifted to the next morning. The sun was already high. On the ground, a post was being kicked hard by something and broke apart. Leon gripped the sword hilt tightly, breathing heavily. What just broke was his wooden sword blade. Elside's voice rang beside him. The wooden sword can't last long, huh? Although this is a good technique, it also puts a lot of pressure on the sword. Because no matter what, training swords are less durable than real ones, so you have to be very careful. Leon looked at the broken sword in his hand, smirked, and said, "One success is enough, because the trump card only needs to be used once. Besides, Leon is a genius. Using the same move over and over will get him figured out. I'll surpass him, understand his thoughts, and win." Hearing Leon talk about a guy like that, Elside chuckled and asked, "You got scared when you saw Leon's status window, didn't you?" Sure enough, it hit your weak spot. Then a notification popped up. This is Leon's stat sheet. Leon's nickname and profession is a swordsman with talent and bloodline level 25, strength 140, endurance 122, agility 141, aura 253, skills, master of basic swordsmanship at the highest level, master of intermediate swordsmanship, level 5 swordsmanship, level 4 mystic swordsmanship, level 2 teleportation, intermediate aura user, innate sword style, level 2. Leon was shocked after reading it. An intermediate aura user can wield sword energy and even release aura outside the body. He's even stronger than some instructors, Elside explained. That's a level swordsman only reach by age 30, and he surpassed that threshold. Leon nervously glanced at the stats and muttered, "I might lose strength and speed, but I can gain more endurance. He's definitely a formidable opponent, but it's not like I can't win." Elside lowered his voice and replied, "Having that willpower is good. I'll give you as much advice as I can." Leon looked back at him, puzzled. "So listen carefully. Use this as your foundation to beat Leon later." He exhaled, smirking slightly. Then Leon turned and walked away. He quietly asked Elside behind him, "Elside, if I lose to Leon, what will you do?" Leon lightly nodded and turned to ask. After hearing that, Elside paused a moment, then answered, "I won't answer that question." Leon asked curiously, "Why won't you explain?" "This is a test. I told you from the start. Compared to the sweet rewards, the challenges you'll face will be 100, even 1,000 times harsher." Leon was scared by that and plopped down on the ground, stammering, "Does the first challenge have to be that harsh?" "Don't suddenly blow it out of proportion," Elside slowly replied, shrinking down. "It's just for some drama. This fight will be a turning point in your life. Leon, after you beat Leon, I'll explain everything to you. Once you hear my explanation, you'll understand why I said that." Leon swallowed nervously, listening carefully to every word Elside said. And so he spent a whole day training for this fight. Dark clouds gradually covered the sunset sky that was still bright earlier. Soon after, heavy rain started pouring, thunder roaring through the clouds. The scene shifted to another room. Through the window, raindrops clung thickly to the glass. Inside, 2 people were present. Leon stood looking outside while Jubert sat on the sofa quietly saying, "That's an unexpected result. I knew those guys weren't bad, but I didn't think he could beat El Mong. Seems like this is the result of the fight between El Mong and Leon the other day." Then Leon turned and replied, "Looks like Mr. Jubert predicted all these outcomes, huh? I remember you said before you couldn't fully assess him." Hearing that, he bowed his head slightly and answered, "It's been 3 years, hasn't it? But if you wait for the right person, that time isn't long at all. His body can't use aura, yet he defeated the Duke family's second son. Seems there's no reason to doubt his potential anymore." Just then, Leon turned back and added, "Today Leon sent me a message saying he's ready." Seeing that, Jubir replied, "Finally," but Leon cut him off, saying, "Mr. Juber, I want to ask you a favor." As he spoke, Leon radiated aura all over his body. Then he slightly lowered his eyes, determined, thinking, "Leon, I will definitely beat you, and you must become my knight." And thinking that, Leon's mind flashed with a familiar silhouette of Chloe. The rain was still pouring heavily, with occasional lightning striking below. The sky darkened with thick black clouds. Leon quietly walked alone down the corridor near the arena. The lightning flashes were his only source of light. Leon looked at him with some fear and said to Elside, "Looks like fate has arranged this fight for me." Hearing that, Elside replied, "The hero of the Holy Sword is betting his future on the line. Even heaven can't interfere. Right?" As they walked, someone called out to Leon from ahead. It was Heelmu. "Just in time, Leon," he responded reflexively. "It's too quiet today, isn't it, teacher?" He smiled at Leon and pointed to someone standing far away, saying, "That's because Leon requested it, unlike previous fights. Looks like this time he's ready to give it his all in this match," Elside muttered to Leon. "Totally different from that loser Eo Mong who just wanted to publicly humiliate him," he muttered as he stepped forward, talking to Leon. "No audience here, but someone's watching, you know." Hearing that, he froze and asked, "Watching who exactly?" But Elside caught on and said, "Ah, I get it now." Leon asked him, "Elside, do you know who it is?" Ellis replied, "Maybe it's Chloe." Sure enough, as soon as he heard that, Leon's face clearly showed worry. Leon quickly shouted at Elis, "Chloe? Why her?" He smiled calmly and said, "I know you still don't understand what's going on. Because Leon thinks you like her, so he wants to use this match to win her over. The whole king and kingdom slaughtering each other over a woman isn't anything new," Elcid said as he recalled Leon's arrogant eyes and face. "If I win this match, you'll have to become my vassal." Hearing that, Leon seemed empowered, staring fiercely ahead. Even Elis got scared. Leon. In Leon's mind, an image appeared of him and Leon sitting under a tree. He silently thought about the match with Leon. Leon was super confident about this upcoming fight. He seemed to have put a lot of effort into it. Leon wasn't any less. He had trained insanely hard to win. If I lose, I'll become his vassal. That's also a good reason for Chloe to be the witness. He clearly defined who rules and who obeys. Definitely a well-thought-out plan. Leon. Of course, Chloe was currently sitting in the stands watching everything. Leon stepped out from inside, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. He acted like he didn't care about how Chloe or he felt. But then Leon secretly smirked a barely noticeable smile. I've always known Leon as a high-class noble. You can tell from Leon's eyes. Someone who always manipulates others' relationships and emotions. That's an unfair political tactic. Nobles are like that? I hate it. The more Leon thought, the angrier he got. Elcid was hovering behind, seeing Leon's clenched fist, asked, "You mad?" Leon just answered with a simple yeah. Then he boldly stepped forward, thinking he shouldn't do this. "Leon, I gotta teach that idiot a lesson." Soon after, the two of them were standing face to face in the arena. Haomut stood between them. Leon smiled slightly and said to Leon, "You're a bit late." He glared back and smiled. "You're the one who came early. Where's the witness? I heard you invited someone." Saying that, Leon turned his head to look around. Hearing this, Leon laughed and said, "That person's in a hidden spot. It wouldn't be fair if you got distracted, right? That'd just be another excuse." After finishing, Leon sharply looked at Leon. Hearing that, he just tilted his head and smiled. "Is that so? Let's start then." Leon was ready to fight, but Leon raised his hand and said something. First. Then he took out a bottle and poured a pill into his hand. Leon stood in front of Leon, popped the pill into his mouth, eyes still glancing at Leon. Seeing Leon's action, he asked curiously, "What did you just take?" Leon tilted his head and smiled calmly. It's a pill that removes aura. Even if I say no aura use, it might accidentally show up. If that happens, this match will be a disaster." Sure enough, right after saying that, Leon looked uneasy and pale as he stared at him. Then he handed his sword to Leon and said, "All right, let's start." They stood a few meters apart, staring intently at each other. Leon looked at his opponent thoughtfully. He was totally serious, unlike his usual unserious attitude. But when it comes to focus, he wouldn't lose. He was extremely determined. Right after, Haomut's loud shout rang out, announcing the start. Immediately, their two swords clashed mid-air. Leon knocked Leon's sword away, forcing him to step back a bit. His sword arm was shaking, trembling from the pain. But Leon gritted his teeth and endured it. Taking advantage of this, Leon rushed forward to attack. He kept swinging deadly blows at Leon. Leon was pushed back slowly but still tried to raise his sword to defend. While blocking, Leon clenched his teeth, thinking, "I thought I was stronger? I won't last 30 seconds if I keep blocking attacks like this." Just then, Leon suddenly exhaled deeply. No one knew what he was about to do. Right after that, Leon launched a direct stab forward. Leon gritted his teeth, bracing himself as he raised his sword to block it. The more it went on, the more strength he had to muster. Leon thought, the sword felt like a whip. This guy was on a whole different level compared to Eomong. At that moment, Leon's eyes flashed with a green light. "Oh, I'm using Rodrigo's eye technique now," but Leon's figure was blurrier and more fragmented than anyone I'd ever fought before. "I have to stay calm." The missing parts of his figure, Leon reassured himself, would be compensated by my experience fighting him multiple times. The two fought more fiercely with each strike. Hubert, sitting outside watching, was startled, wondering if this was really a fight between students. Helmut, standing outside, also widened his eyes in amazement. Even without using aura, their swordsmanship level and close combat skills might be better than knights. Below the arena, swords swung continuously without a single pause. Leon seemed to have regained his spirit and smirked. He was really strong. Definitely a monster. Leon also grinned thoughtfully. "Leon, when did you get this good?" Joubert observed the whole scene, not missing a single move, amazed. "Incredible. I knew how strong he was, but I never expected Leon to catch up." He was talking about Leon. It seemed this time Leon was the one being pushed back. The stabs still flew straight at Leon, but less frequently than before. Seeing that, Leon whispered, "A feint?" But I saw that figure, and right after, Leon swung his sword in a powerful strike that forced Leon to fully retreat to dodge. The front chest armor was slashed open. Even more surprising, a lock of Leon's hair was cut off. His eyes showed utter disbelief. Leon stood a bit away from Leon, still holding his sword, watching the strands of Leon's hair fall to the ground. He glared fiercely at Leon and raised his hand to cover the cut hair. Then Leon exhaled deeply to regain his composure. Leon still gripped his sword tightly, lost in thought. I wondered why the attacks after the first weren't as strong. Is he trying to turn this into a battle of endurance? Leon tried to guess Leon's intention. His breathing was a bit erratic now, but Leon smiled and stared straight at his opponent, thinking, "Were you surprised?" Leon gripped his sword tightly, panting as he looked ahead. Leon wasn't much better. He glared intently at the person in front of him. As he raised his sword, Leon thought about sticking close to his enemy to wear down their stamina, then slowly tilt the fight in his favor. This was a strategy that didn't allow any mistakes. It was a risky strategy. He frowned as he thought. Leon also watched Leon carefully, thinking the guy seemed determined to win at all costs. Looks like I've messed up that idea of his. If I don't pull this off, he'll never submit. Leon's steps grew stronger and faster. Jubert outside recognized the move and was shocked. Super speed steps, was he using a signature technique of the Empire's clan? The air currents Leon created headed straight for Leon, making him hesitate. He thought this move was a technique using muscle and blood flow to push the user's strength beyond their limits. Even though it wouldn't be perfect since I'm not using aura, I only need half that power. Leon refused to fall behind, gritting his teeth as he gathered his inner energy, telling himself to raise his eye technique to the highest level. The next second, Leon charged at Leon with terrifying speed, but just as he passed by, Leon glanced back, thinking too shallowly. Did he dodge? A few drops of bright red blood had fallen onto the arena floor. Leon clutched his arm, bleeding profusely, thinking, so that's super speed. This guy really isn't using aura? Just then, Elcid suddenly appeared and whispered into Leon's ear, "He's not using aura at all." Leon, startled, stepped sideways and shouted, "Don't scare me like that." Elcid, not paying attention, continued, "The human body is faster and stronger than you think," Leon asked blankly. "Really?" He slowly explained. Although there are techniques that boost body strength focusing on speed like super speed steps, there are also techniques that increase strength or endurance. Don't dismiss what's possible just by normal thinking. At that moment, Leon charged straight in, decisively swinging his sword and shouting, "How dare you get distracted? You just chillin' like that?" Leon quickly grabbed his sword to block and fired back. "Here I am, so now you're only using the secret family sword technique, huh?" But right after blocking one strike, he hurriedly dodged to the side, thinking, "Chill out, monkey. I've reached my limit. Damn it, I lost my rhythm," because Elcid suddenly jumped in. Just then, its voice echoed in his ear again. "Don't strike based on what seems possible through normal thinking." Suddenly, Leon realized something. No, Elcid doesn't have a sidecar. After thinking that, his foot froze, scraping across the arena floor. Lionel Ong saw this and narrowed his eyes, staring intently. Leon was being pushed back step by step toward the boundary line of the arena. Just 5 or 6 more steps and I'd be out of the arena. I pushed him away. But at that very moment, the aura radiating from Leon was completely different from before. Joubert, sitting outside, was startled, thinking, did the atmosphere just change? At Leon's level, it's impossible to resist the super speed step, right? He was still frowning, deep in thought. I thought I had a chance to win just by taking hits. To protect my only advantage, endurance, I waited for Leon to exhaust himself after using the super speed step. The worst choice I had was the super speed step, a technique I can't control. Then Leon exhaled deeply and muttered, "Not fun." Leon was shocked and paused for a beat. He didn't understand what Leon was talking about. The person in front of Leon was holding his sword out, radiating a very strange aura. Leon stared firmly ahead, telling himself, the only thing I can rely on is the strength I've stored up. On Leon's side, he was also quite surprised by the scene. This was the first time Leon looked so huge. Then he smirked slightly and sneered, saying, "Yeah, that's how you are." Leon stepped into a defensive stance, determined, "I'll make you my vassal no matter what." Then he used the super speed step again. Joubert, sitting outside, was amazed, thinking, using the super speed step repeatedly without aura, he must have exceeded his limits. Elcid whistled happily at the scene. Leon was pouring all his power into this. If I were really a hero, this would be nothing. Leon stood still, his gaze unwavering. Leon, you don't know the difference between Leon remembering the times he was defeated by Leon. You were born with outstanding talent. And you have to swing your sword every day. Thinking that, Leon opened his eyes wide and looked straight at the person in front of him. The sky was still pitch black, pouring rain, with occasional lightning flashes lighting up the whole sky. Both Leon and Leon used all their strength to charge at each other. Immediately after, a sword blade was shattered and flew up in the middle of the arena. Lionel Ong stood stunned, unable to believe the sword in his hand. His sword blade had been broken and clattered onto the arena floor. Lionel Ong stared at the broken sword handle in his hand, speechless, finally managing to ask, "How?" Elcid smirked and praised Leon. "Your hard work paid off." Then he slowly explained, "What decided the match was the hint I got from Mong's crescent blade. It's a technique that interrupts upper body reflexes. Remember back then, Leon jumped back and swung his sword in the opposite direction toward his back. Leon muttered slowly, enunciating each word. More importantly, the number of broken sword tips between us was different. Because you're so talented, your body can exceed limits, but you can't compare to me. You know the sword's limits. Yeah, if I used a real sword, the result might be different. Leon stood above, pointing his sword straight at Leon, who was sitting heavily on the ground. Then he smirked and chuckled, saying to him, I win. Leon Rubus then stood up, clapping and adding, I confirm your victory. Just then, Elsid beside him told Leon something. Also, now you see if you lose, you become Leon's vassal. What's the condition if you win? It smiled fiercely at Leon and asked. Leon's face showed extreme arrogance. He said, as long as it doesn't affect my or my family's reputation, I'll grant you everything you want. I can teach you mysterious sword techniques, how to use aura, or even how to craft potions. Back to Leon at this moment, he scratched his head for a bit, thinking, actually, I don't need anything. Just then, Lionel Ong spoke to him. Anyway, I lost. I decided to fight this match myself, so of course I have to accept the result. A promise is a promise. What do you want? He looked straight into Leon's eyes and asked. You heard that, and were a bit stunned for a moment, not answering right away. Then Leon shrugged and turned away, replying, I'll tell you later. Leon was startled and asked again. What? Leon chuckled and explained, I can't think of anything right now. Wait for me to figure it out, then I'll tell you, all right? Both Jubert and Leon looked really surprised at what you just said. Then he laughed, squinting back at you, saying, okay. The match was over, and the weather had cleared up nicely. Inside the hallway near the arena, Leon's groans echoed. He walked while holding his injured arm, muttering, I tried to finish the match without using super speed, but since my opponent was Leon, I still pushed myself too hard. Just then, a gentle voice sounded along with hands stretched forward. Oh, healing light, please grant your magic to the wounded. That was Chloe, using her power to heal Leon's injury. After a while, he could move his arm normally again. Leon happily shouted, I'm feeling better now. No doubt about that 4th level healing magic. Thanks for coming to watch, Chloe. But Chloe just stayed silent. She pressed her lips tightly. Then Chloe suddenly shouted, tears streaming down her face, saying she just couldn't understand you and Leon. What if you lost? Leon was shocked by the scolding and took a step back. Chloe wiped her tears, choking up. But you've gotten so much stronger. Leon, you're planning to leave the academy, right? Hearing that, Leon was startled. He was surprised she knew and asked, how do you know? Chloe turned away, calmly replying, I know you like the back of my hand. You're such an idiot. Even though she scolded him, Leon bowed his head and smiled quietly, his eyes carrying a hint of sadness. Then Leon chuckled and said, I thought you'd stop me. Chloe scolded again. I never thought you'd dare say that. You never really listened to me anyway. You're always like this. Looks like you've been fighting for 10 hours straight. So brave. You're always pushing limits everyone thinks impossible and succeeding every time. Though it takes time, you really hit Leon's sore spot. He scratched his face awkwardly and replied, It's that hard? I thought it was pretty fast. Chloe criticized, Too late, way too late. Both of them pressed their lips to hold back laughter, but then they couldn't help bursting out laughing together. Then Leon turned and left. He told Chloe, I'm good now, so punch Leon for me, will you? She asked curiously. Not Sister Thuong, Leon explained. Even though he doesn't show it, he's definitely shocked and desperate. A punch from his girlfriend, whom he always listens to, will make today's defeat fuel his future growth. I'm leaving Leon in your hands. After saying that, he walked away, leaving Chloe staring after him. All she saw now was Leon's back. Suddenly, Chloe shouted loudly, calling after him, Leon, leaving the academy. What are you planning to do? But he only replied with 2 words, It's a secret, then kept walking without turning back. Chloe stood still behind, mouth open but silent. Then she clasped her hands together right under her chin. She bowed her head, sincerely praying for someone. Elsid saw this and laughed, saying, Never thought I'd see a witch who doesn't believe in gods praying for someone else? Leon kept walking and replied, She's really a good person. Then Elsid asked him a random question. Are you done yet? Leon answered shortly, Yeah. I've always wanted to be someone special. Elsid was a bit surprised and asked again, Someone special? Leon didn't answer but sank into his own thoughts. I always put all my determination into everything I do because I never want to lose to those two. But in the end, I couldn't overcome barriers like social status or talent. I lost to that outstanding person because I felt I still wasn't good enough. But when meeting Elsid, Leon recalled the first time he met Elsid and the time he successfully rushed to 2nd place on the leaderboard. The moment he was honored in front of everyone during the match with Emong, I broke free from the deep insecurities in my heart and escaped the shadow of those two. From now on, I'll become a hero. And there won't be anyone more special than me in this world. After hearing everything, Elsid froze on the spot, staring at Leon speechless. Then he burst out laughing, teasing him. So practical, huh, kid? Leon anxiously asked again. Are you still disappointed? Elsid replied casually, Of course not. What's wrong with chasing money and status? What's wrong with craving fame and glory? Ambition is the core of every person, and dreams are the drive that pushes them forward. As long as you don't go against your conscience, that ambition will make you a true person. That's why I chose you. The real hero won't be you, but Leon. Leon was stunned when he heard that. He asked in shock. What? Elsid continued. The legitimate son of the CL royal family will be the sword that rebuilds this shattered kingdom. His full name is Leon Canum Gladius von Cly. He was destined to become a hero 150 years ago. Leon's eyes widened in shock at what he just heard. Then he quietly bowed his head and said, yeah, a perfect main character. According to Elsid, I, who was supposed to be the main character, am no longer necessary, right? Oh yeah, you said this fight was just my trial, right? Leon suddenly remembered and quickly turned to ask Elsid. He laughed and said, yeah, you did great. There's no rule that only those chosen by the seers can become heroes. Using your strength and will to open a better future for others is also the hero's job. But that lay guy messed up at this step. Hearing that, Leon just smirked slightly. Elsid looked after his back and softly asked, are you feeling guilty for stealing his chance? Leon shrugged casually and replied, of course not. Compared to me, what does he lack? Why should I feel guilty for someone born with a silver spoon? Mind your own business. Elsid was stunned, standing still in surprise. He seemed really shocked to hear those words from Leon's mouth. Leon added, losing to someone like me who has nothing is his fault. And you chose me. The soul of the great hero Rodrigo and the sword Elsid chose me. And I will fulfill those wishes. Elsid just sighed and smiled with satisfaction. The scene shifted to the next day. Leon's thoughts continued. The next day, I asked to leave the academy. When my mentor heard I wanted to quit and become an adventurer, he was very sad. He said instead of giving me a diploma, he would write a recommendation letter. It was like a reward for the fight between me and Emong's group, which inspired both commoners and nobles to train harder, bringing a fresh breeze to everyone at the academy and pushing them to work even harder. Now, I probably have no reason to come back here. Leon and Elsid stepped forward. He cheerfully shouted, let's go! Let's head to the Free City, the gathering place of adventurers. In the forest full of unknown dangers, Leon's journey was just beginning, already watched by some eyes. Those were the eyes of an eagle, lord of the vast sky. It spread its wings, soaring above, looking down at the lush forest and a cool river flowing through. In the forest below, bushes rustled, crackling sounds echoed, like something was about to crawl out. A figure dashed out, no stranger. It was Leon, sweat dripping down his face. He bent slightly, hands on knees, panting heavily, finally made it. He knelt down, crying to escape this damn forest. At that moment, Leon stood at the forest edge, looking toward a city in the distance. See, Ben, after more than half a month since leaving the academy, now I can finally sleep soundly on a bed. Elsid wasn't too pleased with his exclamation. That damn forest? You should be grateful it became your training ground. Leon glared at him, annoyed. I'm extremely grateful. I want to cry because we're about to part ways. Half a month ago, Elsid and Leon entered this forest while heading out. At first, camping in the wild, he was often attacked by goblins. In that tough situation, Elsid allowed him to use the holy sword instead of the usual wooden sword he practiced with before leaving the academy. So when permitted, he drew the sword from the seal on his left hand to use. Unlike the wooden sword, the sharp holy sword easily sliced a goblin in two. Leon used those 15 days in the forest to get used to wielding the sword and train with it. Still, Elsid kept complaining. You're a week behind schedule. It kept nagging that thanks to training. The goblins that gave you trouble at first were defeated by you in 10 seconds, right? It even bragged about it, but you could do that because of the footwork training I taught you. Leon stayed silent. He didn't deny Elsid's effort, but thought to himself, you've definitely gotten stronger than before entering this forest. Leon took a deep breath, closed his eyes. Then, opening them, he got super hyped, thinking about going monster hunting starting tomorrow. Elsid glanced at him, noticing how excited he was. It sighed and said, but chill a bit, Leon Vivon. You're still like a bowl in the making. Getting stronger by monster hunting is just filling that bowl. No matter how much water you pour into an unfinished bowl, it'll just spill out and waste your effort. As a teenager full of hope for the future, Leon smiled and nodded. All right, I'll remember that. Leaving the forest, the two had to cross a grassland to reach the city. An eagle soared above a bustling city, surrounded by 2 rows of walls, with a clear blue moat reflecting the bright sky. To enter the city, you had to show a pass to the gate guards. Luckily, they didn't give him any trouble and let him in right away. Inside, the city was pretty lively, with crowds bustling about. Leon walked while looking around, relieved they could pass through the gates safely, definitely thanks to the academy's student ID that the locals trusted. However, Elsid's eyes looked cautious. By the way, this city, it's the Killer Village, right? Hearing that, Leon was startled and shouted, what? This is the Killer Village? And got many suspicious looks from the townsfolk since no one could see Elitis except him. Realizing he'd slipped up, Leon quickly covered his mouth. Elsid explained calmly, there have been dozens of cities like this for the past 300 years. It's not small, but not exactly big either. Looking into a narrow alley with thugs and homeless people, it muttered that compared to its size, this city was very disorderly. Security here is really bad, Leon whispered. I think I still lack a lot of experience. Elsid asked, where do you want to go? The inn. He shook his head. No, I plan to find the guild first. Looking up at the clear sky, he said, we don't need to rush, but it's best if I register as soon as possible. Elsid nodded. Right. You said you want to become an explorer, right? Leon replied. Mercenary is fine too. But compared to explorers, mercenaries don't have much freedom to roam around, and I don't want to get involved in the power struggles between nobles. More importantly, if I want to use the hero's privileges, I think explorers who take on monster hunting missions are the best choice. Elsid agreed with a nod. After all, it'll be a long time before my seal is lifted. Walking to the guild, Leon thought about how training in the forest had taught him a lot about Elsid, because it reincarnated a year earlier than the prophecy said. If most of Elsid's power as a holy sword was sealed, usually the sword wielder's body would have very fast regeneration, almost immortal, and carry immunity, capable of dealing critical damage to demons. Plus, the wielder could become much stronger thanks to increased mana and holy power. Leon silently vowed, for someone with little mana like him to use the holy sword to the fullest, he needed to get even stronger. The guild in the city was a large building with a clear emblem, easy to find. The registration process wasn't complicated. Leon just had to press his fingerprint, and it was done. The staff cheerfully said, thank you for registering as an explorer. Leon Rise handed him a certificate. I've verified your registration, your academy, and the recommendation letter from Mr. Helmut. If you register as an explorer, you'll start at rank D. Leon was curious. She's Rice, right? The D rank you mentioned is what she explained. This is the rank where you can take on real jobs, not just trivial tasks, thanks to the recommendation letter. If you can deliver some results, you might level up to rank C faster than usual. Rise shared happily. Rank B means you have to prove you can use mana weapons. The guild's main force, ranks A or S, might take quite a while to reach. Leon broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, can't believe mana weapons are a requirement for leveling up, far beyond the level where you can only circulate mana. A mana weapon is the level at which a person can control mana outside their body. A sword that can split stone and cut through steel. The real beginning of a superhuman. Leon was secretly amazed. He didn't expect to reach that level and only be at rank B. So how strong are ranks A and S? Elsa gestured for him to look around. This organization is more interesting than I thought. It seems like there are quite a few humanoid races here. In the waiting hall, several groups stood together. There was a group of beastmen cautiously watching Leon, and a group of goblins in human form with pointed ears. Elsid sighed. Wolf elves and even high-level elves. Unbelievable that now we're working with tribes that were fighting each other 300 years ago, he praised. The creator of this organization is really clever. Seeing Leon keep staring at others, Reese asked, is something wrong? He awkwardly waved his hand. Nothing at all. She smiled and said, all right then. She looked at the mission board. We've already registered. If you want to officially start as an adventurer, Rise took down a sheet of paper and handed it to Leon. You need to accept this mission without any reward, or you'll instantly turn to stone. His face darkened. No reward means working for free, Leon confirmed. There's really no reward? Reese laughed. Exactly. You have to be recognized by the guild to become an adventurer, she explained. And of course, you have to pay a price to get that recognition, Elsid nearby teased. This world isn't easy at all, which made Thon so angry he scolded it. Shut up, it's a beautiful day. Whether you like it or not, Leon still has to take that unpaid mission. He went to the mission location, an area near the riverbank. More precisely, the mission spot was a drainage sewer. Beneath the city, the sewer was dark, water trickling, footsteps splashing as someone ran inside. Luckily, the water level wasn't too high, so movement wasn't affected. This was the hideout of giant mutant rats, and Leon's mission was to exterminate them. He swung his sword decisively, killing the rats in front of him. In the stinky sewer, Leon complained. This is the first time I've fought rats with a sword. Elsid on the side directed. His swordsmanship was quite limited in one-on-one fights. To get through these guys, he had to keep slashing at them. It said there was no better training than slashing all kinds of enemies like ground beasts or flying beasts. But looking at the swarm of rats ahead, Leon felt its advice was not trustworthy at all. I don't think that's the kind of advice a holy sword should give. Elsid crossed its arms and shook its head. It couldn't be helped. The mission he accepted was to clean out the sewer. Leon tiredly frowned. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. He darted like the wind, taking out 2 rats in front of him. He stepped forward a few paces. Heavy breathing echoed throughout the sewer. Something caught Leon's eye. Only a few rats remained ahead, frantically digging, including one with horns. He asked, Elsid, look at that last one. It's a rat, so why does it have horns? Elsid replied casually. That one has evolved. He wondered. Evolved how? As the horned rat growled and ordered its minions to charge, Elsid explained, They are monsters that have lived for many years or possess some special power because they absorbed a lot of precious resources. They're like Linho Go. Hearing that, Leon looked for a solution. What should I pay attention to now? Elsid shared knowledge. The horns are proof it has a special ability. The bigger or more numerous the horns, the more dangerous the ability it possesses. Just as it finished speaking, the horned rat summoned a sphere of light above its head. Leon anxiously asked, "Can we tell what kind of skill that is?" Unexpectedly, Elsid played dirty, saying it's good for him to experience it firsthand once. But unfortunately, that guy's ability was pretty useless. The more he saw, the less he trusted his companion. "What do you mean?" Elsid acted mysterious and said, "Its ability is a curse, holding the holy sword, a sacred weapon that can counter curses." Leon stared at Elsid, thinking it was joking, but it nodded to show it wasn't kidding. At that moment, the rat launched a plague curse at him. Maybe it aimed poorly, or Leon's holy sword was just too powerful. When the plague curse hit the sword, it was instantly dispelled like a balloon popping. The horned rat was full of question marks, while Leon laughed and said, "But what good does that do? Today, you picked the wrong opponent." So he swung his sword high, aiming at its horn, his eyes shining as if he had found a treasure, demanding, "Hand over that horn." After a while, the sun began to set behind the guild building. Leon returned to turn in his mission with a bag stuffed full of quest items. The bag was so big that Race jumped in shock when she saw the twitching rat tails inside, truly giving her goosebumps. She grabbed the bag to weigh it and exclaimed in disbelief, "All of this is Ratman tails? And it weighs 23 kilograms? Everyone in the guild was stunned. Leon smiled, secretly calculating that this meant he had hunted down 230 of them. He handed it to Little Ree, and this too. He placed it on the table and opened it. Inside were 4 horns from mutated ratmen. Leon picked one up and introduced, "These are ratman horns. Since I hunted about 200, there are around 3 to 4 horned ratmen among them. I can sell these too." The girl was amazed again and again. She quickly replied, "Of course." After a detailed inventory, she handed Leon the money, totaling 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins. He carefully took the money, a bit surprised. "More than I expected." Reese said Ratman horns were really expensive. The demand for buying and selling these was very high. She praised him as the first person to get such a high result on our first mission. Truly impressive. Receiving praise, Leon shyly scratched his head. "Is that so?" Reese said just hunting ratmen alone was already surprising. She admired him but didn't expect he could hunt evolved species. So young, but he must be really good at using mana, right? That's really amazing. The more he was praised, the more embarrassed he got, not knowing what else to do but scratch his head and accept the compliment. Ray turned around and grabbed a box from the nearby shelf. "Congratulations, Leon." From that moment, she opened the box, revealing a gold badge. "You are now an official rank D explorer of the guild." The mark on this bronze badge is the symbol of the free city on one side. Leon took the badge. "I can use it anywhere, right?" Reese replied. "That's right, but explorers ranked B and below only get second priority when choosing jobs at other branches." Hearing this, he paused for about 2 seconds, unsure what she meant. Reese explained this was a standard to prevent people from only taking missions they liked. He turned to look at the group of explorers eyeing the mission board. "Got it," he smiled, looking at the badge in his hand. This item was proof that Leon was no longer an academy trainee, but a full-fledged explorer. Reese didn't hesitate to maintain a good relationship with a promising young explorer like him. She said, "Leon, if there's any mission you want to take, please let me know. Although I don't have much authority, I can help you to some extent." He clenched the badge in his hand, thinking for a moment. With that said, Leon left the Brain City Guild shortly after. Elseed walked beside him, laughing nonstop. After laughing his fill, he finally said, "That receptionist earlier seemed to mistake you for the Holy Knight." Leon was startled. "Why is that?" Elsid explained. "Didn't you take a mission with no attractive reward and was difficult too?" Because in the past, Holy Knights were rumored to always keep their identities secret before officially receiving missions and starting their journey to help others. Under the orange sunset sky, he laughed and said heroes were a kind of Holy Knight too, so she wasn't entirely wrong. Leon only then understood why he was laughing like that. Elsid teased, "If she knew the truth, she'd probably faint." He shrugged, "But I can't tell her the truth." Elsid didn't care much. Who cares what anyone says? A normal receptionist might become a legend in the Explorer Guild someday. He imagined the scene where, when she's old, she'll tell this story to kids. "Kids, please pay attention. I'm going to share an amazing story with you." Even the scene of selling books, she could enjoy life just by writing and selling her autobiography. Seeing his imagination flying high, Leon corrected him. "Well, she just misunderstood. I didn't lie to her or anything." Thinking back, it wasn't much different from the journey of helping people. He pictured villagers thanking him. "Thanks for dealing with those annoying monsters." Thanks to hard training, now he could really help others. Leon decided, "I plan to stay here for a while, so this is 100 times better than living in suspicion." He shared with Elsid, "I only plan to leave after reaching at least rank B." He was surprised to see the determination in your eyes. Leon looked at the badge in his hand and muttered, "But rank B, how long will it take me to reach that level?" Elsid jumped in fast like lightning, laying out a plan for you. 100 days is enough, Leon thought he misheard. What did you just say? Elsid suddenly turned sour. At first, I wanted to give you more time, but that wouldn't be effective. He got mad at you. Even if it's for training purposes, I can't believe my successor is out there cleaning sewers just to level up. That's insulting. Leon really couldn't keep up with his train of thought. For you, that mission is just normal. Well, it's because he's loaded. Inside, he was totally judging. But what kind of reason is that? Seeing Leon's clueless face, Elsid felt annoyed inside. What kind of reaction is that? He set a goal for you. You have to become as strong as possible and kill at least one dragon, Leon shouted back in protest. The difficulty jump for monsters is way too big. From rank D all the way up to SS rank dragons, Elsid analyzed. You've learned the basics of clairvoyance and footwork. Through real battles, you'll improve rapidly. One of the hero's privileges is that you can absorb the power of monsters you defeat, then store it, Leon recalled. After every time cleaning the sewer and killing rats, he held their tails to absorb their power. So this is the connection between monsters and the energy Elsid mentioned? During training in the forest, you felt energy surging inside your body. At that time, Elsid smiled and wondered whether to tell you the reason. Leon pondered. Before, he knew clearly that magic potions and training methods from a famous clan were extremely effective for cultivating energy. Elsid revealed, honestly, anyone can absorb monster power and convert it into energy. But nobles and royalty in the past hid this truth so they alone could use it. And now, those people are all gone. Elsid is the only one left who knows this truth. Because he discovered it, he became increasingly stubborn about conquering monsters. Elsid continued, 1,000 monsters of the chup species can't compare to a high-level demon. Once you get used to the process, you can hunt monsters or even dragons. Things are getting out of control. Leon quickly stopped him. Wait, aren't you just joking? And Elsid scolded him hard. Of course not. The holy sword isn't a cleaning tool. Do you think it makes sense to use it for air purification or cleaning? When coming out of the sewer, Leon was filthy and stinky. He asked Elsid to cleanse him after leaving. At that time, Elsid really did as he said, without a single complaint. Who would have guessed it was actually a fire starter? Seems like he's been holding that anger all this time. Leon eased the mood with a question. Why are you so determined to hunt dragons? Elsid glanced at him and reminded, because we need to go to the Giant's mountain range in the future. Leon screamed in fear, cold sweat running all over him. The Giant's mountain range is a place even dragons dare not enter, ruled by the Giant Emperor. He was curious. Why does he want to go to the demon territory that countless kingdoms failed to conquer in the past? Elsid looked mysterious, saying it will definitely be useful for you. For both our safety, he decided to share the real reason. My body was left there, and I also lost my memory, so I don't know much. Just set the goal to move there after half a year. What do you think? Leon pondered. You want us to go find something you don't even know what it is? Elsid reassured. It'll be fine. He glared at him, but Elsid just smiled and said, We're not going there for fun. You just need to protect yourself well. Elsid confidently instructed. Trust me, I am the Holy Sword. Leon smiled. It's good to have a companion like that. He shrugged. All right, nothing has gone wrong since I put my trust in you. Elsid's eyes lit up. So now, let's start hellish training. Hearing that, Leon knew he had trusted the wrong guy. Hell, a few days later, blue sky, white clouds. At the City Guild, a punk saw him and teased. Hey kitty, even a one-eyed rat hunter gets teased. Going rat hunting again today? Clearly, that tease upset some beastman. That bastard just called you a cat. How stupid. A blue-haired elf said, I heard that guy builds a mountain of rat corpses every day. Maybe because Leon became famous for rat hunting, his nickname in the guild became Kitty. You walked up to the reception desk and placed a bag of items down, not as big as the first time. Rise opened it and counted fewer items than usual. Leon felt awkward and didn't dare to look her straight in the eyes. You shyly explained. I couldn't find the rat guys, and the number of attacks on me wasn't many. I think they're scared of me. Reese smiled faintly and nodded. Rats might be dumb, but they still have some brains. You spoke up, so I want to check out other missions. Race quickly pulled out 4 mission papers and placed them on the table. Her eyes lit up. I knew this day would come, so I carefully picked out 4 commissions. Leon carefully read through them. Even Elsisit flew back and forth reading the mission info. You didn't know which mission to pick when suddenly one commission caught your attention. Looking closely, you saw this commission document was pretty old. Elsid seemed to read your thoughts and shared his view. I think it's because it's not popular, which means it's never been replaced. So you picked up the mission and said, I'll take this commission. On the way to the mission site, you muttered about exterminating the stone slims. Their habitat is found underground near the fortress. Because they eat stone, if you don't completely wipe them out or just leave them be, the fortress wall's stability will be affected. Leon looked at the paper info. The commission is from the captain of the guard team, huh? You hoped he wouldn't take advantage of you. Leon took the commission paper to the fortress wall to meet the guard captain. But he said to exterminate the stone slims. I never requested that commission. This made Leon and Elsid feel like they'd been tricked. You tried to argue. How could that be? This is an official guild document. But the captain was indifferent and said, there must be some mistake. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. So, you're the cat? The person who appeared was Han. He confirmed your identity. You're the rookie adventurer who cleaned out the sewer rats, right? Leon nodded. Yes, that's me. Han patted your shoulder in praise. You're awesome. We really need adventurers like you. He played mind games, couldn't believe those guys who just want simple commissions and avoid hard work dare to call themselves adventurers. They're ridiculous, don't you think so? Leon could only nod in agreement. A moment later, you were in the fortress tunnels. The reason was because H had promised, depending on your work ability. I might give you extra rewards, so do your best. Looking back now, Leon felt he'd been too gullible to listen. He sensed that guy was really hard to deal with, right? Elsid looked at you. Isn't it good that he said he'd give extra rewards? After walking a bit, Leon assessed this place wasn't as dirty as the sewers, but it was too damp and slippery. Anyone not skilled in footwork would have a hard time keeping balance here. Elsid smiled, satisfied, and mapped out a training route. In other words, this is a perfect spot to train your footwork, but you noticed something and immediately turned back to wait a moment. At a fork, there were 3 round glowing orbs in the dark tunnel. You were cautious of the 3 creatures. Elsid quickly guided you. Use clairvoyance, Leon. He analyzed that if they were normal slims, other adventurers wouldn't have avoided them. Leon gripped his sword tightly. That's true. Just as he finished speaking, a rock the size of a chicken egg flew right in front of you. Luckily, you reacted fast enough and dodged. The rock slammed hard into the fortress wall behind you. Looking carefully, Leon was still stunned. Rocks? He gasped, panic-stricken, staring at the rock behind him. Where did it come from? Elsid immediately warned. Leon, there's someone in front of you. You quickly turned forward and saw a bluish-green slim flying toward you. You mustered all your strength and swung your sword hard down on its head, but it was really tough to deal with. Its body was elastic and bounced your sword back, nearly throwing you off balance. Feeling the difficulty of this stone slim, you sweat nervously, thinking, is this why they're called stone slims? Elsid reminded you, yeah, maybe you already know. The main weakness of slims is their core. If you can break the core in the middle, no matter what abilities the slims have, you can still defeat them. However, all that just now was meaningless when he added one last word, but Leon didn't need him to finish. He already understood what he meant. There are countless rock fragments inside the stone slim. You silently felt this mission was quite difficult, equivalent to having many layers of armor protecting their core. The monsters know that well too. Elsid scratched his chin and sighed. It's no wonder adventurers want to avoid these guys. He analyzed that blunt weapons easily penetrate the slim's defense system, while swords and arrows can cut or pierce through them. So they use pieces of rock to reinforce their own weak spots. Elsid concluded that this makes them monsters that are tough to fight with weapons. The rock slims didn't give them any time to analyze tactics. They opened their mouths and shot out a bunch of small pebbles. A hailstorm of stones rushed toward Leon. He had to dodge or destroy the pile of rocks, or else he'd get hurt. He focused 100% to swing his sword and deflect the stones, while jumping back to keep a certain distance from the 3 rock slims. However, Leon still got hit by a few stones. Swinging his sword too fast and hard in a short time left him exhausted, his body trembling in waves. Since he wasn't fighting, Elsid took the time to observe and give instructions. They knew he couldn't dodge all the attacks, so they were trying to hit his vital points. Did you analyze those attacks with your eye technique? He nodded and said. They shoot rock fragments from about 5 meters away, creating a hole to shoot the stones out. Then they have to pause before shooting again. Leon thought to himself, if he could close the distance during that time, maybe he could land 1 or 2 hits. The problem was, he silently complained, he couldn't break through the rock slim's defense. He needed to find a way to dodge the stones and cut their cores. Suddenly, another thought popped into his head. No, did he really have to cut it? Elsid was obviously a bit surprised to hear his unique idea. With the eye technique, he could analyze the circulation of the rock fragments inside their bodies. If so, he just needed to stab the holy sword straight through the gap. The problem was the stones kept moving, so finding that gap wasn't easy. After figuring out the counter, Leon smiled mysteriously. He looked at Elsid. Crisis can be an advantage, huh? It nodded slightly, sharing its perspective. The moment the rock slims create a small hole to shoot stones, the flow of their slime also stops for a bit. It guided, based on your ability, there's no better time for you to destroy the core. Leon realized sometimes it was really useful. When I chose rock slims, you already planned for this, right? Elsid laughed and said, of course. So, he stepped 1 foot back, bent slightly, holding his sword horizontally in front of his face, a typical battle-ready stance. All right then. Right after, Leon charged forward strongly, closing the distance with the 3 rock slims. Let's see. His eyes lit up, activating the eye technique to face them. Immediately, he thrust his sword forward, incredibly fast and precise, breaking one Slim's core. The next second, the Slim beside it opened its mouth wide. Leon glanced at it, raised his sword. Missing even a second would mean taking damage. Luckily, his moves were fast enough, and the second sword also pierced the core successfully. While moving, Elcid guided him from the side. Since they detect moving objects around by sound waves, you have to minimize the pressure your body creates on the ground when moving. At this moment, the third Slim took advantage of the opening and shot stones from its mouth. Getting close to it wasn't easy now. Just then, Elcid suggested using the stealth technique. Somehow, Leon's body obeyed, and he gently dodged the stones. He smiled to himself. I can do this. Just like Elcid said, just use the stealth technique. But just as he was feeling confident, he stepped into a puddle and slipped. His body tilted backward, losing balance, making him a bit startled. When he fell, his eyes were wide with panic, thinking he was about to get seriously hurt, because right in front of him, a bunch of stones were flying his way. Done for, Leon gritted his teeth, refusing to be defeated so easily. Sliding a bit, he quickly turned his feet sideways like a crab to regain balance, then immediately ducked, successfully dodging the incoming stones without any injury. The very next second, his sword was already plunged into the core inside the rock Slim's body. A soft pop sounded, its body exploded, no longer able to shoot stones. He took down all 3 rock Slims in a row. Leon was panting, his heart pounding in his chest. The whole sequence was super thrilling. Elcid spoke up. I was doubting your skill just now. Who knew you'd pull off all that stuff? Leon was busy wiping the slime off himself, unsure if it was a compliment or an insult. What are you talking about? Elcid laughed, holding up 2 fingers in praise. You just performed level 2 stealth technique. Hearing that, Leon was very surprised. What? It explained. Finding balance on flat surfaces and reducing noise along with vibrations is fundamental at level 2. If there are other objects on the ground, you have to know how to use them. Whether it's ice or a hot steel plate, being able to use everything in the environment as part of your own strength is the core of stealth technique. Leon was stunned when he heard the detailed analysis. It's the adaptability that helps him turn unfavorable environments into advantages for himself. Ellis continued. Even if it was accidental, at the end you changed your knee position to reduce the weight on your body, didn't you? By doing that, you changed your stance and could easily shift toward the target in front of you. The lesson was pretty long. When the environment changes, your posture has to change too. And then a comment made Leon realize his own shortcomings. Until now, his posture and movement style only fit flat surfaces. He watched it ramble on, and here in this damp ground and low-ceiling place, he had to find a stance that fit this environment. Leon tried crouching a bit, lowering his stance, and it really helped him move more comfortably. Elis smiled and started to get serious. You don't think the training has improved just because you got to fight on a living body, huh? Suddenly he muttered, Damn demon sword. Elcid really hates being called that, it replied irritably. What? Leon felt a bit annoyed. After all this, it's only level 2? Unbelievable that it's just the beginner standard. The fight ended. Ellis scratched its chin and then said something that sounded like a provocation. You don't need to dodge their attacks. Just use stealth technique. That's enough. Leon looked at it in disbelief. Ellis controlled a small floating kick near its body. Getting kicked isn't going to kill you, right? You have to train to take the least damage possible to use in real combat. You need to use your body to absorb hits you tried to block but couldn't. Hearing that, all the goodwill Leon had for it vanished. He felt extremely annoyed, and it seemed clueless, still going on with its comments. Also, don't use pushing force. If you pick the right moment, you can slash it. You can't just push 1 or 2 rocks away. The more he heard, the more Leon wanted to crush it. If he had a strychnine leaf nearby, he'd probably shove it in its mouth already. That damn demon sword is so annoying. He shouted at it. Why didn't you just tell me to go die, you evil demon sword? Ellis shouted back. I'm just trying to help you. If I let you slack off now, you'll suffer later. Leon cursed it. I'm not slacking off now. Why didn't you say that from the start? Elis nagged, saying this is already very easy for you. Got it? Speaking of which, back in its day, 2 people wearing soldier armor stood together. Not far from them, a few soldiers were waiting. Han raised an arm to rest on his chin and asked, It's been 3 weeks. What time will he come out today? The soldier next to him looked toward the stairs ahead and answered, Probably before 10 a.m. before K2. Han snorted, impressed by the effort after just that time. In his mind, he recalled when Leon stepped out from the basement and said, At first, I didn't think he could kill the Rock Slim. Who would have guessed now he always carries a full bag every time he goes out? The reward for hunting Rock Slim isn't even that high. Suddenly, the soldier behind pointed in a direction and shouted loudly, catching everyone's attention. Oh, here he comes. From the basement, a pair of black high boots gradually stepped out. Leon's clothes were stained with the greenish liquid of the Slim. He dragged 2 big brown cloth bags in both hands. All the soldiers were stunned by the scene before them. Leon held up one brown cloth bag and said, Today's the last day. Han was startled hearing that. Uh-huh. Leon smiled warmly at him and announced, "I've cleared out all the rock slims around the walls nearby areas. Rock slims don't reproduce as fast as rats, so it'll probably be a long time before the next hunt." He put the 2 brown cloth bags down and directly requested, "These are the last 2 bags of rock slim. Please update the mission status as completed with the guild for me." After handing them over, Leon put his hands in his pockets. "These are the last 2 slim jelly packs. Update the mission status as complete for the Adventurer Guild for me, will ya?" After handing them over, Leon shoved his hands into his pants pockets. Suddenly, he walked away. A soldier opened the brown cloth bag, and seeing it packed full of slim stones, he broke out in a cold sweat. Leon stepped forward while asking, "So, I'm done with the job, right?" Elsid's voice echoed. "Answer me." "Yeah." He smiled brightly, locking eyes with Leon, declaring that with the power he had gathered from the Slim Stone expedition, he was ready to learn how to use aura. The sky was bright with sparkling sunlight shining down on Leon's house. Inside his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, his face showing eager anticipation. Elsid hovered in midair, closed his eyes and praised him. "Faster than I expected," he slowly recounted. "At first, I planned to let you absorb a pretty big chunk of power from the Slims. After all, those slim stones are creatures created from mana." Elsid opened his eyes, facing Leon, and began analyzing. "I guess that's why no one's taken on this kind of mission lately, so we have a whole month to develop. Anyway, you've reached the minimum power needed to learn aura." He squinted and asked, "Leon, compared to others, you're starting to learn aura pretty late. Are you ready?" Leon's face turned extremely serious. His eyebrows furrowed as he nodded in confirmation. People born into prestigious families like Leon's are baptized the moment they're born to expand their circulatory system. The Aura Foundation is also formed with countless medicinal herbs. That's why your background and social class determine your abilities. Training Aura without baptism was nearly impossible for Leon before. Elsid raised a finger to illustrate. "There's one more thing. If someone uses baptism to clear blockages in their circulatory system caused by impurities in the body, they could suffer anaphylaxis and lose their life." Leon's eyes widened. His whole body shook from the words he just heard. Elsid smiled to reassure him, saying he had absorbed a lot of mana recently, and more importantly, he still had Elsid and the Holy Sword. He explained further that the Holy Sword's power would protect his circulatory system, and it would also heal his injuries. Still, he'd have to endure extreme pain. Elsid concluded that if he lost consciousness, the baptism process would fail. Basically, whether this works depends entirely on his willpower. Leon clenched his lips tightly, nodded several times to show he understood. Then Elsid flew up high, the yellow symbol on his forehead glowing, and dazzling swords appeared around him. Leon looked up, sweat pouring down his face, thinking, the light sword. A glowing sword hovering in the air suddenly started moving. It then plunged straight down, stabbing its sharp tip into a spot on Leon's back. His eyes turned completely white, his mouth opened wide, screaming in extreme pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The sword blade shone white, piercing deeper into Leon's body. The swords hovering to the left trembled and pointed downward. The remaining swords on the right did the same, moving together toward one spot. Finally, all the swords in the air stabbed hard into Leon at once. Blood spilled from his mouth even more, but he clenched his teeth, trying to endure. Elsid observed the number of light swords piercing Leon's body and marveled. "You're enduring 10 swords at once?" Leon bowed his head low, his clothes and face stained dark red with blood. Elsid glanced out the window, murmuring that with Leon's aura awakening, it seemed the hidden presence of humans in this world was becoming clearer. No one knew how much time had passed. The sky outside was covered in darkness. A voice came from inside the house. There was a blinding light shining straight into his face. Leon let out a shout, "Aura!" He looked at his hands, silently telling himself he could feel the circulation flowing inside his body, a pure power running through his heart. Leon clenched both fists, excited, thinking as if he had a different body containing a new strength beyond his physical ability. He felt like nothing could challenge him now. Elsid seemed to read his thoughts and bluntly denied them. "You're wrong." Their eyes met in midair for a long moment. The entire space fell completely silent. Inside the Holy Sword, a yellow light flickered in a dark area of space. Rodrigo tilted his head, extending both hands outward, praising. He was truly amazing. Even though I knew he would awaken through his own willpower, he still exceeded my expectations. He slightly opened one eye, hearing Elsid's question by his ear. "Why do you look so happy?" Rodrigo shrugged confidently, pointing at himself. "I told you I'd take charge of the hero's mindset during training. Finally, everything's settled, right? The stronger the hero, the more it benefits you, doesn't it?" Elsid's curious voice echoed again. "The question is, how did you do it?" Rodrigo patted his chest, asking back. "You used magic to shove me into the Holy Sword, didn't you? Do you even remember I am the Holy Sword?" He pointed forward with one finger, affirming that Leon is my successor. Elsid was left speechless, so he reminded him again. "Can you keep your own thoughts to yourself? Remember to consider everything in heaven carefully." Stepping outside, he let out a long breath, pointing forward. "Anyway, Elsid's eyes widened as he said, I thought you could only endure 5 sword strikes. His whole body seemed to expand, crossing his arms and shouting loudly, so I only used baptism to unblock the aorta. If you want to use aura immediately, you have to unblock the veins too. That's why you're just a kid with a tiny bit of power. Elsid closed his eyes, concluding, You still have a lot to do. Leon scratched his head and replied, I know. Sweat dotted his face now, thinking to himself, even though my physical abilities haven't changed, I can still feel the abundant energy surging and enveloping my body like I've been reborn as a new person. Elsid beside him spoke up with guidance, sensing the aura. If you focus and use that flow, you'll be able to analyze your surroundings. Leon's eyes sparkled as he stared at him. Sounds cool. And instantly, Elsid took on the look of a teacher pointing at a blackboard. I know you're happy to have aura, but first I need to explain what aura actually is. You also know that aura has attributes, right? He began explaining. There are 5 common attributes in humans: metal, water, wood, fire, earth. Your attribute isn't one of those 5. Elsid smirked proudly. I was a bit surprised too. You have the same aura attribute as me. Hearing that, Leon was startled and asked him, the same as you? Elsid nodded in confirmation. Yeah, he introduced that your aura is the attribute of sunlight, light, and heat. Leon's whole body trembled when he heard Elsid's next words. The highest level of this attribute represents an outstanding person whose radiance shines brilliantly. Leon suddenly jumped up, shouting excitedly. Awesome, he thought to himself. I have the same attribute as a legendary hero. Elsid squinted at the guy, sneaking a smile in front of him, and suggested, Let's summarize before we get to the main topic. Then he snapped his fingers. Leon glanced toward the direction Elsid pointed. An information board appeared in mid-air, displaying Leon's name, title, and occupation. Hero, mana usage level 22, strength 13D, endurance 140D, intelligence 129D, mana 50E, sword skill at max level. Rodrigo's eye technique level 3, Rodrigo's stealth technique level 2, martial arts level 2, innate mana user level 3. Leon was a bit stunned reading his own info, silently wondering, this is very different from before. Not only that, I just learned how to use mana and I'm already level 3? Elsid raised a finger to explain. You already knew how to use super speed before learning mana. He continued, you can also sense mana. Some past images appeared before Elsid's eyes. Finally, he drew a conclusion. I mean, your level is way higher than 1 or 2. Leon doubted, but confirmed. Really? Elsid rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Your martial arts also rose to level 2 after your meridians were unblocked. Now he smirked, waving his hands wildly as he declared, I want to teach you some sword techniques. Leon stood beside him, energized and smiling. He clenched both fists, bowing his head silently, cheering. Awesome. I get to learn swordsmanship from the great hero Rodrigo. Leon's eyes shone brightly as he turned to suggest. Let's start right now. Elsid evaluated with a sentence. You're pretty fired up, huh? Outside, the sky was pitch black, and Elsid's voice echoed from inside the house. Probably better than having no motivation, but there's one thing you gotta know first. Inside the room, his face turned serious as he pointed firmly out the window. There are enemies of ours in this city. Leon's expression froze, and he could only utter one word. Huh? Elsid emphasized again. Somewhere in this city, I can feel them. He confirmed these enemies are sworn foes of heroes. The traitors are plotting to hand this world over to those from another realm. Elsid's face darkened, grinding his teeth as he cursed. The vermin always wriggle in the hero's shadow. Seeing his expression, Leon got a bit scared and stammered. What are their names? Elsid's face bulged with blue veins, filled with hatred as he answered, Those trash don't deserve a name. But if you have to call them something, you can call them hatred, a bunch of evil scum. Leon's hand at his side clenched tighter. He muttered, enemies of heroes. Elsid exhaled deeply, waving his hand. But right now, you can't face them yet. After hearing all that, Leon bowed his head and muttered one word, then paused a moment before confidently raising his fist. I just need to get stronger, right? I've made up my mind to become a hero. Elsid stood frozen, tilting his head slightly, staring at him, then finally crossed his arms and started analyzing. They probably won't make a move now, but you don't have much time. At most, in 2 months, they'll start acting. Elsid smiled, raising his fist, full of determination. Raiding those monsters is the way to get stronger, but hatred is an enemy a hero can't avoid. He pointed at Leon like giving an order, saying, From now on, you'll have to wade through the swamp of blood and hatred. The next day, the sun was shining brightly down on the ground. At the Grand Castle, the flag bearing the Adventurer Guild's emblem fluttered atop the roof. Rise looked at the person standing before her and spoke, I got a message from the guard team, but I'm worried because you've been absent for 4 whole days. Leon scratched his head, embarrassed, asking, Did I keep you waiting? Rise's cheeks flushed slightly pink. She nodded and replied, Yeah, you looked kinda different. Leon nodded back as if responding to her, then gave a simple reason. I got enlightened about a few things after defeating those monsters. Rise clapped her hands happily. I knew it! Looks like there's another reason to congratulate you. Both Elsid and Leon looked puzzled and asked her, another reason? In the large room, many flags with the Adventurer Guild's emblem hung as Leon's voice rang out. Another reason for what? Rise smiled, holding out the item in her hand toward him. That's right, congrats on ranking up to C, Leon. In her palm was a card with a shiny golden C emblem. Leon took the card, curious, and asked, isn't ranking C supposed to require a special evaluation? Rise answered, usually, yes. She raised a finger and continued, but since you defeated the mutant rat and Slim Jelly, it was highly praised, so no special evaluation was needed because we already got a thank you letter from the Lord and the Guard Captain. Leon stared at the rank C card in his hand, thinking he didn't expect to rank up after completing just 2 missions. He clenched his fist tighter. Elsid beside him smirked in approval. Not bad. If you can get more missions from this rank up, it'll be easier to find hatred. Leon turned to ask Rise. So I can accept C-rank missions now, right? She enthusiastically raised some sub-documents. Yeah, you can start right now. Rise watched, Leon reading the documents and silently admired. He started looking for missions right after ranking up. A true holy knight is on another level. Elsid noticed her admiring yet exhausted expression and whispered to himself, she must be misunderstanding, since holy power is different, like sunlight mana. Leon tilted his head, asking for Elsid's opinion. What do you think, Elsid? He gave his opinion. Some are useful for training, but I don't see any related to hatred. Leon seriously proposed. Then let's just focus on training until we find a lead, okay? Racer doi dientoi ko dang noi chuyen vikong kiti trongdo hien lendoi do chom hoi. Ko anyon lai tai liu resoi lo lang hoi. De toi tim choko kakniam vu er mukakne. Only taking on simple missions is a bit boring. Leon shook his hand and replied, no, that's not it. He raised his hand to his chin, as if thinking about something, and stayed silent for a long moment. Finally, Leon reached out and made a request. Can you show me the missions related to the slums? Or missions in areas with bad rumors? Joy's face immediately turned pale. She clenched her teeth and repeated the 3 words. The slums. Slums are usually for poor people, but the slums here are a bit different. Thieves, informants, escaped criminals, smugglers, assassins, and so on. The slums are a hideout for criminals from various countries. Leon silently calculated in his head. If it's in a large, lawless area, then Rise lowered her head and announced that there are no missions directly related to the slums. When she looked up, a smile was on her lips, but sweat was pouring down her face, because this is mercenary work, not adventurer work. Leon glared, silently swearing. Damn it, adventurers don't get involved in human conflicts. Most riots in the slums are just disputes between people. Leon rubbed his chin bored and said, I can't be a mercenary with so many restrictions after coming this far, and if I dig around the slums without a specific reason, they'll definitely be on guard against me. Rise pushed a document that was already on the table toward him, asking, what about this mission? Leon took the document and read its contents. It was about living armor in an abandoned mansion. Rise explained some problems. The armor left in an abandoned mansion has turned into living armor and become a real estate nightmare that can't be sold. She added that the reward is not only low, but also that not many D-rank people can defeat the living armor. Leon lowered his head, silently judging that his holy sword could probably handle that. Rise was still enthusiastically persuading him because the mansion is near the slums, so he could roam around that area while doing the mission. Hearing her words, Leon's face froze a bit. In his head, he started rearranging everything. That's right. The important thing is having a legitimate reason. No matter how strong the forces in the slums are, there's no way they'd pick a fight with the Adventurers Guild, because they'd have to face high-ranking adventurers if they mess with the guild. A-rank or higher people are the powers controlling this country, and those A-rank people can easily use their power to deal with the forces in the slums. Rise kept a bright smile on her face, patiently waiting for the answer from the person in front of her. Leon glanced away, avoiding her gaze, looking extremely confused as he scratched his head. After who knows how long, he spoke. Thanks, Joe. I'll definitely repay you later. She replied, don't worry about it, this is my job. Rise handed over a brown cloth bag that was puffed up. Take the reward for the mission to conquer the Slim Stone too. Captain Leon of the Guards also added a little extra. Quite a bit, actually. Leon took the brown cloth bag filled to the brim with rewards, lightly shook it a few times. Suddenly, he exclaimed, oh, and also, Elsid flying nearby was looking at you curiously. Leon raised a finger. Can I ask you one more thing? Rise, standing opposite, answered friendly. Go ahead and ask. Immediately, Leon's face turned serious as he asked, can you show me the way to Church B? After hearing his question, Rise's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her face. She stammered and asked back, house? Church? Leon closed his eyes, tilted his head, and waved his hand to confirm. Yeah, I have some business to settle there. Rise didn't answer immediately, but lowered her head, pressing her lips tightly together, silently lost in her own thoughts. On the other side, Leon slightly opened his eyes, glanced at the person in front of him, thinking to himself, I knew she'd react like that. If she thinks I'm a holy knight like Elsid said, then he silently calculated in his head. Although holy knights can't ask the church to hold baptism ceremonies, if the church's enemies appear, exceptions are made. Heretics, or in other words, those who oppose the goddess, no matter if they are gangs or factions, the church gathers all its power to defeat them. That's the only reason why the infamous brutal holy knights are sent. After who knows how long, Rise finally spoke directions. It's located in the northeast of Prima District, building number 13. After getting the information, Leon waved at her while turning to leave. Thanks. I'm off then. When there was only one person left in the room, Reese was still in a daze, standing frozen in place. After a moment, she suddenly snapped out of it, raising her hand to cover her mouth, whispering, "If the Holy Knight is looking for the church, it means the church's enemy has appeared." Rise hurriedly ran outside so fast that she fell flat on the ground, but her mind kept repeating, "This isn't something the guild can ignore. I have to report it immediately." Meanwhile, Elcid hovered in the air, smirking with a knowing look. Truly a legendary name. He started analyzing. This is definitely the most effective way without revealing his identity. No way the guild would dare act without caution. A D rank? No. Even a C rank adventurer isn't a holy knight like you. Leon's face was extremely calm as he asked, "Isn't that the right move? Once she reports it, the guild will handle things themselves." He closed his eyes, pursed his lips, thinking he should have brought Elcid to the church if it was necessary, but he'd keep that as a last resort. Meanwhile, Elcid leaned on his cheek, muttering that it made sense. Leon clenched his fist tightly, a glowing symbol appearing on the back of his hand. He silently vowed, "Elcid's seal hasn't been fully lifted yet, and I need to train harder to claim myself as the master of the holy sword before the church." The sky above was crystal clear and open, with white clouds drifting lazily. Leon's voice rang out, "Let's put that aside for now. The mission is about walking armor. Those monsters are using armor to move around, right?" Elcid flatly denied it. "Huh. No." Leon stared blankly at him like a flag. Elcid slowly explained, "Walking armor is an extremely rare natural phenomenon. The whole armor can move thanks to the power of magic or a wizard, or by the thoughts of someone who has infused it." He concluded, "They have no self-awareness. They're nothing but piles of metal guided to repel intruders." Leon proposed an idea. "So wouldn't a wizard's banishing spell solve everything?" Elcid rejected that again. "They weren't created by magic, so it won't work. The principle of a banishing spell is like demolishing a building by removing its pillars. It doesn't destroy those pillars on its own." Leon thought, "Then wizards are useless in this matter." He clicked his tongue and confirmed that what we're facing isn't anything serious. He pulled out a sheet of paper with a diagram of iron armor and said, "They're suits made from silver-plated iron alloy." Elcid crossed his arms and asked, "If it's that easy to deal with, then why hasn't the crusade been completed yet? If it was a mandatory mission, it should have been handled long ago." Hearing that, Leon felt like an electric shock ran through his body, freezing him in place. His face darkened as he stared intently at the paper in his hands. Leon frowned and read a line of info. "The armor's regeneration speed is unusually high. Even after destroying all parts of the armor, it can fully restore itself in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the shattered armor on the ground is completely repaired." Leon continued, "Their weapons can't hold out till the end, so they give up." Elcid smiled and asked a question. "Got it. So how strong is this walking armor made from that iron alloy?" Leon rolled up the paper, closed his eyes, and signaled as he stepped forward. "Well, you'll find out soon enough. Let's go." Night had fallen, painting the sky pitch black, with stars twinkling above. On a street in the city, a lot of people were gathering and passing by. Leon walked down the street, glancing around. "Slums or whatever, it's way busier than I thought." Elcid also looked around and replied, "Definitely." Suddenly, Leon called out, "Elcid." It looked confused and responded to the name. "Yeah?" he asked curiously. "I felt uneasy since stepping onto this street. Someone's watching me, right?" Elcid raised a hand and answered, "If there was, I would have told you already." "Well, I have some suspicions about this." Leon looked at him with curiosity and asked, "What is it?" Elcid guessed it was because of your aura senses. The solar aura is very sensitive to evil thoughts from outside. They're checking you out because they think you're an easy target due to your young age. That evil intent has triggered your aura. It feels like countless eyes are staring at your back. Leon hunched over, groaning. "Now that I know, I feel even more uncomfortable." He sighed, unable to believe all this chilling feeling was from those trying to hurt him. Elcid warned him, but said he should still be careful. It seriously added that most of the bad intentions come from little brats, but among them, some are really dangerous. Leon shifted his gaze slightly behind him and replied, "All right." Elcid, concerned, reminded him, "No matter where you are, you have to stay alert around strangers. Keep showing yourself to them because you have to complete this mission." After saying that, it flew ahead. Leon nodded a few times behind, then slowly moved forward. The full moon in the sky was casting a yellowish glow. Night clouds around partly covered the moon's shape. Leon looked up and muttered 2 words. "Here it is." Opposite him stood a huge mansion, but it was surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. Outside, black crows perched on some dead tree branches. Their red eyes glowed in the dark. The brick walls of the mansion showed cracks of age. The window glass was shattered, no longer intact. Elsid's voice echoed in the space. If it weren't for the walking armor inside, it probably would have been sold already, Leon agreed. That was true. Inside the mansion, spider webs were everywhere. Each iron armor was covered with a thin dust cloth. The iron armor earlier looked like a normal object, as if sensing something. Its eyes flashed red light. The wooden door of the mansion was pushed open by someone. A pair of legs wearing tall black boots appeared. Leon stood right at the mansion's main door. The outside light cast his black shadow long. Elsid shouted, sounding excited now. Leon reached out and grabbed a sword, using its light to illuminate the hallway inside the mansion. He said excitedly, "Having you around is really convenient." Elsid squinted and requested, "Next time bring a candle. If there's someone there, you can't do that." Leon closed his eyes and promised, "All right, next time I'll bring one." Suddenly, Elsid turned toward the dark-covered area and loudly said, "Over there, far in the shadows, there's an iron armor standing, holding a sharp spear." Its eyes emitted a dazzling light, the sharp spear's blade glinting as it scraped the surface below, cutting the floor mat. The iron armor stepped back with one foot, lifted the spear, pointing it forward. Leon gritted his teeth, stepping back slightly, saying, "A spear weapon? This is the first time I'm facing an opponent using that." He looked at the iron armor's spear, thinking silently that swinging that weapon could tear flesh, pressing hard could rip the opponent apart, and it might even crush them. Leon quietly calculated that it was also 2 meters long. Just the weapon alone could cover the distance. In his mind, he told himself he needed to take 1 or 2 steps to get close. At that moment, the iron armor swiftly lunged into the air, preparing to strike with the spear. Leon reacted fast, raising his sword to block, thinking that advantage only applies if the guy is skilled with the weapon. He swung his arm with all his strength, successfully knocking away the iron armor's descending spear blade. The sharp spear quickly shattered. Leon thought, no matter how strong the spear is, there's no way a hollow armor weighing 20 or 30 kilograms can fully utilize it. He frowned, then shouted loudly as he charged forward, "This is the price you pay for closing the gap." Leon slashed, directly cutting off one arm and the iron armor's spear. A curve pulled at the corner of his mouth as he said, "That's far enough." Then, Leon used lightning-fast speed to slash repeatedly at the iron armor. Pieces of iron from its arms and legs clattered to the ground, followed by chunks of armor from its head and chest rolling everywhere. Elsid glanced beside him and asked, "Did you use super speed? Aside from slight deviation in your sword's path due to super speed, it's not bad." Leon rested his sword on his shoulder, hands on hips, replying, "It's tough. I've only used it for a few minutes, but now I can use it more naturally, since I'm an aura user." He tilted his head, looking at the broken armor pieces on the ground. "Anyway, they say even if destroyed by a warhammer, they'll regenerate." Both Leon and Elsid stood there dumbfounded, staring at the pile of shattered armor in front of them for a long moment. Leon felt puzzled. Didn't they say the regeneration was insanely fast? Seems like that's not the case every time. Elsid guessed maybe the report was wrong. Leon got anxious and even raised 2 fingers. But in the guild, false reports are a level 2 crime. He worriedly said if someone died because of a false report, the guild would put a bounty on their heads. In his mind, Leon asked himself a question that made him uneasy. Who would dare take such a risk and run away from a disciplinary mission? He started thinking. Looking back, it was weird from the start. No matter how furious that armored guy was, a well-funded guild should have handled it without any issues. Elitis rubbed his chin and asked, "I can't figure it out. Could it be that they have personal differences?" Leon agreed. "Could be." He bowed his head, gripping his sword tightly. "I think we gotta take care of a few more of them." Elsid crossed his arms and said, "Looks like no need for that. They're coming." In the distant darkness, pairs of red glowing eyes slowly approached them. A group of armored soldiers holding weapons moved forward stiffly. Leon squinted, staring hard at them. Suddenly, he shouted, "I can't see them clearly. Can you make it brighter?" Elsid snapped back, annoyed. "What do you think I am, a sword saint or a flashlight?" Then, a blinding golden light burst from the sword in Elsid's hand. He stretched out his arm, and the intense golden light completely filled the space around them. Leon admired the glowing sword, silently impressed. Awesome. Super bright but not blinding. The light was easy on the eyes. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the space, grabbing Leon's attention as he turned his face. For some unknown reason, the armored suits covered their eyes with both hands and screamed wildly, "Chicken freak!" Leon stepped back, confused, and asked, What the hell? What's wrong with them?" When the armored suits lowered their hands, white smoke rose from their red eyes. Then, all the armored suits simultaneously leapt into the air, raising their weapons to attack Leon. They moved with lightning speed, taking turns striking, and Leon immediately reacted, swinging his sword to block them. He gritted his teeth, cursing silently. These bastards are coordinating their attacks. While blocking, he thought, their attack patterns are predictable, but their moves are flawless. He glanced ahead, muttering to himself. Then Leon slashed directly, cutting one armored suit in half. "If you guys aren't legit knights, you're just asking for trouble." How long do you think those textbook moves will work? Elsid, silent until now, suddenly called out to him, Leon. Hearing his name, Leon hesitated for a moment. Taking advantage of this, an armored suit swung its arm to strike him. Luckily, Leon snapped back to focus, ducking to dodge. Wow, he also stepped back a good distance. Leon tilted his head, panicked, asking, "What's going on?" Elsid looked ahead and replied, "These aren't walking armors," Leon shouted. "What? Then what are they?" Elsid calmly requested to use his vision skill, and Leon's eyes emitted a dazzling light. He saw strange black smoke hiding inside the armored suits. Leon asked, confused, "Smoke? Why is that?" Elsid explained. "That black smoke is a form of demonic energy, so it drains your life force the moment it touches your body." He crossed his arms and continued, "Aura. Your sunlight can resist it, but touching it is still bad." Leon clenched his jaw and asked, "Is that why they react to the Sword Saint's light?" Elsid closed his eyes and answered, "Half right," then began to explain. "If they just absorb demonic energy, they'd only be impure. These walking armors have no intelligence, emotions, or vocal cords, so they can't scream," Elsid reasoned. "Therefore, there's no reason for them to scream when facing the Sword Saint's light. The only thing truly terrified of pure light is..." He finally uttered the two concluding words. The demon spirit Elxit continued sharing some information. "They are ghost armors. They are born from armors containing restless souls filled with hatred toward living beings." In Leon's mind, the earlier scene flashed, silently thinking that was why the name he defeated couldn't be recreated. He slowly analyzed that armors controlled by demon spirits cannot be destroyed until their hatred fades away. No matter how much power is used, they will continuously stand firm. The only way to conquer ghost armor is to expel the soul using magic, breaking the link between the soul and the armor by using aura, power, or purifying it with holy power. Leon looked at the holy sword glowing in his hand, saying to himself, "Luckily, I have the holy sword, the top among all holy weapons." But he shifted his gaze to the dark shadows ahead, thinking silently, "There are quite a few of them. If they are ghost armors, then it's better if I retreat now and come back another day." Elsid beside him also felt suspicious. The number of them is really strange. It's impossible for so many to gather here by coincidence. Leon looked at him and asked, "Not by coincidence?" Elsid said seriously, "The success rate of creating a ghost armor is very low. No matter how powerful the magic spell used is, it only results in one outcome. Whether intentional or accidental, having so many after countless failures means hundreds or thousands of souls have flown into this mansion." Leon, hearing that number, broke out in a cold sweat and shouted loudly, "No way! This city has that many dead people." Elsid's voice echoed in the space. "A demon soul alone can't do that. They can't go too far or exist in this world for too long," he confirmed firmly. "Even going to another district in the city is impossible." Leon turned his head to confirm. "Then there's nowhere else but the slums. That's a place not bound by any rules. The only place gathering all those factors is the slums, a place where violence and money can get you anything." Leon frowned, gritting his teeth, thinking, "I can't just leave them like this, but someone with little experience like me still can't handle this." He tightened his hand, gripping the sword, silently telling himself, "Even if I can shake the church with this sword, it won't matter if I don't find out the identity and purpose of that organization." Leon swung his sword and jumped into the air, silently deciding that if he wanted to return before dawn, he had to take the risk. A slash cut down a pair of iron armors. Leon calculated silently again. Fighting opponents in the dark like this now also helps improve his skills. He used lightning-fast speed to slash. Another iron armor was smashed to pieces. Leon moved extremely fast through the iron armors. Countless straight slashes rained down on them. The sky outside the window was now tinged with a pink-orange hue. The sun was flashing the first rays of dawn. Inside the mansion, Elsid spoke up. "Looks like they're almost all taken care of." Leon planted his sword into the ground. Around his feet were scattered fragments of broken armor. He replied, "Probably so." Leon's face had turned pale. Glaring, he asked, "Fighting while surrounded like this isn't too bad, right?" Elsid asked back, "Is it because of your blind spots?" Leon admitted to him. "Yes." He began to explain, "My vision is quite wide but still limited like normal people. No matter how hard I try, I can't see what's behind my head." Leon asked uncertainly, "So, fighting with your back against the wall is the best way, right?" Elsid answered him, "Yeah, that's true." It closed both eyes and raised both left and right hands to demonstrate. Level 3 is knowing how to control the situation. Level 2 is adapting to the environment. Then Elsid opened its eyes, raised one finger. Level 1 is turning the situation into strength. After hearing that, Leon said nothing, just smirked and exhaled deeply. Then he put both hands into his pockets, turned and walked out of the mansion with Elsid. "Man, that's something I have to overcome myself if I want to have enough ability to fight in the slums." Leon silently analyzed in his mind that the danger level in the slums is obviously much higher than in the drainage and tunnel areas. Everywhere is carefully trapped, just waiting for prey to fall in. and surely the assassins who specialize in ambush will target my blind spots. He raised his hand to cover one eye, silently thinking to himself, if I keep relying on this narrow perspective, I'll fall into their trap with no way out. In the morning, the sun hangs high, casting dazzling rays of light. The sky is painted a clear blue. White clouds seem to add to the openness of the weather. In an old, run-down neighborhood, everyone on the street wears dark cloaks that almost completely cover their faces. At the corners of the walls, elderly people silently sit slumped on the ground. For some reason, a little boy stands in the middle of the street, looking up at the sky, rubbing his eyes non-stop while crying loudly. Wah! At that moment, a pair of feet wearing high-top boots slowly step forward. A shadow of black falls down. The little boy who is crying suddenly senses something and stops crying, his eyes wide open. Just 1 second later, he panics and uses both hands to tightly cover his mouth. His face turns pale as if all the blood drained out, and his whole body trembles with fear, hoarse with a cold and fierce face passing by him from behind. Everyone present here is frozen, stiff by the intimidating aura of that guy, too scared to move. Only after Khan and his gang of thugs leaving just their backs turned, does anyone dare to call out Khan, the leader of the strongest gang of thugs around. In a huge mansion, voices echo from inside. Subordinates have been monitoring districts 23 and 25 as ordered, but no slave has come in or gone out yet. At the center of the shiny bald head is a pink-haired boss, slicked back neatly. The thug grimaces and reports, the people around that area are very dangerous, so subordinates can't get any closer. But should we dig deeper? Khan sits in his chair, resting his hand on his forehead, ordering them. No need, just keep watching from a distance. If we're not careful, we might alert them. He shouts once, then the thug continues. Subordinates have checked the water flow from districts 23 and 25. He begins to recount, besides the stinky sewage, there's human blood, rotten organs, and a lot of mixed filth. I can confirm at least 30 people died today. Khan waves his hand and asks, what do the mages say? The thug respectfully replies, they say some strange things. Clearly that black magic festival inside isn't as simple as it looks. Khan frowns, glancing sideways, grinding his teeth, making a clicking sound. One eye squints as he points and assigns tasks to his men. Gather everything I told you to investigate and compile it all for me, with evidence if possible. Stop here, let those guys handle the rest. The thug hurriedly tries to stop him. Big bro, even though we still don't know what they're doing, the money we get from the slaves will be cut in half if we don't act fast now. Before he finishes, a splash of fresh red blood sprays onto the scarred thug standing next to him. He tilts his head and sees the reporting thug is completely motionless, lying face down in a pool of blood. Khan smiles wickedly, warning, once you can't tell when the enemy strikes, that's when you die like this bastard here. The scarred thug and the others tremble in fear, silently thinking, this move is terrifying. I didn't even realize what happened, like we were just snapped at. Khan continues instructing the thugs, these bastards are different, we can't use them. Better not try. Provoking them only brings harm to us. He points at the scarred thug and says, whether they're fanatics or spies from other countries, we absolutely must not touch them. Khan lectures again. Once they decide to start their plan, it won't benefit us. Even a single gold coin. They'll hunt us down to the last man. The thugs all silently bow their heads, his words ringing in their ears. So let their leader, the Holy War Knight, handle it. Khan leans back in his chair, closes his eyes, waves his hand, and asks, we'll put this aside for now. Any new intel? The scarred thug answers. Yes, sir, he reports enthusiastically. At the abandoned mansion near the district gate, subordinates heard there's a guy who frequently comes and goes there on missions. Khan squinted his eyes, his face now serious, and shouted twice. Oh ho. The scar-faced mutt continued. I heard it's been more than a week already. That guy added some more details. He was named because he specializes in collecting chute monsters and slim stones. Outside, the sky had turned the orange-yellow of sunset. The scar-faced mutt's voice was still echoing. First called a cat, later known as a scanner, he guessed it was probably because he always took on missions nobody wanted. After hearing all the info, Khan's eyebrows furrowed tightly as he commented. This guy is pretty interesting too, the scanner snorted. He rubbed his chin, a sly smile creeping on his lips. The guy who takes on cheap-ass missions, we might be able to use him. Elsewhere, night had blanketed the sky in darkness, leaving only stars twinkling. In the city, some houses had their windows open with lights shining inside. At Leon's building, an extremely bright light was shining outside. Inside, Leon was focused, eyes shut tight, sweat drenched his face. He gripped his sword tightly, surrounded by a powerful energy. Suddenly, Leon let out a loud scream, sounding like he was in intense pain. Then he collapsed hard onto his knees, mouth wide open, gasping and yelling. The sword in his hand dropped to the floor. Elsid asked with concern, how's it going? Do you feel it yet? That energy flowing through your body? Leon answered, yeah, I feel something strange. Elsid crossed his arms, approvingly. Clearly, a A cautious normal guy is better than a reckless prodigy. Keeping up with my pace is pretty impressive. Leon slumped down tiredly onto the floor, sighing deeply. Every time I get through a challenge, it feels like I die and come back to life. But I don't feel like I've improved much, and I'm still not confident. Elcid snapped his fingers. Keep pushing. A status board appeared. It showed Leon. His title, Profession, the one who dares not start. Level 23, STR, 14D. Santa 140, D. Dedix 131, D. Aura 76, E. Sword Saint Skill Intermediate Level 2. Rodrigo Martial Arts, Level 3 Activating Martial Body, Rank 2. Low Mana User, Level 5. Leon couldn't believe the info on the board and asked, what? Next to the intermediate Sword Saint skill, why is there a low-level mana user? Isn't this the beginner rank from before? Elcid exclaimed. Looks like your development speed isn't bad. Wow, just as expected. All thanks to a great teacher. You've learned something others take hundreds of days to realize. Leon turned to look at him, but his hand pointed at the info board, asking, but why isn't the 7-star sword listed here? Elcid flew close, pressing his face to Leon's, then angrily shouted, of course, because you haven't even learned the basic skill of that move yet. Do you even have a conscience? The 7-star sword, also known as the Great War Spear, is a sword technique Rodrigo invented in his early days. Rumor has it, a person can only truly call themselves a master once they can consecutively use all 7 forms of that sword technique. Leon resolved to speak up. I want to learn at least one of these forms before facing my revenge. If I add the 7-star sword to the Holy Sword, could I gain the upper hand, no matter who my enemy is? Hearing this, Elcid casually teased, they'll die if they're not at master level. The next second, Leon snapped back, annoyed. That's enough. It's impossible for me to become strong enough to dominate anyone in the slums within 2 months. I need a trump card I can use in emergencies. Even though I know how to summon mana weapons, if I can't use them properly, it's pointless. Leon's words made Elcid look at him differently, ignoring his own gaze. Leon eagerly said, then let's start right now. I'll keep training until I succeed. Suddenly, Elcid threw cold water on Leon. I'm glad you're so fired up like that, but today's training ends here. Leon looked confused, asking why. Elcid slowly glanced out the window and replied, because we have uninvited guests. Right after, Leon looked down below. Uninvited guests? With a firm tone, Elcid calmly answered, yeah, they're definitely not tenants. After thinking for a moment, Leon asked, so, they came here for me? Elcid carefully observed the Mutt Gang and said, I don't sense any traces of monsters or enemies. I couldn't sense any real tough guys among them either. Judging by their looks, they seem like thugs. After a moment, he guessed, could they have come from the slums? Ellis answered slowly, their faces showing no friendliness. But I don't think they came here to start a fight. Then, Leon made a decision. I guess I should go meet them. Maybe they have some clues that could help us find the grudge. His door slowly opened, and in a flash, Leon appeared in front of the mixed gang. Seeing this, John immediately spoke up. Are you the so-called sweeper? Leon calmly replied, that's me. Without a hint of regret in his tone, Nikki said, we apologize for coming to you without warning. John quickly added, we only came because we were ordered from above, so please understand. Then, Leon calmly asked back, from above? Nikki eagerly confirmed, yes, we're members of a gang called the Mixed Breed. You've probably heard of them while gathering information. The gang is led by a man nicknamed Kan Jiangnan, the top dogs who divide the slums into 3 parts. After striking a pose, John aggressively continued, the boss is looking for you. We were ordered to leave you alone if you refuse to come with us, but I suggest you obediently go with us. Before he could say more, Leon cut him off and led the way. His calm demeanor left the mixed gang dumbfounded. Khan wouldn't call Leon over like this if he was planning something with him. At the same time, Leon already had a plan in mind. As long as he mentioned the name Kan Jiangnan, most people would clear the way for him. This was his chance to get deep into the slum's headquarters. Nearby, Ellis gently spoke. I can say for sure what he's planning. Looks like Leon's thinking the same thing. Right. Khan must be considering giving me a job he can't ask the guild to do. If Khan plans to use Leon, thinking that, Leon smirked with satisfaction because he would use Khan too. After a while, Nikki stood in front of an alley and signaled to this side. Just as he finished speaking, a small collision happened. It turned out a fruit knife guy bumped into Nikki and fell hard to the ground. He stammered in fear. I'm sorry. As soon as he saw Nikki, the fruit knife guy recognized him. Mixed breed. He angrily beat him as if venting his rage. Damn sneaky bastard. Why don't you open your eyes and watch where you're going, huh? This bullying scene made Leon unable to hold back his anger. Looks like Ellis had already guessed his reaction. Hold on. Hearing that, Leon got even more pissed and shouted, why stop? He gently advised, carefully managing Leon's emotions. If you give off a bloody vibe like you just did in front of that con guy, this will end with nothing good for you. In just seconds, Leon calmed down. I'm good now. I'll be careful. After moving for a while, he reached the mixed gang's base. Following Nikki, Leon whispered, so this is the mixed breeds base. Elis didn't hold back and criticized. Don't they know what cleaning is? The next second, he saw it. Huh. Is that blood? Against their wishes, Leon saw through this dirty trick. Looks like they purposely didn't clean it up. Then, Elis exclaimed, classic posturing. At that moment, a fierce voice came from behind him. Are you the one they call the sweeper? Without hesitation, Leon quickly drew his sword. He boldly swung a powerful slash at Khan. With just one hand, Khan blocked Leon's attack effortlessly. Khan excitedly said, that nickname doesn't suit you at all. Sweeper. The power radiating from him was overwhelming, freezing Leon. While Leon was still stunned, Khan took momentum to punch him in the face like a goat waiting to be slaughtered. Leon couldn't move even an inch. He thought, I'm gonna die. Just as he thought that, Khan's punch hit his face. Luckily, it seemed Khan only wanted to scare him, not finish him off. Still, Leon's nose bled heavily, drops falling to the ground. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and was terrified inside. He couldn't even dodge, and the wind pressure alone was that strong. If Khan hadn't stopped, Leon would have been knocked out cold. Although he was extremely panicked, he still curiously spoke up. Are you the one they call Fang? Leon's question piqued Khan's interest. You're brave, I'll give you that. I heard you were some low-tier nobody, so I thought you were trash. But this is enough. Fine, I've made up my mind. Khan's sudden change in attitude confused Leon. Made up your mind about what? Khan immediately replied. About my offer. You came all this way because you had doubts, right? I'll give you what you want. Hearing this, Leon grew even more confused. What I want? What exactly is that? The next moment, Khan flashed a fierce grin. Sorry, but I've already investigated your entire background. Khan looked intently at Leon as he spoke. The Royal Academy, where commoners are always second-class citizens, the one who landed a punch on those nobles through sheer effort. After that, you joined the guild, taking on missions nobody else wanted, but you became famous throughout the city because of it. The slum leader, Khan, continued. And under me, there are plenty of spies, right? Ignoring Leon's surprise, Khan went on, I more or less understand why you gave up on that academy. You don't want to become a knight, nor do you want to bow down to those rotten nobles. Khan's guess made both Leon and Elseed widen their eyes in shock. Moments later, Khan loudly declared as if he knew Leon well, that's why you fought those nobles and decided to become an adventurer. Unlike those self-righteous heirs who only care about themselves, you see a bigger picture of the future by becoming an adventurer. That's why you managed to reach rank C after just 2 missions. As he said this, Khan imagined Leon fighting passionately, then Joe happily handing him the rank C card. A moment later, Khan excitedly asked, was this all just a coincidence? Both Leon and Elsid were stunned by Khan's surprisingly accurate guess. No, definitely not. Despite Leon's blank expression, Khan stubbornly continued, if you were just money hungry, you wouldn't have done this. From the start, you had one goal, right? I saw it right away, it's fame, something those nobles can't touch, and something that can raise your status no matter where you come from. Fame, Khan said. I'm sure that's why you came here as soon as I invited you. Even though the slums are a complicated place, that's why, right? If you agree to my terms, your wish will come true. Hearing this, Leon didn't argue but replied calmly, got it. At the same time, he thought to himself, what the hell is this guy? He's wrong but keeps going anyway. Elsid, standing nearby, also spoke up. He's a bit of a weirdo, but he's not wrong. Looking at your past and the missions you've completed, anyone would think you did it for fame. The next moment, Leon fell into deep thought again. Khan completely misunderstood his plans, but Leon saw no need to correct him. Because this guy might become an enemy someday. If he's mistaken, then just use that misunderstanding to your advantage. After about 2 seconds, Leon calmly said, at least I've heard everything you said. Leon's composed demeanor made Khan even more interested. At that moment, the moon hung high in the pitch-black sky. After a while, Khan spoke while drinking. People in the slums are always cautious of outsiders, but they don't reject or hate them. This place is just right for survival. Many don't realize their own status and want to come here seeking power. I wiped them all out 3 or 4 months ago before they could act. So, don't talk about districts 23 or 25. 200 bodies in one day is my way. Leon immediately thought in horror, how? Could Malice have teamed up with the demon armor? Ignoring Leon's surprise, Khan quickly said, there are 3 power players ruling the slums here. One is a businessman called Golden Pigass, an assassin nobody has ever seen guards the fat one. Saying this, he proudly pointed to himself. Of course, Khan is the top among them. Seeing this, Leon felt helpless inside. If he hadn't met Khan before, he wouldn't have thought anyone fit that name. Right after, Khan continued, Districts 23 and 25 belong to Simong, but after his recent losses, he's furious. Finally, to balance that, Han Thue, Raiset in Yelindan, Tue tu Bukde din Bukbe, Bonhodeu. Jiong Noi Kwakan chart trenen nim tukon bao jahit, chet hate. Leong gep gap dat kawoi, Vibon shung tuksula ai. Nevoy, gang hong voy dap loy duanzem, New bon ho ko khanang dan bai kamot doi kwan lin dan thwe như voi. Kung le ho fai lamot to chuk lun man, ma huang de kung fai de mat den. Chua biet ku o chua lamot noi vo lua den te nao, chua nai da vượt qua dan jioi rai soi. New ting lung khan vào ti so lung de dan bai bon ho kote se hopli hon một chút. Sao khi da ung het rai sueu, khan chum rai sai mar lari. Nhưng ke ko diu tra kung de ba mang, tru ta, kung yo do be ye dang sơ mun che nen kung dam lam ye het. Người gak kung kofin kung dang zem se tin hin. Den cấp turi ko ta kung dang tim catch de tron sair kin tron trendin rai song. Jack, neu ta kung or do, bon ho de nu rai san moto, chuyen do ta hiu rai song. Ning trong luk gan deng ep ning di koi da chen gang. Ve ka ban ti voi tin hin nai, chung ta kong nen hiu chin fai kong. Kan lep tuk dong ting. Mak du kong mun yung ta fai kong nyun la dung. Do la nguyen nyon ta goi ko un afiu lu ve muk tiu la dan ting. Sao ki kiem tra. Ta bie ko la ngui. Sơn sang doi mat với hiểm neng, chu kong fai la chai tron koi no, vì vậy ta đam chak ko se kong tu choi ting ko nai, tip do leon trom ngam dura sui doan. Tu nhưng gi ong vu noi, zemra niem vu ong dura la nai, kong fai la de chet chok ma la dung toi, de tu hut su chu iko dam nui kia. Ka han chong no mut nu kuri dai hai long, jai sao do, ga kong tiek loi ken groi, tong min lam, so voi 100 gantin nu kak ti ko tro tan ngui ku toi la durai soi. Chi trong chirp mat, leon da tu choi dai dut kwat, shin loi, nhưng mà thôi không muốn gia nhop bằng đăng đầu. Ray sang khan không muốn mất thêm gui của gà vào những kuyen nên ni mui muốn một sức man tu ben guai. Khan muốn loi dung ku, một gui ko khả năng, malis la một vấn đề lon. Nhưng gà ta sao này có thể contributan một vấn đề lon hơn nhiều. Một hồi lâu sau, khan đua một thấp thai liêu cho Leon. Duk toi. Nhưng ku din bắt đầu như thế nào? Nhìn qua một lượt đi. Vua doc duk weiter, kuda short kung lai. Hai mặt Leon tron dai king hai. Nu vua thay duk tu ji do, rai sut dang sir. Duli Yukan dua ko exim labang chung cho tay ngui ku, o chot da bi malis tansat nu tenao. Ka elis kung ngak nien totlen, hang tram la konso ko te taiduk arde. Nyung konso tuk te ko te len den hangan. Leon kong kim duk ma tuat mohoy dai do. Tet kin kung. Vi bon hoteng tong mot kuvuk, kong duk kwan liboy lut fap nen kong kukach nao biet duk kuyen jida saira. Ngay ka bin mut, kong biet duk nung handong dok akno kon tiep dien den baujur arbin. Tip do, el sid chom chunin vau kantai dang nam chat ko kuva goy Leon. Sao ki da bin tin tralai, Leon tram jiong hoi. Tai sao ong kong jiao cho hoi dung do? Kan han chong gai ti, kong duk. Vi mai ke do kung do hon ko ngi nyeo. Bon ho se kong bao jer tin tuang, nu kong duk tan mat chung kin. Chi kun gitoy de, gu da duan duk va do la li dung kun den toy. Su tong min ko Leon lam ga hao hung hun bao jer het. Dung vei ta kan ku lam bang chung, du de lam nung ke do fai tin nung chuyen dang shaira la tat, mo bang chung sung, kong de kan hao huk duk bao lao. Go da ta choga mo gao nuklan, ta dang soo, the ratoy kon song e chet de labang chung hu hiyo. Kan kong ning kong tuk yon ve bi vach trun, ma ga kong ve kui lon hon. Vua kui shan she, gada mu loy nen kuda san sang shua. Ve jong deo chak chan, leon da pandong iduk. Tiep do ku tom ni trong long, tat dang so ho. Nyung kong deji de kote tup hup doi hin yeo nu tenai ku o chot. Va hon tenua, leon kote ku hang tram sing mang bang kach lam niem vunai. Neki ko vua ni chong ti kanda dua cho leon motong do, de kam le. Ko tomo mordaugam ra, kai jidai. Ngeve gabin tantraloi, mot kondaugam ve kondo ko tatrenno. Duno ratro kenao mongoi hon ve ngui ti kong tang ko nao dam ho hijido. Neu kong thi kwantai murai song dai, maket loi ko kan, leon dai chebai vut daugam kwa mo pen, ong du toi kai kwai jidai, kong kun. Ve get ba ko koking gong tuk dien len. Koncho. Mot luk sao, kan tiep tuk jai thik, kontrong tui lanun kun fib. Surdung luk kon tiet wak bandi. If you want, just think of it as paying for mutual benefits. Then Leon lowered his voice and said, "Let me ask you one last thing." At this point, you suddenly remembered Khan's fierce image from the start. His powerful punch was something Leon could never forget. Even his own stunned look, when he hadn't even been hit yet but was already bleeding from the nose, was etched deeply in his mind. The next moment, Leon wondered if Khan had planned to stop that punch from the beginning. This strange question made Khan fall silent, then in the blink of an eye, he smirked in response. Of course, their conversation only lasted a few hours. After that, Leon and Elsid returned to the inn. Sitting on the bed, he fell into deep thought. Leon couldn't help but recall Khan's confident face. Khan, the Wolffang, that guy was way too strong, so he needed to train even harder. After a while, he turned to ask Elsid if there was anything noteworthy when it read through that data. Hearing this, Elsid quickly replied, "Some things, but I need to study it more. Based on Malice doing something unrelated to the plan, the odds are high it will cause a disaster." From that answer, Leon immediately caught the main point. "So you're saying you have to witness it with your own eyes, right?" Elsid decisively answered. "Exactly. Easier said than done. Infiltrating an area where 500 mercenaries were wiped out, shouldn't this mission be given to a top-class assassin or something? In a flash, he already had a plan. I guess I need support, someone not blinded by money, and someone I can trust without guilt. Leon's request made Elsie sweat and exclaim, "Isn't that condition a bit too high?" Hearing that, he continued, "Not just that, it has to be someone who never forgives malice." Finally, it understood Leon's point. "There's only one place to find someone like that," he hurriedly added. "Right. I remember she said it's the 13th building in Prima District, right?" The next morning, the sun was high. Leon said in amazement, "Is this a church?" According to him, in front of Leon and Elsie was a surprisingly small church. Looking around, he puzzled over why they'd build something like this in such a poor district. Without hesitation, it explained, churches always send clergy to places with unfortunate lives, those who would be blinded by profit and easily subdued, and those who become slaves to ambition are easy to control. But clergy won't fall into that, because they must always be righteous. They only respect their faith and the orders from above. They never lose their way. Leon finally understood. In other words, they won't fall for lies anymore. In just a moment, he made a decision. I have no other choice, so I don't want to draw attention as an inexperienced hero. But I guess I have to tell the truth. Besides, even if Leon presents evidence, most of the teams here are clergy. They never reveal anything if you ask them to keep quiet. At all costs, everyone here wears shabby clothes like in the slums, but their eyes are always bright, even without light shining on them. They're not suspicious of anyone around, even looking into others' pockets, proving they still trust others. Leon wondered if it was because of this church branch. He wondered who managed this church branch. After a moment, Leon began knocking on the church door. From inside, a gentle voice called out, "Who's there?" Though a bit shy, he introduced himself. "I'm Explorer Leon. I have something to ask the bishop." As soon as he finished, he was shocked to find his aura reacting to the aura of the person behind the door. While still startled, a tall cleric figure appeared right behind the door. Cesare gently spoke, "I am the bishop in charge of this place." Cesare. Both Leon and Elsid had the same thought. An elf. After entering, he quickly offered Leon a glass of water. As expected, Cesare spoke, "You must be surprised that the bishop is an elf." Leon stammered a denial. No, still," he calmly explained. "An elf in my position is quite rare. The higher-ups love everyone equally, so I always serve him wholeheartedly. I've heard of your achievements, Lord Leon. You defeated the monsters underground in the sewers and walls, right? The water quality has improved like never before thanks to you. The number of people logging out due to stomach pain has dropped a lot. I'm sure the higher-ups will be very pleased." Cesare's praise made Leon smile shyly. "You flatter me too much." The next moment, he suddenly became serious. "Now, you said you have something to tell me, right?" Leon immediately regained his composure. He didn't respond right away but fell silent for a moment. Then, Leon pushed Khan's stack of documents closer to Cesare. "Could you take a look at these documents first?" Hearing this, he picked them up and started reading. In the blink of an eye, Cesare furrowed his brow at the contents. Before Leon could say anything, he spoke up. "This is a matter the church has to get involved in. However, the origin of this information is the real issue. These documents will be questioned, and the archbishop will demand a fresh investigation. But if that happens, it'll take a long time to resolve." Leon agreed with Cesare. "Right, I think so too. That's why I want to find someone to investigate zones 23 and 25 with me. Can you recommend someone?" After a moment of thought, he spoke sadly. "I'm sorry, but our branch doesn't have anyone who can fight. A few have learned summoning and support magic, but I don't think there'll be much help on this mission." Cesare's words made Leon visibly disappointed. "Is that so? This is the last place then." It seemed like he was angered by the document's contents, but there was still one way. "I'll join you." The moment Leon and Elsid heard this, they were stunned. "Huh?" Ignoring Leon's stunned silence, Cesare continued, "I'll leave someone else to handle things here, so I, Cesare, will join you. Just because I'm a bishop doesn't mean I can't do the hard work." Still, Leon couldn't believe it. Thinking of a bishop agreeing to join him, Leon only imagined a few priests helping out. "Are you really okay with this?" Cesare stared at him, as if to affirm his determination. It seemed he saw through Leon's doubt. "Do I look untrustworthy?" The moment Cesare finished speaking, Leon's eyes widened in shock. Turns out, he had just dropped a powerful move. A massive yet holy power quickly gathered in Cesare's palm. Mana, when condensed to a certain threshold, manifests outwardly and burns the air. This technique could clearly tear through Midran metal like paper. With a surprised tone, Elsid spoke up. Judging by the casting speed, he must have mastered it through countless battles. In terms of strength, he's probably on par with Khan. Hearing this, Leon thought in horror. Cesare became a bishop out of passion, then he gently withdrew his power and spoke. "What do you think? I won't drag you into this." Leon shyly scratched his head. "Actually, I'm worried I might drag you down." The next moment, Cesare laughed loudly. "Don't put me on a pedestal. 50 years ago, I was a member of the Holy Knights Close Combat Squad, but now I'm more like a scholar. Cesare's sudden introduction made Leon's eyes widen in surprise. The Close Combat Squad. He was once part of the continent's strongest army. Immediately after, Leon eagerly shook Cesare's hand, hoping for his support. He remained extremely humble. Of course, that's what I should say. Wait a moment, I'll grab my weapon. You wait in the front yard, Leon quickly replied. Oh, sure. As Cesare left, Leon happily thought, just thinking about teaming up with someone from the Holy Knights Close Combat Squad made Leon feel like he had an entire army backing him. Plus, the weapon he carried back then was probably a badass bow fitting for an elite from a hunting tribe. Before Leon could dream on, Elcid quickly spoke up innocently. Don't you see the calluses on his hands? After a while, a heavy spiked mace slammed hard onto the church's backyard. As expected, Cesare's weapon was a fierce spiked mace. Despite careful observation, both Leon and Elcid couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Before them, he wielded the spiked mace lightly, as if holding a toy. Moments later, Cesare spun the mace in the air, then without hesitation, threw it forcefully forward. In the blink of an eye, a huge rock was shattered by Cesare's spiked mace. With a satisfied yet holy expression, he exclaimed, "Awesome. It's been a while since I felt this. I'll never forget the satisfaction of crushing heretics' skulls with this mace. Though it's been a long time since I retreated from the front lines, it still fires me up." Under the horrified faces of Leon and Elcid, Cesare continued, "Destroying evil is the same as destroying their sins. I'm sure God watches over our holy battle, right?" His overwhelming power made Leon stammer, "Absolutely, definitely." Hearing this, Cesare's eyes shone with conviction. Definitely, for sure. Outside, the sunset slowly faded from the sky. Leon was calmly walking through the slum. A moment later, he curiously asked Elcid, "Is he following us?" She quickly replied, "Yeah." Glancing back, Leon said, "I told you he changed to fit in with the slums because he can't walk around the crime den dressed like a priest." But from his perspective, the image of Cesare, fully covered and silently following, suddenly appeared. About 2 seconds later, Leon thought to himself, something feels off. He could sense the man's presence through mana, but none of his other senses detected anything. Noticing his confusion, Elcid quickly explained, "That's a type of mana skill. A skill that uses mana to erase one's presence. It's hard to use while moving, but he's pretty skilled." Suddenly, a drunk guy bumped into the man. The drunk angrily turned around and shouted, but the drunk was surprised when he saw no one there. "Hey, watch where you're going! What the hell are you looking at?" After seeing this, Elcid continued, "He must be really experienced in these infiltration jobs." Leon still wondered, "But I can sense him with mana. He's basically invisible." Then she guessed it was probably due to his mana attribute. He shouldn't be able to sense him when he uses mana to hide. But those limitations can be overcome based on mana characteristics. From your sunlight attribute reaction, his attribute is moon. You can feel that elf's presence because his attribute reveals his stealth to you, the one with the sun attribute. Sun and moon. Is this just a coincidence or fate? After a while, Leon spoke up. "Here we are. This is the 23rd district." Elcid hovered beside him, exclaiming, "That thug's dagger must be useful." Leon immediately agreed. "Yeah, so earlier you ran into a bunch of aggressive thugs." Seeing that, Leon quickly pulled out the dagger Khan had given him. In the blink of an eye, the thugs changed their attitude. Every henchman we met had to give way. "Back to reality," Cesare excitedly said. "Can't believe we got through this slum so easily. You're truly as amazing as I've heard. Thanks to you, we can quickly deal with those heretic priests, those life-ruining bastards who don't know how to appreciate God's blessings." His usual fierce look made Leon and Elcid pale. Immediately after, he opened a secret path. From here on out is the Reformation territory. A straightforward infiltration would be dangerous, so we'll use the sewer route Khan showed me. Cesare created a light beam to move easily through the dark tunnel. Suddenly, he turned off the light as if sensing something. Hiss! From above the sewer, a bored voice echoed. "Is that all for today?" Another voice appeared. "We can't meet the quota because the sacrifices have started resisting. We need to get rid of 12 more. But 70 a day is really too much. Even if we start processing non-stop from dawn, the ritual ends way past midnight. They keep dumping the work on us. Those bastards." Their words made Elcid grind her teeth at the ritual. 70 people a day? They slaughter that many people daily for months? Unforgivable. Before Leon could act, Cesare pulled out his spiked mace. "I'll go first." He quickly flew up. Cesar's mace stabbed right in front of a heretic. With one strike, he neatly took one down. Leon crawled up and saw. "Sir! Sir!" Leon's call made Cesare suddenly remember. "Oh right, we planned to sneak in." Taking advantage of this, the remaining heretic started blowing poisonous smoke. Before he could react, Cesare threw the spiked mace at his face. Suddenly, Cesare grew suspicious of the scene. It turned out his mace was blocked by a magic formation. The heretic sneered. "With this armor, attacks are useless. How dare you sneak in here? Are you crazy? We're out of sacrifices anyway." Just in time, as he finished speaking, the heretic's head was severed. It was Leon who took the chance to separate the heretic's head from his body. The other one screamed in fear. "Who the hell are you? Do you know who we are?" Before he could finish, Cesare skillfully coordinated with Leon to wipe out the heretic. Leon and Cesare calmly watched the two dead heretics. Right after, the old man excitedly spoke up. "Oh, brother Leon, did you handle it right? Cesare's attitude shook you up, huh?" "I don't think you should have said that, sir. Anyway, those smart ones use good swords," he continued. "Did you get their weapons? That might be why you ignored their external power." Holding the sword in his hand, Leon whispered, "Is this really okay, Elcid?" He calmly replied, "Yeah, it's all according to plan. I cast a special curse on my appearance, so to them, I look like an ordinary sword, just like the one they're holding. The holy sword definitely stands out too much. But if someone knows about the Holy Church of St. King Rodrigo, you don't think that would help, because they can recognize a holy sword just by its appearance." The next moment, Leon said, "I can't call this a successful infiltration, but since I discovered the true nature of the enemy, I think that's a big plus. There's no better proof than the fact they're using forbidden external power by the church." Hearing this, Cesare immediately agreed. "You're right, but this isn't a failed infiltration. Just like if there are no witnesses, it can't be called an assassination. It could be called an infiltration if I had killed all of them." Despite saying such harsh words, the old man's face remained incredibly saintly, leaving Leon and Elcid speechless. After a moment of observation, Leon seriously advised, "Search a little more thoroughly." "Yes, sir," Cesare quickly replied. "Yeah, I agree, brother Leon." The two found a strange room. Leon quickly opened the door and entered with Cesare. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by two brand new skulls. Inside the room, bloody tools were neatly arranged. Also, corpses stacked on top of each other in a large container were just as horrifying. Leon couldn't stand it and covered his mouth. This nightmare scene, how many lives were sacrificed, and how much suffering happened here. At the same time, Elcid calmly told him to endure it. "You're not used to these terrible things, but you can't look away from misery. Even if no one remembers, a hero must remember. This tragedy is the true form of the enemy you sacrificed your life to fight against." After a moment of reflection, Leon asked in a low voice, "Isn't it the Demon King?" His tone was full of disdain. "That usual Demon King. How could he be your enemy? The world isn't green enough to be saved just by defeating one bad guy." Saying this, Elcid became more serious than ever. For the poor, poverty is their Demon King. For the sick, disease is their Demon King. Do you really think those misfortunes have a reasonable cause? Can you slash poverty with a holy sword? Can you destroy disease with it? Compared to those, a Demon King you can cut down is nothing. The one who brings a brighter future is the true definition and duty of a real hero. And that's why you have to fight to the end. No matter how bad it gets, you can't avoid it. You can only eradicate demons by facing tragedy head-on. After his mindset was cleared, Leon sighed deeply. Then his eyes shone with unprecedented determination. Cesare noticed this scene. He wondered what Leon had been telling himself all this time, but the guy managed to calm down in just a few seconds, despite the horrific sight. He has a strong will. The next moment, Leon called out, "Yes, sir." Cesare quickly answered, "The place we passed through seems to be just a dumping ground, and from here looks like the real base. The enemy here is at least double digits. They'll be in big trouble if they keep infiltrating blindly." Suddenly, he remembered Khan's words, thinking of them as bounties and doing whatever Leon wanted with them. If possible, he didn't want to use them. But in a flash, Leon unrolled a paper that Khan had given him. Seeing this, Cesare looked puzzled. "Brother Leon, what is that scroll?" Leon didn't answer, but silently felt the power radiating from the paper. Immediately after, he used the clairvoyance technique. Seeing it, Elcid recognized it as temporary magic, granting the user the ability to see through, right? He even added it to his vision. Then, Leon saw through the entire structure of this base. A moment later, the power from the paper gradually faded. When the magic of the paper wore off, Leon started bleeding. Cesare anxiously rushed to Brother Leon, but didn't want him to be distracted. He quickly reassured him, "I'm fine, no problem." Then, Leon recounted what he had just seen. "I don't think this underground base is too big. There are 24 people who can be considered enemies, arranged in order east, west, south, north, 10, 5, N5, and 4. There's a room in the middle that I can't see through, and its entrance is on the east side. I wonder if there's a key there." Hearing this, Cesare lowered his voice to make a guess. Maybe there is, or it could be a trap aimed at those who think that way. The key element of any strategy is to catch the enemy off guard. The most common trick is that the place considered the weakest spot is actually the strongest. Maybe that place is just an empty corpse room, and the real important spot is in District 25. Still, Leon was stubborn. "You might be right, but I only want to move after officially confirming that. Security won't be as loose as it is now if we come back later. So, today is our best chance." Luckily, Cesare didn't reject your plan. "So now that we've achieved the basic goal, should we handle them quickly and cleanly?" In another room, two freaks were both guarding and chatting. Suddenly, the chain from Cesare's spiked flail wrapped around them. With just one strike, he wiped out the two freaks. Inside the base, the agonizing clang of steel kept ringing out, but not loudly enough to draw attention. And there was another freak foaming at the mouth in pain from the same technique. As he fell, Cesare spoke up. "This is the 12th guy. My body's finally heating up. I've reached the age where I'm no longer as fierce as before." Then he curiously looked at Leon. "Is this the wall you can't see through? After touching the door, you immediately said you didn't know how to open it. There's no door handle, and neither pulling nor pushing moves it. The writing is unclear, and the blood-red light looks like blood dripping from a cut." Suddenly, Leon felt a chill down his spine when Cesare excitedly instructed, "Can you step back a bit, Brother Leon?" At that moment, Cesare forcefully swung his spiked flail forward. The next second, it bounced back without causing the door a scratch. Leon couldn't believe it. Eyes wide, did it really bounce back? Even Cesare was surprised and serious. In Leon's mind, flashed scenes of him fiercely using the spiked flail in the past. The horrifying images made it hard to believe. That iron ball should have crushed stone to dust. Thinking this, Leon paused for about 2 seconds and searched his memory. After a moment, he kept thinking, so how could there be not a single scratch from that last strike? In a flash, Elsid appeared and said, "Antimatter. It's a gateway to open matter particles, a substance based on a theory that has never existed in this world." Leon immediately caught the key point. Antimatter? Without hesitation, Elsid quickly explained, "Exactly. Based on what I remember, cold objects become hot, and hot objects become cold. This gateway seems made of antimatter, which nullifies all physical interference." After hearing Elsid's explanation, Leon silently added in his mind, "And not only that, since Leon couldn't see through it with his magic scroll, could it be that this door isn't affected by magic? If physical and magical power don't work, then there's only." Before he could think further, Cesare groaned. "Damn it, I'm focusing magic. Please focus on my hand. Oh, light of enlightenment." Seeing this, Leon was amazed and said, "Is this holy magic?" "In just a moment," Elsid shouted. "I get it. A kind of power that doesn't rely on aura or magic. A natural power and theory from this world, something only accessible through pure faith." As soon as he finished, Cesare struck and broke the door. "Heresy can never beat the holy faith." Seeing this, Leon happily exclaimed, "The door's broken!" Unfortunately, the door was only slightly cracked, not broken through. Still, Cesare tried to strike again. This scene made Leon sweat nervously. Isn't heresy supposed to be weaker than the holy faith? Even Elsid hesitated and agreed. If it can withstand holy magic from a bishop, that means this door is even stronger than faith itself. In other words, this isn't just a simple trap. Looks like you have to finish it now. I'll support you. So before he could finish, you quickly drew your sword. Right after, the image of Leon summoning magic caught Cesare's eye. "Brother Leon." In a flash, you shouted loudly. The sword in Leon's hand swiftly sliced a clean cut, leaving a clear, confident slash mark on the door. Finally, the door was broken down. The disappearance of the door sparked curiosity. Did it just vanish? Though unable to explain, Elsid still responded, "Anyway, it wasn't supposed to belong to this world." Cesare showed obvious surprise. "That was an incredible sword strike. Seems like I've seriously underestimated you, Senior Leon." Hearing that, Leon awkwardly scratched his head. "You're too kind. You did all the work, right? It's your credit." After a moment, he slowly spoke. "I can't sense anything beyond the door. Looks like they've abandoned the place since performing the ritual." As soon as he stepped inside, he thought silently, "The room is too dark, but the metallic stench of blood still lingered here." Seconds later, Cesare created a glowing orb to light the way. The moment he clearly saw inside the room, his face twisted in horror. Leon was just as shocked. Before them was a strange creature. After a moment, he stammered, "What? What the hell is this?" In the blink of an eye, Leon shouted, "They're still alive." This scene was so horrifying that even Cesare couldn't bear it and shut his eyes tight. Turns out, inside the room was a giant abomination. Not only that, it was torn into small pieces and was very close to Leon. He covered his mouth, unable to handle it. "They're still alive." After observing for a while, Elsid quickly spoke. "I get it. They butcher and drain blood from intelligent species, then experiment on them, turning them into chunks of meat with some life force added. Judging by what they've achieved, the outcome is clear. A heretic cult summons a massive number of monsters just to sacrifice them as bait, because just opening their mouths could swallow an entire city? A disaster is destined." Leon curiously asked, "What's it called?" Remembering the image of the real city, Elsid seriously replied, "The real city." With a surprised look on his face, he continued explaining, "They need a lot of time and effort to prepare, but once started, nothing can stop it. An entity from another space that even the holy gods dare not face will be summoned to this world and will return to another space easily once it finishes devouring a city." Hearing this, Leon immediately thought of the free city. This city's outskirts will become a full meal. Yeah. Then Elsid went on, "But since the ritual was noticed, it's failed 99 times out of 100. But if it succeeds, it will be a catastrophe." He caught the main point and paled. It succeeded before, he sighed and continued. There wouldn't be any records if it had never succeeded. One thing about heretics is no one knows what they'll bring until they're active. The heretics have been dealing with the Holy Church almost since its formation, Leon anxiously shouted. So what do we do to deal with the real city? We can't face it without a plan, right? Seeing Elseed's hesitant face, he grew even more panicked. Seconds later, Elseed slowly replied, not good. This place is basically a sacrificial ground for the real city. However, it's not that many. Security everywhere is pretty loose. Without hesitation, Leon immediately asked, so have they gathered enough numbers yet? Elseed confidently said almost 90%, probably just the ritual left to complete. They'll start once you begin evacuating the people. Let's make a simple strategy now. Hearing that, Leon doubted. Simple? Not caring about his skeptical tone. It continued. Gather all forces to strike District 25. A mutant like the real city will need a very large place to perform the ritual, so I'm sure we can handle it if we attack before they start the ceremony. Leon repeated Elseed's words, full assault, and Elseed immediately confirmed. Right, the turtle will pull its head into its shell if cornered, and that'll be where it takes its last breath. The scary thing about heretics is their defense capability. Because their skills are based on theories from another space, they have power completely different from holy magic. Speaking of which, it suddenly paused for about 2 seconds. But with you wielding the almighty holy sword, we'll blast their heads off with a full assault, then immediately destroy the exhausted heretics. Once they don't recognize the existence of the holy sword, they'll fall like chess pieces with no escape. After hearing the whole plan, Leon finally calmed down. Makes perfect sense. If they weren't dumb, they'd realize our existence through this raid. He silently vowed to himself, we have to take this gamble. Cesare's voice rang out seriously. Senior brother Leon, we have to leave soon. It seems like they noticed our intrusion. Hearing that, Leon gently sat down. Then, holding a piece of abomination, he thought to himself, what's the point of living like this? At some point, Cesare had already taken out his spiked mace. He decisively threw it at the abomination. While Cesare was destroying it, Leon sat still, hands clasped in prayer. After calming his soul, he quickly charged into the battle. Seeing that, he loudly ordered, hurry up, Leon immediately replied. Got it. The last guards finally arrived. The intruder is running away. We had a hard time dealing with those sacrificial creatures. The sudden intrusion by Leon and Cesare threw them into chaos, making them forget to chase after us. This place has been exposed. Shut it down now. Outside the base, the moon hung high, casting gentle light onto the ground. Leon gasped for breath and said, it seems they're no longer chasing us. Cesare calmly responded, yeah, those chasers are far behind now. When I was younger, I poked a beehive and felt just like this. Even in danger, he stayed calm. Back then, I just had to jump into a nearby pond, but this situation is a bit more dangerous. There's no pond for me to jump into here. This place is full of creatures that bees can't compare to. I have a feeling reinforcements from the church will arrive too late. What do you think? Senior brother Leon. Leon didn't answer but fell into deep thought. To carry out the plan, Elseed said he needed someone with enough authority. Leon thought about using the holy sword as a last resort, but Cesare seemed to have enough power already. He wanted to keep it hidden from everyone's eyes. Although it seemed like he had figured something out while fighting alongside Leon, if Cesare really wanted to hear his opinion, Leon silently confirmed after a moment and spoke up. He would comply. I've come up with a great plan. Right after, at his house, both Leon and Cesare were seriously discussing together. After hearing him explain the plan, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then Cesare spoke. There are some uncertainties, but it's worth a shot. Anyway, we have nothing else to try. Hearing that, Leon stammered excitedly. Really? Really? He immediately replied, yeah, thank God. That explanation was hard for others to believe. If a real strategist heard it, they'd definitely laugh out loud. Because the info about the real city will be tightly guarded in the church, so you'll pretend it's just speculation to avoid suspicion. As for disabling the barrier, if Leon doesn't mention the holy sword keyword, the only excuse is that the solar aura affects the heresy more than people think. Then Cesare gently added, even inside the holy church, the solar aura is one of the top priorities when recruiting. It's so rare I've never met anyone else with it besides you, but I think I finally understand why. Receiving his praise, Leon quickly responded, then it's settled. We'll mobilize the guild and army to corner them and force them to flee so a small number of elite soldiers can infiltrate and eliminate them. Then Cesare continued, if that's the case, we need to prepare 2 things. Mobilizing the guild and army and forming an infiltration team for their base. The first part is simple because he can resist the church. But Cesare went on, even though Leon is worried, we need people who can face the heresy's elite soldiers. This team needs to include people at least rank A by guild standards. Hearing this, he muttered thoughtfully, rank A, wait, rank A. Like striking gold, Leon jumped up excitedly. Sir, what do you think about recruiting strong people from the slums? His bold idea shocked him. He said, the slums? Noticing Cesare's confusion, Leon quickly explained, even in the slums, there's at least 1 or 2 people at the same rank. The snakehead and the coffin guard will do, right? Since they tried fighting fire with fire, they'll definitely cooperate. Still, he wasn't too sure. But will they agree to join? With strong confidence, he firmly stated, I'm sure they won't have any other choice if you talk to them yourself. In a flash, Cesare suddenly paused as if he understood something. The next moment, his eyes lit up. I get it. It's mandatory, isn't it? Leon was also burning with confidence. Give them a chance to serve the church. I'm sure they'll agree as soon as you show them the Crusader's mark. The scheming look on those two left Ellis speechless. If the people you're talking about heard this, you'd get stabbed. That warning made him recall the scene of Khan's attack in the past. Remembering Leon's messy look with a bloody nose, he cracked a creepy smile. I'm definitely not getting revenge for him making my nose bleed. Cut to the next morning at the B branch headquarters. The members kept trembling like they'd seen something terrifying. They turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Reese was no exception. She stammered as she spoke. Hello, Lord Leon. It turned out that Leon and Cesare's appearance in armor scared everyone in the guild. The fierce look on the old man made Reese even more panicked. The members only dared to watch from a distance. Isn't that the Crusader? What business do they have with the guild? Trying to calm her down, Leon quickly spoke. Reese, I'm here on business today. As he removed his mask, Cesare calmly introduced himself. I am Cesare, Bishop of the Holy Church. I request the guild's full cooperation under the Crusader's name. The information he just gave made everyone shout in unison. What? A moment later, inside the meeting room, Bernard spoke seriously. I am Bernard, head of the B branch. Although we haven't worked together before, please take care of us. He was even higher rank than Khan. I heard Bernard was once an A rank in his prime but retired due to a leg injury. He looked about 2 seconds old. Bernard continued. I fully understand the urgency of this situation, since it's so important that a retired Crusader member requested this meeting. Maybe because the hall was experienced, the discussion went quickly, though his expression froze when hearing about the short time left and estimated losses. According to Head Bernard, among the 4 active A-rank members here, only 1 can be mobilized for this risky mission. The others are all on duty. They left the mobilization to the head, then the bishop and Leon headed toward the slums to force Khan's snakefang. Well, Cesare and Khan's meeting was full of threats. Maybe he had murderous intent even for a moment, but Khan had no choice but to obey the pressure. Cesare aggressively threatened him. If you refuse, I'll put every one of you on the heretic list. You'd better run to the end of the continent and hide in some hole. The excitement in his tone made Leon pale. No, Khan probably obeyed because of that threat. Ignoring his thoughts, Khan held his head in frustration. Damn it, trapped myself. I thought this was a chance to destroy them and throw the guild into chaos. Seconds later, Cesare growled, this offer isn't just for you, but also for the coffin guard. If you don't want to struggle alone, send that message to him too. Hearing this, Khan asked in surprise, Huh, just me and the coffin guard? He calmly replied, 2 are enough. The others will evacuate the civilians before the attack starts. Without hesitation, he clenched his teeth and exposed their plan. You want to send the snake's head flying with so few elite soldiers? Cesare didn't even deny it. You're pretty smart for a thug. They can't eliminate Khan. They have to unite to fight the real enemy. Whatever happens, it's better than all of them dying. With a surprised tone, Leon hesitated and said, even if, we said that, yet that many people still gathered in just 2 days. According to you, the armies from many places have fully assembled. From above, Leon and Cesare seriously observed the troops below spreading out. Rise excitedly spoke up. We sent urgent requests to all member guilds ranked C and above. Most explorers decided to join. Then Bernard also spoke. The total is about 1,500 people. This is truly what you should call an all-out war. We managed to convince Lord Brain thanks to the preserved evidence. The garrison troops have completely surrounded District 25. Close combat will be assigned to explorers and mercenaries. As for squads lacking solo combat ability, they will support rear defense and ranged attacks. After hearing the plan, Elcid smirked in praise. A wise decision. They will only obey the heretics if they rush in recklessly. Instead of wasting strength on the enemy, it's better to disadvantage them passively. Hearing this, Leon thought silently. Anyway, the core force is still us. The next moment, Bernata's introduced, and although there was only 1 person, Lord Ben has already sent reinforcements to us. Conrad immediately spoke. I am a high-ranking knight from the Count's family on Conrad's side. Honored to meet you, guardian of the goddess. His flattery made Cesare shy. Come on, I don't deserve that title. The goddess above will protect and bless you. Finally, Leon remembered. And Reese is the one known for brilliant military achievements since the early days as a knight. Regardless of everyone's welcome to Reese, Khan sighed in annoyance. Just as expected, I don't fit in with these guys at all. Hearing this, Leon broke into a sweat. So what? He's still the leader of those slum areas? Suddenly, behind him came Karen's voice in the form of the coffin guard. Am I late? Conrad shouted anxiously. Who are you? Then she asked irritably. You ask who I am? While you're the one who called me here. Ka smirked. Because we're all caught up in this chaos, we just do the tasks assigned. The coffin guard. In a slow tone, Karen continued, I will move as I want. I'm an assassin. I'm not like you. A moment later, Cesare threatened, as long as you do your duty, we won't get involved with you. However, if you dare to sneak around, I'll show you that no one can hide under the goddess's radiance. She softly sighed. Scary indeed. Still, Karen in the coffin guard's form smiled fiercely and gradually vanished into thin air. Unbelievable. Leon couldn't sense her at all while using aura, and even with his naked eyes. In the blink of an eye, Cesare inquired. Looks like only one person is left. Hearing that, Leon quickly realized, oh, it's the explorer hired by the guild. Just as he finished speaking, Karen stepped forward. Hello. I'm a bit late, right? In a gentle feminine form, she greeted softly. Since I wasn't informed much about this request, I had to prepare quite a few things. I'm Karen. Coincidentally, Leon, Cesare, Elcid, and Khan all had the same thought about how different she was from the member who appeared seconds before. A thug, two explorers. Despite everyone's tension, Leon and Karen happily got to know each other. A retired crusader knight, a high-ranking knight of the Count's house, and an assassin. There's really no reason to want to gather in a group like this, but I guess you can't blame them. They were all selected based on individual combat strength. After a while, Leon took the lead and announced to start. That night, a sudden raid took place right at the heretic's base. Cannonballs continuously fired inside. District 25 was now engulfed in flames. The heretic fanatics screamed in panic. A raid. Contact headquarters immediately. Before they could finish, cannonballs flew in waves. The cannonballs hit the heretic followers right on the head. Still, they tried to resist. Hurry, release the no, not characters. Immediately after, the ground suddenly cracked open. It turned out the no, not characters had been unleashed. Still, the troops by the walls kept launching attacks, firing. Moments later, the no, not characters, raised its hand to the sky. It violently slammed down and knocked away a frontline squad. The wounded soldiers trembled and said, the bow and arrow don't work at all. Seeing that, the mercenaries quickly rushed forward. Weaklings. It's our mercenaries' turn to charge now. Let's push all of them straight to hell. Cesare pondered before speaking. Things are starting to get stuck. Next to Leon, Elcid seriously commented that they had controlled the situation impressively. But the no, not characters, isn't an easy beast to handle. At least it will last for several more minutes. If they keep moving according to plan, those who realize they're at a disadvantage against the direct assault will try to retreat into their shells. Suddenly, Connor turned pale and exclaimed. That's when, without anyone noticing, a terrifying tornado appeared. Elcid said in a low voice, it looks really suspicious, no matter how you look at it. After a moment of thought, Leon guessed, is it some kind of dark magic? Before he could say more, Cesare dashed off like a lightning bolt. It's our turn now. The terrifying speed of the four of them made Leon worry and think, they're too fast, or am I just too slow? In no time, everyone was right in front of the tornado. Seeing Leon panting heavily, Conrad immediately spoke up, oh man, we didn't pay attention to your condition. That's my fault. Then, he quickly said, now checking the endurance of this shield created by dark magic is my job. Fire aura. As Conrad finished speaking, a stream of magical fire surrounded the tornado. Leon didn't hold back his praise. The spirit fire is strong, just like you, Lord Conrad. As soon as he finished, Conrad's spirit fire was shattered by the tornado. Such a strong shield. Taking advantage of this, Khan pretended to be kind and comforted. Weaklings should step aside. The next second, he seriously focused his strength. Without hesitation, Khan fiercely launched an attack at the tornado. But it didn't last long. His strike was knocked away by the tornado. Conrad immediately mocked. Awesome. Despite their argument, Cesare calmly said, my divine magic can probably break the barrier, but I should conserve as much as possible to prepare for what might happen inside. As he finished, Leon started to get serious and showed a grim face to everyone. His action made Khan and Connor face off again, stunned. Even Karen looked puzzled. Then Leon tightly gripped his sword and asked Elcid, have you gathered enough power yet? Elcid confidently replied, of course, more than enough. Thanks to those bastards I just took down, I'm full of energy now. Absorbing the power of just one dark mage is more effective than 1,000 monsters. No holding back, give it your all. Hearing this, Leon quickly warned. Alright, but don't get too hyped when you transform back. In a flash, he drew his sword and was surrounded by a massive magical aura. Both Khan and Cesare were shocked and sweating. Before he could finish, Leon swung his sword with a sweet strike toward the tornado. With just one blow, the fierce tornado vanished into smoke, and he created a huge hole in the ground. At that moment, Cesare seized the opportunity. The abnormality is destroyed. This is our chance. Then, they descended into the underground dungeon. The five of them slowly scouted the area. Suddenly, Cesare spoke. Tomb Guardian, are you here? Karen's slow voice echoed in the form of the Tomb Guardian. Of course, It seemed all 6 of them managed to get in safely. Meanwhile, the other 2 had faces full of iron, but as they moved, Leon didn't hear a single sound. El Cid immediately explained, that means their basic movements have reached a completely different level. Hearing that, he sighed to himself. Leon still has a lot to work on. A moment later, Karen, leading the way, suddenly discovered, wait, there's a path down ahead. Seeing that, Cesar pondered. Suspicious. Luckily, Tha agrees. It's probably a trap, right? Conrad slowly said. Even so, we can't just ignore it. Despite their doubts, Karen casually told everyone, this has to be the only way down. I think we should try going in and see. This scene made Leon sweat and exclaim, oh, that easy? Cesare curiously asked, Karen, can you detect any traps from here? The guild leader said Karen was very sharp. She observed carefully but hesitated. It's tough. The area under the stairs is completely different from up here, so I can't scout that area until we actually move in. A moment later, he decisively made the call, then just go in. If we waste time, things will only get worse, not better, Conrad replied immediately. All right then, hurry up. Without hesitation, all 5 quickly stepped down the secret passage. Leon still couldn't sense the presence of the coffin guard. He couldn't tell if she was following or not. Suddenly, Leon stepped on some kind of magic array. In the blink of an eye, he fell into an endless space. Leon shut his eyes tight, clearly scared. Moments later, he suddenly opened them wide. The strange scene around surprised him. Where the hell am I? Everyone disappeared. Leon couldn't feel anyone's aura. Without knowing when, El Cid appeared. The labyrinth formation, an ancient technique. It shifts and expands space to increase the base area. The others must have been separated somewhere in this maze. If we're lucky, we'll meet them soon. Just as she finished, Karen excitedly ran over. Oh, Junior, we just split up and already met. El Cid gasped in surprise. Lucky, huh? Then she rushed to grab Leon's hand. Lucky, being alone in a gloomy place like this would make you worried, right? Karen's way of addressing him made Leon think in surprise. Junior. He immediately got curious. Then Senior. Are you alone too? Hearing that, her expression changed instantly. No, there's a dark guy following me. You better catch the main point fast. A dark guy? Just as Karen finished, her own voice in the form of the coffin guard echoed. She said, a dark guy, huh? Karen calmly snapped back. Besides you, who else is dark here? If you don't like it, stop crawling into my shadow. Why do you keep wriggling in there like a crazy person? The coffin guard aggressively replied, I stay wherever I want. Lucky Leon can meet a sharp person like Karen. Honestly, you don't even need to worry about President Khan or Lord Ran. After a moment, Leon interrupted the argument between Karen and the coffin guard form. Let's go then. Karen praised loudly. I like your confidence. Can I trust you? Junior, without hesitation, he firmly confirmed, I won't disappoint you. They quickly started exploring the maze, and in no time, they found 5 doors in 5 different directions. Karen chose without thinking. Wow, she's rushing in faster than even Meech's intuition, right? Is it really okay to just follow Karen like this? El Cid quickly comforted Leon. She hasn't been wrong even once, so just follow her. Karen's navigation skills are better than the forest spirits. His comment shocked Leon. She's that good? El Cid's calm tone echoed. Dad, maybe it's because of her aura attribute. The darkness covering everywhere is actually working in our favor. Karen quickly raised her hand to stop Leon. Wait, I sense enemy energy nearby. There are 3 of them. No way to get past. What do you want to do? Leon had a feeling they were much stronger than the enemies in District 23. Even with the power of the Holy Sword, Leon wasn't sure he could beat them. The next moment, Leon spoke seriously. Let's take them out. Hearing that, Karen smirked and said, someone like you, a rank C, doing that is a bit bold, isn't it? You know, charging in and then acting all tough, but needing help later is just embarrassing. Leon wasn't scared by her threat. Instead, he provoked her. Look at you. If you're worse than your little brother, that's even more humiliating. As expected, Karen calmly pulled out a hidden weapon. All right then, should we try fighting each other? Seeing her focus her power, Leon thought silently. Green aura. In a flash, Karen hung upside down from the ceiling. Leon asked in amazement, is that an aura skill too? Then El Cid quickly answered, yeah, she uses aura to cling to walls. Seeing her so skilled, I bet she's been through many brutal training sessions. Now you need to focus more on your lightness skill. If you want to keep up with her speed, you have to run at full power, Leon replied. I know. At the same time, a cultist suddenly caught attention as a stone fell from the ceiling. He looked up in surprise, as if seeing something. It turned out Karen was happily waving hello. The fanatic screamed in panic. Someone broke in. Before the freaks could even react, her hidden weapon stabbed straight into their heads. Seeing that, Leon didn't hold back his praise. Awesome. How does she throw so fast? Even so, the freaks weren't completely wiped out yet. How dare you? Do you even know where you are? Even after seeing their true faces, Karen wasn't scared at all. What's there to fear? It's just a rundown slum with no management. Looks like her words pissed off one of the freaks, making him babble nonsense. While he was focused on Karen's hidden weapons, a rope suddenly wrapped tightly around his leg. Moments later, the octopus freak was dragged across the ground. While squeezing his body tight, Karen excitedly said, "If you focus too much on counterattacking, this is what happens to you." Meanwhile, Karen, disguised as a coffin guard, chopped off the head of the second freak. This scene quickly caught Leon's eye, making him silently admire. Scary as hell, lucky too. They got wiped out so fast, they didn't even have time to call for backup. Speaking of Cao Cao, just as he appeared, Leon was attacked by the remaining freak. "So, what about your opponent?" In the blink of an eye, Leon got slashed across the face. Elcide calmly remarked, "You must be really unlucky. That's the strongest one out of the three." Its late warning left him speechless. After the fight ended, Elcide could have said that, using both of Leon's eyes and unleashing his aura to the max on the freak. Wait a minute, but what did that freak just throw at me? After clearly seeing the freak's hidden weapons, Leon couldn't help but use himself. Suddenly, he remembered. He had fought monsters with the same attack before. Right, the slim stone guys. Just as he realized this, the freak quickly threw a dart at Leon. He didn't hesitate, focused his power, and charged forward. With just a few basic slashes, Leon shattered the darts. In a flash, he closed in on the freak so fast it was unbelievable. The freak screamed in anger. "No way he could slash all my darts?" While the freak was still shocked, Leon sliced him in half like cutting a watermelon. If he hadn't used his eyesight, he wouldn't have reacted in time to those attacks. Not to mention, without this holy sword, he couldn't have sliced through the freak's body. Moments later, Elcide boldly claimed, "No, it's all thanks to your hard training that you could beat him." Well, still not perfect yet. But then Karen's amazed voice rang out. "You're done already? Even if you're a few seconds slower than me, that's still awesome. A rank C guy in this dungeon who can take down a freak like that alone? You don't look like a newbie fighter at all. Though you look like a rookie. That's good enough." Even though she was complimenting him, Leon was sweating cold looking at the scene ahead. What the hell is that? An octopus? No, it's more like an octopus tree, right? Think whatever you want. Then he suddenly froze. What's this feeling? The cuts from those two thrown darts look exactly the same. Somehow it feels strangely familiar. Looking closer, the cross-section and depth of the wounds all show the same force and speed. Could it be? This discovery didn't surprise Elcide at all. "Oh, you finally realized it." "Yeah, that's right. What you're thinking is totally correct." Karen had no clue about his guess. She winked excitedly. "Damn, looks like having you here made it easier to handle them. Forget about that gloomy guy. I don't think you can keep up with me. You sure know how to judge things." After a moment, Leon whispered, "Show me." Following his words, the system screen gradually appeared. All of Karen's information popped up. Karen, title and profession, Coffin Guard Assassin, level 45, Strength B, Stamina C, Stealth A, Aura A, Master Skills, Throwing Knives, level 5, Master Throwing level max, Illusion level 9, Phantom level 7, High Mana User level 7. Karen, title and profession, Coffin Guard Assassin. Reading this line, Leon was shocked, mouth agape. Still, Karen calmly said, "All right, we should go deeper inside, right, little brother?" Finally, Leon knew fear and obediently said, "Yes, ma'am." With this discovery, he swallowed nervously. Leon silently promised himself, in the light, she's Karen, an explorer. In the dark, Karen is a special grade assassin, one of the 3 demons of the slums, and also an explorer. She's seriously dangerous. Seeing Karen lively and cute right in front of him, Leon could hardly believe that such a beautiful explorer with a fresh vibe was actually one of the top 3 leaders of the slum. He swallowed hard. No one would have guessed that. Kong seemed clueless too, and if the chief knew, he would have told Leon by now. Thinking about Cesare, he felt a bit sorry for himself. Except for him, no one else could bear the punishment for daring to deceive the knight. The more he thought, the more scared he got. It meant he was the only one who knew Karen's true identity. Even if others knew, she wouldn't let him off that easily. A chill ran down Leon's spine. For an assassin, their true identity is the most important secret, so much so that they'd do anything to silence those who find out. He told himself to be as careful as possible. He had to be cautious not to let his expression change even a little, because she would be watching him constantly. Suddenly, he heard Karen announce a left turn where another enemy awaited. In the corner was a giant 4-eyed hellhound with many tails, and at its feet lay several stark white human skeletons. It looked hungry, drooling saliva that dripped to the ground. What was even scarier was that its drool was like a super corrosive acid, burning holes in the ground as soon as it fell, with white smoke rising up. Karen looked at it, her face darkening with a comment. "Ugh, not cute at all. It totally kills my mood to fight." Leon shook his head in silent disbelief. It can't just be about looks, right? Elcide assessed the hellhound. No matter how many darts Karen threw, it was really hard to hit it. Plus, it had regenerative energy since it was summoned by dark magic. Leon didn't want to fight it either. He asked if they could avoid it. Karen put her hand on his head and replied, "Maybe, but it'd take another 30 minutes. She added that she wasn't sure if the other path was free of monsters either. Leon watched the hellhound lie down and yawn widely. Then there was no choice but to fight it. He thought about something. Are they trying to stall time to activate the artifact? If they activate it, they win, so they probably have no reason to fight themselves. He made a decision. If that's the case, they'd call out to the coffin keeper. A dark shadow appeared. Why are you asking me to land a critical hit on that monster? The coffin keeper asked back. What if I can? Leon shared the plan. Be ready while Karen and I hold it down. Whether you like it or not, we're all on the same boat. So wouldn't it be better if you cooperate nicely? Karen stayed silent, her thoughts unreadable. Even the coffin keeper was silent for a moment before replying, Got it. Leon calculated that the stamina spent running here had been restored. Now you just have to give it your all. On the other side, the hellhound lightly sensed movement. It opened its eyes, and in front of it was Leon. He charged straight at it with his sword. The dog growled. It opened its mouth wide, gathering dark energy. Then a cloud of ominous black smoke shot toward him. Leon raised his sword in front of his face and called out to his companion, Elcid. A blinding light, like the sun's first rays, radiated from the holy sword, completely purging the black poison. This power was proven when Leon faced the ghost-armored foes. One basic trait of the holy sword is to eliminate harmful objects or forces. Facing the dazzling light, the hellhound couldn't open its eyes to look straight. It growled angrily. Leon swung his sword, slashing across its neck. Though it couldn't see the path, it instinctively sensed danger and retreated. Still, its neck was wounded, a fairly small cut. However, Leon wasn't satisfied. Damn it, not enough yet. At that moment, the hellhound started to counterattack. Its three tails aimed at him. Leon immediately jumped back, successfully dodging its attack. He gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't dodge the next strike. His vision, facing the monster, calculated he had to block at least once. Suddenly, Karen ran over, signaling him to cover her back. Once again, she slipped past him, flashing a bright smile, hoping he'd trust her. Leon glanced at her, feeling restless inside. Trust or not. In the end, he decided to trust her. After all, they were on the same side. So, he charged forward. By then, the hellhound's three tails had swung toward Leon. At the same time, several darts flew in the same direction as his charge, aiming straight for the dog's tails. Three clangs rang out as the dart stuck its tails to the wall. Leon seized the momentum, swinging his sword, continuing to aim for its neck. When the sword nearly touched it, the dog opened its mouth and growled. Just as he thought he could successfully take its head, the dog swiftly dodged its head to the side. Leon silently got angry, once again failing to reach it. He should have been faster and swung the sword harder. The hellhound lowered its body. Its tail was already fixed in place. It growled angrily, but suddenly its body twitched slightly, as if someone had grabbed it. It startled, turning its head back, wanting to see who could possibly control it. Leon noticed something unusual about it. He thought silently, the monster's movements. He didn't know when. Its shadow had been pinned down by dark throwing daggers. Not just one dagger, but dozens, easily restricting its movement. And this was the work of the coffin keeper. Her eyes lit up, her voice cold and deadly. The shadows turned into sharp thorns from the ground, piercing through the hellhound's body. It growled, but the growl weakened, no longer as strong as before. Then it collapsed to the ground, breathing its last breath. Leon was amazed, thinking, awesome. An A rank can do that? Elcid also found it hard to believe. It couldn't heal its wounds by itself. He guessed it was beyond its healing ability. Leon admired. A critical strike attack to eliminate an entity. Then he looked at the coffin keeper. Definitely an assassin's attack move. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. We're an unlikely team, but we work pretty well together, huh? Leon turned to look at Karen and nodded in agreement. You're right. I didn't expect you to throw daggers at its tail. I never thought of that. Thinking back to that scene, he still felt it was incredible. Who would have thought those tails could be controlled by a few throwing daggers? Then Karen glanced at the coffin keeper. She was modest, saying it wasn't a big deal. Nothing compared to that guy. I didn't expect an assassin to be able to use that skill. Leon looked at the hellhound's body, full of holes, nodded approvingly. Truly worthy of the assassin's ultimate move. Karen smiled and said, being one of the lords of the slum cult isn't just for show, right? Let's keep moving forward. We don't have time to rest. Leon smiled. Yeah, let's go now. Elcid teased. So touching, huh? He thought silently. This is a race against time. Everything depends on whether he arrives before the ritual starts or not. After walking for a while, Karen stopped, hiding behind a wall to check the situation ahead. There was a group of people dressed in black. She counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 cultists. He asked, are we too early? Karen didn't answer but said, this time it looks tougher. Leon looked at her, talking about comparing the difference in strength between us and them. Maybe she was the best in the team. He looked at the cultists, silently judging, each one strong enough to give him goosebumps. The ones from earlier would have been tough to handle if he had to face 2 or more at once. Leon planned. Since it's like this, we should choose between standing here, waiting for them, or going to find them ourselves. Karen shook her head. Neither option was good. She was confused. They might arrive too late, or both might miss each other on the way. She leaned against the wall and sat down, unable to believe that after getting this far, they still had to gamble. Karen's reaction left Leon a bit speechless. She looked just like a normal explorer. It was strange knowing her true identity. Suddenly, he felt the maze tremble. His body shook. Even Karen was startled. What the hell? On the wall, dust and bricks cracked and fell. Leon guessed it wasn't far away. Elsid said it was the shockwave from two massive energies colliding. He nervously glanced at Karen, a suspicion forming in his mind. Someone's fighting? The girl looked at Leon and nodded slightly, confirming the suspicion in his eyes. The cultists looked at each other, exchanging something. Then a few left to check the situation. The others stayed behind to guard the place. Leon glanced over, a thought flashing. 4 were moving toward the source of the noise. Another option appeared. He hesitated between helping his teammates, who were fighting, or defeating the remaining enemies, and moving inside. He thought for a moment, swallowed, then suggested, I think we should go find them. If they win and come back, they'll appear right behind us, and we'll lose most of our strength. He clenched his fist, showing confidence. We have to gather as many people as possible. Karen breathed a sigh of relief. I agree with you. The 4 left don't look easy to handle either. Then suddenly she lay down on the ground. So before this, Leon thought she was just going to take a nap, but turns out this is one of Karen's skills. She pressed her ear to the ground, focusing intently on the sounds. She could sense where the sound waves came from and figured out the path. Finding the way, she stood up to lead. This way. Watching Karen's back, Leon smiled, impressed by her unusually sharp senses, probably a different kind of power compared to his clairvoyance and techniques. They moved quickly down another path, doing their best to find their comrade. Then, suddenly, they saw something sharp piercing through armor and through someone's body. The shocking sight made both of them freeze for a few seconds. Ahead was a person in armor, impaled by a sharp stake, hanging suspended in midair. When they got a clear look at the face, they realized it was someone they knew. Conrad had his eyes shut tight, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, the stake piercing through his chest, uncertain if he was alive. Leon lost his cool and charged forward. Sir Conrad, but quickly, he was restrained by shadowy ropes like tendrils. The enemy is one of a kind. The summoner appeared right in front of him. I'll take care of this one. Leon glanced back anxiously. Only then did he calm down a bit and realize he'd been too worked up. He assessed the situation. 1 enemy targeting him, 2 targeting Karen. Several others lay sprawled on the ground. It seemed Sir Conrad had defeated the ones on the ground. Elsid warned in time, don't worry about her. It watched the summoner warily. This enemy was strong. You need to focus on the one in front of you. The summoner raised his hand to form a seal, chanting a spell in Russian love and justice under his name. Then, a stream of blue smoke poured out, shooting toward Leon. He looked around cautiously. Blue smoke? The summoner boomed. Consider it an honor. He was supremely confident in his power. You'll turn to dust with just 1 strike from me. I'm being merciful using my wandering fury on you. This is a death too gentle for you. Elsid recognized who he was. This guy was a summoner. Leon was confused. Summoner? It explained that magic users split into 2 types. Those who use magic on themselves, like the ones earlier called mutants, and those who summon multi-dimensional creatures or elements, called summoners. Neither type is very sane. Leon held his sword across his face. A gentle death? Are you serious? He faced the summoner angrily. That line should be mine. Without hesitation, Leon swung his sword horizontally. The blue smoke swirled around but was coldly sliced in half by the blade. The summoner laughed loudly. You idiot! How could a sword cut through my astral body? But he had to rethink that when he saw the blue smoke drifting, cut clean in 2. Then the blue glow faded and vanished before his stunned eyes. Leon smiled confidently. There's always an exception, because he knew deep down the holy sword could pierce astral entities. The summoner trembled in fear, his voice no longer strong, babbling. Even aura weapons can't break my magic. He formed another seal, summoning something else. I won't spare you. From above, a dark phantom appeared, obeying the summoning command. But before it could do anything, Leon's holy sword sliced it in 2, smooth as cutting paper. Seeing his puppet destroyed in an instant, the summoner shook like a leaf. Then, the next second, Leon coldly plunged his sword through his chest. The summoner fell to the ground, clutching the sword, trying to pull it out, but Leon gave him no chance, stubbornly gripping the hilt with both hands. The summoner sneered. You really think this attack will work? But feeling the warmth in his body fading, he was shocked. Why isn't my wound healing? Can this attack really nullify magic? As if realizing something, the summoner looked at Leon in disbelief and said, No, no way, you are. Before he could finish, he died from blood loss. His summoner body turned to ashes, completely vanished. Leon coldly sheathed his sword and walked away. Then he turned to look at Karen. She was just complaining. What? I lost? I already handled 2 magic users too, just a bit slower than you, so I'm annoyed. Pretty embarrassing. Leon was truly speechless, thinking silently, she only fought 2 guys, but what he said out loud was, my opponent must have been a bit weak. Suddenly he remembered something. But where's Sir Conrad? Karen hurriedly pointed the way. This way. Conrad was weak, leaning against the wall, his body trembling. He clutched his badly wounded body. Though Tao said, I'm sorry you had to see me like this. I don't think I can go on with you anymore. Don't worry, just let me go. He tried to persuade Leon to leave first. I'll just be a little behind. I'll catch up with you once I heal a bit. However, Karen caught on to his plan. Lord Conrad? She asked, seriously. How much time do you have left? He was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and sighed softly. Well, you already know. Karen's mood sank a bit. Someone like him couldn't even stop the bleeding, so it had to be like that. Hearing their conversation, Leon realized just how critical Conrad's condition was. His pupils shrank as he held the still bleeding wound on his chest, his voice breaking as he said, I can hold on for about 1 hour more. After that, I'm not sure. Leon clenched his teeth and frowned, thinking silently for 1 hour. Can you handle all of them within an hour? Even if you make it, will there still be time to treat him? He gripped the sword hilt in his hand, ready not to overthink if he was truly powerless. But now he had the holy sword. He hesitated and asked Elside's opinion. It nodded in agreement. Yeah. It signaled him to place his hand on Conrad's wound and instructed, just repeat after me, activate the holy healing spell, and close his wound. Leon's sudden action made Karen's eyes widen in surprise. She didn't know what he intended. Suddenly, she heard him recite the incantation. Oh, noble goddess. Leon seriously repeated Elside's words. Illuminate those devoted to justice. Please don't let them be cold from the east wind in the valley of death. A golden light radiated from his hand, covering Conrad's wound. The warmth of the healing magic made him open his eyes wide in shock and awe. Karen was also incredulous. This magic had to be at least bishop level. In just a moment, Conrad's chest wound closed, leaving a large scar marking where he had been injured. He joyfully grabbed Leon's hand. I get it now. I heard you were the one who planned this attack. Now I understand. I see why Lord Cesare trusts you so much. You're the cardinal candidate of the Holy Church? Elside found the imagination of these people amusing. From knight to cardinal candidate. Huh? Before Leon could answer, Conrad coughed softly. Oh man, I lost my cool. I'm not fully recovered to fight yet, but now I can heal myself. Leon was about to say something but was cut off by him. You probably didn't want your identity revealed. He winked promisingly. I, Conrad, will keep silent until you're ordained. Elside laughed and said, You're totally mistaken. Leon was too lazy to explain and just brushed it off. Thanks, sir. Karen handed him a medicine box. Wait here. I'll bring you the elixir. Let's head back to where we want to go, Leon nodded. Yeah, quick. Then the two said goodbye to Conrad. After a while, Karen still led the way. Leon followed cautiously, looking around for any lurking danger. Suddenly, Karen turned and looked at him, her eyes shining like stars, clearly wanting to eavesdrop. She was the strong type and immediately pinned him against the wall to ask. Karen beamed like an innocent, cute girl and asked, Is what Lord Conrad said true? Someone this young is already a cardinal candidate? I've never seen that before. She blinked at him. But with his solar aura and bishop-level spiritual magic, it seemed normal. Karen looked at the sword at Leon's side. He was also skilled with weapons and aura. Who did you learn from? He wasn't fooled by her tricks and answered coldly, I'm not a cardinal candidate. Karen didn't give up. She kept acting cute. Then are you a holy crusader, knight apprentice? Come on, I'm so curious. Leon was very alert. If he didn't know her identity, he might have fallen for it. But he coldly turned away and reminded her, We're not close enough yet. He thought she'd back off, but she said his defense skills were very tight. Are all church knights like that? When he looked back, Karen was tying her hair. Most men spill the beans when I ask something. Though she was pretty seductive, Leon stayed sharp. He kept telling himself, I won't be fooled. Then he quickly changed the subject. Stop joking and think about what we should do. His attitude made her feel totally defeated. Leon seriously asked, Should we go find the others or go alone? Karen tidied her hair and replied, Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Leon was puzzled, not understanding her meaning. Huh? Why? Karen didn't explain. She winked, and you'd know when the time came. So the two of them kept moving forward, walking through the dark maze. Suddenly, a figure in black collapsed right in front of them. The scene before them was bloody and terrifying. Cesare raised his spiked mace and spoke. You're here already? Senior brother Leon Khan sat on the body of a mutant mage and let out a soft "Oh, it's those kids." Leon suddenly broke into a cold sweat, secretly scared. I actually feel sorry for them. Cesare smiled at them. Glad you two are okay. The coffin keeper appeared from behind the old man's shadow. Aren't you happy for me? But the old man turned away abruptly, like he was sulking. I don't even know who you are. The coffin keeper had nothing more to say. Got it. In the deep, endless maze corridor, Leon shared Conrad's situation. Lord Conrad was seriously injured and can't keep fighting. After an hour or two of treatment, he'll be fine. But we don't have that kind of time. Cesare stroked his chin thoughtfully upon hearing this. Then there's no other way. We should go with just this many people. Ka glanced at Karen. Hey, you're a stealth assassin, right? You gotta have some useful tools. Hurry up and pull them out if you don't want to die, she sneered at him. Why don't you show what you're hiding first? Why do you keep sucking the poor dry? Ka got angry. What did you just say? Cesare stepped in to calm things down. Chill out, guys. I'll explain our next move. He assigned roles properly. I, Cesare, will lead because I can resist mutant magic. Khan and Karen will go in the middle. He pointed to the youngest guy in the group. And Leon, you move at the back to watch for surprises. Khan wasn't happy with the arrangement and pointed at Leon. Our ace is this rookie who hasn't even wiped his nose yet? That really hurt sensitive Leon's feelings. Then he pointed at the shadow on the wall. All right, what about this gravekeeper? You laughed and said, forget him. Leaving him alone benefits everyone. He's helped us a lot before. Karen also spoke up for him. Yeah, he looks rough, but he's pretty good. But Khan's face showed he didn't believe it. Way too fake. Khan ignored them and turned to walk ahead. Anyone who doesn't listen gets left behind. Cesare looked at them. Let's go then. The group's journey continued deeper inside, the atmosphere growing darker and eerier. After a while, they found the source of the eerie energy in the middle of the path. Khan shivered. What kind of weird energy is this? In front of them was a space gate, leading somewhere unknown. Cesare spoke up. It seemed to be a space created by mutant magic. For safety, he cast a protective spell on the group. Then he led the way inside. The other three quickly followed. Inside was a night so real, it was terrifying. Except for Aura, Leon saw nothing. He heard nothing either, feeling like he was sinking into a bottomless, slimy swamp. After a long time, he finally found the way out, feeling like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. However, outside wasn't any safer, because he heard Cesare warn them to watch out. 4 people who just stepped out ran into a group of mutant mages blocking the path, and that gate was obviously their doing. Seeing the crowd of mutant mages ahead, Leon felt uneasy. We're surrounded. Did they know we were coming? Among them, a leader sneered. Wow, I've been waiting forever, he sighed. Didn't expect you to go through so much trouble just for us. You really worked hard. He curled his lips in a disgustingly smug smile. Thanks for the effort. Cesare frowned, silently sizing up the opponent. He noticed the red mark on the opponent's head. Cesare exclaimed, You're a missionary. The missionary laughed with delight. You recognized me? Behind? Leon stayed alert, listening to the conversation ahead. He quietly asked, Missionary is a rank in Melissa? Elsid nodded. That's right. Malice is also clearly divided by hierarchy. He explained, the lowest class is the believers, granted mutant magic to use freely. Next are the clerics, those who aspire to explore mutant magic's power but end up being controlled by it. And the highest class is the one spreading that mutant magic, the missionaries. In the church, they're highly respected, holding key roles, at least bishops. He had just said this when the missionary in front raised his hand high. Today's great, huh? The ritual was completed successfully. So many lives were sacrificed in vain. Cesare's face darkened when he heard that guy blaspheming the goddess. And the best part is, I get to teach those stupid goddess slaves that preaching with grand gestures and loud laughs is the real path to the one true God in this world. The Leon group was truly speechless, all thinking the same thing without even planning it. Are you crazy or what? Kong couldn't hold back and cut in. What ritual? I don't see anything. Those heretics are so arrogant, truly a low-class breed beyond saving. The preacher smugly said the pact was done, only missing the last step, which is to let you drown in chaos. Leon was a bit worried, quietly asking Elsid. He said the ritual was complete, so it's done? He shook his head. Not yet. He made an analogy to make it clear. It's like fishing. It uses the essence of life as bait to lure monsters from all dimensions. Leon seemed thoughtful. Fishing? Elsid was still analyzing. Before they find the prey and bite the hook, we still have time, Leon whispered. So no one knows when the monsters will find the prey and take the bait? He nodded. Exactly. He looked at the heretics in front of him, calculating. It could be an hour, or just a few seconds. In other words, in this fight, time is everything. Suddenly, he spoke up. Bishop Cesare glanced back, as if understanding, and nodded slightly. Then he raised his hand and prayed. O almighty holy maiden, leave this place with your guiding light, leading humanity out of the darkest night. A glowing orb like the moon appeared in his hand. In this darkness, the light wasn't blinding but enough. At first, it flickered like moonlight, then burst fiercely like the sun. Countless mutated heretics were blinded by the light. They screamed in pain, closing their eyes. Leon shielded his eyes slightly, while Elsid casually commented that the combo of heretic magic and aura, though less effective than the sun, could still block summoning. Even the preacher frowned. His face veins bulged with anger. Elsid compared that although our light is much stronger, still, this is enough to stop their summoning. Immediately, Karen jumped up, attacking with poison darts. The preacher coldly grabbed an unlucky heretic as a human shield to block the darts. On this side, Cesare, Khan, and Leon joined the fight. They defeated countless heretics, Leon realized one thing. The preacher hadn't really joined the fight because he was busy protecting the ritual's origin point. He set a goal for himself. While they couldn't use heretic magic, he had to smash that altar. The preacher wasn't afraid at all, instead mocking them. "Ha ha, fools, you think that's enough to stop the spell?" As soon as he finished, countless magic arrays appeared on the path behind Leon. Ugly monsters crawled out from inside. They had weird shapes with blood-red eyes and sharp predator teeth. No matter how weird they looked, they all made Leon's skin crawl. "What the hell did you guys eat to look so ugly?" Elcid crossed his arms, analyzing that since the heretic magic was blocked, they used the remaining heretic energy to summon Chimera. Because that energy wasn't complete, they would soon vanish. But Leon understood Elcid's worry. He looked at the preacher, thinking it would take quite some time to deal with them. "The ritual is about to activate?" Khan looked pumped. He swung his fist. "Damn monsters." Bam! A loud impact rang out. His fist punched hard through a monster's body. Blue blood soaked Khan's hand. However, these monsters' blood was poisonous. The corrosive toxin made him wince in pain. He gritted his teeth in frustration, looking at his arm corroded by the poison. Elsewhere, Karen's poisoned dart stuck in a monster's head. It roared angrily. She was a bit surprised it didn't die from the poison. Was the toxin ineffective? No. It was that it didn't cause pain. Cesare warned everyone, "At this rate, we'll be exhausted by the end of this fight. The longer it drags, the more dangerous it gets." Leon totally agreed. Yeah, he felt a bit mad at himself. Damn it, we have to break through here as fast as possible. But I still can't unleash the full power of this holy sword. Elcid understands your thoughts and warned, if they catch wind of a hero's presence here, things will get really bad. They'll do whatever it takes to exploit your weakness, no matter the cost. Remember, you can only turn the tide if you make them drop their guard. There, Leon nodded, gripping his sword, signaling he understood. "I know the only right move now is to land a finishing blow." The preacher smiled smugly. The formation behind him began to hum. The sound of the formation activating was like thunder in Leon's ears. Cesare felt extreme unease too. His body stiffened. Khan panicked, staring at the formation, unsure what would emerge. Karen froze for a few seconds, forgetting all about fighting the monsters. At the ancient stone altar, red light flickered as the formation gradually opened. The preacher was ecstatic they had finally arrived. The apostles of the god had answered our call. Boom! Thunder erupted from the formation, shock waves rippling outward. Leon seemed to sense something about the ritual. He clutched his chest, his heart pounding wildly. The ancient stone altar had completely vanished. Now there was a deep pit, and no one knew what would rise from below. Leon thought to himself, fearing the overwhelming power he had never witnessed before, so this was practice. Leon quietly called Elcid. It replied calmly, "No time to unleash the holy sword now, but we need something to break this deadlock. We'll use magic with half the accumulated energy." You wonder if magic can even be used like that. Elcid crossed its arms and said it's tough. It looked at the orb of light above, but thanks to the moon Cesare created, I came up with a plan. Elcid explained both the sun and moon need the full divine seal of the goddess. We just need someone gifted with the essence of both sun and moon. Not only that, but it requires coordination between a bishop who can combine magic and a hero. That's the real weak spot for hatred. Then it snapped its fingers, and an info panel appeared. Elle read it. Leon looked at the text, lips parted, and began reading aloud. A surge of powerful energy flowed as he murmured, "Sun, Palace, Moon, two disciples of the noble goddess who understand all beings. With sincere gratitude, your eyes open are the favor of the holy. Your eyes closed are noble kindness." Cesare was surprised, thinking, "Is that the first verse of the goddess's scripture?" Khan widened his eyes at him. Another celestial body formed on the ceiling. Now there were two planets above, a bright moon and a blazing red sun. The scorching sun quickly raised the temperature in this gloomy place. Karen sighed, feeling the warmth, but Leon hadn't stopped yet. He focused and kept reading. "When the sun and moon shine together, all who look up to the sky will sincerely kneel. The moon and sun revolve, creating a field called the Holy Sanctuary. Under the Holy Sanctuary's light, the disgusting monsters dissolve, even suppressed to the point of kneeling." Elcid cheered proudly. "The holy ground is truly the bane of dark magic. The field rejects all foreign laws and creatures." Cesare immediately seized the opportunity. He swung the spiked mace in his hand, killing a monster. Now, everyone. Karen and Khan quickly jumped in to help. They swiftly took down several more monsters. The preacher saw this and clenched his teeth in anger. "Blasphemy! They're just the goddess's little pawns." He snapped his fingers and threatened, "I will slaughter all of you." At the snap, two priests who had turned into monsters suddenly froze. Before they could understand what happened, two hearts flew out of their chests. The preacher caught them. He was the one who stole others' lives, but cried and wailed. "Damn it. Thinking that I had to sacrifice the lives of devoted sheep and the noble congregation just to care for you, little shrimp." Finishing his words, he squeezed the hearts in his hands. His body was gradually engulfed by a dark power. "Just watch. You fools. This is what you call the glory of the god." Darkness spread. Even the holy sanctuary's light dimmed. The preacher's body slowly transformed, a sharp red horn growing from his head. Leon and Cesare watched cautiously, both feeling the pressure radiating from him. Hidden in the black mist, he smiled smugly. What do you think, you maggots? I'll prove to you that the power the god bestowed on people like me is the ultimate authority. The black bones gradually dissolved, and the preacher now looked no different than a mutated spider with too many legs and arms. Elcid warned that the effect of the sanctuary at your level wouldn't last long. If he's this strong inside the sanctuary, once the domain disappears, you won't be able to handle him. But before Leon could react, two figures dashed past him. Cesare swung his chain fiercely, throwing a spiked flail at the preacher. Khan unleashed a flurry of punches non-stop into the preacher's body. Despite the constant attacks, the guy stayed calm, as if their strikes didn't hurt him at all. A few seconds later, he laughed loudly. Is that all you got? The preacher smiled wickedly. Now it's my turn. His sharp legs slammed hard into the ground, causing a quake that threw Karen and Khan backward. Cesare wasn't spared either. He was even knocked higher than the other two. Leon, behind them, ducked low to avoid the blow, silently thinking, the gap is way too big. His attack power shot up, and his regeneration and defense are far beyond before. Leon clenched his holy sword tightly, so the only attack that might work on him is the full-form holy sword. But Leon wasn't too confident in himself. He asked himself, but can I finish him off in one hit? If not, won't we lose our last chance to stop him? The preacher, full of confidence in his power, was ready to look down on Leon's group. Power is overflowing inside me. Now, to me, you're just a bunch of insignificant bugs. While he babbled nonsense, Leon was busy glancing behind him. Turns out he was watching the friends the preacher had just thrown around. Cesare lay motionless in the rubble. Khan wasn't any better, covered in blood and unconscious. This situation made Leon feel helpless and furious, wanting revenge for his comrades. Damn it, he had to find a way to take him down quickly and cleanly. Is there any way? Just then, Karen woke up and coughed painfully. Seeing her awake, Leon rushed over and asked if she was okay. She gritted her teeth and replied, I'm fine. Then she whispered, we're in big trouble. My attack and the Gravekeepers didn't hurt him at all. Karen's words made Leon realize something. Just as he silently called her name, the system suddenly popped up with information. Karen was listed as a level 45 assassin Gravekeeper with B power, B endurance, A agility, A aura, master level dagger skills at rank 5, intermediate master of throwing weapons, maximum level phantom footsteps, 9 clones, level 8 advanced aura, and more. All this info seemed to hint at something for Leon. Phantom footsteps, level 9, instant phantom footsteps. Leon lowered his voice and begged, Sis, help me out a bit. I need your strength. His words made Karen happy, and she immediately asked if he had a plan. His eyes were fixed on the altar that had empowered the preacher. Then he said, I'll sneak behind him and destroy that altar to stop the ritual. Facing him head-on right now isn't smart. Obviously, Karen thought this plan was impossible. Go behind him, huh? What do you think? You think you're a wizard or what? Do you even know how to teleport? Her rejection made Leon angry, insisting, I can just blink over there. But she still refused to believe teleporting was possible. Karen's constant denial made Leon grind his teeth in frustration. Then suddenly, he pointed at her face and shouted, Gravekeeper, you can do it, right? Help me this time, and I'll keep your secret. His words hit Karen's dark spot, making her freeze and sweat like she was showering. Leon kept yelling, I know you have your reasons, but if we fail now, everyone dies. Me, you, and everyone here. Hearing this, Karen stepped back a bit from him. Her eyes now held only a terrifying coldness. Obviously, Leon was scared pale by that look. After a moment of thought, Karen agreed to help, but with conditions. Fine, I'll help you, okay? But, suddenly shy, she asked, how do you know? You knew and didn't tell me? That secret must be crazy for her to act like a love-struck teenager. So embarrassed, she probably felt like dying. You already knew but didn't tell me? That secret is pretty shocking, which is why she acted like a love-struck teenage girl. So embarrassing. I'm probably dead meat. Leon knew Karen's stubborn streak too well, so even though he saw her act that way, he knew his limits and warned her. Say it out loud. Would you kill me? I know you too well. Instantly, Karen flipped her expression and pointed a knife at him, her lips smiling but her words full of warning. Of course, secrets are what make a woman irresistible. Got it? Meanwhile, Cesare was still unconscious. Khan had somehow arrived at the old man's place and was waking him up. Hey, Bishop, how long do you plan to lie there like a slug? Plus, he took the chance to taunt, even though Cesare's whole body was weak and broken. Hearing that made him furious. Just as he yelled and hit Khan, Karen and Leon were getting ready to execute their plan. I'll kill you. Karen brought Leon close to the altar and said, from here on, you're on your own. Her eyes looked toward the missionary and she said, if I suddenly disappear, he'll definitely catch up. Leon suddenly smiled and blurted out 3 words. Don't die. Those 3 words, full of care, made Karen blush. Even though she was happy inside, she still tried to act proud while shadows shifted over Leon. Never thought I'd have someone from the church worrying about me. After Karen left, it was Leon's moment to destroy the altar. Phantom Step is a technique that lets the user teleport, but even a high-level wizard can't teleport a long distance. This distance is only enough for an assassination. He knew this move wouldn't bring big benefits to the plan, but it was just enough to help him, and it was enough to teleport behind the target. Leon's whole body emerged from Karen's shadow, and now he was truly behind the missionary. He stepped toward what was called the altar, so this was the focal point of the ritual. Suddenly, Leon noticed something. He realized what the orb floating above the altar was. The Life Divine Orb. At that moment, Elis appeared and explained about the orb. Yes, it was the Life Divine Orb. A crystallization paid for with 10,000 lives. That statement seemed to ignite power inside Leon. He shouted angrily, determined to deal with the missionary. Unforgivable. At that decisive moment, Cesare suddenly yelled, "Brother Leon!" Instantly, Leon froze. It turned out he wasn't frozen by Cesare's shout, but because the missionary attacked him, sharp black claws piercing straight through his body. The sudden attack hurt so much he vomited blood. The scene made Ellis scream in shock. The missionary laughed arrogantly, mocking, "You dogs, just give up." He lifted Leon up and calmly said, "You've lost your last chance." Then he proudly declared, "My great God has cursed you." That curse meant death. Fearing Leon would become the missionary's meal, Cesare rushed forward and shouted, "Brother Leon!" Khan was equally shocked. "You idiot." Before the two could rescue Leon, the missionary quickly pushed them back. Then he casually said, "Don't stress. All of you will end up like him." After saying that, he turned to Leon and laughed with satisfaction. "Hey, dead already?" Leon was now stunned, his eyes unfocused, his thoughts confused. Dead. Am I really about to die? The last image left was Ellis's worried face. Had he failed to stop evil or do a righteous deed? What was Ellis saying? Leon couldn't hear. Then he suddenly remembered something. Right, they were supposed to climb Titan Mountain together, but now Leon realized he probably wouldn't keep that promise. Thinking of that, only two words echoed in his mind. Promise. A memory of young Leon reaching out to him, full of trust, saying, "I believe in you. I believe you'll keep your promise no matter what you have to sacrifice." That gave Leon strength and made him rise. Suddenly, he clenched the claw piercing his body. Unexpectedly, he used his sword to cut through the missionary's claw and free himself. This surprised the missionary a bit. Leon fell and rolled several times on the ground. His blood spilled, staining the area red. Though in pain and speechless, he forced himself to lift up. In his heart, he only thought one thing: he had no chance to win. Still, a hero's mission is to aim for victory. Leon struggled to stand, determined, and that's exactly what the teachers at the academy always hoped for me to improve. They taught me, and I will. Ellis never expected this scene, because Leon stood up straight, gripping his sword tightly, pointing it at the preacher with fierce determination, ready to take him down and save everyone like a hero. His bravery made the preacher feel both intrigued and amused. "You bastard, at least I have to admit your persistence. You're about to die, yet you still clutch your sword tight." Without hesitation, he continued attacking Leon. "If that's the case, try blocking this strike too." At that moment, suddenly someone appeared. This person sighed and said, "I guess I have no other choice." Rodrigo had appeared beside Leon, ready to support him. "You did great. So just this once, I'll help you." He smiled and said, "Watch closely, my foolish disciple." Leon didn't reply, just smiled expectantly at him. Then he muttered quietly, "7-star sword. This time it's your turn to show the preacher what true swordsmanship is." 7-star northern head, heavenly spring. While the preacher was confused, wondering how Leon suddenly appeared behind him. "Him! When did he get behind me?" Before he could even process it, suddenly his head was severed from his body. His head rolled on the ground like a ball. Furious that Leon had chopped off his head, the preacher roared, "How dare you wound me again? You think just cutting off my head will finish me? This thing will grow back in." No time. Before he could finish, the place where he was cut showed no sign of a new head growing back, which shocked him. It didn't grow back. At that moment, Leon's voice full of contempt rang out. "You're still alive after being beheaded? That's disgusting." He bluntly taunted his enemy. "Or is this pathetic state what you wanted? Then why don't you go serve some demon lord? They can wander around without a head." Right then, the red eye on the preacher opened. His body still moved, even without his head. Insulted by Leon, he screamed in rage, "Yeah, you disrespectful bastard! Your contempt. Not even your blood can wash it away." Ignoring him, Rodrigo was focused on Leon's trembling hand, his weakened strength from injury. He warned him if he kept attacking, he wouldn't hold up, but Leon insisted, so Rodrigo reluctantly agreed. "Your body can't take a second hit now, but you want to try? Fine, but you'll pay a heavy price." Another powerful sword strike was unleashed, slicing the preacher in two. 7-star northern head, heavenly fury. That slash made the preacher start to dissolve, and he screamed in panic. "Why? What's happening? Why can't I regenerate? My power is fading." Knowing he couldn't recover, he decided to take everyone down with him. At this point, I'll drag you all down, he howled madly, preparing to self-destruct. Die, 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 all of you die with me. Unfazed and fearless, Leon calmly said. I knew you'd do that, so I held back a little. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he declared, now I'll really blow you to pieces. His words and the power he radiated terrified the preacher, making his eyes widen. Meanwhile, Rodrigo was intently guiding Leon. Don't miss a single moment. Leon, the true power of the 7-star sword lies in the combo. He carefully coached him step by step. He still lacked experience using each move fully, but as long as he put the essence of the technique into the holy sword, at least it would become a single finishing blow. The final move was unleashed. Leon charged forward like a storm. Northern Head. Friendship. Shimmering slashes flew toward the preacher and the blood-red orb. Right after that powerful strike, everything Leon passed through exploded. The blood-red orb remained intact at first, but then shattered into pieces. At this moment, the preacher was dragged down to hell, screaming in panic. The self-destruct process failed, and the divine orb's life was destroyed. Impossible. He screamed in fear. I'm being sucked in. Just as he was furious, unable to let things end like that, suddenly, a giant monster appeared below, opening its mouth wide to swallow him. Of course, his fate was to end up inside that monster. After devouring the preacher, the monster slowly burrowed underground. Only shattered debris remained on the surface. With that guy dealt with, Elsid jumped out from inside Leon and exclaimed. Watching more, Leon tiredly asked, so that's it? Elsid quickly confirmed. Yeah, it looks like it chose to eat the smaller thing after the divine orb was destroyed. Just as Elsid was feeling smug, Leon beside him suddenly spat blood. In just a few seconds, we would have been sacrificed to it. On Khan and Cesare's side, they noticed the abnormality. Elsid was about to say something, but fell silent when he saw Leon collapse forward. Leon knelt down on the ground, crying out in pain. His expression made Cesare panic and quickly rushed to him, asking, Han, Leon, are you okay? As Leon was about to answer, Cesare told him to shut up. Don't say anything. I'll treat you. Without hesitation, he started treating the huge wound right on Leon's chest. While treating, he suddenly coughed up blood and said, almost looked like I was treating you while spitting blood, yet still had the strength to be amazed. Luckily, I didn't come too late. Leon helplessly reminded him to take care of himself first. Just then, Karen approached happily and said, we won, right, Junior? When I arrived, something flashed and then he disappeared. Were you the one who defeated him? Duong Khan shouted loudly. Yeah. What happened to the ritual or whatever? Someone explain. I don't know who has the energy to explain everything to this guy. We stopped awakening that demon ritual. The preacher got swallowed by the ritual, so he's definitely dead. After explaining this to Khan, Leon was so exhausted he trembled and hurriedly spoke his last words to Cesare. Sir, I think I'm about to pass out. Please take care of me. After saying that, he collapsed, making Karen startled and call out, Junior. Despite everyone fussing around Leon, Elsid calmly stood from afar watching him. He had to give props to this companion of his. Well done, Leon. While everyone was worried about Leon, suddenly the entire underground tunnel started collapsing. The sight of everything crashing down made Karen pale and stammer. Isn't this place about to collapse? Cesare nervously guessed it was likely because the creator was dead. Seeing these two still having energy to talk, Khan angrily roared. Instead of standing there analyzing, think of a way out of here. Suddenly Karen remembered something. We still have to pick up Sir Conrad. Her reminder made Khan suddenly recall that guy's existence. Damn it. At the same time, in some area 25, bright sunlight shone down. Rodrigo was talking to someone. This time things were a bit dangerous. He really had to face a plot to sink an entire city. While still not knowing how to materialize aura, you should have helped instead of just watching. The one gossiping with him casually mocked, you're just doing it for fun anyway, since you're too bored, right? That made him unhappy, and he asked back with 3 words. What? The other raised his tone, scolding him. You idiot! What can a saintess do after the hero is dead? The hero should be the priority. Not caring about those questions, Rodrigo calmly said, yeah, well, everything's over anyway, so forget it. Danger like this is everyday stuff for a hero. Besides, I'm pretty sure this is a valuable experience for Leon. It seemed the other guy mentioned something about punishment, which made Rodrigo a bit nervous. Punishment? Anyway, I have to accept it. I get it. It's really unavoidable. It's something I have to use even while sealed. Also, I'm looking forward to seeing Leon's progress. He'll probably manage on his own. That guy will reach the peak in no time, as long as he trains hard. Also, I wonder if he learned at least 2 techniques from my 7-star Northern Head. Thinking it over, I guess I shouldn't expect that soon. He's the youngest, so he needs to be strong enough to protect himself before we move to the Titan camp. Back at the guild headquarters in the medical hallway, someone was resting on a bed inside a room. After a while unconscious, Leon finally woke up. He sat up suddenly and shouted, "Where am I?" Because of the sudden movement, his wounds started to ache. The pain made him scream. Leon's whole body trembled from the injuries. Then memories of fighting the preacher gradually appeared in his mind. First was the scene of him being skewered like a kebab, then the scene of him cutting off the preacher's claws and saving himself. After that scene came your amazing slashes, successfully taking down the preacher. The last thing you remember is saying your final words to Cesare, and then you probably passed out right after. At this point, Leon looked around his surroundings and couldn't help but marvel. This place looks like the guild's recovery room, huh? A bit too fancy for a Saran adventurer. Just then, he suddenly remembered his old friend and called out, "Elcid! Elcid! Are you there?" Instantly, Elcid appeared from the palm of his hand. Leon was extremely worried, not knowing what had happened to Elcid. "What's going on? He looks a little different." It turned out Elcid was a bit blurry and seriously warned him to listen carefully. "Leon, it seems I left a message for you. If you're hearing this, it means you've woken up." Before getting to the main point, he had to tease Leon first. "First off, congrats on surviving. Honestly, we won because of me, so don't expect me to congratulate you on the win." Being told that made Leon pretty pissed. Damn cursed sword. After the rant, Elcid got to the point. "Enough joking around, here's the main issue." The first announcement caught Leon off guard. "You won't be able to talk to me for 1 whole month starting now." Then he explained why Leon couldn't contact him during that month. "Do you feel sad about that?" "Even so, I can't do anything else, because I unleashed my power without permission. The power of the Holy Sword is now blocking my consciousness." Hearing this, Leon immediately realized the problem. "Because you used my body?" Elcid confirmed casually. "Yeah, trying to act cool sometimes brings its own problems." Leon felt something was off at this part. "But how does this have anything to do with you acting cool?" Of course, Elcid didn't know what Leon was thinking and kept talking. "Anyway, you get the situation, right? For a full month, he even gave detailed advice. You better learn how to materialize your aura by the time I'm back. Got it?" Just as things got serious, he suddenly switched back to teasing. "Since I personally showed you the 7-star Northern Strike, try copying it, but don't push yourself too hard before you're fully healed, unless you want to get cursed." Just a heads up, Leon seriously thought about it. With a body like his, that move was already strong, so he couldn't even imagine how insanely powerful it must have been when Rodrigo used it in the past. After the message, Elcid left. "That's the end of my message. Letting a kid like you get caught up in a huge event like this, you still have a long, tough road ahead." Before disappearing, he didn't forget to encourage his friend. "Yeah, you're not too bad. Keep training hard." Leon smiled and promised after hearing that. "Don't worry, I swear I'll succeed on my own." After sending the message, it was time for the message to self-destruct. Message ended. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. By now, it was late afternoon, with a gentle breeze blowing into the room. Leon quietly sat on the bed, staring at his hand. He had to admit that the 7-star Northern Strike was truly amazing, the moment he and Elcid merged into one. When Elcid controlled his body, the scene he saw through their combined vision. At that moment, he saw something he had never seen before. After clearing all the cluttered thoughts, his pupils became like mirrors, reflecting a world he had never known, things he had never sensed before. He now witnessed the flow of air, the layers of wave vibrations, and even distortions in space. It was truly the pinnacle of vision a person could achieve. This made Leon determined, and the techniques of the 7-star Northern Strike used vision with aura at that level. "I have to learn it no matter what." Moreover, Elcid's encouraging words motivated him. "Yeah, you're not too bad." Remembering that made him thoughtful for a moment. Then he smiled and told himself, "The feeling's not bad, but I wouldn't call it great either." Just then, someone knocked on the door outside. Cesare stepped in and gently said, "Brother Leon, you're awake." Seeing Leon silent for a moment, his eyes stopped on Cesare's basin as he asked, "Sir, how long have I been unconscious?" Leon also received information from Cesare. According to him, the hate crusade ended exactly 3 days ago. The leader's defeat also caused the summoned monsters to be destroyed right after the 5-person team escaped the maze. That disgusting thing was eliminated along with the maze's collapse. It's highly likely that the type of forbidden magic used is linked to the labyrinth. The number of dead and injured in the battle is no small matter. 56 dead and 107 seriously wounded. I heard there were others injured as well, but only with minor wounds. Still, there are way too many casualties for us to celebrate. Cesare pulled back the curtain inside the room and said, "This revenge guild couldn't pull off what they usually do this time, just based on that alone. I already consider this a victory." Leon, hearing this, also thought it was truly a shame we couldn't save the others. But then Cesare continued speaking. "Yes, I suppose so." He also said, "I've investigated that dark magic further. It really is a spell that makes people feel nauseous. Luckily, thanks to your efforts, we prevented its disaster." Leon heard him crediting it all to himself, so he denied it and said, "No, I couldn't have done it without you and everyone else." Cesare was silent for a moment, then hesitantly uttered 3 words, "I wonder." Cesare spoke slowly, uncertain. He turned to look at Leon and wondered if the outcome would have been different without him there. "My noble hero." That question stabbed straight into Leon's dark heart, making him so confused he broke out in a sweat. Seeing him like that, Cesare playfully teased, "You look shocked. and you're stunned, asking, "How do you know?" Cesare casually replied, "I only became sure after the team was formed." That made Leon realize it meant he had suspected it from the start. Cesare himself acted as if it was nothing and explained, "Anyway, I used to be a member of the Iron Chain Holy Knights. I'm also an elf, so I have more life experience than ordinary people." Since he was caught, Leon could only smile awkwardly. He knew he couldn't hide it from him forever. But at this moment, Cesare continued calmly, "Even with the power of the solar aura, you can't just easily cut through forbidden magic." According to him, Leon still isn't strong enough to be recognized as a top swordsman. Not only that, I think he's not strong enough to become a first-class swordsman yet. Obviously, this was true, making Leon a bit embarrassed and sigh. It's embarrassing, but he told him not to be shy. He shrugged, showing his recognition for him. "I'm very impressed with your courage to face challenges despite lacking experience." Also, he noticed one thing, and the swordsmanship you showed in the final battle is the key clue. He recognized the sword style you used when fighting the missionary Rodrigue, the greatest villain in history, and the 7-star sword he created. It's no surprise he knew the name of this sword style. North Star? I read about it in a book recording the achievements of heroes. Because Rodrigo's martial arts documents disappeared long ago. Its return lets him confirm one thing. There's only one reason why it appeared. Hearing Cesare say this, Leon could only force a smile and reply, "I have nothing more to say." Suddenly, he asked another question. "Sir, do you remember the sword I used in the labyrinth?" Cesare thought for a moment and answered, "I just realized it's gone now. I couldn't bring it back when we escaped." This made Leon recall the earlier message. El Cid said he could still use the holy sword even if he wasn't here, so he summoned his old friend once again. El Cid, manifest now. But this time El Cid didn't appear. Instead, Leon pulled the holy sword out from his palm. His action stunned even Cesare, who was there. At this moment, the complete and powerful holy sword was in Leon's hand. That scene made Cesare exclaim. He suddenly knelt down and earnestly said, "Oh goddess." The current scene is Cesare, kneeling very respectfully before Leon and the holy sword. Then he spoke with guilt. "It's shameful. Please forgive me for not recognizing the goddess's holy power." Leon replied awkwardly, "I should be the one apologizing for hiding it." Seeing him put the holy sword back, Cesare curiously asked, "Hero, are you still planning to hide your identity?" Leon honestly answered, "Yes. The holy sword hasn't fully lifted its seal, and I still lack experience. Besides, you also strongly declared that when I can bear the hero title, I will automatically reveal my identity." His words were met with Cesare's satisfied smile. Then, he was the first to speak up. "In my eyes, you're already a hero. You're very humble, so I'll keep your secret." However, he had a small condition. "But can I tell just one person?" Leon hesitated a bit but was curious. "Who?" Cesare didn't hesitate to reveal the identity, the Saintess, and the reason he wanted to share this secret was to give her more motivation. "The succession ritual isn't finished yet, but I'm sure she'll be energized when she hears this news." Leon just let out a single, "Oh." After thinking it over, he figured it wouldn't hurt to tell the Saintess. So he allowed Cesare to say it. "It's up to you." Leon's agreement made Cesare happy as he replied, "Thank you so much, my hero lord." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The knock startled Leon, but Cesare stayed calm and reassured him. "Don't worry, the sound inside this room is completely isolated from outside. Our conversation won't be overheard." Then he said, "Yeah, come in." It turned out to be Karen. "Hey there, Junior. It's been 3 days, hasn't it?" Her appearance suddenly made Cesare and Leon fall into an awkward silence, which confused her too. "What's up with the vibe in here?" Thinking she was interrupting their talk, she shyly said she'd come back later. "Am I coming at a bad time? If so, I'll come back later." It turned out Leon was silent because he suddenly remembered something he forgot during a mission. He recalled Karen's mysterious identity. Karen's true identity is the Coffin Keeper, one of the big villains in the slums, and even Kan Jiangnan doesn't know her real identity. Plus, he had promised not to reveal her identity to anyone. "I said I'd keep quiet about her identity, but that was just a verbal promise that could be broken any time. But the current situation looks like he's already gotten himself into trouble. She definitely wants a more solid promise from him, but she came at the wrong time. Just as the bishop was here, and it seemed like Leon was about to get punished, Karen spoke up to confirm, "It's fine, Junior. He already knows everything." That blunt statement stunned Leon, who stared at both of them before panicking and yelling. Then Karen explained why Cesare recognized her identity. "It was because of my aura." Also, Leon was involved because of his temples. And finally, adding Cesare into the mix. "Our moons resonate together, making us sensitive to anything interfering with that connection." At that point, Cesare looked at Karen with a calculating expression that made her look away. The odds of two beings with dark traits in the same place are pretty low. It's really strange. After a moment of silence, Leon spoke up, thinking the bishop probably realized when I jumped space. He also asked with some guilt, "Are you not going to scold me, even though I know her identity but didn't tell you?" Cesare didn't answer, but instead asked back, questioning whether telling the truth or giving someone a chance to turn over a new leaf was the right thing. His words made Leon freeze. Cesare continued speaking. Assassins usually don't have comrades, but Karen is different. Trusting his judgment, he confidently said she fought alongside us, even if it meant bloodshed. Though I can't forgive her crimes, I can trust her as a teammate. Besides that, there's another important point. If she were truly a cold-blooded assassin, she wouldn't act like that. Karen, standing in a corner listening, couldn't help but feel touched. Such a good atmosphere. So I'm off the hook. Then she hesitantly asked, "Sorry, but what are you two laughing about? You're not secretly plotting my death or something, right?" At that moment, Cesare suddenly called out seriously, "Karen!" His serious tone startled her as she replied, "Yes." Then he sternly questioned, "Tell us your story first. Why did you become an assassin, and why do you hide behind the identity of an explorer?" His question shocked Karen so much she froze. Sunlight shone through the window and curtains. The three of them looked at each other and fell silent. After a while, Karen slowly asked, "What kind of person do you think is the most looked down upon in this world?" Her question left Leon and Cesare speechless. Then Karen answered the very question she had asked. Orphans, especially those of mixed blood. Leon himself realized that the past she shared was no light story. From Karen's tale, he learned just how miserable her life had been. Forgetting about food, clothes, and shelter. She didn't even have parents to protect her. Some situations were even worse than a disabled homeless person. She was truly at the bottom of society, in the darkest moment of her life, living a dangerous life in the slums. Someone reached out to Karen, but that hand pushed her back into the abyss once again. Someone saved her, but unfortunately, that saving hand carried nothing but dark intentions from start to finish. Karen told her dark story in a low voice. Clearly, it was all too common. They adopted orphans because no one would care if they died anyway, and they trained them to become assassins. Even if the success rate was 1 in 1,000, it was worth it. When Karen was trained to become an assassin, she became aware of her own abilities and honed them. Even her guardian didn't expect much from her. She was a half-breed between human and shadow demon, early on realizing her talents and succeeding in countless assassination missions, earning herself the nickname, the Coffin Keeper. Based on her assassination skills, her status rose steadily. The organization grew stronger as Karen's skills became faster and more precise. Her assassin career kept advancing until the only person above her was the boss of the entire organization. At this point, Karen expressed both helplessness and pride. "Not many. I didn't even take 7 seconds to kill him. And when I got unbelievably strong, Karen climbed to the top herself. She eliminated the entire assassin organization, including the boss. Then she rose to become one of the 3 strongest people in the slums." The reason Karen wanted to become an assassin was something Leon found hard to believe. It turned out she became an assassin just to repeat unwanted killings. However, Karen no longer wanted to live forever under the guise of the Coffin Keeper. She personally freed the children taken to be trained as assassins. After purging that trashy organization, she liberated the orphans who were captured for the same purpose as her. After finishing those tasks, Karen made an important decision for her life. Those days, I rarely acted as the Coffin Keeper. Because I couldn't live a normal life under that assassin identity, I became an adventurer to live like a regular person. However, at this moment, her plan suddenly changed, catching her off guard. But unfortunately, I guess the plan is over. Karen's words made Cesare frown thoughtfully, and even Leon fell silent. Suddenly, Karen raised her hand and said, "Now that my identity is revealed, I don't even think I can escape the holy city." It turned out she was putting on a pitiful face, begging the two not to drag her into trouble. "Please consider my contributions during the last conquest. I don't want to go to jail, so please convict me of something else, like community service." Her state made Cesare and Leon, who had just been worried about her, change their expressions to helplessness. Suddenly, Cesare called out, "Brother Leon." The call startled Leon a bit, as Cesare's face suddenly filled with kindness when addressing him. That guy scared me because he already knew what Cesare wanted. Could it be he wanted me to say something? Cesare's expectant look left Leon no choice but to comply. "I understand. You quickly realized what you had to do." He wanted me to decide? Not Leon, but the hero. After hearing Karen's story, he realized she didn't want to be an assassin, but she had to be. Moreover, Karen's personality was nothing like other assassins. Everything she showed us was a good person with honor. In the end, what Karen hoped for was different from greedy people. She wanted to live a better new life as a normal person. From all this, Leon could confirm one thing. Not everyone has the right to judge her, nor is it necessary to raise a sword against someone who is repenting for the sins they caused. After a moment of deep thought, he casually called out. Karen, hearing him call, gently replied, "What's up?" Leon smiled and said nonchalantly, "I'm going to give you 2 choices. You're free to pick either one, and I promise to respect your decision." That statement left Karen stunned for a moment. Then she blankly asked a question that made Leon jump in surprise. "What are you talking about? Why are you the one deciding this instead of him?" Ziyang suddenly remembered something and thought carefully he had just told him that he didn't want everyone to know he was a hero. Only 2 people knew his secret. The only person who knew he was a hero was him, the other was the last one, and also the saintess who was about to meet. That made him a bit confused, wondering if it was okay to reveal his identity as a hero to the coffin keeper. As if understanding Leon's dilemma, Cesare calmly said, "What's wrong with that?" With an attitude like, "Everything's none of your business, Mr. Slowpoke. I assure you, he can decide on your matter." "Karen?" That statement made Karen dumbfounded, quietly asking Leon, "Hey, what have you two been talking about all this time?" After hesitating for a moment, Leon decided to reveal his identity. "Sister Karen, after thinking it over, please choose one of the 2 options." Karen was stunned by the scene, her eyes following the holy sword being drawn. Time passed slowly, and Leon was ready to set off. 1 week after the battle against the cult in the labyrinth dungeon, I had fully recovered and wanted to leave. Cheerful voices echoed down the hallway. "Thank you so much for your hospitality. You're welcome. Moreover, I truly feel I owe a debt to the hero who eliminated the threat to the city," Bernat said, then asked, "I haven't repaid you yet. About our brief discussion last time, have you really thought it over?" Hearing that, Leon immediately confirmed, "Yes, I understand your point." Bernat let out an exclamation of admiration. Then he patted Leon's shoulder warmly and gently advised, "Still, I'm glad to have met a young hero full of passion like you. Let me know if you change your mind. I have wide connections, and this will help you a lot." Moreover, he promised to spread your name across the continent within 2 months. This made Leon a bit embarrassed. That was a bit. Right then, someone stepped out from the guild. Karen was waiting in a corner and teased as soon as she saw the person approaching. "Young man." Seeing her, Leon replied comfortably, "Sister Karen." His gentle voice and handsome face made Karen blush shyly. Still, she was in the mood to tease Leon. "What? You've become way more manly since the last time I saw you." Leon blushed and smiled awkwardly. "Really?" Suddenly, Karen asked curiously. "About that, you talked with the guildmaster after you recovered, right?" Leon hesitated and answered, "Yes, about my reward after the contest, and because it was so different from previous conquests. That's why." His hesitant words made Karen very interested and probe. "What was the reward?" He honestly replied, "He wants to promote me and spread my fame to many other kingdoms. Also," he added, "but I refused." Karen was shocked and froze. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally mustered strength to say, "What?" Leon still naively said, "And he also talked about introducing me to the Lord." Another shock came, but I refused again. Karen was horrified and shouted, "What? Are you crazy?" Helpless at Leon's innocence, Karen could only sigh and say, "You're a hero, but also an idiot. You basically have a fortune laid before you, yet you keep refusing like that?" The reason Leon refused was because he knew one thing. If news of my achievements in this conquest spread across the continent because of this, his deep voice seemed to remind Karen of something, and he seriously said it would lead to my existence being discovered by other hateful enemies. I almost lost my life fighting the heretics by borrowing the power of the Holy Sword. But my fighting ability is still too weak. I need to keep training and become strong enough not to disgrace the Holy Sword. Karen hesitated and said, so she smiled and asked, "So this is why you made that proposal to me?" Back on that day in the sick room, Leon had straightforwardly proposed, "I am the hero of this era, chosen by the Holy Sword. Can I ask you to become my companion in the name of the Holy Sword, Elcid?" The sky was slowly turning to dusk, and his voice rang out slowly. "You said you need time to think about this." As he followed Karen, he wanted to know her answer. "So, have you made a decision yet?" Karen didn't answer his question, but instead led him somewhere. The place was quite fitting. It turned out On took Leon to a certain forest and gently said, "For us elves, the forest and trees are sacred beings on par with goddesses. I also have elf blood running through my veins." Although it's only a part, she didn't look at Leon, her gaze fixed on the tree trunk, and her voice remained calm. "Your offer that day was like asking if I wanted to live proudly in the light instead of hiding in the shadows. Before I accept your offer, let me be honest about this." Karen looked at her hands stained with blood and affirmed, "I don't feel an ounce of guilt for the blood that has stained my hands until now. I wouldn't have survived this long if I did." Saying this, her hands clenched tightly with determination. "For someone born at the bottom of society like me, their death and suffering will never fade from my memory." Her voice was slow and carried a hint of sadness. "That's why I don't want anyone to live like I did before. Born without parents, living without love, and desperately training skills just to use for killing." Karen only had one wish. "I hope no one has to live a life like that anymore." Her words surprised Leon so much that his eyes widened. Suddenly, Karen knelt down and said, "Kid, no, heroic knight, if you can make this wish of mine come true, if you can promise me just one thing, I will sincerely respect you and vow to do everything for Leon." While he itched at her actions, willing to dedicate this life to you. Leon himself recalled what Ellis once said, "That is the definition and responsibility of a true hero, someone who brings a brighter tomorrow." That made him reach out to Karen with faith in a future where even one less person has to suffer like she did. They both clasped hands as if sealing a pact. That day, the coffin keeper died, and only Karen survived. Now, both were sitting resting under the tree. Leon finally spoke up, curious. Thinking back, what happened to Khan? He was somewhat curious about Khan after the battle. I haven't heard anything about him. Did he return to the slums? Karen heard this and gave a sly smile, saying, "You don't know anything, kid?" He ran away. She knew exactly what that bastard did after the battle. One day after the purge ended, he gathered all his assets in the slums and fled the city. No one knows where he went. Khan's actions even caught her off guard. He was so fast I couldn't even tail him. Leon just smiled after hearing this because he realized and understood why he ran away. Khan himself, despite his merits, had already gotten involved in that heretic plan. Half the slums collapsed during the purge, and what remained was to be wiped out. Not only that, even though he participated in the purge, as long as there's a record that he cooperated with the heretics even for a moment, if he stayed here, he would definitely be punished. He wouldn't escape punishment from the ironclad Holy Knights. As Karen said, he would have to do hard labor or spend at least a few years in prison. Thinking about it, Leon didn't expect it either. Still, I can't believe he ran away the very next day. Karen sat beside him leisurely and said that people like him, who have so much to lose, usually hesitate with decisions like that. But he abandoned everything without hesitation. Then they both recalled Khan's arrogant face, his smug laughter, and finally the scene of Leon teasing him. Remembering those things made him a bit helpless and wonder, am I imagining things when I feel like I'll meet him again? After chatting for a while, Karen stood up. So now you're curious, huh? What are you planning to do next? I still haven't heard your plan. You're not going to move recklessly, are you? Then she called Leon by the title, Oh Hero. That title made Leon freeze for a moment. You already had a plan beforehand. Of course, I have something like a plan. After being promoted to rank B, I'll head toward the Titan mountain range. According to your calculations, 100 days should be more than enough for you to materialize your aura. Being rank B should be enough to do that. The waiting time for Elcid to wake up is definitely enough for you to level up. I still have plenty of time until the 100 days pass. The problem is, Elcid is still asleep, unable to wake up after a whole month. Just then, Karen suddenly turned to look at Leon. Seeing his pleading face and the familiar tone in his voice gave her goosebumps. Senior, she shivered slightly and asked, what do you want? You're scaring me. Leon didn't answer but thought silently about a rank A thief and a skilled assassin like Karen. He recognized Karen's amazing abilities, her detection and tracking skills. He had noticed those skills of Karen's for a long time. Moreover, Karen had other incredible abilities, like using the environment to her advantage, her movement skills, and many more. These could help Karen move in any situation. Those abilities could definitely assist Leon, so he was excited to ask for her help. I'm going to have to rely on your care a bit. His pleading attitude scared Karen so much she almost vanished, while he was pumped up and ready to head somewhere. Let's go to his church. We'll need a spacious place. Karen had no clue what the hell was going on, so she quickly shouted, Wait, what care? I'm really worried here. Tell me what's going on. Are you doing this on purpose? You know how I am. According to the time Elcid had told Leon, there were about 3 weeks and 2 days left until Elcid woke up. I can only face him then. If by that time I've learned how to make my aura stronger, this is the moment you have to train to upgrade yourself. I need to start using sword techniques better. Right now, I'm just barely scratching the surface. Not good at all. You're determined to prove your abilities to Elcid. Just wait, Elcid. Later, in District 13, the happy townsfolk told each other, thank God, at least we have food. They were grateful to Cesare for providing supplies, all thanks to the church and the bishop. The people lined up neatly to receive aid. The distributor kindly wanted to give extra food to a mother and child. Take some more. You have a child. It must have been hard for you to evacuate from District 13. This made the mother extremely thankful. Thank you, sir. The aid distributor gently handed bread to the child and said, these aren't things I brought. Here. He pointed toward the church and said, if you want to thank someone, go to the church over there and pray to the goddess. You wouldn't get favors like this without the church. The mother looked toward the place called the church. The church had a small flag hanging. It was both solemn and sturdy. While everyone respectfully faced the church and expressed their gratitude, it was so different from District 23, so warm. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from inside the church. That scene made the townsfolk pale and terrified. A moment later, a thunderous blast erupted behind the church. At this moment, Leon clenched the sword hilt tightly with both hands, his whole body tensed, eyes full of murderous intent, grinding his teeth fiercely. In an instant, Karen's hand twisted lightly. A sharp dagger gleamed. She quickly raised her hand. 2 blades crossed into a perfect curve, blocking his attack. Immediately after, Karen spun around with a cold, decisive move. In that brief moment, her figure completely vanished from Leon's sight. He was stunned, unable to realize she had appeared behind him. Only when the cold blade brushed his cheek did Leon snap awake. Without hesitation, He stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, the earth cracking sharply beneath his feet. Leon swiftly turned, leaning far back and then leaping away, just in time to create distance from Karen. Opposite him, she landed slowly and spoke. "You have," Karen continued, her voice cold with a hint of sarcasm. "Stealth skills better than I thought. You're more suited to be an assassin than a knight." Hearing those mocking words, he trembled with anger, his chest tightening as if about to explode. She corrected herself, saying his movements resembled a commando's, his technique excellent, but nowhere near master level. As Karen finished speaking, her figure vanished once again from Leon's sight. Instantly, she split into two clones, wildly charging at him with terrifying speed. In that moment, his eyes lit up, fully focused, thoughts racing. She created an afterimage in just 2 steps. I had to use my eyes to keep up with that speed. Very fast. Leon pinpointed Karen's exact location. He swiftly swung his sword, silently thinking, "The left one is fake, the real one is there." Sensing imminent danger, she widened her eyes in shock. In the split second the blade brushed past, Karen quickly crouched down to dodge, clutching her head in fear. How did he figure it out? It seemed that the previous strike had drained Leon's energy to the max. He was panting hard, sweat beading on his forehead. She seized the moment and immediately leapt backward. "I didn't use any aura, but I was pretty serious about it." Karen then pushed off with her foot to jump, her eyes sharp. "All right, let's see how far you can really see." The scene before Leon made him instantly get defensive, lips pressed tight, body tense like a drawn bow. By now, she had split into countless illusions, moving like a swarm of balloons floating in front of him. Leon gasped. Illusions. He wondered silently, wasn't that just a phantom before, not a simple clone technique? Karen said coldly, "I'm here." Leon gripped his sword tighter, thoughts ringing in his mind. Her speed is slower than before, but the problem is, this phenomenon messes with my sense of direction. It scrambles my perception of distance and orientation. His eyes burned red from extreme anxiety, darting back and forth, with only one idea flashing through his head. Left or right, hand extended or pulled back, the muscles in his eyes working so hard he felt like they were about to atrophy. In a blink of an eye, when Leon realized she was closing in on him, it was already too late. The tip of the sword had touched his skin. Karen spoke triumphantly, stabbing, "You're dead, rookie." She taunted, emphasizing, "This is win number 102 out of 102 matches, right?" Leon dropped his weapon, raised both hands. "I surrender. Bullying rookies without even reaching B rank is fun, huh?" Karen replied casually. "Of course," she explained. "Using aura is like physical enhancement. Scheming is pointless. You're no match for me fighting in open space." Karen continued, "Everything favors you, but you still can't beat me even once." He felt crushed, thinking, her words cut sharper than a knife. Leon had done pretty well, pushing back the villains. His powerful sword strikes had taken down monster after monster, so he thought he'd grown a bit. But the gap between him and Karen was huge, and it seemed she hadn't even unleashed her full strength yet. Leon observed carefully. "So, what do you think about my performance so far?" Her expression made him even more discouraged. "Not bad." Karen smiled with eyes squinted, joking. "You did well." He didn't believe it, and asked again. "Really?" She explained, "If you can spot my after images, even a top-tier assassin would struggle against you. Your skills are already above most B ranks." Leon was stunned. "Even though I can't materialize my aura yet?" She immediately answered, "I admit, aura weapons are powerful, but they're useless if you don't hit the target. Hitting you with that vision and stealth skill isn't easy." Karen went on, "Materialized aura can cut through steel and smash boulders," her voice continued. "Materialized aura can't chase down and defeat an opponent on its own," Karen added. "Most assassins are weaker than adventurers of the same rank, but they can win by surprising opponents with techniques and using any trick to win at all costs." She lowered her voice. "However, that's still a way to win." He awkwardly said, "I don't. Coffin bearers eliminate their enemies that way." Karen hesitated then. To sum up his strengths, she recalled the moment from the recent fight with me and admitted he had a solid foundation. At that time, Karen was extremely shocked, unable to believe his speed. Only by reacting in time and crouching to dodge the attack did she save her life. Karen confirmed he had good eyesight so he didn't fall into traps. "But that's all. You just didn't get fooled. You don't have the knack for deceiving opponents. In other words, you'll struggle to regain your advantage once you lose it." He went silent, listening intently, his eyes showing clear shock. Leon lightly rubbed his chin, thoughtfully repeating each word as if reminding himself, provoking the opponent. Suddenly, Karen unexpectedly threw her arm around his neck, squeezing tight. "Don't overthink it. Tricks are just to make up for skill gaps. They're just groundwork for counterattacks," she calmly stated. "I don't know who taught you, but it must be a genius nobody understands or a dumb monster." Feeling the deadly aura from Elsid, Leon immediately turned pale, cold sweat pouring down like a shower, his spine stiffening with fear. Karen kept speaking, basically saying you lack creativity in your attacks and movements. She emphasized, "You don't have to copy me. but try increasing the number of secret cards you hold. Hero, you fell silent, thinking. Karen was right. If I had a trump card to secure victory, it would be a whole different story. But Leon's hand clenched into a fist, because since I don't have one, I need to increase the number of cards I get and strengthen them. Suddenly, a sharp claw slammed hard on his shoulder, making him jump. At that moment, Karen had transformed, loudly urging, "All right, that's enough practice for today. Let's move on to something else." Leon panicked. "You scared me," she reassured him. "Don't overthink it. Let's go. Practice tangible aura weapons." Soon, the two of them were in a room. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, shining straight inside. Karen's voice echoed through the space. "What were we talking about last time?" Leon answered. "The relationship between aura and training methods?" She nodded. "Exactly." Then Karen explained. "Aura is the power created from the refinement inside the user's body. Basically, it's the essence of the user." He felt enlightened, mumbling. "Essence?" she answered. "It's about experiencing life, the user's thoughts, and similar things." Karen continued. "In a specific situation, some will fight, some will hide, and some will run away." She went on. "But that doesn't mean you can judge good or evil based on essence. Even if someone pursues justice, if they go off track, they'll become arrogant. Training your aura means enhancing the purity and power of your essence," Karen added. "For example, training a fire-type aura might involve destroying something, fighting someone, or unlocking your own potential." Her voice rose. "Most fire aura actions lead to refinement." Leon marveled. "That's scary." Then Karen sat beside him. "The difficulty of training depends on your type. Completing missions is also training for dark-type auras like mine." She looked straight at Leon, her tone serious. "As for the solar type, it's one of the systems representing the goddess. It only appears in the greatest warriors across generations." Her full figure before him made his face flush, heart racing. Karen took off her glasses, speaking softly. "When you think of the sun, what essence comes to mind?" Leon awkwardly turned away, hesitating to speak. "It lights up the world with endless light and banishes dark shadows." A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. "No, wait, that's brilliant." Seeing Leon stand up, staring intently at his palm, she exclaimed in surprise, "Looks like you figured something out." He wasn't sure if it was because he was obsessed with the earlier fight, but the aura inside his body was burning hot, boiling and flowing through Leon like lava beneath a mountain. If he directed the flow with his mind, Leon could feel it gathering at his fingertips. Seeing the magical energy accumulate on his hand, he was confused, not knowing what to do, thinking, "I feel like I could burst into flames any second. It's good I gathered it, but how do I release it now?" Leon frowned, eyes full of determination. "If it's the sun, I'm sure that in a flash, a blazing golden magic orb will light up in my hand." The sight surprised Karen, eyes wide open. Leon thought in amazement, a light orb, but this still isn't enough to use as an aura weapon. Anyway, being able to do this much in such a short time is impressive, but the power was too intense for him to control. In a flash, the orb shattered, magic shooting out. Seeing Leon crouch down, clutching his arm in pain, Karen worriedly asked, "Junior, are you okay?" He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain, while blaming himself for borrowing Elsid's power without knowing how high the level of tangible aura really was. Her gaze softened as she looked at Leon. "Great job, Leon. The foundation of tangible aura is controlling your aura when releasing it outside, just like how you do inside your body." Karen's voice continued. "You can only emit light, but even for a few seconds, you manage to maintain it." She praised, "That's already close to an aura weapon. It would be perfect if you could make it bigger and more stable." He glanced back, mumbling, "Bigger and more stable?" Karen placed her finger on her chin, thought for a moment, then said, "Think of aura as your lifeblood, and you're pulling it out of your body," she explained. "Because aura is a weapon that drains a lot of energy, stable circulation is super important, but using a form just once and then stopping is a huge gamble." Suddenly, the door slammed open, making Karen jump. Cesare stepped in, his deep voice tinged with reproach because they couldn't use those powers for long despite creating great strength, like fire-type aura weapons that explode or erupt. Leon raised an eyebrow and said, "Looks like you finished your patrol already." He hung his cloak on the rack and replied, "Yeah." But right after, Cesare's face darkened, his eyes burning with anger. "I just got the repair estimate for the facilities you two destroyed." Hearing that, both Leon and Karen froze, cold sweat pouring down like a shower. He turned around, slowly walking toward them. "Now, let's talk about compensation costs. And we should also discuss an important matter." Cesare quickly pulled out a letter. "I brought a letter from the Saintess." He widened his eyes, completely unable to believe what he was hearing. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Saintess." Inside, a wave of indescribable shock stirred. A letter? He guessed that the succession ceremony must be underway now. Scene shifts to a remote place, a towering building hidden among sheer cliffs. The icy wind howled fiercely against the stone walls, creating a bone-chilling sound. Suddenly, from two high windows, Strange lights flickered. Those two beams quickly grew stronger, glowing brightly, illuminating the entire snowy sky. At the same time, inside, Ihan seemed to have just completed a ritual, sparkling lights swirling around the talisman enveloping her body. The scene stunned all the witnesses. Murmurs erupted throughout the great hall. It was hard to believe she alone received holy power equal to that of 10 bishops. Even as a master-level person, she shouldn't have been able to suppress and contain it, but it was unimaginable that she surpassed the power of the previous saintess. On the high throne, Sar watched, missing no detail, a slight smile curling her lips, her face full of pride. Sarah declared, the 8th saintess, Elahan, the strongest saintess, would support the warrior who was born. At that moment, her gaze was strangely calm, no surprise, no excitement, only a clear understanding of the heavy responsibility waiting ahead. Then, the crowd shuffled toward another room. In the center of the room stood out a mace planted straight into the ground. Sarah recounted, 300 years ago, the great hero, the previous king, Rodrigo, and the first saintess realized their helplessness on that journey. She prayed behind the warrior. She kept begging to draw strength from everyone's kindness. She continued, and the monks needed her power to eliminate the demons. The will of the previous generation was forged by the Iron Chain Saint. They built the strongest cavalry of the continent, and under the saintess's name, the strongest saintess would become deputy commander. She went on, the position beside her is reserved for the warrior, and so, your fate has been blessed. You will fight alongside that person. This is what every saintess wishes for. She bowed slightly, politely replying, yes. Sarah immediately shouted to urge, now comes the final test. Elahan, prepare to fight. Without hesitation, Elahan swiftly removed her cloak. Instantly, magic burst from her body, glowing like a white flame in the dark room. Soon, that light crystallized, forming a solid armor that hugged her body. She didn't hesitate, reaching for the mace planted in the center. Elahan lifted it decisively, her eyes shining brightly with determination, a powerful aura radiating that silenced the entire room for a few seconds. Witnessing that, the man was stunned. It was the strongest combat weapon, the great mace. The man beside her stammered, almost speechless. Amazing. Then, they stepped outside to perform the next ritual. The icy wind kept howling, slapping coldly against their faces, but it couldn't stop the burning will inside Elahan. Sarah spoke, that was the mark left by the strongest sword, left by the previous king. They say he left that trace with a single move, she continued, and the mark on the cliff was left by the previous saintess at their succession ceremony. Sarah said proudly, now it's your turn. Elahan, Sarah shouted, now it's your turn. The 12th holy maiden. The howling wind and snow whipped her white robe, but it couldn't shake the iron will burning fiercely in her eyes. At that moment, a thought flashed through Elahan's mind. The warrior lord, I've heard about his reputation. She recalled Leon's brutal battle from before, magic swirling in his hands, twisting into a fierce whirlwind before exploding with a shockwave that shook the ground and swept everything in its path. Facing the monster, Leon showed not a hint of fear. Then, with a single slash, he cleaved it in two, ending it all in an instant. Elahan told herself, even though there were still 6 months until the prophesied day, just thinking about how rapidly he's growing made her eyes gently close, her thoughts flowing non-stop. I'm a newly appointed holy maiden and can't help but feel ashamed. Elahan thought of Leon with a mix of admiration and passion. He's truly brave and so manly. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, fiery determination shining in her pupils. I want to be a holy maiden worthy of him, the warrior lord. She gripped Thon Trui tightly with both hands, a silent vow of unwavering resolve, refusing to back down. Instantly, streams of magic poured out, runes swirling around Elahan. Without hesitation, she raised her weapon high and shouted, Chung! The moment the word left her lips, Elahan's weapon crashed down with terrifying force. The ground exploded, rocks scattering everywhere. The strike was so powerful it pierced through the cliffs ahead, causing them to collapse, dust rising thick in the air. The scene left Sarah speechless, eyes wide, mouth agape, utterly unable to utter a word. The others were stunned, too. No one could believe what they had just witnessed was real. She stood silently admiring her creation, a faint smile curling her lips, one even Elahan couldn't hold back. Warrior Lord, I beg you! Suddenly, her cheeks flushed pink, a trembling whisper echoed in her heart. Please accept this humble servant. Scene shift. Cesare was slowly reading the letter. As the heir to the ironclad saint's legacy, I vow to sacrifice myself for you. He glanced at Leon. At the end, she wrote, I will try to meet you as soon as possible. He was stunned, completely clueless about what was happening. Leon's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples, silently crying inside. What the hell? I'm getting goosebumps. I have a bad feeling I'm about to get into trouble. He was curious, what kind of person is this holy maiden? Cesare calmly replied, she's the one granted the highest power and strongest abilities. I'm sure she'll be a great help to you. Warrior Leon fell silent, deep in thought. That's right. This could be good news for me. If the holy maiden, the warrior's companion across generations, is truly exceptional. I need to be skilled and not embarrassed in front of her. You've grasped how to create an aura weapon, the rest is the form. Leon suddenly spoke up. Sir, is your attribute the moon? He replied awkwardly. Yes, he continued casually. I hope it's not too much to ask, but could you tell me the form you used to perfect your aura weapon? Upon hearing this, Cesare's expression suddenly changed, his face turning icy, cold, emotionless. Karen was shocked, mouth wide open, cold sweat pouring down like a shower. She frantically signaled Leon with hands and feet, almost wanting to shout but dared not make a sound. You don't ask someone who uses aura that. Asking an aura user to reveal their weapon's form is like asking them to expose their weakness. But contrary to Karen's thoughts, he suddenly smiled brightly and agreed cheerfully. All right, no problem, Cesare began explaining. I use the phases of the moon as the form, he continued. When I release a small amount of power, it's a crescent moon. Cesare's voice rang out. When I strike harder, it takes the shape of a half moon, he went on. When I unleash my full strength, it becomes a full moon. There are also forms like the new moon and lunar eclipse. Leon's eyes widened in amazement. 5 forms. Karen was completely surprised. He told him without hesitation. Does he really trust me and Leon that much? Leon seemed to realize that. 5 moon phases, he silently thought. But unlike the moon, the sun doesn't shift into different states, so I can't build a perfect form like that. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Leon's mind. His eyes slightly widened as if he had just found a way out of a maze. However, blocking the sun was totally possible. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. If I use the solar eclipse as a form to accumulate power, the sun will keep burning bright if I find a way to maintain its essence. Seeing Leon's excited expression, Cesare exclaimed joyfully. Looks like you've made a breakthrough, huh? Leon was fired up, his voice firm and mischievous. Yeah, to engrave its shape deeply in my mind. I want to try it right now. Right after, the two quickly went outside to practice. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, each strike sharp and decisive. Let's get started. Without hesitation, Cesare immediately spun the chained flail in his hand. Relaxed mindset, huh? Show me what you can create. Magic quickly flared around Leon's body, the swirling light responding to the determination inside him. Aura classification. All right, let's do this. He swiftly swung the chained flail. The powerful strike showed no mercy. I'm coming. Leon immediately raised his sword to block, deflecting its trajectory. The chained flail grazed past him and slammed into the ground behind with tremendous force. Rocks and dust exploded everywhere, filling the air. Magic continued to blaze around Leon's body, swirling into faint circles as if gathering something unpredictable. Leon suddenly sensed something was off, letting out a cold snort. He was sure this feeling meant it was still very difficult to use it smoothly, even though he was dodging the attacks. Leon silently confirmed, and the warrior wasn't even using full strength. The attack from the chained weapon carrying aura power could wound him with just a light graze. He quickly regained his will, facing the incoming chained flail once again. Dodging endlessly wasn't a good idea, Leon thought to himself. I have to watch its trajectory and find a way to counter. To use a weapon like a chained flail, you have to keep a certain distance. Then, he immediately charged forward. If I shorten the distance, it'll be less dangerous. The thought kept flowing in Leon's mind. First I have to shoot. But just then, the chained flail suddenly spun violently, creating a roaring steel vortex around him. In the blink of an eye, Leon was completely surrounded. No way to dodge. Cesare sneered. You think you can dodge that? Warrior. Leon gritted his teeth in anger. No way. Leon stomped hard. The ground beneath cracked instantly, a steel wool rising inside him. No, I have to do this. At that moment, magic around him flared fiercely, the swirling light like flames responding to the burning will in his heart. The scene shocked Cesare deeply, his eyes wide with amazement. The magic around Leon kept surging, growing stronger by the second, exploding as if trying to tear the space apart. His eyes filled with determination to recreate the 7-star sword, the solar eclipse sword. Leon's first target would be the 2nd star of the northern MAK constellation. Instead of just imagining it, I need to make it real with this will. First, compress the aura, use it to cover the sword and contain it. The holes that made it leak were sealed. By this method, aura will materialize into a solar eclipse sword. Cesare's eyes widened in shock as he looked closely again. Several chains had been cut into pieces by Leon. Cesare panicked. Hero. This technique isn't even complete yet. Meanwhile, Leon was still thinking it would be a long way before forming the full 7-star sword. This is just a temporary method. You could say it's a stopgap solution. Even though it's an unfinished technique, it will still be Leon's trump card against enemies. Cesare continued to marvel. Unbelievable. I really treasured it. Leon replied as well. That's something I truly treasure. Suddenly, Jaren called out, Excuse me, Leon, you have a visitor. Rise took off her hood to surprise him. Lord Leon, long time no see. Leon turned to look at her, smirking. Rise. Cut to the scene where they rest and go to the room to talk. Rai spoke up. This is our first meeting outside the guild, right? Are you feeling better? Leon answered politely. Yes. Thank you for worrying about me. Race expressed her sincerity. I was really worried about you, so I brought some high-grade medicine here. Also, here's a reward from the Count. She showed it to Leon and explained. This bracelet contains inter-realm space magic. Although it can't hold too many items, it will still be very useful to you. Karen was startled upon hearing this, suddenly asked back, the inter-dynasty magic, it's worth hundreds of gold coins. If its design looked better, I'm sure its value could reach 1,000 dong. Reese saw Karen's expression and immediately encouraged her. That's Karen for you. She really knows her stuff in this field. Karen took the chance to brag a little. She pointed to her ear. My earring is the same type. It can only hold a little, so I use it as a purse. Leon broke out in sweat, thinking to himself, have I always wondered where those daggers came from? Then Leon took the treasure that the Count had gifted him and put it on his wrist. He brought his arm close to the potion bottle and commanded it to retract. Instantly, the potion bottle flew up to Leon's hand and slipped inside. Leon exclaimed happily, this is truly a convenient magical item. The Count is more generous than you'd think. Then Rise shyly spoke again. The second reason is that Sir Leon has ranked up to Class B. Now you meet all the conditions to rank up. If you show me your aura weapon, I'll give you this badge. Leon's eyes widened at the thing appearing before him. One day. All right then, Leon ranked up to Class B without even needing 100 days. Too bad Ellis couldn't witness it. Rise looked at Leon's sword and exclaimed, I've confirmed your aura weapon. Then Reese took out a card and handed it to him. Leon held it in his hand and smiled. A Class B badge. He never dreamed of becoming a Class B explorer back in school. Right now, Cesare and Karen clapped loudly. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, Junior. Then Rise continued to announce, there's one last reason. This is a commission for Sir Leon. Leon asked, confused. A commission? What commission? Rise smiled excitedly and replied, didn't you already accept the top escort mission? Leon's face went blank, confused. Hey. Karen is watching Leon sweat non-stop as Rise added more info. They'll circle around Brain to the Titan mountain range. They'll leave once the goods are ready. And who am I? Since this is a commission for Leon, I'll do my best to hold a spot for you. Karen lowered her head, a cold, murderous aura radiating that made Leon sweat non-stop. She turned back and glanced at Leon, slowly speaking each word. Hold a spot? Leon quickly defended himself. Wait, I didn't know I'd be going with you before. Then Leon would receive amazing support, including the Count's network and power. And Rise said she's very willing to be the liaison between both sides. Awesome. Until the merchants contact you, they'll keep training hard. When Leon fought Karen, she charged forward holding her dagger. Leon frowned, watching her every move tensely. Her speed was incredible. It was even more dangerous than her dagger skills. Then Karen kept advancing to attack and gain position. Karen warned, don't let your eyes fool you. Leon's eyes turned red. It was time to decide that he couldn't rely on sight. From the start, this was an exercise to improve his vision limitations. To do that, Leon needed to learn how to use aura intuition to master the solar eclipse technique better. Focus. Leon sensed Karen's power, the wind's fluctuation, then below, the ground's vibration. He focused and squeezed his eyes shut. Meanwhile, Karen was behind him. Leon suddenly had a twitch on his face. He could feel it. Quickly, he glanced back. Karen looked surprised, face to face. Then she had to retreat to defense. Karen encouraged, impressive. Who would have thought you'd learn aura intuition so fast? Leon smiled proudly. All thanks to you, Senior. Thank you. Hearing that, Karen blushed embarrassed. What's that about? Then she grabbed Leon's head and scolded. So arrogant. Meanwhile, Leon kept thinking, if this feeling keeps sinking into his body, he'd become much stronger than now. Cesare also appeared, clapping in praise. Congratulations, Sir Leon. You've made another breakthrough. Leon saw him and responded politely. Ah, hello, sir, Cesare hinted. I bring news for both of you. I have a meeting with the merchants this afternoon. They're not far from here. If we meet them, I think everything will go smoothly. Both Leon and Karen were thrilled as if blessed by the gods, clasping their hands and looking up at Cesare. Scene shifts to the left sky. Leon appeared looking down from above at the village, finding this place easily. He asked, Senior, shall we go? Saying that, Leon and Karen set off for the camp. Inside, the leader asked, are you guys from a guild? Leon showed the card he just received and said, yes, I'm Leon, a B-rank explorer. He introduced himself again. I'm A, from the Intelligence Trading Company. He extended his hand to shake with Leon. We're just a small trading company, so I hope you'll protect us well. Leon politely shook his hand back and replied briefly, yes. After the handshake, A looked very cautious toward Leon. Meanwhile, Leon sensed something from A. The hand of a swordsman is different from that of someone who often holds a pen. He must have lived a more disciplined life than Leon, who still spends time with his sword. But at this moment, A encouraged Leon. You have generous hands. Leon just smirked slightly. Then the two happily shook hands repeatedly, hoping to help each other out, because now they trusted one another. After that, A quickly went to discuss with Leon and Karen's group. Looks like we have more manpower now, he said. However, our budget is quite limited, so I'm not sure if we can afford to hire more escorts. Leon asked further. The trading company's destination is the peak of the Titan mountain range? He replied, yes, that's right. Then Leon asked again, you must know how dangerous the journey will be, right? A answered, yes, I do. Leon's eyes sparkled like stars as he reassured him. Then when you're traveling through a dangerous path, would you feel safer with an A-rank explorer escorting you? A overheard this like a sharp slap to the ear. A-rank? Then he thought, I would feel very safe, but hiring one would cost a fortune. I don't have that kind of money. Besides, I don't know if an A-rank explorer would want to escort such a tiny trading company. Right then, Karen showed her card in her hand. She said, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Karen, an A-rank explorer. Seeing this, A spat out all the water in his mouth and exclaimed happily, I didn't realize that. As a merchant, I need to have sharp eyes. Looks like I'm still not sharp enough. Karen smiled brightly and pointed at Leon. Don't worry about the money. I'm just following Leon, so you only need to pay me the fee for a B-rank explorer. Quickly, A signed the papers with Leon. He was very satisfied. He said happily, our finances are pretty tight. Thank you for understanding. Karen, I'll pay both of you A-rank wages next time. Karen replied, no problem. I should apologize for barging in. A said, I'll prepare the most comfortable vehicle for you two. On the way, we'll cover all living expenses. Then the two left amid A's joyful mood. Are we really okay with this kind of treatment? Karen answered, of course, I'm an A-rank after all. The scene shifted as they walked together. Leon asked, hey, senior, are you really going to be okay? Karen replied, just wait and see the results. The head merchant hired an A-rank explorer for a cheap price, and in return, we get better treatment. At that moment, Leon felt something and turned his eyes to notice. Mercenaries. Karen saw Leon silent and nudged him, asking, what's up? First time seeing mercenaries? Leon answered, I've seen them once from afar but never this close. When the Battle of Subjugation was happening, both sides were carrying out missions in different areas, so I didn't get to interact with them. They looked pretty intimidating, but the way they glanced at me, I don't think they mean well, Karen smugly said. Honestly, mercenaries tend to clash with explorers. Let's just keep our distance. Leon laughed and replied, all right. Then he turned his face back to look at the city from before. So this is the moment to say goodbye to this city, huh? I wonder if Leon will ever come back here someday. He left the cage called school and started to ignite the fire of exploration alone in the city on this side. Leon thought of Jay, who gave him the first C-rank card, then Khan, then Cesare. He had traveled and met many people. Even if Leon forgot all other places, the memories in this city would be hard to erase. He planned to leave after Elseed woke up, but if he missed this chance, Leon didn't know if there would be another. A trip to Titan Mountain is very rare. More importantly, he shouldn't rely too much on Elseed. Although Leon had no choice but to accept his help in the battle to subdue, even without Elseed, just wandering around with protection didn't really suit a warrior. In a flash, the scene shifted to the next morning. Cesare stepped out to say goodbye to him. The goddess will bless you both with safety. He will protect everyone, just like the sun shines by day and the moon by night. Leon bowed politely. Thank you for everything, sir. Cesare replied, no problem. I should be the one thanking you. Without this connection, stopping the rebellion would have been impossible. We can consider it the goddess's guidance. And so, I have something for you, he said. This item contains a kind of divine magic. This magic is used for healing. You can use it to summon the holy sword in tough situations. Leon took it and hung it around his neck. Thanks. I'll take good care of it. Cesare explained, this is an important artifact while Elseed is still in deep sleep. And it has another effect. Leon looked puzzled and asked, another effect? Cesare continued. If you show this to the commander of the Holy War Forces, you can summon all the Red Saint Knights nearby. Leon shouted in shock. The Knights of the Red Chain? Cesare warned further. So use it carefully. Someone who isn't its owner can only use it once. Leon stared at the pendant in disbelief. He replied, thank you, sir. The power to summon the Red Saint Knights, even if only once, is still very valuable. If something goes wrong, it will be a huge help. The scene shifted to a beautiful morning, with horse carriages already sent by Anat. He cheerfully called out, good morning. Are you all ready? I brought breakfast today. A lavish meal appeared on the table. Leon was surprised and unaccustomed. You didn't have to be so thoughtful. Meat for breakfast? But hey, when invited, I'll still eat it all, Leon exclaimed. Too much. This is still way too much. Karen lightly touched his arm and said, this seems like the first time you've been treated like this. Your face looks like you're used to suffering and can't handle feeling good. Huh, Leon replied. That's because of you, big sis, senior. Then Karen turned serious and said, we're in a bit of trouble, aren't we? Leon looked at Karen confused and blank. Then he turned to see a group staring at them with eyes full of hostility. Leon smirked and nodded in agreement. Yeah, this is pretty annoying, Karen spoke slowly. I think we've got some troublemakers nearby. Hearing that, Leon looked visibly surprised. Later, it was late afternoon in a vast cloud field. Karen's carriage was moving steadily. Sitting inside, Leon said, "This is much faster than I thought." She gently replied, "Because it's a magic-powered carriage." He asked in surprise. Magic? Without hesitation, Karen explained, "Weight reduction magic is the most effective and common method, easy to perform and long-lasting. It's very convenient, but not perfect. The wheel's shock resistance is very weak. We'll have to remove this magic in rough terrain like the Titan mountain range. That's why we need to save as much time as possible now." In the sky, the sun was casting its last rays on the ground. Seeing this, they stopped and began setting up camp under Leon's watch. "Looks like we'll camp here," Karen replied comfortably, "because it gets dark too fast." Curious, he asked, "Are we going outside too?" Without hesitation, she quickly refused. "I'm fine. Not hungry. You can go alone. Call me if anything happens." Seeing Karen's laziness, Leon was speechless. "Yes, Senior." After stepping outside, he spotted a woman cooking a delicious dinner. Elsewhere, a man was feeding horses after days of travel. So they were preparing to camp without interruption, watching how smoothly they moved in such large numbers, like they were one body. You could say they had worked together for a long time. The next moment, Leon glanced and saw Hansen's group storming toward them. Did he know they'd come when he was alone? Leon had guessed early on, so he wasn't surprised. "What do you want?" Hearing this, Hamela replied with contempt. "Want what? You talk like you're our boss." Without hesitation, Leon snapped back. "If you think so, then go ahead and think that." Leon's attitude made Ham Mio burst out laughing. "You act all high and mighty just because you're with an A-rank explorer, but you're still green and inexperienced like you look." Leon asked back, confused. "Who just messed with Trin Thuong when you all surrounded me while I was walking alone? Just say it straight. You're jealous because you didn't get treated like I did and got pushed aside for a younger guy who's way more skilled and experienced." Leon's blunt words quickly drove Ham Mio crazy. "You bastard." He gritted his teeth and glared hard at Leon's face. After a moment, Karen's calm voice rang out. "All right, that's enough. You guys are grown adults and still yelling like kids? If you don't believe in his skills, then just let him prove it." The moment she spoke, both Hansen and Leonic panicked and shouted, "Rank A, are you serious?" Karen asked seriously. "Why do you think I'd side with him and interfere in the fight?" Hearing that, the two turned pale with fear. The next second, Hansen slowly said, "No, if you referee fairly, I'll fight him." Like she was waiting for that, she cheerfully changed tone. "Good, you don't mind going up against him, right?" Leon calmly replied. "No problem. Everything's going exactly how Karen predicted." Leon suddenly recalled Karen's words. If the mercenaries misunderstood him, he just had to knock some sense into them with his power. Skill is everything here. What would Ellis say at times like this? Nah, no point thinking about it. Then he turned to watch the trio, Hansen, Hamel, and Leonic, and thought, mercenary veteran rank B, huh? Leon didn't think he'd lose. The conflict between explorers and mercenaries had been an issue for a long time, because the guild split into two professions. They clearly hated a new rank B mercenary, rolling with a beautiful rank, a female explorer. It wasn't that Leon didn't get them. In a flash, Karen started the betting, only taking bets for 10 more minutes. "Everyone, place your bets." The team rushed in to join. 5 coins on Hansen, 3 coins on the mercenary. "I'm betting on the young explorer over there." Not stopping there, she taunted. "If you're men, bet everything you've got." This scene immediately made Leon fall into thought. "And now she's running a gambling den. Like a pro gambler," Karen said. "Rank B explorer versus rank B mercenary. Who's gonna claim the glory?" "You're betting too, merchant?" A asked, surprised when she called him. "Me?" For a moment, he whispered to Karen. Well then, as soon as the deal was made, they both turned to back Leon, making him sweat bullets. "So obvious. Why are you guys still pretending?" After a while, Karen loudly announced, "All right, the match starts now. Explorer Leon versus the Steel Claw Mercenary Guild rep Hansen." Amid the crowd's cheers, she began explaining the rules. Like I said before, no aura weapons allowed to attack the opponent, no unregistered weapons, and no use of grimoires or dark energy. Most importantly, follow my instructions. No time limit, but you can't step outside the fighting line. If anyone attacks the audience, they'll lose immediately. Got it? Seconds later, Leon got into ready stance. "Got it, Senior." Hansen's no slouch either. "I know that well." Karen's voice rang out again. "Get ready to start." As Leon drew his sword, Hansen simultaneously summoned his weapons. Spear and shield. A rank B guy using a shield is rare, even for rank C. Silver light shimmered off the shield's scratches. It wasn't made from ordinary steel. After careful observation, Leon confirmed this wasn't a normal shield. Even as an opponent, Hansen didn't hesitate to explain to Leon. "This shield's small but made from a special alloy. I got it protecting a dwarf a few years back." Hansen's honesty surprised Leon. "Telling me everything like that? Is that okay?" With great confidence, Hansen replied casually, "No worries. Even if I didn't say, you'd figure it out once you hit it. More importantly, from the start, I didn't plan to pull any tricks on a kid like you." So Hansen's underestimating Leon. Thinking this, Leon vowed to make him regret it. While planning in his head, Leon acted. First, his footwork. The next second, he dashed forward like a storm. With terrifying speed, Leon charged straight at Hansen. He quickly swung his sword as if testing a strike on Hansen's shield. Even though the shield's defense was impressive, Leon boldly launched his attack. While blocking his strike, Hansen gritted his teeth, thinking, "What the hell is this? The destructive power is insane." In the blink of an eye, he dodged Leon's blow and gripped his spear tightly. Despite Hansen constantly striking, Leon calmly swung his sword to block. It turned out Leon was trying to figure out his fighting style. The one-handed spear technique revolved around misdirection and counterattacks using the mini-alloy shield. A damn defensive fighting style. The more Leon attacked, the more damage he took. It felt like Leon was surrounded by porcupine quills. If he used Eclipse, he could probably renew that shield. But Leon wasn't sure if he could rejuvenate Hansen himself. If this kept up, there was no other choice but to use it. Outside the fight, a strange merchant showed a reaction to Leon's weird moves. He bent down low, and in a flash, Karen recognized him. Back in the fight, Leon's figure kept flickering in and out of sight. Somehow, his foot had stepped on Hansen's shield. Seeing this, Hansen was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Before Hansen could react, Leon kicked both the shield and him backward. Hansen was shocked inside. He didn't use his sword. But a kick? Isn't this guy not a traditional swordsman? The moment Hansen saw Leon rushing at him, he immediately raised his iron shield to block. But unlucky for Hansen, Leon suddenly appeared right behind him. It seemed Leon's moves matched Karen's prediction. That's the assassin's way of moving. As soon as she finished speaking, Leon struck Hansen with a sword slash. Hansen quickly fell from a height with a terrified expression. Leon's sharp sword came close just as Hansen surrendered. "I give up." A moment later, Karen's announcement rang out. The match was over. B-rank explorer Leon had won. Everyone in the group was filled with disappointment, except A, who happily collected the bet money. Leon also smiled at Karen. The techniques he learned from his senior were pretty useful. If Elsid saw this, she'd definitely tease Leon for trying to imitate an assassin, but it's also handy to know many techniques. That way, he'd have more options to choose from. Next to Rodrigo, who else could defeat all enemies with just basic skills? Unlike Leon's relaxed mood, Leonic said in a low voice, "My turn." Before he could say more, Gustav appeared. "Stop!" Seeing this, both Hamel and Leonic shouted in unison. "Leader Gustav," he spoke seriously. "After watching the first match, I'm sure none of you stand a chance against that guy." Though a bit embarrassed, Hamel had to agree. "Yeah, that's right." Then Gustav stood grimly in front of Leon, surprising him. "Is this the leader of the Steel Claw mercenaries?" Suddenly, he sincerely bowed and shouted, "I apologize. Your skills truly deserve B rank. We misjudged you. It's our fault for not treating you properly and causing trouble." With Leon's confused face, Gustav continued, "Honestly, we're just pissed off because I'm already old, but still stuck at B rank. Plus, the four of us had to cram into one vehicle, while you got to ride with a beauty. So yeah, we're jealous. I'm sorry for acting that way toward you." Gustav's surprising honesty made Karen burst out laughing. Leon was still stunned, completely thrown off. After a moment, he gently extended his hand. "From now on, let's go together." A glow radiated from Leon, making Hamel shield his eyes. "My eyes, even," Leonic marveled. "Is this the aura of a powerhouse?" Then Gustav quickly shook his hand with a formal tone. "I swear, I truly owe you. I won't forget this debt." Leon wasn't used to Gustav's way of speaking. No need for that." Before he could refuse, Gustav cut in quickly. "Repaying a comrade is one of the most important things in life. Even if you don't accept, I'll pay you back. Just wait and see." In a flash, Hamel and Leonic's joyful shouts echoed. "Awesome! Tonight we're all drinking till dawn." Under the gentle night, the sound of clinking beer mugs echoed across the field. Soon after, Gustav and Hamel kept urging Leon to drink more. Finally, he agreed to join the party. The sound of beer glasses clinking echoed across the field. Right after, Gustav and Hamel kept persuading Leon to drink more. Finally, he agreed to join the party. After just a few drinks, Leon was already tipsy. Karen sat quietly on the side, watching the lively scene unfold, and before they knew it, it was already the next morning. Seeing Leon groaning and lying there, Karen teased him. If anyone knew he ended up like this because he overdrank, they'd probably burst out laughing. It seemed like last night's party had messed him up so badly, he didn't even know what was going on. After making peace with some mercenaries, the merchant group's atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. Surprisingly, the profit was pretty small, but Leon had learned how to fight off the mountain trolls. According to Hansen, this merchant group came from the north, where they often had to face trolls multiple times, so Leon needed to gather more info. Not just Hansen, Every mercenary Leon met bragged about their tricks for dealing with the monsters. After asking around, he slowly spoke up, thanking them for their answers. He gave the best answer he could, even though the question was tough. Without hesitation, Leonic lowered his voice and said, "Then can I ask you something back? What's your relationship with her?" This sudden question caught Leon off guard for a moment. Huh? Inside the carriage, Karen was fast asleep, despite the sunlight streaming in. At the same time, Leon thought to himself, what kind of relationship do I have with the senior? Panicked, he shot back, "Why are you suddenly asking questions like that?" Leonic teased loudly. "Why hide it? It's obvious when a guy and a girl are sitting together in a carriage." Han-sen quickly joined in. "Yeah, if you say so." Just hearing that made Leon blush and shout awkwardly, "That's not it." While Leon was still blushing, Hamel quickly cut in. "So, should we call that a close relationship between senior and junior? That's because both of them move in almost exactly the same way. It doesn't look like they're just showing respect, and neither seems affected by rank or status. Isn't that Hamel? Before switching jobs, he was a ranger, so his observation skills are pretty sharp. Just thinking about how he could spot the similarity in their movements with just one glance." After a moment of thought, Leon calmed down and explained, "We got close after doing a mission together. We don't have feelings like you guys think." As if to tease him more, Leonic, Hen, and Hamel all said in unison, "So, still nothing?" Leon tried to deny it. "That's not it." Their conversation reached Karen's ears, making her so embarrassed she covered her face with a blanket. After finishing the chat with Hamel's group, Leon quietly told himself, having an A-rank adventurer involved and the mission still isn't guaranteed safe, but getting tangled in rumors that a new B-rank soldier has a romantic relationship with a senior. No matter who saw us, I look like a total pushover. No doubt, Leon would be misunderstood as hiding behind a girl's skirt and getting help to get through this mission. Then he thought to himself, is that the only way? I don't have time to slack off. Leon's time to get off the carriage was limited to meal breaks and camp rest periods. To make the most of that short time, in the quiet atmosphere, suddenly, a very noticeable sound rang out. At the same time, a few drops of bright red blood appeared on the ground. It turned out Leon was bleeding from blocking a strike from a giant sword. Finally, he managed to shove Gustav's huge sword off his shoulder. The people in the merchant group gasped repeatedly. What? Fencing with leader Gustav? That Leon guy is seriously awesome. He wasn't scared at all, and even challenged the leader to a fight. After the battle, Gustav didn't hold back his praise. You're really strong enough to take a direct hit like that. Even though he was seriously injured, Leon tried to explain. I didn't actually take the hit. I blocked it. Luckily, he didn't want to continue the fight. How many people do you think can do that? Even though it didn't involve any special technique, I used all my strength. I didn't expect you to block instead of dodging. Right after Gustav said that, Leon fell back and said, I kinda regret that decision. Leon's words made him laugh heartily. What? The more I get to know you, the more I like you. Using strength and speed to fight strength and speed, that was a pretty dumb move in sword fighting. If this were a real battle, in the next split second, you wouldn't have time to defend and you'd be done for. Watching Gustav's back, Leon softly spoke, thanking him for accepting my offer. That was a lesson well deserved. He's an extremely tough opponent. Gustav is a high-ranking B-class mercenary and a low-ranking A-class. Seconds later, he immediately replied, Don't worry, I've got plenty of free time. Fighting a seasoned guy like you helps me learn a lot. I don't have much time to mess around anymore. After today, we're heading into the forest. If we make too much noise in there, those annoying bastards will swarm us. Leon's tone instantly turned serious. How long will it take to get out of the forest? About 2 seconds, Gustav calmly answered. Who knows? Maybe 4 days, if everything goes smoothly. At most 5 days. Curious, Leon asked. So we can fight monsters then, right? Without hesitation, he confirmed. Of course, but I'm not sure if they'd attack a small caravan like ours. That forest is moderately dangerous. If there are mid-level monsters in there, they'll definitely ambush us. Hearing this, Leon caught the main point. What if they're mid-level monsters? After a moment of thought, Gustav slowly said, In this area, they're probably the Chan. That name made Leon visibly worried. To make him understand better, Gustav continued describing. Mature Chan stand about 4 to 5 meters tall compared to other species. Their bodies are pretty agile, unlike their appearance and the beer belly described. Some Chan are excellent climbers. The next second, Leon shouted in panic, Chan climb trees? Too familiar with that reaction, Gustav calmly said, people who haven't seen them firsthand might not believe it. The Chan living in the forest often look quite human. Leon already had some knowledge about the Chan, but the info Gustav shared was completely new. Instead of fighting alone, they travel in packs and use goblins as their minions. This kind of info is really hard to gather unless you've experienced it yourself. This is something you can't learn in any academy. After thoroughly learning, Leon silently admired inside. He was really lucky to have come here. A few days later, Anne spoke seriously. From now on, the caravan will enter the forest. Those assigned to escort Please fulfill your duties. As they entered the forest, Leon thought to himself, finally, out of those boring plains and into the forest where monsters hide. Awesome, focus up. Even though he was ready to fight, Karen remained calm. What? Is it time to work already? Leon cautiously looked around. Slow down. Now we're entering the forest. We don't know what kind of monsters might jump out to attack. Seeing this, she explained comfortably. Junior, we haven't gone deep yet. Nothing will happen. It won't be until dawn tomorrow or sometime in the morning. So just rest. After hearing Karen, he shyly replied, sorry. Okay. Then, Leon started to relax. If Karen said so, he was still affected from the fight with leader Gustav. He had to get back to perfect condition before fighting monsters. After a while, the dawn gradually appeared in the sky. The caravan kept moving steadily through the forest. In the quiet space, Karen suddenly called Leon. At the same time, Hammeo was resting with his eyes closed on top of a wagon. Suddenly, a strange scent hit his nose. Hamel quickly opened his eyes wide and raised his alertness. In a flash, he stood up and drew his bow. Without hesitation, he shot a glowing arrow into the sky. The bow immediately exploded and radiated a brilliant light. This light made everyone in the caravan clearly see goblins gathering nearby. An ambush. The next second, Karen told Leon, let's go, Junior. Like the wind, he followed her closely and replied, yes. On top of the wagon, Hamel powerfully drew his bow, each arrow glowing with aura, and in a blink, he shot 3 arrows at once. Each of Hamel's arrows quickly took down several goblins. Seeing this, Gustav seriously praised, niece, Hamel, now it's our turn. The next second, he loudly ordered to charge. Hearing that, the members of the Steel Claw team immediately rushed into battle. The scene before Leon made him think, this time it's totally different from that sneaky raid before. Until now, he'd always fought enemies alone, but now they had to fight side by side. This is a totally different attack strategy. Suddenly, Gustav turned around and saw Leon's confused look. He called out to him worriedly, Leon. Like he couldn't believe it, Gustav held his head in frustration. Is this your first time fighting like this? Then, Gustav loudly called out to Leon, to the right. Leon immediately snapped back to focus. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Yeah, that's right. If you've never done it before, just try it. In the blink of an eye, Leon flew past the goblins. With a single sword strike, he wiped them all out. Right after the attack, Leon suddenly recognized the feeling. Back when he trained in the forest, he had fought goblins alongside Ellis, but compared to then, now Leon could slash them way easier. His eyes lit up with excitement. I've leveled up. After a while, Gustav's voice rang out. Hold the line. Wait for the ones up in the trees to hand it over to me. The squad quickly responded. Boss, we'll cover the rear. Another member of the group coordinated accordingly. Good, then leave the rest to us. Their team spirit made Leon silently impressed. Awesome. Top-tier national team. So cool. But above all, about 2 seconds later, he turned and saw Gustav fiercely taking down a huge number of goblins with a single slash. Leon's surprise was obvious. That sword sweep, he could swing it so easily in this dense forest. So sick. Should I? While he was thinking, Leon suddenly bumped into Rasco. Sorry. Seeing that, Ben rushed over to warn him. Rasco, be careful not to bump into each other. You'll just get more flustered. Sorry. Not only that, Leon kept bumping into others. Sorry. His embarrassed voice kept sounding. Sorry. After a while, Leon sulked and shrank into a corner. I'm just useless. So inexperienced. It sucks. If I keep fighting like this, I'll just get in everyone's way. He had to learn how to keep the right distance from teammates. Would just focusing on maintaining his mana sense be enough? He needed to focus on not blocking others and find opportunities while keeping distance. The next second, Leon seized the chance to make a move to protect everyone. There's the chance. Ben hesitated and said, thanks. Sorry for scolding you. Without hesitation, Leon replied casually, no problem. This scene caught Karen's eye. Getting better again, Leon. The glow from Hell's arrow in the sky faded. The last goblin's color lay sprawled on the ground. Gustav happily announced, great job. Looks like we wiped them all out. Killed all the goblins. No one got hurt just because of this mess, except this one. Those of you in the recon team will need you to cover the rear, so get on the wagon and rest. Leon, can you stay a bit longer? There's one more thing for you. Join us. With a curious tone, Leon asked, yeah, what is it? He answered immediately, a goblin hunt. Still not understanding what was going on, he repeated blankly, goblin hunt? A moment later, Karen stepped forward and joined the conversation. Looks like the escort team wants to catch a goblin. Although Gustav was a bit scared of her strength, he tried to explain. Yeah, we discussed it and got permission from the caravan leader. But you know, goblins act very differently toward the strong and the weak. For example, when facing someone like you, a warrior, they'd clearly run away fast. Before Gustav could say more, Karen spoke in a low voice. So, I don't have to do anything. Her serious attitude made him pale with fear. I was just giving an example. If you don't want to, we can drop this hunt. Then Karen turned to ask Leon, "What do you want?" Leon asked, surprised. "Why are you asking me like you want me to understand better?" She quickly reminded him, "It was about goblins. You've never faced one before, right? How about taking this chance to try taking them down?" Goblins. Yeah. They usually live in swamps, dominate their environment with regeneration powers and aggressive nature. They're the goblins you often see in comics. Their appearance is also different from other monsters. If I get to fight one once, Leon would gain a lot of experience, because the cleansing power of the 7-star sword won't work if the opponent is just a weak human. Thinking about this, images of soldiers suffering when facing the 7-star sword's aura flashed in his mind. Instead, it works on monsters with strange abilities. After a moment of thought, Leon finally made his decision. "I'll do it." It seemed like Karen had already predicted this answer. "I knew it. Being treated like the last trump card in this expedition isn't so bad. No need to fight. But I have one condition for Leon, a one-on-one showdown with the goblin." Her words made him widen his eyes in shock. Leon thought to himself in surprise, is he really going to duel a giant? Still, Karen confidently spoke up. "If you agree to that condition, I'll cooperate with you in hunting down the giant. What do you think? If Leon takes down the giant, let him pay the price for it too." Gustav heard this and replied comfortably, "Fine, because I already talked about this with the merchant leader." In the dark forest, flashes of light flickered from the caravan, and they were still tirelessly moving out of this forest. Sitting on the cart, Leon spoke, "It's been 4 days since we stepped into this forest, encountering goblins on day 1 and 2, then Chal and Kos." At this, the aggressive image of the goblins suddenly popped into his mind. Then, Leon sighed softly, "I don't know what kind of monster will attack us next." Hearing this, Karen slowly responded, "No matter how you see them, their forms will always be bizarre. Even though they are monsters, at least they know fear." He immediately agreed with her. "Right. Because they often attack day and night. We haven't even made it halfway through. According to the plan, could the giants be ordering them to do this? All the monsters in the forest are behind them. Although their attacks aren't too threatening, the best thing now is to defeat the one controlling them." Suddenly, Leon curiously asked, "But is there any chance the giants won't attack after all this?" Without hesitation, Karen answered, "That's unlikely." Before she finished, she widened her eyes as if she saw something terrible. "Maybe." Leon didn't understand what was happening. He suddenly asked, "What's going on?" The leader, it turned out, didn't know when a huge boulder was thrown into the caravan. Everyone quickly panicked. "What's happening?" A rock suddenly fell from the sky. He died instantly. No one died in the previous ambush, but 3 people died in this attack. The only one who could do this was just as this was said. The caravan members realized the one who died was Ben. "That eye patch guy." Leon angrily clenched the eye patch in his hand. Then Karen rushed out quickly to give orders. "They're here, ready to move." Just as she finished, another boulder flew straight at them. The caravan members screamed in fear. "It's definitely the giants. They're throwing rocks. Rocks are falling. Watch out for the shock waves. We don't know where they'll land. We're dead for sure." Seeing this, Leon gripped his sword tightly, ready to smash the rock. He thought to himself, a rock thrown from miles away. It's like a rock-throwing machine attack. At the same time, Gustav's voice rang out, "Scatter, as far as you can, move fast and dodge." Leon was lost in thought and didn't hear him. Can the eclipse cut such a huge rock? Maybe. No, definitely not. Before he could even draw his sword, Gustav flew over and scolded, "You guys are way too noisy." In a flash, he used his giant sword to block the rock. Gustav gritted his teeth as if using all his strength. The next moment, he sliced the huge rock in half. Everyone was stunned by the sight. As soon as they saw Gustav fall to the ground, they shouted worriedly, "Leader Gustav!" Still, he had the strength to give orders. Plan C. Blue falcon, blood sword, perfect sharpshooter. The merchants hide, then find a place to take cover quickly. Explorers, be careful of monsters. They can attack from any direction. Seeing this, Leon didn't hold back his praise. Amazing. Gustav quickly calmed everyone down instantly and moved them perfectly in order. Just as he thought this, footsteps suddenly pounded from nearby bushes. It turned out to be the goblins. Cha and Kobos had arrived. Their arrival immediately made Gustav worried. Damn, at this rate, who knows when this will end? We have to prioritize killing the giants first. No time to waste, he shouted orders. Hamelo, Hansen, take 4 mercenaries and find where the giants are. Once you find them, attack immediately. Make sure they can't throw any more stones. Attack each one and take them out. Hansen and Hamel quickly followed the order. Yes, Thuong Hai. With a serious tone, Karen calmly spoke up. Hey leader, we're heading to the farthest place from here. As soon as she said that, Gustav understood. The farthest place. So you know where it is? Fine, I'll leave it to you. She rushed off. Let's go, Leon. They had only run a short distance when a few goblins recklessly appeared. Karen showed no fear. Instead, she was more pumped than ever. Trying to block my way? These little monsters are really bold. Under Leon's panicked gaze, she aggressively wiped them out. Then they dashed forward like the wind. A few seconds later, Karen calmly announced. "We're almost there. Get ready." Hearing that, Leon looked visibly worried. After a moment, they both stopped. In front of Leon and Karen stood a goblin holding a giant rock. Karen quickly said, "I'll cover you from behind, so just give it your all. One-on-one with a giant, you have to be careful." At that moment, Leon was planning in his head, using mercenary tactics to adjust and control the distance between them. He would get into the goblin's line of sight before it noticed, then exploit its blind spots. With a plan in mind, Leon launched an attack, a purifying light. The glow from his sword made the goblin clutch its head in pain. Taking advantage of this, Leon flew forward like a gust of wind. "Good job. You'll finish him off in no time." But unfortunately, somehow, Leon had been hit by small stones. It turned out the goblin had escaped his purifying light attack. It aggressively threw dirt and rocks at Leon, blocking his vision. The goblin used sand to stop him from advancing. While defending, Leon silently vowed he had to get through this no matter what. Whatever it takes, he was determined to defeat it. Suddenly, a slash cut across Leon's cheek, startling him. He focused on the goblin's blazing red eyes. Had it recovered its sight already? The recovery speed was unbelievable. The goblin looked as if nothing had happened, full of vitality. It pulled out a huge club from behind. Leon stood still, sword pointed at the goblin. He carefully examined the crude weapon. "Is that a club?" Although it was a rotten wood color, if it hit you, you'd be dead. The only way to block a direct hit like that was during sword fighting. From now on, he couldn't afford a single mistake. Thinking that, he gathered momentum and charged at the big-bellied goblin. Before he could get close, the club swung down, forcing Leon to jump back. But that wasn't enough to stop him. Leon kept pushing forward. The goblin was faster than he thought. If he wanted to fight back, he had to get a bit closer. Following the plan, Leon tried to approach the goblin. But whichever side he moved to, the goblin noticed and attacked from that direction. He didn't give up. Leon was determined to get closer. At this point, the goblin prepared to use an old trick. It scooped up a clump of dirt and threw it at Leon, catching him off guard and forcing him to block. The goblin took advantage of Leon's distraction to strike. Luckily, Leon jumped away just in time. Damn, it was wielding the club with one hand and throwing dirt with the other. Ugh, so annoying. Leon couldn't get any closer. He was 2 steps away from touching it with his sword. Leon had no choice. He hadn't used this technique because it wasn't perfected yet. Leon finally decided to try the move he hadn't fully mastered. The goblin saw Leon closing his eyes, focusing his aura. Seeing this, it gave Leon a puzzled look. But whatever, its job was to move forward and attack, to eliminate the target in front of it. Leon was still concentrating deep in his mind. He was sure the goblin aimed to attack while Leon was gathering aura, using its large body. But that was exactly what Leon wanted. Seizing the moment as the goblin moved closer, Leon unleashed the eclipse move. One of its legs was severed and flew into the air. Then its arm and leg dropped to the ground. Leon was pumped. The solar system was his aura weapon system. Among the techniques representing light and heat was eclipse, a physical attack with superheat. The goblin screamed in pain from the severed leg. Seeing it couldn't fight back, it fled quickly. Leon gritted his teeth. "You're running away after going too far? They used weaker demons as distractions. And you're just bragging about your destructive power without realizing you could die? With someone like you, do you think I'll just let you go? Even though it hasn't been long since we met." Leon started remembering the good times with his teammates. No one should die so uselessly. Thinking that, Leon's whole body flared up, his aura power gathering rapidly into his hand. He shouted angrily, "That bastard!" And with lightning speed, he charged toward the fleeing goblin. He unleashed Morak, a streak of light stretching across the forest, then a huge explosion. The goblin split in 2, the front half the most beautiful part, the other half unforgettable. Then Leon slumped down, panting heavily. He did it. Thought he might miss? Thank goodness he didn't. But unlike the eclipse, where Leon only needed to focus power on his sword, he didn't expect that Marek would consume so much aura when releasing his power. Even if Leon's body was in perfect condition, he wouldn't be able to use it a second time with the current amount of aura. Karen appeared and exclaimed, "Dude, you really beat him. That's solid, our badass. I blocked his escape route just in case," Leon replied. "Are you trying to say you did that for no reason?" Karen answered. "Of course not. Good job, kid." Then Leon kept thinking, it's not perfect yet, but using the El Cid technique she taught him with just his own power and no help from anyone else, Leon pulled it off. Just thinking about it made him happy. But suddenly Leon fell backward, then he collapsed onto Karen's lap. She smiled at him, looks like he was exhausted after that technique. "Don't worry, kid, your senior will take over the rest." Karen rubbed his forehead. Leon silently encouraged himself. "Good job, Leon." In that drowsy state, Leon wondered when he had fallen asleep. This comfortable feeling hadn't come in a long time, but suddenly Leon's eyes snapped open. No, he started an inner struggle. Leon didn't have time to lie down now. Time wasn't on anyone's side. He gritted his teeth and frowned. Leon was sure Merrick was getting stronger. At that moment, Leon's image appeared right before his eyes. He couldn't lose. Seeing that figure, Leon instantly snapped awake. His eyes looked far away, breathing heavily like he'd just survived a nightmare. Leon looked around and wondered, this is inside the carriage. Right. Yesterday he had just jolted awake, all his joints cracking, his body aching like it was struck by lightning. Leon couldn't bear the pain and collapsed again. He probably couldn't recover in one day. Leon's trembling hands tried to reach inside his shirt. He had this. His lord had given it to Leon for moments like this. A holy pendant. Leon clenched it and closed his eyes, reciting a healing chant. Instantly, his whole body felt restored. Leon was amazed. It worked better than he thought, removing all fatigue from his body. Leon remembered Cesare, who said it was just an ordinary item. Thank you, sir. Karen appeared just then, looking down at Leon. You're awake? Are you okay moving like this? He answered, thanks to the holy relic my lord gave me, I'm fully recovered. What happened? Will you explain everything that happened while I was asleep? Come on. Hearing that, Karen started walking and telling him, the goblin hunt was a complete success. I thought we'd only be able to defeat half of them, but we did better. We caught 3 out of 4, and the one who escaped was quickly defeated, so they probably won't dare come back to this forest. Leon frowned angrily. I thought so too because they're just the cowardliest. Karen smiled at Leon. Now that they've lost a large part of their forces, until they rebuild their numbers, they won't block our way anymore. After walking a bit, they saw goblins lying all over the ground. Oh, Karen replied. The goblin corpses, including the one you killed, total 3. If we exchange them for gold, it would be about 90 gold coins. Leon exclaimed in shock. Goblins are worth that much? Karen explained. Their blood is a basic ingredient for high-grade poison, so mages often buy their bodies. Now we're talking about that. The goblin my subordinate caught might be worth only half the price. Their bodies were cut in 2, and the most valuable blood part was all lost. Half of 30 gold coins. Leon turned pale with fear and just said, I'm sorry. Then Karen angrily walked away, scolding, You're such an idiot, a complete fool. The first one was attacked by 4 different weapons. The second belonged to Leon, and the last one. Leon thought you already knew who killed it. It was the mercenary squad leader, Gustav. At that moment a voice rang out. Miss Karen and Mr. Leon, is everyone here? Karen startled and turned around. That's Mr. An, he encouraged them. Both of you did really well last night. I'm talking about the day Leon defeated a goblin, and you, Karen, stopped them from escaping. Karen humbly replied, we just did what was asked, and answered, that was a good deed too. Then Leon spoke up. How many casualties were there? Hearing this, both just stared at him without saying a word. Just then, An bowed his head quietly and replied, 8 dead and 21 wounded. None seriously injured, but a few will stay behind in the next village. Hearing that, Leon clenched his fists, trying to hold back his anger. The guild will help organize the funerals, so everything will go smoothly. Sir, what about the money for the goblins? Seeing Leon bow his head in endurance, Karen also felt a bit hesitant. He noticed that too, to ease the tension, and quickly said, of course, I'll give it to both of you, because one goblin is worth about 30 gold coins, but their bodies were cut in half and didn't have much blood left. I'll still give you 30 gold coins. Karen bargained down to 15 coins, and awkwardly replied, sorry, no. Karen stood firm. I usually don't like to haggle, so 15 coins is enough, and tried to negotiate, okay, but I can still give you 25 coins. Seeing him like that, Karen finally agreed. All right, and they left with bags full of money. But Leon was still suspicious. What's up? Are you refusing to take that money? I think we could get more. Karen confidently replied. Idiot. Why do you think they offered a good price for them? If we owe someone, we have to repay them later. Because now I'm traveling with you, Leon. There's no reason to owe anyone else. Just then, a hand reached out. It was Gustav. You've made up your mind, huh? I'm glad you weren't hurt anywhere, Leon shouted. Leader. He looked at Leon affectionately and said, when we're off duty, just call me Gustav or brother. Anyway, Leon, about the goblin you killed, what technique did you use? The cut looks very different from a normal sword slash. I was curious, so I waited until you woke up. Leon replied, it's just a simple, unfinished skill. Gustav blushed and awkwardly said, I see. Forgive me. Leon heard that and let it go. He asked, how are your teammates? Hearing Leon's concern, Gustav was a bit surprised. He told Leon about his teammates' condition. They're fine. Hansen and Hamel only got minor scrapes. Leonic is still as strong as ever. Then Gustav patted Leon's head to reassure him, don't overthink it. Anyone doing this dangerous job is ready to die. Many carry the will of those who passed on with them. Whether you feel guilty or not is your choice, but don't do it to the point of self-destruction. Saying that, he waved goodbye and walked away. Leon watched his back fade into the distance, smiling helplessly. Karen came over to comfort him. Feeling guilty and mourning someone's death is normal, but those feelings are for the living, not the dead. Those feelings are what drive your heart. Even if you're the greatest hero, similar things can still happen. She continued rubbing Leon's head. So, Feeling better yet? Ellis once told me this. A person driven by duty won't last long. Faith and lifelong values are the fuel that won't run out one day. At that moment, Karen spoke up. Hey, Leon, do you happen to know about the desert region? Leon's eyes widened, surprised, thinking, desert? A land covered by sand instead of soil, rarely raining, with day and night temperatures almost reversed. For living creatures, it's an extremely harsh environment. To cross these vast sand dunes, nomads not only face survival challenges, but also fight countless monsters. Karen slowly said, That's what I know, but the desert at the border isn't that big. We can cross it in a week by horse carriage. Hearing that, Leon curiously asked, So, it's not exactly a desert, right? Then how many days does it take to get from here to the desert? We don't need to stay in the village too long. A moment later, she replied gently, Yeah, at this pace, probably about 5 days. He immediately fell into deep thought. 5 days? By then, Elsid would be awake, right? Leon hadn't heard a sound from him this whole month. Honestly, he missed him a bit. The next moment, Karen happily shouted, Oh, finally we're out of the forest. After a long journey, the caravan stopped at the desert. Inside the carriage, Leon was intently searching. Where did I put the map? Suddenly, his sword emitted a noticeable magical aura. This power grew stronger and stronger, and in just a moment, Elsid flew out from the sword. Ah, you're back. Its sudden appearance made Leon panic and shout loudly. He couldn't believe it and stammered, Elsid. Like it had been 3 seasons since they last met, Elsid happily stared at Leon. Then he called out to Elsid. Leon's silence confused Ellis. What's up? Did you forget how to get out? Then he angrily shouted, making me jump. Why you gotta be so dramatic? Like he was triggered. It gritted its teeth. It's been 1 whole month. Think about it if it were you, forced to sleep on a 2T for a month straight. Wouldn't you want to go all out? Finally, Leon understood. Saying that, his attitude suddenly changed from when Elsid was still unconscious. I want to go back to a month ago already. It wasn't backing down either and snapped back. Just met and my disciple I trained so hard is already yelling at me. Back then, even if you got beaten to a pulp by that evil bishop, you'd still owe me one. In my time, the master was king and lord. Don't be disrespectful like that. Without hesitation, Leon retorted. So you treat your master like that too? Unfortunately, Elsid didn't get hit by that. No, I'm self-taught, so no master. Alright, enough joking around. Has everything been okay this past month? Spill what happened. With a confident tone, Leon quickly agreed. Sure. In the quiet space, Elsid's voice suddenly rang out in horror. Huh? Bishop Cesare found out your identity, and the adventurer you disguised as became my teammate. Just mentioning Karen, Leon quickly explained. If it's her, no problem. Though she's an assassin, she's pretty decent. Personally, I feel like she's trustworthy. Elsid agreed. If what you say is true, then she really has no reason to betray you. For an inexperienced warrior, assassins are the most dangerous enemy. She can make up for your lack of experience and skills. And you? Have you improved at all? You haven't just been sitting around winning, right? Like he'd been waiting for this moment, he decisively asked back, Why don't you check for yourself? Leon's attitude made Elsid curiously confident. After it snapped its fingers, a notification popped up. Leon, nickname Bully Master level 28, Strength D, Endurance D, Agility D, Aura D, Intermediate Sword Mastery Skill level 7, Rodrigo Vision level 4. Martial Phase 3, Intermediate Aura User level 3, Northern Head Secret Sword Technique level 1. The info on the screen made it widen its only eye. Even Leon was surprised. Its stats had surpassed Leon's. They'd have to fight to really know their true strength. But no, Leon hadn't just been sitting around these past few months. He told himself that experience from the academy always has limits. Leon didn't think his training could be harsher than his own. Despite Leon's worries, Elsid didn't hesitate to criticize. Definitely a system error. Whose stats are these? Not yours. Its denial annoyed Leon, who shouted loudly. Ignoring Leon's frustration, Ellis continued. Maybe I slept for 2 or 3 months, not just 1. After arguing for a while, it finally seriously admitted, You really trained hard while I wasn't here, huh? Northern Head reached level 1, so you must have learned another movement technique, right? Mentioning this, Leon suddenly remembered it was something Ellis showed him before. Though right now Leon can only use Merc. Elsid smiled approvingly. But that's beyond my expectations. Maybe you have a natural talent for learning. Well, but no matter what, it's all thanks to me. I just wanted to save my useless disciple. Didn't expect you'd improve this much. Its over-the-top arrogance left Leon stunned beyond belief. What a freaking awesome master, huh? Right now, all he wanted was to chain it up. Honestly, I'm starting to feel less grateful. A moment later, a nasty smell hit EZ's nose. But seriously, the scent of sand sucks big time. Where the hell are we stuck in? Traveling by carriage like this is pretty far. Hearing that, Leon started explaining. You said we need to get to Titan Mountain, right? Well, that's exactly where we're headed. We got a request to escort a merchant caravan. Elsid answered right away. Not bad, but crossing a desert? Why take such a long route? Its comment left Leon confused. What did you say? Jubert Ka wastes time. but I don't think there's a shorter path. If we cut through the mountain pass and follow the forest, just like the map shows, Elsid quickly flew over. Let me see. As soon as it looked, its eyes widened in shock. Elsid yelled angrily, "Wait, how is this a desert?" But for some reason, it was yelling. Leon spoke up, "It's just a desert. It's been like this for over 100 years. The next second, Elsid explained, 300 years ago, this was a vast grassland, barely affected by climate change. And you're telling me it turned into a desert? This definitely isn't a natural change. Someone turned this place into a desert," Leon asked in disbelief. "Is that even possible?" Thinking about it, its voice suddenly got way more serious. If this happened recently, it'd be easier to investigate, but it's been too long. They disguised it as a natural disaster scene. Artificial desertification, even with a powerful spell that could destroy a whole city, it's tough to turn such a huge area into a desert. Though unsure what really happened, Elsid was firm. "Either way, I smell something fishy here." Leon started getting serious too. "Elsid, you're sure humans are involved, right?" Just as Leon worried, it suddenly said it didn't know. "It's been way too long. Even if you want to investigate, there's no way. Just forget it and do what you gotta do." Elsid's careless attitude pissed Leon off. Then he shouted, "Why even tell me then? Got nothing better to do?" Speaking of which, they'd been together for almost half a year. Didn't expect that when it wasn't here, the emptiness would hit so hard. After a loud argument, Leon finally spoke honestly. "Glad you're back." Elsid, Leon talking to himself like that caught Karen's attention, and she looked totally confused. The next morning, the bull caravan kept moving through the scorching desert. Sitting in the carriage, Karen kept complaining about the unbearable heat. The next moment, she suddenly glanced over, annoyed. Turns out Leon's obvious excitement caught her eye. She asked, puzzled, "Leon, why do you look so hyped? Got some good news or what?" He didn't answer, just quietly looked outside. Maybe because Elsid was back? Now that I think about it, it had been less than half a year since they met. Somehow, Elsid's absence made Leon feel this deep loneliness. Suddenly, the caravan leader loudly announced, "Stop here, we'll camp for the night." They parked the wagons against the wind, lit a campfire, and started prepping dinner. Hearing that, Leon asked, surprised. "Wait, right now?" Karen quickly explained. "Nights in the desert are cold, dark, and way harsher than you think. If you don't let your body cool down gradually, you risk heat shock." Then she ran outside and said, "Let's go." Leon immediately turned to her. "Elsid, your call didn't get any attention from Elsid." At the same time, it was silently sighing. Desert. No trace left of the grassland, Elsid remembered. 300 years turned out to be painfully long. After a while, it realized, "Sorry, looks like she's calling you." That night, while everyone sat around the fire, they kept urging Leon to hurry up. Hamel happily signaled to Leon, "Karen, Leon, over here, we got stew. It's insanely good." Seeing that, Elsid suddenly looked stunned. Leon and Karen's cheerful chat was clearer to it than ever. Even Gustav's relaxed gestures toward Leon felt perfectly in sync. Nearby, Hamel and Hansen's friendly glances added up. Just from these scenes, Elsid understood. It regretted pointless things. Whether grassland or desert, what does it matter? After all, the one truly living in this era isn't Elsid, but Leon. After some fun, the fire died down. Everyone got into the carriage to rest. Leon was sleeping soundly when he suddenly opened his eyes like he sensed something. Without a second thought, Leon sat up straight. "What's going on? What's this nagging feeling?" Somehow, Karen had already woken up. She signaled him to be quiet with a strange tone. Leon whispered, "Karen, use your power to scout the situation outside." It turned out there were some guys sneaking around underground. Moments later, she spoke up. "They're coming in pretty strong. What's your plan?" Leon calmly asked back. "How many of them are there?" Karen quickly counted. 14 are approaching the cargo, and 22 are surrounding the transport cart. That's how many I sense. I realize they probably don't want to fight." Then he asked again, "So, what are the guards outside doing?" Karen whispered, "They're approaching us through tunnels under the sand. Unless the veteran guards sense the earth shaking, it's hard to notice. They're heading for the cargo. I guess they'll steal it and then leave. Leon, what's your move? I'm handing the decision over to you." Leon's mind was racing with thoughts. Should he yell to warn the others? No, they're at a disadvantage since the enemy is already so close, and there's no guarantee everyone's fully awake and alert. If they're groggy, can they even fight right after waking? Suddenly, Ellis spoke up bluntly. They all know if they face the trade guild's guards, their chance of winning is 0. So they chose to sneak up quietly without alerting anyone on our side. If they woke everyone up, sure, they might win, but there'd be heavy casualties. Elis's strange excitement confused Leon. "Why do you look so hyped?" Elsa didn't bother hiding it. "Been a long wait for a fight. Finally get to see the skill of my dumb student." Hearing that, Leon was speechless. "Yes, sir." Then Leon tried to gather more info. "How many guys does she have in total?" Karen quickly counted. 14 were approaching the cargo crate, and 22 surrounded the delivery truck. From what I could sense, there were that many. Although the enemy isn't great at fighting, they have the advantage in numbers and know the desert terrain better. A clumsy fight at the start will only put us at a bigger disadvantage. In just a moment, Leon had a plan. Karen, just one call from me, and you'll know what to do. Outside, the thieves kept moving closer to the cargo without knowing what awaited them. Unfortunately, Karen appeared on top of the horse cart. She smiled confidently. Without letting the thieves notice, Karen shot up like a lightning bolt. From above, she began casting magic. In a flash, Karen unleashed a multi-dimensional spell, the long breath aura weapon. Her daggers stabbed powerfully into the ground. The thieves, stabbed in pain, popped out of the sand. One got hit so hard he was stunned silent. Turns out they saw Leon's silhouette on the cart. He used his sword to summon light, shining straight into the thieves' faces. At the same time, Leon shouted, "Enemies are here! They're trying to steal the cargo!" Hearing the word steal, Ano jumped up. "What? Everyone hurry outside, wake up!" Surprised by Leon's sudden move, the thieves stood dumbfounded for a moment. In a flash, Gustav charged aggressively. "Don't just stand there, attack. Remember this." Everyone quickly jumped into the fight, but unfortunately, two thieves managed to steal some goods and escape. Mori angrily said if it weren't for that girl's dagger attack, he would have ordered a retreat right then. Seeing this, Gustav shouted, "They're running! Don't let them get away!" Then Karen chased after them. Hey, you're running off with our stuff! Give it back before you run!" She sent a dagger flying straight at Molly. Amazingly, he caught Karen's dagger with no damage at all. Molly frowned, clearly pissed off. This shocked Leon. He caught her dagger with one hand. To Leon and Karen's surprise, Molly slipped underground and escaped successfully. Her eyes showed deep thought about his power. Gustav yelled worriedly, "The enemy's retreating! Leon, they're charging toward you!" Following his words, Leon and Ellis simultaneously looked down at the ground. The scene of the thieves quickly approaching came into view. Seeing this, Ellis started thinking, now Ellis is about to see what his dumb disciple can really do. Just as he turned around, Elsid was suddenly surprised to see Leon deep in thought. The sword in his hand was radiating a massive magical aura. At that moment, Leon was silently thinking to himself, if he used the 7-star sword slash here, he could kill 10 more of them. But they weren't monsters, and it didn't seem like anyone was on the brink of death. They were just a bunch of thieves. He couldn't turn this into a one-sided massacre. Leon's mature thoughts surprised Elsid. Of course, it was something worth considering. Then, he gently spoke. Hesitating was okay. After all, there was no clear answer to this. He was a hero, not a killer. Whether killing them or eliminating demons in the name of justice, he had to find his own answer. There were general standards of right and wrong, but Leon couldn't create his own standard about who should or shouldn't be punished. Killing them because he couldn't forgive these thieves, to catch them without killing or enlighten them through words and actions. If all this came from an honest mind, the right thing to do was just a matter of how people thought. After clearing his mind, Leon sheathed his sword. He told himself, Leon's value was still incomplete, and he would find his own answer. In just a moment, the thieves were blinded and forced to kneel on the ground. They were heavily guarded and couldn't do anything. Inside the tent, A spoke up to report. During the recent raid, some goods had been stolen. Hearing this, Gustav loudly asked, "Really?" The thieves ran away without resisting, let alone stealing anything. "When did they take the goods?" Karen calmly replied to him, "There was one. He looked like the leader. He seemed very calm. Maybe he stole the goods before the battle started. He sneaked it away, so I didn't notice. Strange. He didn't seem skilled at all. Did he borrow skills from some artifact or something? Anyway, it's lucky we caught so many of them." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone thought at once, why did they all come here at the same time? They should have sent just one person. Leon also fell into thought. Besides Molly escaping his notice with the help of an artifact, he easily caught the throwing knife Karen threw. Molly was no ordinary thief. Saying this, A suddenly trembled. Also, they took some important crates. I demand a pursuit. Gustav immediately responded. A pursuit? What are you thinking, Hamel? Despite everyone discussing, he remained dazed, as if his soul had been drained. If you can't bring it back. After a moment, Hilo worriedly spoke. The trail in the desert disappeared instantly. So, if you accept that, we'll depart before sunrise. Being a rider, bidding farewell to the team on the desert mountain is a vague territory. For me, even if we start now, our chance to catch them is halved. Luckily, Karen has a plan. We can pursue them from behind. I left a scent on that guy's hand to track him. Her words gave Aeon hope again. All right, I'll reward you handsomely. Hearing money, Karen immediately brightened up. Fine, Leon will definitely go, and we need you, Hamelo. Hamel blushed and affirmed, I'll give you my life, Karen. Then Anne handed Karen a compass. You'll need this. This item made her curious. A compass should be broken by now. As expected, he immediately explained. The stolen crates can't be distinguished from normal crates. This compass is enchanted only to react to the crates we're looking for. The needle will point accurately if the crate is within 10 meters of you. Without hesitation, Hamel was ready to set off. This will become a race against time until sunrise. Let's go, Karen, Leon. The three of them dashed through the desert like a whirlwind. From behind, Gustav thought to himself, they have an A rank with them. so they won't be at a disadvantage in a fight. Everyone was fired up, whether they caught them or not, as if trying to boost morale. He loudly ordered, "All right, we can't repeat this mistake. Guard, 100%. Don't even blink." The team members responded in unison. "Yes, sir." After traveling a long distance, Karen began to use magic. She looked in the direction the magic was pointing and noticed the scent was fading. "Let's speed up." Upon hearing that, all three of them moved even faster than before. In the heat of the moment, Elsid suddenly threw out a compliment that felt more like a jab. "Your jumping skills have really improved, huh? You're actually keeping up with her in this desert terrain." Leon, panting, snapped, "Shut up, I'm about to die here." Suddenly, Karen signaled for him and Hamel to stop. It turned out they were standing in a strange mountain crevice. "We're here." After landing in the crevice, Hamel marveled in amazement, thinking about how there could be such a crevice in the middle of the desert. Noticing Karen's silence, Leon curiously called out, "Senior." As expected, after just observing for a moment, she realized this place wasn't naturally formed, but man-made, and it seemed to have been made a very long time ago. Both he and Hamel said in unison, "Huh? Made by people?" Karen slowly explained, "That's right. It might be 100 years old. Look, there's something different on this wall. It's worn down, so I can't tell exactly what it says." A moment later, Leon had an idea. "Wait, 100 years ago? That means Elseed quickly confirmed what he was thinking was probably right. I think this is where the desertification of this area started," he asked suspiciously. "Underground? Is there a place that could turn it into a desert?" After a moment, she calmly denied, "Of course not. Are all mining areas deserts? This isn't just some place. This is the heart of the veins running through this grassland. The ones who blew it up turned this land into a place where no seed can grow." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Leon said in a low voice, "Who destroyed these veins, and why?" Elsid also became serious. "That's what you need to find out right now." Then, the three of them continued scouting inside the crevice. In the blink of an eye, Karen spoke up, "Do you feel it, Leon?" Leon nodded immediately. "Yes." With a serious tone, she announced there were 3 enemies in front of them and over 100 behind them. "Leon, what do we do now?" Observing the destruction around, she saw the expansion of the bandits' influence here. "I think the bandits found this abandoned place and are using it as a base to expand their power." Karen's gaze turned to the heavy door in the distance, where danger awaited. Behind that door, a few guards stood watch, and there were hundreds more of them. Karen's mocking smile appeared as she asked a question she herself needed answered. "Should we just take them all out?" Hearing that scary number, his face mixed worry and confusion. 100 people, huh? A heavy thought crossed Leon's mind. "Do you have to kill them all to complete your mission? Then isn't that just carrying out a massacre?" In the harsh silence, a rude complaint cut through his thoughts. "Hey, I heard today we're just wasting our energy? Oh, don't tire me out anymore." Then, regret was noticeable in their words. "Half our troops died, and the big boss, in anger, killed 2 people. Of course, we shouldn't have touched the merchants. Groups of 5 or 6 travelers are best." In the voice of one guy, a hint of recollection, as if trying to dig up memories. "Was it a few days ago? There was a family, and they begged at least to spare their child." The image of the surviving child standing over the cold bodies of their parents appeared in his memory. He continued joking weakly about their tearful decision that day. "Then we spared the kid." The other guy seemed disappointed. "Huh? Really? That sucks." The other guy snapped irritably at the pointless complaint. A scolding voice shot out bluntly. "What are you talking about? If you leave a kid alone in the desert, wouldn't it be interesting because they'll slowly die of thirst under the scorching sun?" Their words carried cruel laughter. "Got it. That's way more interesting." Maybe those words accidentally reached Leon's ears and became a stimulant. He had tried to find a reason not to kill them, but now, no need anymore. Leon recalled every word Elsid had said. Hesitation is fine, because in the end, there is no answer. Massacre them or eliminate evil in the name of justice, he must find the answer himself. Just as the two were chatting loudly, it seemed they noticed something. Leon gripped his sword. A perfect strike finished them off. Eclipse, his gaze froze, and his heartbeat changed. "This is my answer." Elsid smiled with satisfaction seeing Leon's reaction. A firm, decisive voice rang out. "This is the start of what's coming. All right, let's charge in." Karen assessed the enemy was still numerous, though weak, reminding everyone to take them down quickly before getting surrounded. Even though they were just minnows, they were still many, so at the start, let's try to reduce their numbers as much as possible. She took the lead boldly. "I'll lead. Follow me." Without waiting for a reply, her figure vanished into the dust. Watching Karen fight with excitement, Hamel half joked, half admired. "Karen looks like she's having a blast." To the stunned eyes of the two, Karen darted like a sharp blade, swift and agile. The obstacles in her way were like sacks for her to execute. Dust clouds rose thick and heavy. Wherever Karen went, if there were people, they immediately disappeared. A robber noticed Karen's arrival. Panic and surprise showed on his face. "What? Isn't that the skirt girl from before?" His panic made him mutter curses. "Damn it, gotta report to the boss fast." The painful screams of the robbers echoed before they could react. Moments later, silence returned. Only Karen's soft sighs remained. Enjoying the moment of freeing her body from fatigue, she exclaimed with delight. Feels so good. My body's stiff from sitting in the carriage too long, she continued. I treat fighting like keeping my skills sharp. I have to move more, or risk losing my edge. Hamel looked at Karen and said helplessly, Has she always been like this? Leon just nodded slightly. Yeah, he teased you. Good luck, young master. Seeing blood on the senior's face, Leon gently reminded as a caring habit. Senior, you have blood on your face. He reached out to wipe the blood off Karen's face. Her eyes immediately flickered with a slight emotion. Without warning, she turned her head, leaving Leon's hand hovering awkwardly in midair. Though embarrassed, she didn't hesitate any longer. Karen ordered the two to follow. Let's go. Hamel teased him half-jokingly. What's this? You're quite the ladies' man too? Nice. He was startled and confused. Why am I dragged into this? Suddenly, he asked. What are you talking about? He just smiled mysteriously. You'll find out later, young master. Much later, nearing their destination, they saw a door and 2 guards standing beside it. Karen hid behind a large pillar, peeking inside, eyes calculating how to approach. The compass was reacting and pointing that way. The stolen goods must be there. I'll sneak in quietly to check. She ordered the other 2 to handle the perimeter before entering. You 2 go in after dealing with the guards. Without hesitation, Karen moved swiftly like a blade. Let's go. Hamel silently rated the girl's level. He couldn't hide his respect. I knew A rank was great, but she's truly extraordinary. He took a deep breath, prepared himself, and signaled the start. All right, time to begin. Each arrow Hamel fired contained an explosive bomb flying toward the door. The bomb's appearance stunned the 2 guards. Meanwhile, some others were struggling to open a box lid. Why can't it open? M shouted angrily at his clumsy subordinates. What? You useless bunch, open it faster, the others replied fearfully. Yes, sir. Instantly, the door exploded, sending dirt and thick dust flying. Mlai immediately sensed something was wrong and realized the bad situation, crouching down. Damn, are we ambushed? His eyes looked toward the blown-up door, wanting to know who ruined his plan. Suddenly, Leon appeared, holding a sword in his hand. Mori looked at the 2 in front and tried to guess their identities. Are you from the merchant group? Hamel replied to him. Hey, you thieves, we're here to reclaim our stuff. Mori carefully calculated in his mind. A swordsman and an archer. They got here without a scratch, both at least B rank or higher. He couldn't just fight them like this. Finally, he decided to run first to save his life, not daring to risk it, but behind him, the coffin guard appeared out of nowhere. Better run first. The coffin guard struck Molly right at his feet, stopping him from escaping. Molly's painful scream echoed in the air as he fell. The coffin guard's dark, terrifying voice rang out. The sword in his hand plunged straight into the ground. Dodge that. The coffin guard's eyes flashed with icy sharpness. I was planning to kill you. You're in this mess because you kept going around stealing. If it had been 4 or 5 years ago, I wouldn't have missed. Molly immediately panicked upon recognizing the familiar tone in those words. What? He felt a terrifying truth being unearthed, something he thought had been buried long ago. This guy knows about his past. No way. Everyone who knew about his past is already dead. Wait, there's one person, someone who knew him 4 years ago and is still alive. The coffin guard slowly removed the mask from his face. Long time no see. The robe gradually fell away to reveal the real face of Molly's coffin guard. Molly's eyes went wide as he screamed in disbelief. The coffin guard. Elsewhere, behind Leon, 2 guys tried to ambush him from behind. With quick reflexes, he took them all down with a single sword strike. Surveying the battlefield ahead, Leon said slowly, I think we've taken out almost everyone. Hamel looked around cautiously, still watching for the leader. Suddenly, Leon's gaze was drawn to the scene near Karen. Molly cried out, trembling in pain. Karen's cold voice rang out, repeating the earlier ignored order. Hey, didn't I tell you? Wash your hands clean, or I'll kill you myself. She gripped the dart tightly, aiming at Molly like a death sentence, steady and unshaken. That's why Karen's expression was emotionless, her eyes razor-sharp, her voice merciless. Die. Facing imminent death, he still couldn't believe she was serious. You're serious? The coffin guard. M gave a stiff laugh, trying to act like the threat wasn't real. Don't kid yourself. He jumped up, channeling energy to escape. I'm not who I used to be. Looking at Karen, Molly realized the undeniable truth about her power beyond all limits. Just as the coffin guard guessed, she was still like when she ruled, a terror of the underworld. Seeing no way out, he decided to give it his all in this final moment. No matter how much he'd changed, the gap in their abilities was too huge. No matter what he thought, he was about to die. So he'd give it everything from the start. Molly seemed to be creating a barrier, trying to trap Karen in the center. She looked at him with commanding eyes. You're not obeying me. I told you. And this time, the verdict left no escape for anyone. Die. A dart Karen threw hit Molly's arm dead on, making him scream in agony. Kolik's sharp gaze cut into the guy writhing on the ground, her voice sinister. How many more times can you take this? Despite his severe wounds, Molly forced himself to raise his claw, ready to attack Karen. But before he could act, the darts she threw sliced precisely through Molly's body. On his arm, on the gas mask, every inch of him was now covered in wounds. Molly was pushed back by that terrifying force, the wounds slashing across his pale skin beneath the mask. Molly's whole body was battered and broken. From afar, Leon and Hamel's eyes were fixed on him. Molly collapsed onto the cold ground. Though weak groans escaped him, Karen's cold stare never wavered. Mori was now barely breathing, she whispered. I'm bleeding too much. You must be a monster. In his dying moments, he tried to ask why everything had come to this. But why? Why did you do this? He struggled to recall the past, hoping to cling to some fragile logic. You didn't have a good life, right? It's not like your parents were killed, not like you were kidnapped. M mentioned what he believed he had given the kid back then. You were an orphan. I raised you and made you strong. He still couldn't understand the deep hatred behind it all. Why do you hold such a grudge? Molly tried to explain everything from a selfish perspective, the disgusting leader, so you killed him, but he still didn't get why everything had to fall apart like this. But why did you need to dismantle the organization? Karen's cold reply came sharply. You never made me strong. Mori smiled crazily, thinking the organization had given her a home. Bastard. Didn't many groups take you in? Otherwise you'd be dead somewhere. But the answer was the bitter truth buried under years of suffering. That's true, but escaping that extreme trap doesn't mean our lives get any better. Molly just let out a helpless sigh. What? Karen slowly recalled the past, a past she never wanted to remember. Life pushed all the misfortunes onto her, born as an orphan, raised to be an assassin. Even this source of power wasn't something I wanted, which is why I decided to hold on to what belonged to me, Molly shouted loudly, bursting out a curse. What the hell is that damn thing? Karen's answer cut through the night sharply like a blade. It's freedom. And those two words hitting Molly's ears left him speechless. He couldn't believe what he heard and immediately asked in a raised voice. What? Freedom? Molly yelled angrily. You can have that damn freedom for yourself, so why share it with us? He admitted bitterly. We don't need it. We can't be like you. In despair, he spoke about the only thing left in the dark life. The only thing left was a dagger. Besides that, we have no hope and no other way to survive. Molly sighed bitterly. In the end, it's just a vague darkness. While Molly was drowning in despair, a hand reached out to him. It was a hug from Karen to Molly. This time, the apology came from Karen's mouth. I'm sorry. She quietly accepted everything and admitted her mistakes. Maybe this is the result of me turning a blind eye to everyone. Her eyes met Leon's worried figure. Karen's thoughts appeared, a wish she wanted to come true the most. You too. I wish you had a chance like me. Karen stood up, looked at Molly, and said, This is a new order. Live well, Molly. In the darkness, she sent him the last thing she ever longed for. Live and find yourself again. Then Karen left, running toward Leon and Hameo. When she returned, he greeted her with a slightly embarrassed tone. Senior, Karen said, panting. Sorry, I'm a bit late, right? What about the goods? Leon glanced at the loot box they found and confirmed it clearly was the one. Take everything with us. Got it. After finishing, she signaled to return immediately. All right. Now let's head back. Suddenly, the whole space shook. Everything seemed to stir. All eyes turned to one side in panic. The red button buried deep under the sand was dug up and pressed by someone. Mori looked at Karen with a crazed gaze. He had chosen his own path. Look closely. This is my true self. Leon sensed the danger and shouted loudly. That's a self-destruct. We have to get out of here. The bunker suddenly exploded from multiple sides. Molly's figure sat slumped amid the bomb rain, abandoning everything. Even the trail exploded as if cutting off the survivors' retreat. A desperate call from Leonic rang out when he discovered the shock cause. The leader was Gustav, who looked that way and then smiled with satisfaction. From afar, the silhouettes of 3 people appeared in the dust. According to Gustav, they had returned. After assessing what remained after the explosion, they bitterly mentioned the irreparable damage. Besides, we can no longer investigate the internal structure of Javan. Molly's explosion destroyed everything. We were lucky to survive. Elsid sighed softly, reminding that place had been buried for centuries and full of mysteries. Anyway, it had been hidden for hundreds of years. Even though we don't know who created Javan, I don't think they left any traces. Leon sighed softly, reminding that place had been buried for centuries and full of mysteries. Really? Then, with determination, Elsid said, Next time we will find out. Karen's call echoed. Come here, Leon. His voice replied, a bit confused. What's up, senior? She pointed ahead, where a majestic new scene was unfolding. Look, we've arrived. Before them appeared an ancient landmark, the old city of Van Cass. Leon's eyes showed undisguised awe when he saw the ancient city. He marveled at the towering walls beyond all imagination. This is the first time I've seen walls this tall, Karen explained the might of this place. Of course, this city guarded the border and was governed by a marquis. She added about the special military privileges of the old city, so this place was allowed to have its own army. The scene shifted to a trading area inside the old city. While Karen and Leon were waiting, a voice A sounded. We'll stay here for about 4 days, so get ready. He turned his head back toward the two. Curiously, he asked what the two planned to do. Leon hesitated before answering, meaning that A mentioned the reserved place, but still gave them the freedom to decide. You guys can stay in the room we reserved, but if you have other plans, please return before we depart. Karen smiled happily and said, We're looking for something, so we'll use the reserved room. She asked for the location. He pointed out the way for the two of them. If you go past the 3 rows of houses on the left side of the main road, you'll see the bar called Sunduang Ka. We've already reserved a spot there, he clarified Karen and Leon's accommodation. The two would use the largest room upstairs, the one with the double bed. Those 2 words echoed in their heads, making them awkward as if they couldn't believe their ears. The bed, he tried to confirm what had just happened, meaning they'd be in the same room. Anne seemed confused, seeing Leon's embarrassed expression. Yeah, not like that. More comfortable, right? The embarrassment made his heart skip a beat thinking about staying next to Karen. Sharing a room with his senior, she teased him lightly, making him even more flustered. What's up? Why so shy? Karen deliberately made things difficult for him. Were you expecting that? Leon seemed rushed and ran off right after speaking. I won't do anything. Anne was startled by Leon's sudden action. Oh man, did I just do something stupid? Meanwhile, she laughed heartily and replied, It's okay. She announced she would leave to calm down before nightfall. Anyway, I'll be out until dark. Karen turned around and gave a brief goodbye. I'm off. Suddenly, the question from him made her pause. Miss Karen, should I book another room? The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Karen appeared to be thinking about something. She replied curtly, No, then dashed off like Leon. See you later. Karen's heavy breathing echoed in the air. She leaned against a stone pillar, her gaze thoughtful. Inside, Karen was overwhelmed by the fear of being replaced at any moment. Everyone in Hung's group always had strong allies, simply because she was Leon's first teammate. She reminded herself not to rely on her current position. That didn't mean she'd be by his side forever. What if someone better appeared? Karen motivated herself to grow stronger and more mature. I still get to be with Leon, right? I have to try harder. Karen, this city was where her skills and value could shine. It was her chance. She would make Leon think he couldn't do without her. She traced her memory to confirm the location she needed to find was nearby. Finally, Karen spotted what she was looking for and whispered softly, Found it. Elsewhere, Leon was struggling to understand the difference between school rules and the current situation. Seniors were really something. Even at school, boys and girls were separated. Being in the same carriage was unavoidable, but in the central room, Elsid was helpless against Leon's stupidity. You idiot. And appeared and apologized for making him uncomfortable. Sorry, Mr. Leon, he continued apologizing. I'm terribly sorry for putting you in an awkward position. Leon scratched his head, a shy expression showing. It's okay. No need to apologize to me. He asked about the item they risked retrieving. But what exactly did we buy back? It doesn't look like ordinary goods. A's voice turned serious. What's inside is a secret. Seeing Leon's eyes sparkle with curiosity, he hesitated a bit, and then moved closer to him, eyes cautious. But I can reveal a little to the one who risked their life to get it back. You can't tell anyone, okay? Leon whispered. Of course, he whispered into his ear. What's inside is a treasure, Anan said. Black quartz. It's a top-grade item without impurities. A piece of jewelry worth millions of gold. He emphasized this was a personal request from a powerful lord. More importantly, it was a personal request from Lord Lubina, a demand from the neighboring city. A's voice trembled with a bit of fear. The lord's power was equivalent to a count. If we lost his item, he'd take revenge at any cost. Leon saw the worried look on his face, his voice trembling slightly. So that's the thing we can't lose, he sighed. Thanks to you, we were saved. Elsewhere, Leon's call echoed. Senior, turns out you were looking for her, Karen. While searching, he found a note with a dart stuck in it. He picked up the letter and read carefully, I'll be back. She was looking for something she'd already searched for. Then someone asked from behind Leon, Are you alone? It was Gustav and other allies appearing. He softly confirmed, Yeah, seems like the senior disappeared. Complaints filled the air with irritation. Why isn't she here? Their chatter made Leon suspicious. Should we go? We've been waiting for her. There's no other choice. While you were lost in thought, Gustav came over and pulled you back. Let's go, Leon stammered. Go where? He looked at you with a scary glare, his voice dropping low. What do you mean? To the bar. Where else? Gustav shouted loudly, yelling right in the faces of the people standing there. Hey, you punks, he's coming with us. Laughter full of arrogance mixed with loud cheers echoed. You're braver than I thought. Don't sneak away like last time. Whoever pukes first has to buy the drinks. Karen glanced around the quiet area, whispering that it must be nearby. Her eyes suddenly stopped when she recognized what she was looking for. Oh, found it. The scene shifted to night. A trembling figure suddenly collapsed to the ground. Damn it. At this moment, a terrifying sight appeared. A bunch of bodies lay scattered. Damn it. The previous image flashed before his eyes. He was teasing Karen crudely, and it was also him, but now he was barely holding on. Her face full of murderous intent stared right at him, her voice like she wanted to devour him alive. "Hey, you punk." At this point, he was terrified to the point of despair, his face drained of all color. "It's over." Karen released him calmly and said, "I want to ask you some questions." He was startled, then scrambled to get up, replying, "What? I mean, ask me anything you want." She cut straight to the point. "Where is the headquarters of the biggest organization in this city? I don't mean some thug gangs like you guys, but those who deal in smuggling and the black market." He spoke softly because no one dared mention this. If he told her, he'd die. If he didn't, he'd still die. Time passed quickly, and the sky was pitch dark. Her voice echoed, the image of him unconscious on the ground, battered and bruised. "Got it." Karen saw that as confirmation of her initial suspicion. As predicted, unforgettable images flashed through her mind. This area is under the control of A. That name alone makes everyone terrified. Golden A is an organization specializing in smuggling and black market dealings. Because they hold enormous wealth, they are backed by powerful people. Caution gradually surfaced in Karen's words. The Marquis Lord of this land is protecting them. She took her steps away from there. Karen sighed lightly, knowing this would complicate things. This is going to be a bit of a hassle. Suddenly, her steps faltered as if she saw something. Before her was a seal she had seen earlier. She was mistaken about the time after a moment of not mentioning it for a long time. It must have been 10 years since she last saw it, but it seemed she hadn't forgotten. Karen was surprised when Leon asked about her title, the meaning of the coffin keeper. He was curious why that nickname was attached to the senior. "That's right. I'm curious why it's the senior's nickname." She responded indifferently, but still explained simply for him to understand. "I think even knowing it doesn't matter because I'm no longer an assassin. It's a secret communication method. Karen said that organizations in the shadows always have special, discreet ways to send messages. Shadow organizations have unique communication methods at Ground Spider, the group I once joined. They use people as regional messengers to communicate." She happily explained more, saying inside the coffin there are mission details like target identification and mission status. He nodded as if he understood. "Oh, so that's how it is." Karen smiled and added, "Instead of this bulky method, most organizations use a more direct and simple way." She described the process to Leon. For example, when someone comes to entrust a task, the organization uses lights to create visual illusions to block others outside the door. She further explained that those not chosen only know to turn back disappointed. The real entrance is only opened for the entrusted person to see. For everyone else, they struggle with fake doors and eventually leave empty-handed. Karen whispered, "But for someone who controls shadows like her hand can easily pass through the wall, the visual illusion, and then her whole body slips through. It has no effect." Karen followed the stair trail down. When her foot stepped on a glowing magic array, a fierce pinkish-red spark shot out. Even stepping on the array, her face remained calm. In another room, a figure in a red cloak appeared. His face slowly turned back, revealing cold, sharp eyes. The door gradually opened. Karen appeared, her quick voice ringing out. "Hello, master of this place?" A sarcastic voice spoke as if waiting. "Welcome, intruder. Did you like the way we welcomed you?" She replied softly without showing any hesitation. "Not too bad either." He invited her to sit down to start the discussion. "Come on, sit down. Why did you come in here without following the procedure?" Karen answered quietly. "I want to buy information." He asked briefly what she wanted to know. "What kind of information do you want?" She answered frankly. "Information about the Lubin land." This answer from Karen stunned him. Her voice was sharp as if returning the trust she gave him. "I will pay, so don't hide anything. Whatever it is, refusing to sell it goes against your principles. Right?" He chuckled softly, recalling what she said. Principles. Finally, he set a sky-high price. "All right, the price is 800 gold. Karen was startled when she heard that sky-high price. "Too expensive. Can you lower the price with the information I give you?" He sighed. "Okay, then I'll reduce it to 700 gold." She still tried to negotiate a bit more. "Please lower it a little more." Karen looked at him with eyes like she saw through everything. "All right, Master Steward." He was shocked when called by his real title. "What?" She exposed his entire true identity. "He disguised himself well but couldn't fool me. The operator of Golden A and the one responsible for managing the black market in this area, also one of the most trusted servants of Marquis Van Cass." She ended by calling the man by his exact name, Master Steward Glenn. Glenn finally appeared with his true identity. Very rude. Karen sighed and asked again, "Hey, are you going to sell it to me or not? Seems like you're interested in my information too, huh? Don't disappoint me." Glenn quickly assessed her ability and silently judged the danger level, the patience to see through him in a blink. She's at least an A level. Even if he kicked her out, if she's part of the guild, it would be hard to silence her. Finally, he offered the lowest possible price, 260 gold, no lower. She agreed immediately. Glenn described the terrifying state of the land she wanted to know about. Lubin now was nothing but a sinkhole. Karen was a bit curious. A sinkhole. He explained the metaphor of that place in a gloomy tone. "That's right, anything that goes in can't get out, Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sound of beer pouring into a glass was heard. Pour! Drink! Leon was forced to drink each big glass of beer until his face flushed like a sinkhole. Drink it all. Anyone who spits it out is a dog. The excited laughter of the crowd as they saw him finish the glass. Good dog. You're doing great. A waitress approached with a kind smile. So, where are you mercenaries heading next? Ham glanced at her and answered, probably there. The Lubin land. She was horrified to hear their destination. Oh man, that place. It's where other mercenaries don't want to go. You guys are brave. Seems like you haven't heard the rumors yet. Gustav was intrigued, repeating the two words that made everyone curious. The rumor the girl told about the creature that spreads terror every night in that land. The rumor about the monster ruling the streets at night. I mean, a vampire. Leon stiffened when he heard those three words. Vampire. A mix of curiosity and caution stirred lightly when mentioning the mysterious creature full of legend and fear. Vampire. The mystery and power appeared in every story. With intelligence equal to humans and amazing magical abilities, they are an immortal race ranked among high-level common monsters. Although they can coexist with humans, they are still hunted because of their blood-sucking habits. The gloom was clear. It said that only a few vampires exist, hiding inside other creatures. The cautious tone continued to clarify the ambiguity around this species. Although the church does not deny their extinction, they remain unrecognized creatures in any land. The lively atmosphere suddenly grew quiet when someone arrogantly challenged. Stop talking nonsense. It's not easy to encounter a vampire. The excessive confidence rose further with the arrogant declaration. If it wants, let it come here. We'll snap its neck in 1 minute 30 seconds. Leon thought for a while. A vampire stir-fry. An unusual excitement suddenly lit up inside him. Honestly, I'm interested now. If it's as strong as a high-level common monster, how would I fight it? Then a gentle thought passed. No, it's a hero. Just kill it, right? Or should I try talking to it first? Leon turned to ask Elsid. Elsid sighed helplessly, his thoughts written all over his face. The old truth was told in a seasoned tone. Back in my day, there weren't many vampires around, because all the strong ones had already joined the Demon King's Legion, and I took care of them all afterward. I've never met a normal vampire that didn't get killed like you think. A cold, logical thought echoed in Leon's mind. How likely they are to coexist with humans is still unknown, but it's worth mentioning. His thoughts suddenly turned serious. His hands clenched tight as if he was determined to do something. As a hero, he had the duty to distinguish what evil really was. Leon promised himself not to judge hastily, only to believe what he witnessed, and to decide what to do with the vampires later. He needed to confirm it with his own eyes first. Suddenly, a call shattered his thoughts. Gustav, everyone's attention there shifted to the loud call. Jaren smirked arrogantly and shouted, "You guys own this place or what? It's way too noisy here." Everyone immediately recognized the presence of a familiar person with a bad vibe. It's Jerome. He's here too? Looks like things are about to get wild. Gustav slammed his beer mug on the table, making a loud noise. He spoke in a low tone, warning the troublemaker. Everyone's in a good mood. Jerome, don't start a ruckus here. But Jerome instantly fired back with equal arrogance. You think I'm your lackey? What right do you have to boss me around? His calm voice turned firm as he repeated the warning. If you think I'm giving orders, then I'll say it again. Get out of here. Don't let others decide what to do. He spat into the beer mug Gustav was holding, leaving Gustav stunned. Not just Gustav, but everyone present shared the same shocked expression. Jaron grinned with contempt, challenge dripping from his words. What if I don't like it? Gustav slammed the table and stood up, his voice deepening. Aren't you tired of this crap yet? He smiled defiantly. Get outside, let's talk. I guarantee you won't act like this again. The moon rose, the sky darkened, and the group headed out to the front yard. Leon curiously whispered, Elsid, do mercenaries fight a lot? Elsid calmly whispered back. Yeah, that's part of the job, proving yourself with strength. If you don't do anything when someone disrespects you, you lose your value. So they can fight any time to get revenge. Gustav and Jerome's eyes flashed coldly. A fleeting thought crossed Hamel's mind. Something's off, like Jerome came here on purpose to stir trouble. This time he's really reckless. Leon was still confused. That guy's weird, he explained. This isn't Jerome's first time challenging someone, but he's never actively demanded a fight like today. Anyway, if it's serious, it's clear who'd win. Leon wondered about the skill gap between them. Is there a big difference in their skills? Hamel confirmed firmly. Yeah, not many can match up to our boss. Doubt appeared seeing Jerome's unusual attitude. He's known for taking simple missions, but his behavior changed drastically today. Could he have someone backing him? A vague unease crept in. I'm kinda worried. Something's not right. Leon, though worried, tried to reassure Hamel. No way. Captain Gustav. Gustav just sneered, throwing a contemptuous glance. Don't worry, I'll definitely beat these chickens. Jerome's arrogance radiated like he wanted to swallow the whole group. That arrogant bastard. What's the rule? Gustav responded casually as usual. Die or surrender. Elsid urged Leon to focus on the rare fight. We're about to watch a battle between two top mercenaries. Watch closely, Leon. and as the air seemed to freeze with every breath, a soft but piercing signal sounded. Now, let's begin. Jerome dashed like a slash, attacking Gustav. Surprise was clear on his face. Without hesitation, he swung a sharp strike. The blade cut Gustav's face and one shoulder. That pushed him back against the beam. Just touching the blade, Jeron let out a cold laugh. How's that, Gustav? Am I still easy to handle? Outside the fight circle, Elsid noticed an unusual detail on Jerome's sword and whispered cautiously to Leon. Jerome's sword is a fanat, right? That sword's balance is front-heavy, judging by how easily he controls those two swords. This fight's not normal. Under the mounting pressure, watching how easily he controlled those two swords, this fight was no ordinary one. Under the mounting pressure, Gustav still tried to stay calm, replying with a tone that sounded somewhat praising but full of hidden meaning. You've improved, Jerome? But right after that moment, a dark gray energy burst out, making even Jerome shiver. The gray aura appeared. He was using his iron aura. The guy confidently declared a counterattack with his favorite skill, like waves crashing against rocks. I knew you'd use it. My aura attribute is water, and with my new wave skill, I'll send you off to sell salt. The two blades clashed, the sound echoing through the space. Dust and smoke scattered wildly from the moves, the collision so fierce it almost swept away anyone standing nearby. That attack was too strong. I almost got pulled into the storm. The dust hadn't even settled yet, and Leon was trying to see who the winner was. As everything gradually became clearer, the silhouettes of the two fighters on the arena floor started to appear. Jerome was badly wounded, collapsing to the ground. Amid heavy breaths, Gustav's voice deepened as if trying to put out a fire that was getting out of control. I don't know why you want to fight, but let's stop here, or one of us is going to die. Jerome replied with a sinister smile, as if every threat only made him more excited. Yeah, don't you think that person's going to be you? Then, with a crazed look, his terrifying voice rang out. That was just a warm-up. From now on, the real fear begins. Gustav's voice hardened. Do you even have the strength to stand up? Don't try to act dangerous. Suddenly, Jerome's hand transformed, bursts of red light flaring fiercely, his eyes glowing red, fangs bared. Suddenly, the figure in front of Gustav vanished. In that chaotic moment, Hamel's voice filled with surprise echoed, "He's gone." Gustav's expression shifted, becoming more tense. From Leon's eyes, a blue light could be seen rushing forward. He looked up into the air, as if trying to confirm something. Just as everyone else was still confused and searching, Leon's voice froze in his breath. Look up there. Jerome lunged down, slashing dozens of times decisively, not giving Gustav a chance to react. Each strike caused blood to pour from his whole body. Gustav's scream of pain echoed from the depths of his soul. The truth of the attack hit him hard, making him stagger because he couldn't accept the new power appearing before him. No way, he slashed right through my steel aura. How the hell does that bastard Jerome have so much power? The smile on Jerome's face twisted as he sensed Gustav's collapse behind him. The shock spread like wildfire, leaving a choking fear in the voice of the onlooker. What the hell? I didn't see anything. How did he attack him? Every word of disbelief echoed after the scene, and suddenly the captain slumped down. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Even if Jerome is fast, that bastard should only be rank B at best. But only Leon probably understood that what they just saw was the truth. No, that speed rivals Karen's. Jerome's foot stepped on the wound on Gustav's leg after enduring the last slash. The pain showed in his groan. Panic turned into chaos as they rushed to the captain who was in agony, trying to hold back the panic but couldn't hide the trembling on his lips. Captain, damn it! At that moment, another person was cold as if admiring his own achievement. Wait! Then that person tilted his head as if savoring someone else's despair, his eyes glowing terrifyingly as he issued a warning. What should I do if a careless third party interferes in the middle of a duel? Seeing their teammates acting like puppets, one person couldn't hide his shock. What's wrong with these guys? Are they still the people I knew? On Gustav's side, though in pain, he still tried to control his gaze toward Jerome. His voice full of arrogance rang out. All right, say it. Gustav's voice was soft but sharp like blades hidden in every word. You're already on your knees. The cruelty became clearer as Jerome demanded one last thing to prove his great power. Beg me to forgive you. Suddenly, white foam poured from his mouth. Elsid seemed to realize something. He shouted, ordering, Leon, quickly draw your sword and point it to the sky, then release your aura light. Though still confused about what was happening, he acted immediately. All right, a golden light shone from Leon's sword. Jerome froze, staring at the light. His scream as he was burned echoed, his breath ragged in extreme panic. My body is burning. Hot. Too hot. Then Jerome and the other two collapsed. What's going on? Why did they suddenly all fall? At that moment, a wave of unease spread as they saw them all collapse at once. Elsid, could it be these guys? Elsid's voice rose in amazement, unable to hold back. That's right. They're all half-vampire demons. Leon, standing nearby, was confused, his voice a bit naive. Half-vampire demons? Then he blinked and asked again. What do you mean? Not vampires? Elsid calmly explained. Half-vampire demons are those who drank serum containing vampire blood. Simply put, they're half human, half vampire. He also recounted the origin of vampires. They weaken in sunlight, and their power doubles at night. Their regeneration ability also becomes stronger, though not as much as a normal vampire. On the other hand, if wounded by silver weapons, their lives are threatened. They also can't use dark magic, but by midnight, they become very hard to deal with. You could easily defeat them because of the holy sword and the sunlight aura. Finally, Leon understood the truth. So they're related to vampires? Elsid answered briefly. Exactly. Gustav stepped closer and spoke. Leon, this matter? Leon asked about his condition. Captain, are you okay? He answered shortly. I'm fine. But Leon knew the reality was far different. He wasn't okay, badly injured for sure. Taking care of him was the top priority. There was no time to waste. When the tension thickened, Leon's voice rose. They're vampires. The fear of the people there spread when they heard it. Huh? Vampires. The sky was darkening. The moon was high. Jerome suddenly showed signs of waking up. He opened his eyes wide, struggling to get up. Jerome woke up just in time, only to face those he couldn't avoid. Hey, Jerome, you awake now? The other guy's voice was calm but laced with deadly intent, despite the fear in every breath Jerome took. Let me have a little chat. His voice was full of panic. Wait, this is against the rules. Jerome's scream echoed through the space, somewhere else in a building. Leon sat dazed on the bed, thoughts suddenly flooding his mind. According to Jerome's confession, Count Lubena is the root of the problem, right? The next target of the brutal campaign is Lubena. He recruited mercenaries and adventurers from everywhere, turning them into his subordinates and building an army. Leon tried to guess what this powerful man might be planning, turning them into subordinates and building an army. What's he scheming? Leon pondered. Also, he's trying to get black quartz through this brutal campaign. A mix of exhaustion and a bit of hope for rest showed on his face. I'll meet the general merchant with Captain Gustav early tomorrow, so I gotta sleep now. But where's Senior Karen? What's she up to? Still not back? She should get home and sleep soon, or she'll be exhausted tomorrow. Elsid smiled helplessly, with a hint of teasing that was hard to hide. Of course, are you two planning to sleep together? The misunderstanding almost made Leon choke. Huh? What did you just say? Elsid, what do you mean by sleep together? The thought in his head was so honest it made the listener even more awkward. A super comfy double bed. Leon immediately shouted in embarrassment, his face burning red from that terrifyingly innocent statement. What the hell are you saying? You punk. I'm just stammering trying to explain. I was just sitting here worried about her. Karen arrived just in time, looking at Leon with a bit of curiosity and suspicion. So, you're here. I've been looking for you. She smiled brightly, contrasting with Leon's stupidly flushed face. But what did you say you were waiting for? Waiting for who? Then he quickly waved his hand to avoid Karen's suspicious gaze. No, I wasn't waiting for anything. At night, the whole sky above was completely covered by darkness. At the Duong Son Ka bar, light from the window spilled outside. In the largest room on the second floor, Leon sat propping one side of his face on his hand on the spacious bed, thinking, from what I've learned, Lord Lubina is the source of all problems. He started analyzing. The next target of Storm Minchi's campaign is probably Lubina. He recruited only mercenaries and adventurers, leading them to become his subordinates and forming an army. Leon rubbed his chin, squinting his eyes, wondering, if they find out about this, they'll definitely strike the church hard. What's he plotting? He looked up, rubbing his neck, feeling curious. Where's Senior Karen? What's she doing? Hasn't she come back yet? Just as Leon finished speaking, Karen, who somehow appeared at the window, called loudly, Leon, so you're here? I've been looking for you. Her face lit up with excitement as she said, listen, this is really important. Leon's cheeks inexplicably flushed pink as he shyly asked her, damn. Karen held her cheek, closed her eyes, lost in her own joy, mumbling a warning to him. Don't be surprised, okay? No, don't freak out. Leon looked at her calmly and agreed. All right then. Karen opened her eyes, confidently thinking to herself, these are the info I got from Golden Out. I'll show Leon how top-notch my info-gathering skills are. She gestured widely, loudly telling the story that in Lord Lubena's territory, there's a vampire. Her arms spread wide, eyes shining as she stared at Leon standing in front of her. After hearing what Karen just said, Leon just stood silently, without any reaction. The whole room fell into silence. The two of them stood completely still, face to face. After who knows how long, Leon finally calmly exclaimed, oh, what a surprise. Karen angrily pointed at him and asked, what's with that expression? Awo showed a completely opposite expression from Leon. He held his head, screaming, a vampire? Karen bowed her head, tears streaming down, silently thinking, this is the reaction I wanted. Leon stood beside her, curiously watching. The next morning, sunlight shone outside. From inside the Duongstone Ka bar, a voice rang out, saying there's a vampire infiltrating Lubena's territory. Ao sat on a single chair and said if that's not enough, they'll find a way to seize all power. He frowned deeply, seriously asking again, But the one behind all this is Lord Lubena. He's sure, except Gustav squinted a bit as he recounted. That's what's happened so far. Since Damwai appeared, I'm sure the vampires are increasing in number. He guessed someone's behind Jerome, and most likely that's Lord Lubena. Gustav stared at the person sitting opposite and said, however, luckily we know this before hearing it from Lubena himself, so we'll have more time to prepare. Anote's face showed worry as he replied, even if we have time, we still can't be fully prepared. He started calculating. If the desert bandits have stolen that item, then we have a reason to speak up. But now we're already so far away. If we don't hand over that item, it'll be an insult to Lord Lubena. Sweat poured down Anote's face as he firmly stated, nobles value reputation more than life. There's no way they'll let this slide. The entire territory of Lubena will treat Stormmek and Chenchi's merchants as enemies. On A's face, sweat was pouring down as he spoke with absolute certainty. The nobles valued their reputation more than their lives. There was no way the nobles would let this slide. The entire territory of Lubena would see Stormmek and Chenchi's merchants as enemies. If it's true, Gustav clenched his teeth and frankly continued the conversation with him. It would really end that grudge. Then he suddenly straightened up and proposed, I think we should step into that lurking danger. Leon and Karen sat silently on one side. Gustav's words reached their ears. Although this decision was quite reckless, but I can't give up here, he smirked, raised his hand, and clenched it into a fist. If I quit halfway just to protect myself, I'd be destroying my own trust and reputation. Once I've accepted a mission, I'm determined to complete it with all my heart and effort. And An also stood up, slamming his hands hard on the table. I'll use all the money I have left. He patted his chest and declared boldly, from now on, I'll recruit more mercenaries and prepare silver weapons and holy water to fight the vampires. I won't just sit around begging you for help. Gustav smiled with interest when he heard that. Huh. And An lifted his head to face him. Finally, their hands reached out in sync and shook firmly. Seeing the united front of the two standing before her, Karen marveled at how quickly they seemed to resolve things. She bowed her head and suddenly called out, Leon, can we talk for a bit? Leon looked confused and tilted his head toward Karen standing beside him. The two of them stepped out onto the balcony. Karen walked ahead. Leon followed behind, calling after her. Senior. Karen turned around, determination clear on her face as she said, this time you're gonna be surprised. It was tough, but I got this info from the black market, and it'll definitely shock you. Leon's eyes went wide, completely frozen by her enthusiasm. Karen lunged forward to face him. This isn't news anyone could have predicted. Leon looked at her and replied, all right. Karen raised a finger and started listing what she knew. Molly, the reason he attacked us in the desert might be because he was ordered by Lord Lubena. Leon's face turned extremely panicked, shouting loudly. Karen was very pleased with his reaction and smiled brightly. Leon looked at her, a big question mark forming in his mind. Karen continued, how could that dumb Molly know which crate holds the valuable goods? Besides, if a big gang of robbers is operating, they wouldn't know each other's whereabouts. Even if it's just a rumor, they couldn't know for sure. However, they didn't seem to meet any resistance. Leon was stunned, repeating the words she just said, then suddenly headed straight to that crate. Karen added, that's what I wanted to say, she guessed. They seemed to be acting on Lubena's orders, doing dirty work. Too bad they ran into me. Karen drew her conclusion. So Lord Lubena, Leon seemed to share her thought and continued, doesn't want us to get there. Karen added, this is just my theory. No matter how vast the territory is, suddenly having a caravan join is tough, and anyway, the guards there are very loyal. She turned her head and asked with a hint of meaning, he can't just kick out merchants he invited, so wouldn't the best way be to cause some kind of trouble? Leon frowned, thinking to himself, if Lord Lubena is plotting something in his territory, he'd plan something to avoid drawing attention, so that's why he hijacked the goods he ordered. But unexpectedly, Storm-Mi Chanchi protected the goods, defeated the robbers, and finally left no choice but to enter Luben. Leon rested his chin on his hand, pondering. From the Lord's perspective, things are getting complicated and dangerous. He told himself quietly, since Storm Minchi exceeded his expectations, the danger has been rising. Now he's surely planning to eliminate everyone in Luben. Leon held the shining golden pendant in his hand, thinking, so I can't hesitate anymore. It's time to use the symbol of the Holy Assassin organization from the bishop above. Then he called out to get Karen's attention. Senior, Leon said seriously, there are some things I need to handle. At night, a full moon shone brightly in the high sky. At the entrance of the Yangsun Kabar, mysterious black smoke appeared along with a voice. The conditions are pretty good. Evening in Lubina, the black smoke drifted into the window of a house. Its voice echoed in the space, truly fitting the nickname of the City of Shadows. Inside the room where the black smoke entered, a long-haired young man sat on a wooden chair by the window, holding a book in his hand. The black smoke gathered, forming the silhouette of a person. Teps didn't turn around but asked, "You're back already?" "Roman." The black smoke dissipated. Roman respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Teps asked him, "What do you mean, Your Highness? For a failure like me, you don't have to speak so respectfully." Roman chuckled twice, then said, In my heart, you're always, Your Highness. Teeps glanced at his flattery. And the noble dragon, heir to the Wallachian bloodline, one of the three great bloodlines of Nosferatu. Your Highness, TPES. Roman looked out the window and reported, within a 1-kilometer radius, there are no subordinates of that lord. We can stay here for at least 5 days. Tepes answered him. All right. The hand resting on the armrest clenched into a fist again. Why did I end up on this path? Our clan is down to just the 2 of us. Tepes gritted his teeth and spoke each word carefully. I have committed a grave sin. I never expected that the place where we decided to settle would bring so much disaster to our clan. Roman stood behind, disagreeing and rebutting. Your Highness, that sin belongs to the villain, Tepes stated firmly. Even if it's not my fault, the responsibility still lies with me. I will do everything I can to save my clan no matter what happens. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and a dazzling red light flashed from within. Huh. Seeing that, Roman worriedly stepped closer. His Highness Tepes covered his face with one hand, while the other arm stretched out to stop him. When he lowered his hand and looked up, his eyes had completely turned red. 2 strange blood vessels appeared around his eyes. Roman frowned, thinking silently. He's using the demon eyes, the power that allows him to share the chambers with those he has given blood to. He thought to himself, even if the blood isn't shared directly, they will unify everything with Lord Tepes. In Tepes's mind, countless images appeared, including someone who seemed completely drained, kneeling in a pool of bright red blood on the ground. Next was the scene of Gustav, covered in wounds, stabbing his sword into the ground to support his body. Then came the image of a sharp sword stained with blood being raised, its shiny blade reflecting the smiling, delighted face of Jerem. Switching to another scene, Leon stood among a crowd. He raised his sword high, a golden light enveloping the surrounding space. Leon's face appeared, his eyes radiating danger. Staring straight ahead, Tepes opened his mouth and let out a laugh, revealing sharp fangs. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and laughed loudly, muttering repeatedly, "Good. Very good," Tepes called out. Roman, looks like fate still leaves me a way out. He felt confused and asked, What are you talking about, sir? In the high night sky, a large full moon shone. Tepes recounted, I saw the Lord's spy, Roman confirmed. You mean the demon hunter? Tepes denied and continued. He was defeated by someone with divine power. He began analyzing how that person wiped out my hybrids in an instant. Seems like he holds a high position in the church. If so, he would know a lot about me. After hearing everything, Roman was uncertain and muttered a few words. That means Tepes glanced at him and gave a concluding statement. This is the beginning of my counterattack. He raised a clawed hand, veins bulging with blood, cursing Andrei Lubena, You bastard, look me in the eye. Tepes gritted his teeth and declared, With my claws, I'll tear you to pieces. Elsewhere, the sky was now daytime, the sun casting dazzling rays. Elsie's voice echoed in the space. What a mess. No, wrong topic. Where am I? Inside the carriage, his face paled slightly, answering his own question. Ah, right. I'm talking about the vampire battle, right? To catch all the Demon King's soldiers, they attacked Rot's fortress with just a few vampires. Leon remained silent with no reaction. But Elsie's words kept reaching his ears. The battle killed 90% of the vampires, including Roz, and since then, they disappeared from the records. But a few survived and escaped. Who would have guessed they'd return 300 years later? Leon's face turned purple. His ears felt like they were bleeding from too much information. He couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. All right, this is boring as hell. Leon covered his ears, rolling on the wooden floor, sighing. So boring. Seriously boring. This story has no spark at all. I can't train in the carriage while listening to you ramble on. He held his face, wondering, why is the road to Lubena so peaceful? Peaceful to a scary degree. Elcid slowly closed his eyes, silently asking him a question. So where am I? Leon, completely desperate, opened his mouth wide and screamed pitifully. All right, shut up. At that moment, Karen popped her head down from the carriage roof, smiling as she announced, Leon, we've arrived. Elzid looked at her and replied, Thanks. Leon happily clenched his fists. Really? Outside, their caravan was approaching the city gate. Karen answered him, We've entered Lubena territory. The carriages got closer to the city gate. Karen kept explaining, although this place can't compare to a fortress like Van, it's still large compared to other border walls like this. Inside the carriage, Leon looked out curiously and froze. Huh? He saw the castle ahead wrapped in a shiny veil and wondered, Am I the only one seeing this? The castle is sparkling? Elcid also stared outside and said, That's a trap. Leon's expression turned cautious upon hearing those 2 words. Elcid explained they used a large amount of silver just to create this matrix, and the magic applied on the walls was only to repel vampires. He squinted, guessing, I think they might have other plans, but I can't figure out what. Leon silently questioned, Is that a vampire trap? Could it be different from what I think? In his mind, he wondered if Lord Lubena controls vampires. Why would he do that? When Leon's caravan reached the city gate, a guard raised his hand signaling, "Hey, stop," the lead soldier asked. "Which merchant group is this?" A stepped down and told him their identity. "I am Anne from Storm Minchi." The soldier responded after receiving the info. "Finally, you guys have arrived. The Lord has been waiting for you all this whole time." Then, the city gates opened. The lead soldier waved his hand, signaling to go inside. "Hurry up and get in." A nut's voice responded with a respectful yes, echoing in the air. Yes, the caravan of horse-drawn carriages moved through the magical veil to enter the city. The magic shimmered over Leon's body. He sat cross-legged, straightening his posture, whispering softly, "Is this the power of the trap? It's completely different from divine power." Karen's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. She asked worriedly, "What is it? I have a bad feeling." Across from him, Leon used a voice only the two of them could hear to ask Elsid, "What if I were a vampire? Would I get burned?" Elsid echoed his question. Anyway, the guards at the gate weren't hybrids or vampires. Leon looked at the figure in front of him, praising, "Really, well done, Elsid." Elsid seriously warned, "From now on, we need to be more careful. We can't know when the enemy will strike." Elsid observed the man walking down the street and concluded, "No." Then it shifted its gaze to the two girls standing together, also answering no. Elsid's voice rang out again, "No." Leon felt puzzled. Why is no one like that? He narrowed his eyes, thinking, what the hell? From the city gate to the capital, there wasn't a single hybrid or vampire. Leon pondered, could the vampire rumors in Lubena be fake? No. The sun was still out, so naturally, it wouldn't be easy to find them. After who knows how long, the carriage finally stopped in front of a mansion gate. The guard stepped forward, blocking the carriage's path, stopping it. The soldier introduced himself. "I'm Brad, a senior knight. From here on, only merchants, B-rank adventurers and above, and mercenaries are allowed inside. This is the Lord's order." The carriage curtain was pulled back. Karen smiled and asked, "Does that include us?" Leon joined in. "We're all valuable goods being delivered, so why wouldn't everyone be allowed in?" Inside the mansion, sunlight streamed into the room. Leon was quietly pleased, thinking, "Good, I can finally get some answers." On wooden pedestals lining the hallway stood intricately gold-plated statues, looking incredibly magnificent. Someone exclaimed, "So grand." Leon hesitated, asking, "This is my first time stepping into places like this. How do I greet him?" Hansen, walking behind, ordered, "Quiet. When you meet the Lord, your head will bow on its own. Too noisy." They all stopped in front of a room. Brad signaled everyone to be silent. He turned and knocked on the door a few times, then called out, "Sir, Semenchi and the escort have arrived." A voice from inside said, "Come in." After receiving permission, the door slowly opened. Inside, Andre leaned against the window frame, calmly watching the newcomers as if he had been waiting a long time. Ano stepped forward on behalf of the group, closed his eyes, and respectfully knelt one knee to the ground. Leon lowered his head, quietly whispering a name under his breath. "Elsid." Elsid understood and squinted at the front for a moment before answering, "No, the Lord is not a vampire." Leon froze, sweat pouring down his face, asking again, "The Lord isn't a vampire?" Elsid looked at Andre's half-lit face and confirmed once more. "Yeah." It curled its lips with a meaningful smirk. "He's something more troublesome." Its voice reached Leon's ears. The guards in the room were the same. Leon wondered, if the Lord of Lubena and his people aren't vampires, then is the information about vampires hiding here fake? Andre signaled, "Come here, Lord A Nut of Storm Me Chenchi." A nut nodded in response to the call. Leon silently noted that in his speech, he didn't sense the arrogance of a noble, and his eyes were unusually warm and kind. Anyway, he didn't look like a bad guy. Andre made a request. "Before we talk, I want to receive the item I ordered." A nut carefully handed over a box with both hands. "Yes, sir, here it is." Inside the box was a glowing black-purple crystal, sparkling brightly. A hand reached out and grabbed the crystal directly from the box. Andre held the crystal up parallel to the light, examining it closely. "Good, very satisfying. As promised, worth 1,000 gold bars that day. And all items you buy in this territory get a 20% discount." A nut remained kneeling, eyes closed, bowing his head in reply, "Thank you, sir." Andre chuckled. "Ha ha, no need to thank me." Then he suddenly stopped halfway, making A Nut open his eyes worriedly and look up. Andre's gaze turned dangerous as he looked down from above. "Now, let's put business aside." Leon and the others standing behind tensed up as he continued. "What I'm about to say next, I hope you won't be too shocked." Andre's serious face declared, "There is a vampire hiding in Lubena." Leon and Elsid's faces both showed surprise at his words. Gustav clenched his jaw tightly. Karen was stunned by what she just heard. Hamel and Hansen were no different, frozen and speechless. Only A Nut reacted. He seemed extremely panicked, clutching his head and shouting loudly. But just seconds later, A Nut quickly shook his hands, apologizing to Andre. I beg your pardon. Please forgive my rudeness. Leon stood on this side, silently thinking to himself. The Lord's surprise was understandable. Who would have guessed he'd say it out loud? Andre slowly recounted the situation. We've been patrolling day and night, but with just our forces, it's not enough because those vampires are masters of hiding. And I'm really worried since my soldiers have never seen a vampire before. He shifted his gaze in one direction and then asked, So I want to ask for your help to hunt down the vampires. What do you think? Leon was standing with the others. He just silently looked at him without immediately agreeing to the proposal. Andre's voice continued to echo through the space, reaching everyone's ears. I guarantee you'll be rewarded for your efforts, and I'll provide silver weapons and holy water. Leon squinted, silently calculating in his mind. We can't just stand here and watch. Anyway, I only have one option left. That night, in the upstairs room of the mansion, light spilled out from inside. Someone spoke up. He arranged for me to stay in the guest mansion reserved for honored visitors. I have a feeling he's plotting something. Karen sat on the sofa, speculating. He wants to monitor all our actions. Aino rested his chin on his hand, thinking, besides accepting, I have no other choice. Gustav closed his eyes, rubbed his chin, and raised a question. I don't know if the Lord is telling the truth. He's the one who dragged me into the vampire topic. Then another member analyzed, making both Leon and Karen turn their faces at the same time. I think he's suspicious, but I don't have any proof to back it up. And Owen saw the situation was getting out of hand and quickly waved his hand to remind. Please, I hope what you guys say is true. What will happen if he finds out we're investigating him because of suspicion? Elsid, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. If Storm Mackenzie is a great merchant who can rule a kingdom, then everything will be fine. In his eyes, mid-level merchants are just ordinary rich guys, so he can use them as bait to lure vampires without needing me. Anyway, this is Lubin's territory. I can't investigate him without evidence. Even if I do, I can't make him open his mouth. Leon spoke quietly so only the two of them could hear, asking him, so considering Lubena an ally is the best way? Then he glanced, vaguely uttering a few words. But Lord Lubena, Ellis directly announced, the Lord is not a vampire, he's a high-level sorcerer. Sweat poured down Leon's face as he asked back, high-level sorcerer? Elsid replied to him, I'm not very familiar with the magic matrix, but it's definitely created by him. His killing intent and magic are exactly the same. Leon didn't respond, just put a finger to his lips. Elsid felt suspicious. If the Lord sees vampires as enemies, he wouldn't need my help. If he cast the matrix at another city gate differently, he could burn all the vampires inside the city. There must be some reason he wants to keep the vampires alive. Or with the mission to destroy all vampires, he wants to prevent Storm Mackenzie from getting involved. Leon gradually pieced together the details. Like what Elsid said, the Lord is scheming something in the palace. He's hiding the fact that he's a high-level sorcerer, so it makes sense that he listed Storm Mackenzie as someone possibly involved in this. Separating the escort force from the merchant is also part of his scheme. If those mercenaries get bitten by the werewolf hybrid, Karen and the others definitely won't be able to guarantee safety. Leon's hand clenched into a fist, silently determined not to let that happen. But the biggest issue now was Elsid calmly concluding one sentence. The Lord is our enemy. It quickly flew over to where An was sitting and muttered the words, enemy. Then Elsid went to Gustav and whispered, that old guy is our enemy. Leon could only sigh to himself. If I were the only one who knew about Elsid's existence, I wouldn't have known the truth about Lord Lubina. Karen is the only one who believes. She's the only one who trusts me. Karen on this side also helplessly let out a long breath. She glanced at a group of people who looked deep in thought standing in front of her. Suddenly, Karen loudly suggested, let's go to sleep. I want to rest. We'll talk more tomorrow because like this, we can't get anything done. Everyone was startled and turned their eyes toward her. A agreed, shouting, that's right. The moonlight above still shone with a shimmering glow. Finally, Leon's group reluctantly said goodbye and returned to their own rooms. Sleep well, everyone. Good night. In the hallway, Karen's face was a bit stunned, and she whispered softly to the person walking beside her. What? Lord Lubena is a sorcerer? Leon answered her confidently. Not only that, but he's a high-level one. Karen cautiously scanned around and said, that's really dangerous. If he's reached a level even I can't detect, then he deserves to be a special target. She whispered, calculating. With my current attack power, I can't guarantee victory. I need more time. Leon nodded in agreement. I'm glad that before coming here, I used the holy pendant given by the Pope to ask for help from the Knights of the Holy Chain Order. He continued, still, I'm a bit worried because I don't know how many knights or when they'll arrive. Leon also began to speculate. Maybe we'll face the entire capital, so we need at least 3 people. Suddenly, Karen tilted her head, staring intently behind her. Leon saw this and curiously asked her, what's up? Karen stepped into the next room, waving his hand. Nothing, just rest up. See you tomorrow. Leon waved back. Yes, Senior. Good night. As Leon stepped into his room, he was taking off his cloak and hanging it on the rack without noticing. The door hadn't been fully closed yet. A woman's hand twisted the door handle to lock it. Leon sensed something strange and glanced back slightly. He didn't know when Karen had appeared in the room. He looked confused and called out to her, "Senior." Karen didn't say a word, suddenly stretching out her arms toward him. Her legs pressed close to Leon's, making him lose his balance. A crashing sound echoed as Karen pushed Leon down. Both of them fell directly onto the bed. Leon's face flushed pink, embarrassed as he faced her and called her name, Karen. She smiled, letting out a soft huff. At night, the sky was completely covered by darkness. In the room on the first floor of the mansion, the yellow light was still on. Outside the window, a figure in a black cloak, face hidden, looked extremely sneaky. He seemed tense, watching carefully what was happening inside. On the bed, there was a shadow, hands planted firmly in a prone position. The room was almost pitch black, but thanks to the moonlight filtering in, you could faintly see two shadows pressing their lips together. From outside, it looked like Leon was underneath and Karen was on top. They looked like a couple doing something they wouldn't want others to see. The black-cloaked figure hiding outside the window blushed deeply, mouth agape at the sight. After who knows how long, he finally jumped up, using incredible speed to launch into the air and leave. At the same time, inside the room, Leon didn't move, just stayed frozen on the bed, his whole body like stone. Karen was just like him, stiff, staring at the one pressing down on her. After regaining their composure, they quickly separated and sat down right next to the wooden bed. Karen turned her face away and broke the awkward silence. "It's okay, he's gone. I knew something was off. There's no way they wouldn't be watching us." She acted like nothing happened, winking and asking, "What do you think?" "Yeah, right?" Leon, still blushing, asked back. How would I know?" Karen gave a silly smile and continued. "You? Really? Honestly, I don't know either." Elsid, standing nearby, squinted and muttered 3 words, "These idiots." Karen stood up, clenching her fist and smiling as she suggested, "Okay, we should start with surveillance first." Leon looked at her confused. "Now? They're already watching us since you spoke. We're just returning the favor," she pointed confidently and explained. "Since we created that illusion, they definitely won't think we left the room." Leon still doubted and asked, "There are guards everywhere. Are you sure you won't get caught?" Karen put her hands on her hips, very proud, and replied, "What? Did you forget?" As she finished, the guard's coffin disguise appeared. It bowed its head and saluted. "Boss." The coffin guard surrounded Karen. She raised one hand in front and made a greeting gesture. "Where do you want me to take you?" At night, the full moon shone brightly above, casting shimmering white light, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. The coffin guard's eyes gleamed as it flew over the hill. Finally, the black shadow of the coffin guard landed on the roof of a building. The black smoke dissipated. Leon and Karen stood high above, looking down at the city below. Leon admired the cityscape and praised, "It's really beautiful. I admit this place is really developed, so that's why they call it the city that never sleeps, because it looks better at night than during the day." Karen stood beside him and added, "Even though it's not late yet, the streets are already quiet. Far away, there's still a room with its light on." Leon observed that even from afar, he could clearly feel the presence of people in the buildings here. He guessed, "Is it because of the vampire rumors?" Karen thought for a moment and replied, "Could be." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Look, there's the patrol team." Leon asked curiously, "Why do they look more like civilians than a patrol team?" Elsid appeared then. It looked at the stakes hanging on the patrol soldiers and judged, "Silver weapons? Obviously, they're prepared to fight vampires." Leon squinted and raised a question. "I don't know about you, but what's the relationship between the vampires and the Lord? Calling them enemies seems reckless, but I don't understand why he wants to capture them alive." Elsid stared ahead and answered vaguely, "You already have your answer." Leon still didn't get the hint and tilted his head. "Huh?" Elsid continued. "The world isn't always divided into 2 sides, allies and enemies." Leon was startled but thought of something and asked, "So vampires aren't allies nor enemies?" Elsid closed its eyes and denied, "No way." Leon slightly bowed his head, thinking silently, "Not allies, but not enemies either. I need to reconsider this. Think about it. From the start, I concluded vampires were enemies without reason." He calculated in his head about the vampires and Lord Lubena. "Doesn't that mean both of them are enemies? Or should I ally with one of them?" Karen called out from behind, "Leon." Hearing his name, Leon turned around to answer her. "Yes." Karen pointed to a dark alley. She recounted, "I tried looking around. It seems like ahead is a slum area." "What do we do now?" Leon asked in a voice only he and Elsid could hear. "Maybe the vampires are hiding here?" Elsid bluntly dismissed his guess. "Vampires live lavishly and wastefully, so they are often called the nobles of the night. And they are also known to despise humans. Because of their pride, I don't think they'd hide here." He bit his lip with interest. "If that's true, then this situation is pretty dangerous." 2 pairs of black high-top boots were walking quickly forward. Leon's voice echoed in the space. "Let's go, senior." Karen glanced around and sighed. "It's way too gloomy. Why is this place so damp?" She looked at the pitch-black houses on both sides of the street, wondering. Strange, there are no footprints or signs of anyone living here. Karen felt puzzled. Even when I spread my aura further to sense, the result was the same. No matter how wealthy Lubaina's territory is, there can't be no poor people here, Leon silently affirmed in his mind. Something strange is definitely going on here. Even if there are many rich people, there must be poor people. If the rich live in huge mansions, the poor would surely live in one-room houses. However, in this place, there are no poor people, only traces that once existed, but no new clues about them. Think about what kind of evil deeds Lord Lubina did to the poor in his territory to turn this place into such a town. But sharing the same thought, both Leon and Karen shouted in unison that they didn't like this place at all. Then both decided to turn back. But after just a few steps, a black mist flew in to block their path. Leon's eyes widened, sensing danger. Karen beside him also widened her eyes in alert. Both quickly stepped back like lightning to dodge the black mist. Leon clenched the sword in his hand, thinking silently, strike fast. Senior can't even see it coming. Karen also drew the dagger hidden on her, ready to fight. Two mysterious figures appeared in the black mist, along with a pair of glowing red eyes staring at them. Leon gritted his teeth, wondering silently, are they moving under the mist? Mages? Or assassins like Senior? Elsid glanced into the black mist, confirming to him, these guys are vampires. Leon was a bit stunned, repeating the 3 words he just heard, vampires. Tepes ahead showed no intention to hide, introducing himself, you know where I am. I am the last heir of the Nosferat Wallachia clan. Tepes. Leon said nothing, just stared intently at the person standing opposite. He began analyzing what had happened so far. Under his pressure, he could have ambushed me quickly, but he didn't. Leon silently wondered, are these guys friends or foes? Leon looked at Tepes in front of him, thinking, anyway, that's a relief. I don't see much hostility. He passed up the chance to ambush just to talk. He tilted his head, glancing at Karen beside him, silently deciding to be a bit tougher. So she seemed to have read Leon's mind and nodded in understanding. Then Leon withdrew his hand, sheathed his sword back into the scabbard hanging at his side. In the high sky, the full moon was covered by black clouds but still emitted sparkling light. A voice echoed in the space. Then Leon asked seriously, why did you appear? Surely not to fight, right? If you want to talk, please prove your presence first. Tepes smiled with delight, revealing sharp fangs, uttering a sentence as expected. He recalled a scene he had seen in the past and said, let me ask you something. Tepes frowned, directly asking, through you, I saw you use holy power. Are you from the church? Karen and Leon remained cautious. He wondered silently, what is this? Leon felt confused. He knew clearly I was from the church, but why would he reveal himself to me? Elsid, who had been silent until now, rubbed his chin and said, if he were a cunning vampire, he would avoid you because he sees the holy symbol. Leon suddenly remembered, yeah, I pretended to be one when I was there. He immediately waved his hand to acknowledge the person in front. Yeah, that's right. Elsid beside him could only scold, you're such a glutton. Tepes' hands with sharp black nails quickly grabbed Leon's table. Oh! His face looked extremely excited as he shouted, I knew it! We've been waiting for you for a long time. Sweat poured down Leon's face, completely bewildered by Tepes' enthusiasm. Hey! Finally, the whole space fell silent. A very strange scene unfolded. Roman stood beside, rubbing his chest and exhaling deeply, while Tepes held Leon's hand tightly without letting go. Only Leon and Karen stood frozen in the current situation. The next morning, the sky was clear and fresh in Leon's room. Upstairs in the mansion, Hamel and Leonic shared the same expression, glaring fiercely. Gustav bowed his head slightly, clenching his jaw tightly, while A said nothing. His gaze quietly shifted to the side. A large fist slammed hard on the table, accompanied by a loud bang. Blue veins bulged on Gustav's forehead as he angrily shouted, the Lord raises dozens of vampires and feeds them the meat of the poor? Karen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes closed as she confirmed with him. Yeah, that's the first piece of info we got. Leon looked at the person standing beside him, deep in thought. He was also relieved to have a senior with him. After all, the words of an A-rank adventurer are more trustworthy. Leonic's face had turned pale purple as he worriedly asked, Lord Lubena is a high-level mage, so his power far surpasses others. Are all her words coming from that vampire? Hamel was suspicious too. It didn't sound believable at all, but since it was intelligence from Karen, it had to be true. Gustav propped his chin, starting to think. So basically, Lord Lubena uses poor people as sacrifices to feed the vampires. He tames the vampires to threaten others. So he's keeping me here to silence me. That means no matter what the outcome is, as long as I'm in his territory, he can monitor and force me to surrender. Karen continued his thought. Yeah, we gotta act fast. I'm sure he knows that even if he forces us to surrender, it'll take at least 10 days. Hamel, Hansen, and Leonic all listened tensely as Karen spoke. Besides, a lot will definitely happen during that time. Gustav still didn't trust it and asked, what if the info she got is fake? How can we trust that damn bloodsucker? Suddenly, an image appeared, and his voice echoed. Same here. Tepes' black shadow hovered next to Gustav. His eyes were bloodshot, whispering, "Living on blood isn't exactly fun." Gustav jumped, spun around, and sat straight up on the table. His words stammered. "Vampire? You're a vampire?" Tepes patted his chest, introducing himself. "Hey, this is my real body, so I can't move during the day. I'm not here to fight, so don't worry," he said seriously. "I know it's hard to believe, but what they say is true." Gustav frowned and suggested, "Just your word isn't enough for me to risk my life and my team's. I need proof." Tepes held up a yellowed piece of paper. "Fair enough. Then look at this. It's a certificate from the church, and here's proof that the Wallachia clan was exterminated." Both Leonic and Hamel widened their eyes, repeating the phrase Tepes mentioned. "The vampire clan, huh?" Tepes slowly recounted. 300 years ago, part of us became the forces of the Demon King. They abandoned living with humans and committed a grave sin against the goddess. As a result, most vampires were slaughtered by the hero, Rotor. Even the Wallachia clan, those who never joined the Demon King's army, faced execution. A priest blessed us. In return, we had to serve the church for 200 years, and some of us lived on to maintain the bloodline. Leon shifted his gaze, silently thinking, "This is exactly what Elcid told me." Elcid disdainfully remarked that 250 years is nothing compared to immortals. Such crybabies. He listed exceptions like exposure to sunlight and severe injury. If their hearts and brains don't come into contact with silver, they're a race that can live for thousands of years. Tepes continued. "After finishing our duty, my clan and I set out to find a place to settle. We then planned to establish ourselves in Lubina, but Gustav stared at him and asked, 'You mean Lord Lubina stabbed you in the back?' Tepes met his gaze and answered, 'Yeah.' Gustav closed his eyes, rubbed his chin, thinking, 'Now that I see the church certificate, I don't doubt you anymore, but we're stuck here.' Suddenly, he turned and called out, 'Leon, you asked for help from the Knights of the Holy Iron Chain, right? When are they coming?' Leon looked at him clueless and answered, 'I don't know.' Gustav pursed his lips and suggested, 'If that's the case, we have no choice but to use our own forces to fight Lord Lubina.' Karen closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and directly rejected his idea. 'No way, Tepes' skills are about the same as mine. Besides, he's currently not in a condition to face the Lord.' She analyzed that inside his own territory, a mage can unleash stronger magic. Above all, there's no opponent more terrifying than a mage fully prepared. Karen's voice echoed in the room. If a mage has lived in his domain for decades, even a skilled swordsman can't guarantee victory. She concluded that they should wear down their forces slowly or win when our forces are superior. Gustav curiously repeated, 'Superior forces?' Karen confirmed to him. 'Definitely,' she continued. 'We need divine power.' Anno propped his chin, pondering. 'Then all we can do now is wait for the knights from the Holy Iron Chain,' Gustav suggested again. 'If so, while waiting, let's wear down the Lord's forces as much as possible.' Hilo stood behind and reminded him, 'Leader, we've been watched for an hour already. How can we do that when our movements are limited? Though today we luckily lost their trail.' Gustav was startled by his words and suddenly remembered. After a while of discussion, the space fell silent. Everyone slipped into deep thought, after who knows how long. Anno raised a hand. 'How about we fake a fight?' Tepes looked up, uttering one word from his mouth. Even Gustav joined in, saying the next word, 'fight.' Leonic stood behind and added the next word, 'plan.' Finally, Karen and Leon stood dumbfounded, barely managing to say the first two letters. Just as the scene suddenly turned chaotic, a shout broke out. 'Is this an ambush?' Someone inside shouted angrily. 'What's going on?' A figure with a calm aura appeared. Their voice was gentle, asking, 'Are you feeling better?' Leon stood firm in front of him. The soldier reacted with full alertness, his cold, suspicious eyes scanning Leon from head to toe. 'Who are you?' Leon replied sharply. 'I'm Leon, a merchant from Storm Bechen Chenchi. I'm currently conducting experiments searching for vampires as requested by Lord Lubin.' As a sense of danger surged, a voice rang out, 'Move aside.' The unusual appearance stunned everyone present. Then someone screamed as if witnessing a nightmare. 'There's a dragon! A vampire dragon!' After that moment, Leon's calm voice echoed, 'Leave it to me.' The soldier had no choice but to accept this help. 'All right!' Leon stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it straight at Tepes. Tepes looked at Leon and gave a terrifying smile. In this unpredictable situation, Gustav had to find a more subtle way to deal with it rather than direct confrontation. Should we pretend to fight? True, no one thought of that option yet. Hamel and Leonic added a few words. Doan, that lord, how could he be fooled so easily? Who would have guessed we'd team up with a vampire dragon? Through Karen's words, a bold plan was quickly sketched out. If we put on this act together, we can control the place and time of the battle. And once the decision was made, the real game began. In other words, we can stage the act anywhere in Lubina. Everyone agreed on that. Speaking together, let's lock in the plan. Now, let's show Lord Lubina the show. Right after, Gustav's silhouette holding a blade stepped into the deadly darkness. He shouted fiercely, swinging his blade decisively. The blazing red energy was repelled, forming a beautiful arc. Gustav's gaze met Roman's, and a thought flashed through his mind. Karen and Leon were right. In Gustav's thoughts, a purple mark appeared in the darkness. Proof that Lord Lubena is a sorcerer. Clues about magic appeared all over this land, sharpening suspicion. They're everywhere in the territory. The architectural works everyone knows, but only the Lord can enter. And the towers created by magic arrays to protect the domain, Karen pointed out the suspicious spots. If he's a sorcerer, there must be some structures containing magic arrays he created in this territory, plus arrays to boost those structures' effectiveness, like those two towers over there. A bold idea from Gustav cut through the speculation. How about we destroy them? Still, Leon remained highly cautious. Moreover, some of those towers are fake, designed to deceive human vision. Hamill's voice lowered. You mean we need to destroy the right tower, right? He reminded caution before acting. But if we try to destroy the original tower, the Lord will suspect us immediately. The decision was made, so we should create an accidental scenario. Leon whispered to Elsied. Leader Gustav and Roman did pretty well. Every scenario was carefully calculated, at least taking a few days, at most 10 days. Everything will end when the Lord finds out. We'll pretend to fight and secretly pick the tower to destroy. Leon replied to Elsid, but kept his eyes fixed on Tepes. Yeah, got it. Tepes summoned a red power orb targeting Leon. Then take this. Right after, Elsid said something that stunned Leon, shattering his usual confidence. You can't use aura, okay? Leon exclaimed in shock. What did you say? At this point, he could only try to dodge that attack as best as possible. Luckily, Leon wasn't hurt, but he knew well if he got hit by that move, he'd be left as nothing but a miserable corpse. Leon turned back, his face expressionless, not a drop of blood. How can you beat such a strong opponent without using aura? But Elsied's answer was absolutely certain, leaving no room for negotiation. Of course, Leon shouted, worry and near helplessness against Tepes shining in his eyes. Why do that? It doesn't look like pretending to fight at all. Tepes' attack was real power. Elsid warned helplessly. That's because your aura can kill vampires. Even a light slash will turn him to dust. That put Leon in an almost impossible situation. I have to face a strong enemy without using aura and destroy the tower accidentally? Are you crazy? This is super hard. I have to pretend to fight a high-level vampire with just my physical strength and regular sword? He could only scream loudly to vent his frustration. Crazy. No matter what Leon does, Tepes kept attacking him relentlessly. Since he couldn't use aura, Leon had no choice but to dodge every attack. From Tepes' viewpoint, below was just smoke, dust, and shattered rocks. He seemed to see something unexpected. Leon's figure burst out of the smoke and stood before Tepes. Though his attack was fast, he still couldn't hit Tepes. Leon's face twisted, his whole body tense. He turned to counter Tepes' attack, his sword slashing through, instantly causing an explosion there. Two giant crystal pillars shattered, covered by magical lightning, standing out in the dark, foggy scene. After blocking Tepes' strike, Leon was panting hard. Elsid appeared behind him without anyone noticing, speaking up. This can also be considered a training session. Suspicion immediately rose in him. Hey, don't tell me that's not true. Elsid stared at Leon with a suspicious look. Why wouldn't it be? Are you pissed or what? Around that place, explosions roared like thunder. Way too dangerous. Leon could only grit his teeth and endure. The damn sword. In the end, he had to accept reality. All right, it's been 6 days straight. Elsid looked at him calmly, as if analyzing. Things seemed to be getting easier. Elsid gazed into the distance. The city was in a dangerous state. At least dozens of magic towers had been destroyed. The magic grid was weakening, the target gradually losing strength. That image appeared from another person's perspective. That person's hand clenched so tight the veins stood out. His nobility was evident from the rings he wore. Andre gritted his teeth, anger mixed with contempt evident in his voice. Damn fools. The bright morning scene with wind appeared. Gustav glanced at the weakening magic towers and whispered, looks like everything's going pretty smoothly. But right after, Leon frowned, still feeling uneasy. Weird. The Lord doesn't even bother to count. He crossed his arms, his voice deepening. Maybe he hasn't revealed his true nature because he needs more time, but things will get worse if we wait too long. Gustav asked quietly. Any news from the Iron Chain Knights? Leon replied shortly. They need to get here soon. A figure rushed in, running and calling Leon's name. Gustav and Leon immediately turned toward the voice. Karen spoke excitedly. They're here. The knights from the Iron Chain. The night sky gradually covered everything. Scene changed. Leon and Karen moved to another place. He sighed helplessly at this ironic situation. The table at the restaurant, huh? Weird. Senior. His voice carried a hint of awkwardness, but despite some hesitation, he still asked to confirm. Do we really have to do this? Karen just smiled softly, explaining with a half-joking, half-secretive tone. It's just acting. Just acting. I told the maid we'd have dinner in town. They won't follow a couple on a date. We can also make the Lord less suspicious. The male waiter approached with a smile. Under whose name will you reserve the table? Karen smiled brightly. No one. Leon was startled. What? That's Leon spelled backward. The three had a brief moment to exchange words. Welcome to your room on the 4th floor. Would you like to order anything? We want to order today's special. 4 servings. Right. Then please enjoy your meal. When Leon and Karen entered the room, two people were already seated at the table. Damien's face was full of killing intent, and sitting next to him was Angela. Leon silently observed the two before him, sensing the sharpness beneath their appearances. Although they looked quite young, they seemed experienced. Just as expected, they didn't carry weapons, but both radiated an overwhelming aura. Elsid glanced at Leon, giving him a compliment. Your ability to observe others seems better than before since you started traveling with Karen. See, although they're not on Cesare's level, they're pretty strong. Leon took the initiative to introduce himself politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Leon, the one who asked for your help. Damien responded with a sincere greeting. Hello. I've heard about you from Bishop Cesare. I'm Damien. And his gaze shifted to the girl beside him. Angela can't speak, so I hope you'll bear with us. Getting to the main topic, Leon asked to confirm the situation. You know what's going on here, right? Damien hesitated. Well, he bluntly mentioned the issue they faced. You're carrying out a campaign to destroy the magic towers by pretending to fight Prince Tepes. Leon's next question was curious. So you know Tepes? Damien nodded. Yeah, the Wachian clan was pretty famous back then. He wanted to make sure he didn't miss anything important. After 250 years of hard work, they got caught up in this mess. Really unlucky. I think I missed some stuff, so tell me from the start, Leon replied briefly. All right. Outside the window, the sky had darkened into a gloomy shade. Hearing about the plan to imprison and raise the whole clan as a resource, Damien froze, imprisoning the entire vampire clan and raising them like livestock. Only one kind of magic could do that. A determined gleam appeared in his eyes. That's dark magic. I know what the Lord is scheming. Damien's knowledge made Leon believe the matter was more complicated than imagined. Judging by his reaction, things weren't simple at all. Elsid nodded in agreement. Exactly. He seems pretty knowledgeable about this situation. Damien explained the special nature of that race. Vampires are a species that can't clearly separate body and soul. They exploit that to become stronger. He talked about the limits of dark magic. Dark magic that drains life force is ineffective on the body. They use poor people as food for vampires, then drain their life force completely. Brutal images flashed through Damien's mind. Leon couldn't stay calm like before after hearing this. That's even possible? Damien answered. Usually no. He pointed out the taboo reason why vampires can't live that way. If they used poor people as food and drained their life force, they would have taken over the world long ago. Consuming a large amount of blood is taboo for them and leads to death. However, he clearly stated the insane ambition of that powerful figure. The life of a vampire has nothing to do with the Lord. His goal is to absorb all the vampire's power to become the ruler of the world. So, whether the vampire dies from drinking too much blood, he doesn't care at all. Suddenly, Angela held up 3 fingers as if pointing something out. This confused both Leon and Karen. Damien sighed helplessly. This gesture meant the risk level was 3. That's why I want everyone to cooperate sincerely. Deep down, Leon still doubted the level 3 risk. Risk? Damien's explanation echoed like the disaster in that city. The shadow disaster that swallowed everything was rated at level 3 by Leon. In his words, the danger levels were also explained. Level 2 is a national disaster, and level 1 is a disaster threatening the whole world. Except for the Demon King's outbreak, no disaster has ever reached that level. Every word Damien spoke carried meaning. So, the danger is only rated at 3 levels. If it's level 2, more than half of the Iron Knights would handle it. At the same time, we would also request help from other countries. He warned about the consequences if this became routine. If such things happen often, the world will become chaotic. Sweat drenched Leon's face. Finally, Damien concluded the plan when the truth was clear enough. So, since it's come to this, let's go question Lord Lubena tonight. If he refuses to answer, we will judge him ourselves in the name of the church. The scene shifted to Lubin's prison where Angela appeared in the shadows. A voice came from behind Angela. Outwardly, it looked like a normal prison, but in fact, this was a secret place imprisoning the vampire. Tepes appeared with a dark, smoky aura. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Angela. Angela glanced briefly at the voice as it echoed on. We've heard about you. Our mission is to help you by assisting the prisoners to escape and join Leon's team. Tepes' eyes turned cold and sharp. We've thoroughly observed this place. Roman revealed the unexpected defense structure the Lord had set up. The Lord created a matrix here, like sunlight, so we can't attack. The old light direction looked at Angela, hoping for her ability. If you can destroy that matrix, we can approach the place. However, you must destroy the matrix yourself. Before anyone could react, Angela dropped down flying. Tepes was stunned by the scene. As they got closer, they saw Angela standing by the edge doing something. She unleashed her power. Bright golden electric sparks appeared. Angela muttered in her mind and clenched her fist. The holy fist didn't wait for anyone to understand her next move. Angela punched the wall. A big explosion happened. The stone wall cracked. Tepes and Roman, watching from above, were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Probably because Angela's holy fist made everything around shake. Leon immediately recognized that familiar power, whispering, "The earthquake." Damien spoke slowly. emphasizing the unbelievable power gap between them. Angela did that. That's her power. She's twice as strong as me. Stronger than most of the seniors, too. He frowned slightly. So Angela alone is enough to handle the prison situation. But what really worried him was something else. The problem here is that the one going to talk to the Lord is us, Damien just said, his eyes looking at the people present here. Gustav frowned slightly at that sentence, as it sounded like a bad omen. We are the problem? Anyway, there are 5 people at B rank, 1 at A rank, and even the Iron Knights. Still not enough? In Damien's eyes appeared the greatest worry yet unsaid. If we do well, we're only just equal to the Lord. But if later someone dies or can't fight anymore, I'm not sure we'll win. Elsewhere, a shout echoed. Who is it? Just as the group approached the mansion, 2 gate guards blocked them. Coming to see the Lord at midnight like this, if you know what's good for you, turn back now. Tension instantly rose when a cold reply came from the opposite side. You're the one who should turn back. Damien stepped forward without beating around the bush, stating his purpose decisively. I am Damien, the 38th Knight of the Church's Iron Knights. I'm here to investigate some matters. Immediately, the atmosphere between both sides dropped. The 2 guards couldn't believe what they just heard. What? The Church? Iron Knights? An order rang out. Drop your weapons. A butler slowly approached. Butler, then he invited them deeper inside. Please forgive this rudeness. The Lord invites you in. Please follow me. Elsid was a bit sarcastic. Many butlers came to greet the visitors from the church. Looks like they take it seriously. Inside the building, only a flickering patch of light was visible. A stone statue in the luxurious room, soft light casting a classic and mysterious feeling. They looked around, sensing the atmosphere was much darker than during the day. The air is different from this morning when we came here. Yeah, it's gloomier. A member quietly warned, feeling uneasy. Maybe it's a trap anyway. Let's hurry. Gustav spoke slowly, his voice firm. Now that we're here, there's no turning back. He looked at Leon, accepting that truth with resilience. Right, Leon? He gently replied. Yes. Then the group stepped inside. Let's go. The door slowly opened. A welcoming voice echoed from deep inside, making the room even more eerie. Welcome. Andre smiled lightly, his words half polite, half sarcastic. Sorry for not giving you a warm welcome. Since you're here to investigate, I guess you don't want any tea. Knight Damien Damien spoke bluntly without hesitation. Stop beating the war drum. I'm not here to mess around. His eyes were sharp like a blade. He was suspected of using the Wallachia clan for personal gain after they served the church and used their power to dominate the world. Andre laughed scornfully, accepting everything as if he didn't need to hide it. How do you know that? Looks like you already know everything. Even if I deny it, you'd still choose to believe them, so I don't even want to explain. He glanced in one direction, and that was where Leon was standing. Andre sneered as if he knew the whole plan. You guys are something else. Secretly helping those peasants destroy my towers? Looks like you're pretty good too. His voice deepened with threat, his face twisted with madness. I won't let you die easy. Gustav's voice rang out. Not happy about that, he shot a sideways glance at him, not afraid to retort. What? Gustav continued mockingly, pushing his opponent to confess. If you call the dragon's magic forbidden, then what makes you different from a leech sucking all that blood? So you just admitted your crime. Looks like you're honest after all, Andre whispered sarcastically. Compared to those dumb peasants, you sure talk well. Gustav didn't hesitate to throw shade back at him. Got it, huh? So, you're not much different from me either. Leon appeared behind them with a helpless look. Oh, turns out he's pretty good at arguing. Andre's frustration finally exploded. You want to die? But Gustav calmly replied as if toying with his anger. I told you, we won't die easy. Why do you have to scare us like that? Old age making you forget how to talk? That last sentence made him tremble. His eyes widened, his voice filled with anger, no longer able to keep calm. That damn bastard. Trouble comes from the mouth. Andre held out his hand, clutching a purple gem, then suddenly crushed it in his palm. Right after, he coldly pronounced his sentence. Now I'm going to kill you. Andre unleashed his power. A huge explosion happened. A shout rang out, get out of the way. Leon charged forward with his sword. Before him hovered Andre's figure, surrounded by dark waves of power. A magic formation was summoned. Karen gritted her teeth. That amount of magic was surprising. Judging by that, he's at least level 7. Damn old bastard, always hiding things. Damien looked at the chain Andre was holding. It must be because of that chain, right? If we break that chain, we'll win. His eyes burned red, his voice dark. Don't stand in front of me babbling if you don't know anything. Let me help you die in what you call your glory. Andre stepped forward, pointing at the first target. First, his voice hardened, colder than any magic. It's you! Gustav held a blade, his eyes sharp and furious. The scene was chaotic to the extreme. The last strike made Leon and Karen's faces tense, sweat beads showing their anxiety. Even Damien and the other two's eyes were stretched tight like guitar strings, thickening the atmosphere in an instant. A simultaneous shout echoed. Damien's leader yelled, anger rising, launching an attack without thinking. He gritted his teeth. You really sacrificed using the blood and souls of the poor just for personal gain? In contrast, Andre's attitude was very relaxed. So what? Leon approached Gustav's motionless body, veins bulging on his face. His eyes changed cold and resentful. Andre looked at Damien's group, muttering softly, "Church dogs, huh? There are things I've wanted to ask you for a long time," he growled. "Why? Why is such powerful dark magic forbidden?" Damien and Hansen watched him warily as he rambled on. "Look closely. The magic you banned was created by me by draining life force and sacrificing others." Meanwhile, Gustav lay unconscious on the floor. Andre wondered why this amazing magic was forbidden. He didn't see Leon clenching his teeth in anger hearing him speak. "Thanks to those pathetic little lives, I shortened the time. So their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Why would God forbid this magic?" Hearing this, Damien's anger made veins pop all over his face. He looked at Andre. "Are you asking me?" He coldly laughed and said no. Then he laughed maniacally. "I'll help you realize your stupidity." With that, a magic formation formed right on the church. Thunder roared, shaking the building. Hamel and his team were startled by the sudden quake, dark energy flooding the space. Damien struggled to stand firm, gritting his teeth against the shaking that made his guts churn. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward, cloak billowing. It was none other than Leon. He swung his holy sword hard in a slash. The holy sword's power was immense, making Andre flinch and step back. Damien was shocked, staring at Leon, thinking silently, "He's driving out all the dark energy in this room. Is this what the Lord mentioned?" After helping everyone regain their composure, Leon coldly said, "Let's begin." Damien understood. He was the first to react, immediately raising his hand to pray. "Lord, please bring light to this cold, dark place, so everyone can see your compassion, so they can see their betrayal. Please grant your light to me." Instantly, blinding light appeared with his prayer. Yes, the faint light flew out of the building, aiming straight at the blood-red magic formation on the hilltop. Then, the light flashed, shattering the formation. At the same time, Andre raised his hand, as if something was lost. He looked at his hand in surprise. "Is my power disappearing?" Furious, he unleashed a powerful energy blast from his hand. "Don't talk nonsense in front of me, you insect. Your power is nothing compared to mine. Die." Hansen glanced at his comrade. Leonic got the hint and nodded. "Got it." Then Hens stomped hard on the ground, like bracing himself to stand firm. Leonic patted his shoulder, as if passing energy to his teammate. Hens slammed the shield down with force, almost driving it deep into the earth. Then the two hid behind the shield together. They had just finished preparing when a dark red, ominous energy surged toward them. The powerful dark energy was blocked by the shield. However, the two hiding behind it still felt some impact from the dark energy's force. Miraculously, the shield wasn't corroded by the dark energy. Instead, it pushed the dark energy to drift away around it. A few seconds later, Andre's attack ended. The shield remained intact, but the ground around it wasn't so lucky. The area in front of the shield, and on both sides, was corroded by the dark energy, leaving a deep crater. Leon anxiously checked on the two over there, Leonic and Hansen. They had no strength left to respond, looking like they just came back from exploring a volcano, their bodies steaming, lucky not to be badly burned. Andre sneered arrogantly. "You think you can survive by hiding behind that shield like little rats? Stupid." But just as he finished speaking, an arrow flew straight into his eye. Thwack! The arrow hit its mark. The momentum made Andre tilt his head back. Leon was shocked. Meanwhile, Damien smirked as if he had predicted this. Hilo curled his lips mockingly at him. "Now, what do you have to say, bastard?" He was the one who shot the arrow, taking advantage of Andre's distraction while hiding behind Leonic and Hansen. "Got him?" Leon asked, both relieved and worried. "Everyone okay?" The three laughed together, giving thumbs up to reassure him. But judging by their expressions, Leon didn't dare believe it. They didn't look okay at all. Suddenly, Andre spoke up, making the group alert. The red rings on his fingers had shattered, black smoke rising, yet his eyes remained unharmed. Obviously, the magic from the red rings had nullified the recent attack. He growled angrily. "You fools dare to damage my rings?" Hamel was incredulous. "He's still fine? No way." Clearly, the arrow hit his eye, and it was a guided fire arrow that couldn't be dodged. Damien suddenly realized, "Got it, those rings are high-tier items that nullify physical damage. I just lost a precious arrow." Seeing his eyes redden, he judged Andre was getting angrier. Andre raised his hand, summoning multiple magic circles, and roared, "You bastards won't live in peace. No, even if you die, your souls won't rest. You will be my slaves." Energy surged out, wind whipping fiercely as Leon and Damien gritted their teeth to resist. Hansen's group hurriedly hid behind the shield, eyes wary. From the glowing red magic circles, Andre summoned dark souls. Damien shouted, "Is he summoning souls from hell? That's high-level magic around level 5. Ham fired an arrow piercing through the hell souls. He couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, my attack is useless." Leonic slashed through a hell soul, but couldn't destroy it. "My weapons don't work." A black hand stretched out, grabbing Leon's cloak. Immediately, a hissing corrosion sound rang out. Black smoke appeared. He quickly stepped back, his cloak burned with a black hole. like a sealed burn. Countless hell souls poured out, surrounding the five of them. Elcid suddenly spoke up. Even with aura weapons, taking these down is going to be tough. Hearing that, Leon frowned. Really? What if you try attacking like when I fought the Dark Knights? Back then, Leon used the Holy Sword to purify the enemy. The Dark Knights were blinded by the Holy Light, losing their fighting ability. However, Elcid warned, no, you have to be careful using the Holy Sword. She eyed the two remaining rings cautiously, suspecting Andre might pull some trick with them. Just as things heated up, a throwing star pierced through the hell souls from above, embedding in the ground. Damien was surprised, and Leon also looked a bit shocked. Huh? Then, countless throwing stars rained down, slicing the hell souls into many pieces. A nimble figure leapt down from the rooftop. Leon was thrilled. Karen landed lightly, walking over to the group. Hell souls were really tough to kill. Their bodies slowly regenerated, just taking a bit longer. Moments later, they fully restored, as if never harmed. Karen rested her chin on her hand, complaining, I knew it wouldn't work. I really don't want to fight these ugly things. She placed her hand on the ground, resigned because everyone was in danger. Karen smiled. Let me show you my skills. With that, she spread her shadow out around her, and hands sprouted like mushrooms. Then, the hands, as if alive, wrapped around the hell souls and squeezed tight. Leonic breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't moving anymore. The shadows were holding them back. Hamel praised. No wonder we were counting on Karen. Elcid smiled. This fight's looking more reasonable now. She used shadows to hinder the souls. Damien stepped forward to take over. Now it's my turn. He raised his hand, reciting a prayer. Light, please illuminate those who have lost their way. A beam of light flew above everyone's heads under H's curious gaze. Immediately, each of his weapons glowed as if blessed. Leonic's staff shone, especially the blade. Hansen's shield and spear also radiated light. Leon's sword did the same. Damien explained, I granted everyone divine power and weapons. Leon looked at him with a wow. So this is divine power. He tried to hold back his pride and laughed, saying it was nothing special, just blessings from the saints. He whispered to Elcid, half amused and half resigned, that it was about putting divine power into weapons. Elcid smiled and accepted. That's cool. We can hide that your sword is a holy sword. Hearing that, Leon nodded, focusing his spirit, his fighting will blazing strong. But before he could strike, a large blade came down from nowhere, slicing the hellish soul in two. It was a big blade, wielded by someone with strong, tanned arms and healthy skin. That person was no stranger, it was Gustav. He had woken up and joined the fight. Why aren't these idiots attacking already? Leon was thrilled. Leader Gustav, thank God the wound wasn't serious, but his teammates seemed indifferent. Hanan asked, wasn't he dead? Leon even teased. Yet he kept bragging about his stamina while going down from one hit. Gustav smiled, looking at his comrades who shared hardships. Among them, there were no sappy check-ins, just teasing to provoke each other, but that showed how well they understood each other. Gustav turned to look at the hellish souls controlled by ghosts. That attack wasn't really aimed at me. I was just faking death. That way, I could see how you guys fight. Nice move. Right after, he commanded, forward, brave warriors. Following Gustav's order, he and Leon led the charge. Everyone else supported from behind, and Damien stood at the rear, boosting blessings for everyone. Andre was so angry his eyes were bloodshot. Damn bastards. And while he wasn't paying attention, Karen suddenly appeared, attacking from behind. She held a sharp dart in her hand. If the surprise attack succeeded, they'd save a lot of effort. But obviously, life isn't a dream. Andre quickly raised his hand to block. A magic circle appeared, forming a shield, blocking her attack. Though she failed, Karen still sneered at him. Rookie. Without missing a beat, she threw a smoke bomb, white smoke bursting to obscure his vision, and she vanished into the shadows like a ghost. Andre cautiously looked around. That damn woman distracted him. The next second, an arrow sliced through the air, flying straight at him. With the magic shield still up, he raised his hand to block again. The arrow snapped in two. Andre was sweating bullets. Another arrow? You guys think I'll load. But before he could finish, the smoke cleared. He saw no hellish souls anywhere. What the hell? Where are the dead people? Only a group of 6 appeared faintly in the thin smoke. When the dust fully settled, what he faced were the fierce eyes of Leon, Hamel, and Damien. Andre was furious, veins bulging on his face. You pathetic losers forced me into this. Without hesitation, he spread his hand, pressed 3 fingers together, then snapped his fingers, like signaling some ritual. Instantly, dark magic erupted behind him. The dark magic burst like a volcano, but also like sentient chains, spreading throughout the building. Damien watched the dark magic streams, feeling a bad premonition. The dark magic spread, hunting for juicy prey on Andre's command. The prey they targeted were the gatekeepers here. The dark magic entered the guards' mouths like parasites, sucking their life away. Other guards heard the noise and ran to check, only to find 2 fallen on the ground. What's going on? The 2 guards on the ground suddenly stirred, groaning softly twice. They stood up, moving stiffly like zombies, their eyes losing focus. Brad and the other alert guards swallowed nervously. What the hell? But the next moment, he was startled to see dark magic entering the noses and mouths of two people behind him. This time, Gar witnessed what happened to his teammates inside the building. Andre smiled. Good, you've arrived, my slaves. The sound of stiff footsteps echoed as the soulless zombie bodies of the guards appeared before Leon's group. His pupils shrank, voice trembling. Wait, these guys. Leon recognized Brath, though now he lacked the sharpness he had in life. He was the senior swordsman I met last time. Rage burned through him, clouding his reason. I won't forgive you. What did you do to them? Suddenly, Damien beside him clenched his teeth and said one word, frenzy. He was angry too. It's a type of dark magic that triggers latent power in the living, turning them temporarily into powerful monsters. Seeing Brad lifeless like this, Damien sighed, surprised Andre could be so heartless to his own protector. No sooner had he spoken than the soldiers leapt to attack. Gustav quickly swung his blade to block, but even he was shocked by the weight. What the hell? Too strong. After one attack failed, the enemy mechanically retreated, and Gustav stepped back a few paces. Damien at the rear shouted a warning, careful, these crazy bastards don't feel pain. Their power was stronger than usual because they were out of control. Unless it was a killing blow, they wouldn't die, plus their aura would increase. Proving his point, a zombie soldier roared, energy surging, then charged at Gustav again. He blocked the blow while cursing, damn it, then we just gotta take their heads. Han used his shield to block, enduring the continuous attacks. Suddenly, he twisted his ankle, his body staggering. Hane's face went pale. Damn it, I must have overexerted myself fighting those souls earlier. Ahead, a zombie soldier with a spear prepared to stab him. Thud! Hansen staggers, but his body slips out from the protective shield and catches one of the enemy's spears. Leonic anxiously turns his head and shouts. Hansen doesn't realize he's in danger too. The next moment, Leonic feels the world spin. He's punched and falls to the ground. The blow is heavy, and he's nearly unconscious right there. Leon is fighting a soldier, his body trembling with every move. Meanwhile, everyone at Damien is trying to block damage from other slave soldiers. Leon assesses the situation. Senior Karen is nowhere to be found, probably off facing the Lord. She must be busy. He's stuck fighting Brad, feeling overwhelmed and powerless. Even if he wanted to help, damn it, he can't move. Just then, Elcid speaks up to calm him down. Stay calm, Leon. Startled, asks, huh? Elcid suggests, watch their movements carefully. He explains more clearly that even though they're brainless, they're just ordinary swordsmen, so fighting two at once is actually easier. Leon looks at him skeptically. Fighting two people at once? What are you talking about? Wouldn't that be worse? Elcid counters. Remember the fight in the forest? If you face one swordsman who moves unconsciously, you can outmaneuver them by thinking and moving deliberately. In a one-on-one fight, they're definitely stronger. But fighting two at the same time, you can make them collide. Leon gets it, calms down, and smiles. Yeah, kids are easy to teach. Elcid nods with satisfaction. That's right. So Leon stops fighting Brad head-on. He immediately turns and runs. He lunges at two soldiers attacking Damien, pushing them away. The two soldiers roll on the ground, clumsily scrambling up. Leon falls down too. Damien is shielding the injured Hansen. Both look at him confused. Leon, you don't explain. Just loudly taunt. Hey, you dumbasses, come at me. Two zombie soldiers growl and stand up, jumping together to attack Leon. But because they're too close, they collide mid-air, staggering and losing balance. Everything happens exactly as Leon planned. He smiles, stepping back to gain momentum for his attack. Swish! He dashes forward fast, kicking up dust on the floor. Leon charges at the two soldiers, swinging his sword fast and hard, slicing across both of them. He's cleared the path. Just then, suddenly Damien shouts in panic, Leon! From behind! Hearing the warning, Leon immediately turns around. Brad, now transformed into a monster, somehow stands right in front of him. The sudden appearance startles Leon, who quickly draws his sword and exclaims, damn it, but it's too late. Brad catches Leon's sword hand fast. Then he grabs Leon's collar and lifts him up like a baby chick. At this moment, no matter how much Leon struggles, he can't break free from Brad's grip. Suddenly, something approaches from afar. Leon notices the sudden attack and freezes in shock. Then, amid Damien's worried screams, Leon is engulfed with Brad in a sea of red flames. Leon, the fire burns everything it touches and traps whatever it covers. Far away, someone smirks with delight. At this moment, the divine power in Leon's holy sword fights against the burning red flames. Finally, it shatters, driving away the flames surrounding Leon, who watches in disbelief. The holy power that Lord Damien bestowed on the weapon can resist dark magic? Without it, I'd have been burned alive. At that moment, Leon's eyes widen in shock as he sees something. Huh? Turns out Brad was burned beyond recognition in the flames. That makes him furious. He planned to kill me with his guards? Bastard. Just then, a bored voice echoes. You won't be killed by me or that A-rank girl. You're a distraction. What a nuisance. The words and the scene before Leon make him stare wide-eyed in horror. It seems his companion has been captured by the master of this place and hung up like a tasty bait ready to be devoured. Leon sees Karen captured, her body battered and broken. He shouts with worry mixed with terror. "Senior, my anger's boiling over. I want to risk everything. Damn, old man." But before he can act, the man growls, ordering him to stop. Moreover, he tightens his tentacles around Karen to threaten Leon. Andre smiles slyly and proposes, "I want to negotiate with you. If you agree, I'll spare her and you." Though Leon's eyes blaze with murderous intent, he restrains himself and mocks. "Didn't expect you to want to negotiate with me." Hearing this, Andre laughs. "You're smart. I like smart people." Andre highly respects Leon's skills. "Few young people have your level of skill. You deserve more respect than those mercenaries." So he wants Leon to join his side. He offers him a chance to join his forces and fight against the mercenaries and those bastards from the church. However, he warns that if Leon accepts, he guarantees the safety of both Karen and him. If he refuses, she dies immediately. After asking, Andre smiles again. "What do you think? This offer isn't too hard, right?" Leon stays silent, thinking for a moment. Just then, Elsid appears, clearly knowing what's on his mind. "You're about to say no, aren't you? Stop pretending to think. Don't lie." Then he suggests a plan to Leon on how to handle Andre. Pretend to accept his offer, then use MAK to take him down when he's off guard. The reason for this plan is because Elsid realizes that first, Leon isn't yet proficient with Morak. He already noticed when you were in the ready stance. Besides, do you think the Lord even cares about your actions? He's a high-level mage who uses dark magic, so he will definitely bind you with a special oath. It's pretty dangerous. After hearing that, Leon got really anxious and shouted out loud, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Karen is in danger. There's no time. The only thing I can think of right now is that since no one saw Elsid, people just see Leon suddenly talking crazy to thin air." Andre saw this and it made him itchy, wondering, is he crazy? After arguing back and forth for a while, Elsid finally spoke calmly, telling Leon to stay cool. But Leon snapped back, saying how could he stay calm? This is clearly a serious situation. Suddenly, Ellie grinned triumphantly and reminded him, "You forgot something." That comment confused Leon. Forgot what? Just then, a loud rumbling noise caught Andre's attention. Leon also looked up at the ceiling, which was shaking violently. Then the unexpected happened. The ceiling suddenly exploded. From the hole in the ceiling, a silhouette appeared that surprised Leon so much he blurted out. Elsid's roof sneered arrogantly when he saw someone land next to Leon. At that perfect moment, Leon recognized the person who just appeared beside him and couldn't hide his joy. He excitedly called out, "Angela." Still with a cold, emotionless face, Angela glanced over at Damien and responded with an excited smile and a slightly late remark. Angela just nodded meaningfully. Suddenly, a monster charged at Angela. The mercenary group quickly noticed and shouted in unison, "Angela, watch out!" Despite two monsters rushing at her, Angela stood calmly watching. She slowly gathered her strength into a punch. Once fully charged, two powerful punches were thrown, hitting the two monsters precisely. That scene left Andre stunned. He stammered, "What the hell is she?" Suddenly, Angela extended her thumb, pointed at Andre, and made a taunting gesture. Her contempt made Andre so angry he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard!" After the fight, Angela exhaled deeply. The two monsters, after taking her punches, were sprawled out on the ground. Leon was frozen by the scene, only able to force out a few awkward laughs. Then he had to admit, now I get why Angela chose to do that mission alone. Finally, he was a bit at a loss watching Angela fly down from the roof. She seemed pretty strong, although her entrance was a bit. Right then, Elis explained how Angela uses her power. She channels aura through her body and releases it as physical force. Well done. Moreover, he pointed out the danger if Angela isn't careful when channeling aura inside her body. A small mistake could kill her. Besides her strong body, her spirit is also quite extraordinary. Leon was so surprised, he shouted, "That dangerous?" Leon's naive attitude made Elsid helplessly say, "Just think about it, channeling Mirak's aura through your body instead of a weapon. That huge amount of aura is like gunpowder if it's inside your body." His voice was low but firm, and Leon accidentally made a mistake. Even without him saying the next part, Leon knew his body would explode like a balloon. Seeing Leon realize the problem, Elsid confirmed with a nod. Yeah, at this moment, the two of them stared intently at Angela, who was panting from exhaustion. Her fighting style made Leon respect her, daring to use that method in battle. Indeed, there are more powerful people in this world than I thought. That person also gave me motivation. Me too. I won't lose. Back to Angela's challenge to Andre, her appearance and arrogance made Andre curious. Who is she? At this time, Angela's index finger was still pointed out as usual, and from it, a stream of aura flowed out. That seemed to drive Andre mad, making him roar, "How dare you? I'll kill you." Ignoring his rage, Angela calmly clasped her hands together. Then she stepped forward and suddenly appeared right in front of Andre. A powerful punch was thrown. Realizing the danger, Andre quickly raised his magical shield. The fist and shield collided instantly, creating a loud boom. While Andre was smug, thinking no matter how many times she punches, she can't break this shield, suddenly cracks appeared on his magical shield, spreading all over. This was something Andre never expected. How could this be? Without wasting much time, the magical shield he was most confident in finally shattered. Contrary to Andre's horror, everyone present in the battle cheered happily. The shield is broken. At this moment, Andre was sent flying by Angela's punch. Just as he managed to stop, a voice shouted, "Surrender!" Damien loudly called Andre Lubina, but obviously, Andre wasn't about to surrender. His stubbornness annoyed Damien, who gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard! Those knights you enchanted, now you have to pay for your crimes." Andre wasn't scared of those words and arrogantly said, "You think I'll surrender? Forgot something?" The reason he was so cocky was because he thought he had Karen hostage, but that big mistake led him to the brink of death. Karen somehow escaped and approached him, then asked, "What did you say?" Still caught up in his own arrogance, he blurted out, "You." But then he immediately felt something was off, so Hoang Hon spun around and shouted, "Huh?" Without giving Andre a chance to fight back, Karen held a knife in her hand and sneered, "Let me finish this." As soon as she said that, she slashed Andre right at the back of his neck, making him scream in pain. Her escape left him in disbelief. What the hell? He remembered capturing Karen. He was sure he had her trapped. But when he looked back, all he saw was Karen's shadow. By then, Karen had backed into a safe corner of the village. Seeing her, Leon hurriedly asked, "Senior, are you okay? What happened?" Karen calmly explained what had just happened. "He definitely caught me, but he didn't kill me. He chose to keep me as a hostage, so I swapped places with my shadow. If it weren't for Angela, I probably couldn't have pulled it off." They were talking normally when Leon suddenly shouted loudly, "So, are you okay?" His shout startled Karen, who stammered, "Huh? Yeah, I'm fine." Then she shyly asked, "Are you mad?" Leon didn't bother answering. He turned away and coldly said, "Senior, step back." Karen was intimidated by his attitude and reluctantly obeyed. "Huh? Fine." Meanwhile, after taking Karen's stab, Andre painfully tried to sit up and angrily said, "You bastards, I will come back." However, before he could do anything, a sharp sword pointed straight at his face. Leon's cold voice ordered, "Surrender, Lord Lubena." Cornered like this, Andre gritted his teeth in fury, but suddenly he burst into a mad laugh, then raised his hand, missing a finger, and roared, "I still have my trump card." Just as Leon was about to step back to keep his distance, he suddenly noticed Andre's missing finger and blurted out, "Damn. Are you sure about that ring?" Leon's words made Andre quickly look at his hand and was shocked to see the ring and the finger wearing it were gone. Huh? At that moment, someone held up the ring. Karen had taken it. She smiled and said, "You mean this? Something this precious? There's no way I'd let a villain like you keep using it. Thanks, I'll put it to good use." Furious that she unknowingly stole his trump card, Andre screamed like a wild beast, "You bastards! One day I'll get revenge on all of you." Just then, someone else appeared before him and spoke coldly, "Give it up. Now's the time to surrender." It was none other than Tepes and Roman. Tepes' low, hellish voice called out to Andre. Tepes' arrival made Andre want to say something, but before he could act, Tepes struck first. His veiny red hand rose, and his cold voice commanded, "Surrender, Andre Lubena." Under the full moon outside, Andre's devilish laughter echoed. Surrender? When did that ever happen? Suddenly, he held something in his hand and looked extremely smug, saying, "Fine then, you bastards." The appearance of that thing stunned Leon and Tepes. What Andre held was radiating a power not to be underestimated. Then suddenly someone exclaimed about it. Remember that day when Aeon came to Count Andre's palace? He gave Andre a box containing something with unimaginable power called the Black Quartz. Now Andre was about to swallow the Black Quartz. That scene made Leon pale and stammer. "He's swallowing the Black Quartz?" Right after swallowing it, Andre's power erupted fiercely. A mad grin spread across his face, and he began roaring like a wild beast. His roar made everyone quickly cover their ears. Karen even blurted out, "My ears!" Even Tepes couldn't stand it, and hurriedly covered his ears. After this sonic torture, the horrifying scream finally stopped. Suddenly, Tepes' trembling voice rang out, "This can't be." His eyes widened in shock as he saw Andre's newly transformed form, one of the three great Nosferatu clans, vampires with the power to control sound. The wings appearing on Andre made him realize the vampire lineage with that power, the Elizabeth clan's strength. Andre had successfully transformed. Now he looked like a young man. His voice full of pride rang out, "Now you all know how well prepared I am, right?" He explained how he gained this power and bluntly declared, "I found the Nosferatu bloodline and made that power mine. Now, you all must die." At the same time, everyone's hands holding swords began to tremble as they wondered, "What the hell is going on here?" Leonic stammered while shaking, "Why am I shaking like this?" Hamel, though scared too, still teased, "You idiot, you scared?" Leonic got mad and snapped, Damn it. Leon himself was a bit scared but tried to stay calm and assess the situation. Andre's aura was rising, so their breathing became shallow. In this situation, Andre arrogantly declared himself king. I wasn't gonna do this because I wasn't ready, but you guys forced my hand. Now I'm the Lord of the Night. He proudly claimed, this world is mine. Everyone froze, stunned, listening to his loud rant. Your final moments belong to me. I will drain all your life force and turn you into nourishment for my path to becoming a vampire. Damien gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pressure descending on him. Just then, a horrifying scream broke out as they saw the moon was no longer the same. The moon had turned blood red. Tepes then spoke up, saying that was the blood moon. Moreover, he explained that the blood moon turns everything it shines on into an object and controls everything within its influence. Finally, he confirmed its unimaginable effect, the signature power of vampires to dominate all other vampires. Amid the tension, suddenly Angela flew straight toward Andre. This time, she punched Andre right in the face again. Everyone below saw this and cheered loudly. Nice. This is just the beginning. But they didn't know Angela couldn't hurt Andre like before anymore. Instead, he coldly said, how pitiful. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Angela's head and without hesitation, burned her with a demonic flame. The flame severely injured Angela, and she helplessly fell to the ground. Damien saw this and screamed in horror. Angela, after you're done with one, Andre's coming for the rest. Now it's your turn. At that moment, everyone suddenly noticed changes in their bodies. They panicked and screamed, what's happening? Veins! Realizing the situation was bad, Damien turned around and shouted, everyone run! Under the night sky, mysterious flames blazed on an ancient, silent structure. The destructive fire from before condensed into bright red, spiky light clusters like magical fences, piercing the darkness. Suddenly, a fierce pillar of bright red light descended from the sky, smashing the ground into pieces. Amid the thick smoke, someone collapsed in a corner, their bloody hand reaching out in pain. On this side, Gustav was no exception. Blood streamed down his face. Gustav opened his mouth in pain but couldn't utter a sound. Everyone around had already fallen. Amid the bloody ruins, their lifeless eyes remained open, staring straight ahead, sharing a tragic fate under an unstoppable destructive force. Luckily still alive, but her body was covered in wounds. She hesitated and said, what's going on? The ground was soaked in blood, and just then, a worried voice called out, Senior, are you okay? Hearing the familiar voice, Karen turned and called out to Leon. The reason Karen was unharmed was that Leon shielded her with his body. Seeing she had no serious injuries, he sighed in relief, thankful. Looking at him, battered and collapsed on her shoulder, Karen cried out in pain. You idiot, what would I do if you got hurt? Using what little strength he had left, Leon placed his hand on her shoulder and softly said, there's something more important. I need your help. Get Tepes and Roman out of here as fast as possible. However, Karen disagreed, saying, what? What are you talking about? No way you can handle this in your condition. In response to her objection, Leon gave a confident, reassuring smile. That left Karen speechless and confused, so she reluctantly agreed to Leon's plan, but with a condition. Fine. But Leon, she said coldly, if you die, I'll hate you forever. Got it? To Karen's words, Leon just smiled, then firmly said, yes. Andre slowly landed, dark, murderous energy radiating around him. He held out his veiny, fiery hand, admiring it. After a moment, Andre spoke. Perfect. Finally, I can successfully become a vampire thanks to the Black Quartz. The power of life accumulated over decades now belongs to me. He confidently continued. The vampire king who disappeared 300 years ago has returned in this body. As he finished, strong footsteps entered. Andre suddenly turned, disbelief in his voice. Huh? Someone still moving? Leon, covered in wounds, still firmly gripped his sword, ready to fight any time. His gaze was steady, fearless, and unwavering. Leon declared, I will be your opponent, Lord Lubena. Andre snorted coldly, full of contempt. Humph, stop talking nonsense. He glanced at the blood-stained puddle behind him and continued, but I have to admit, you're pretty persistent. What's your next move? Andre sneered. You can't do anything. In a corner of the battlefield, Chloe summoned dark power to create a protective cocoon, shielding her teammates. Immediately after, the energy withdrew, making those protected mysteriously vanish. Realizing the situation, Andre said, I see. He laughed excitedly. You're stalling for her to escape? Even if she runs, it's pointless. Lubena is already in my hands. No matter what you do, you can't get out of here. As he finished, Leon suddenly coughed up fresh blood, his eyes filled with panic. Andre, having achieved his goal, joined in. Yes, suffer and fear me. Cry. I'm sure you'll regret it when you die. Leon exhaled and whispered, why is this so annoying? He put his hands on his hips, frowned, and shouted at Andre. Just because you can use dark magic doesn't mean you can flap your mouth non-stop. I'm only stalling a little. That mouth of yours keeps jabbering non-stop. He didn't expect Leon to talk back like that and responded with a skeptical look. What did you say? After that, Andre smiled wickedly. He raised both hands to summon power. Andre roared, stalling. Huh? You bastard? So stupid? At the end, you still dare to test my patience. Damien lay on the ground trying to get up and observe the situation, his voice trembling. Such terrifying power. No. If this land sees Andre about to attack, Leon glanced sideways, thinking to himself, the senior has gone far away. I can no longer sense her aura. Both his eyes blazed brightly as he took a ready stance, gripping the sword tightly in his hand, prepared to fight. Elsid smirked mockingly at Andre. So stupid, why would you sacrifice yourself to become a vampire dragon? In the dark setting, Leon raised his sword high, the blade emitting a brilliant light with tiny sparks flying around. He shouted loudly, "Get ready!" A dazzling beam of light flashed from Lubin, and someone suddenly screamed, "Oh, the light!" Leon's eyes burned with determination as he tightened his grip on the sword, radiating blinding light, illuminating the entire space. Andre's face reflected the sword's glow, showing confusion. The brilliant golden light flared up, enveloping everything, overwhelming and blurring all vision. In a terrifying moment, he seemed to catch fire, white flames engulfing and burning everything on Andre's body. On the other side, Hansen suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the wound on his shoulder. Hemelo also noticed the miracle, raising his hand to inspect, then whispered, "What's that? The wound's healing itself?" Damien bowed his head, touching the bloodstains. He was stunned, thinking, no way, that light belongs to the holy sword. Bathed in dazzling radiance, Leon stared straight ahead, his gaze cold and resolute. Facing Leon, Andre's body was being corroded by the light. He screamed in pain and agony. After struggling for a while, Andre finally collapsed to the floor. His screams echoed through every corner. Andre's body gradually disintegrated, turning into black smoke before completely vanishing into the air. Elsid observed from start to finish, then spoke his judgment. The demon gave up being human to gain superior power, a somewhat wise choice. The light from the holy sword made his life worse than death. Besides the vampire dragon's overwhelming power, life experience was also crucial, along with knowledge that made humans fear them. Leon beside him spoke up, asking it, "So Lubin doesn't have those things?" Suddenly, a dark smoke flew in, engulfing everything. Elsid agreed with his opinion. It continued, "Exactly. Suddenly becoming a vampire means he can't control the energy inside him." Finishing, Elsid seemed to realize the problem. It glanced in one direction, then shouted, "Damn it!" With a pitch-black monstrous body, glowing red eyes, and terrifying sharp teeth, Andre approached Leon closely. He still hadn't noticed, turning his face in confusion. Before he could react, he bared his sharp teeth, bent down, and bit Leon's shoulder, shocking him. Elsid panicked and shouted, "Leon!" Scene shifts under the dark night sky. A blood-red moon hung suspended, casting a mournful and mysterious hue over everything. Someone's voice echoed loudly, "Kokaren, please let us go." Tepes and Roman were tied up at the corner of the wall. He continued shouting, "I want to personally kill Andre." Karen, wounded all over, sat aside and replied no. She pointed at them asking, "You two want to die together? You vampire guys just get in Leon's way. I'll release you two on the condition you stay here." A mystical power wrapped around Tepes' wrist. He replied, "The enemy who destroyed my whole family is right in front of me, yet I can do nothing. It's humiliating." From start to finish, Roman only listened without speaking. Suddenly, Tepes' eyes lit up, crackling with lightning. He examined his hand, looking surprised. Now he's talking. "Lord Tepes, your power." He pointed toward the door, hurriedly saying, "That door." Tepes tensed, pondering. "Someone behind the door called for me?" Roman lowered his eyes and explained, "If your power is reacting, then the three of us should get up and go to the door," he concluded. "Yeah, behind that door is a vampire." Karen, walking behind, suddenly stopped. "Wait, Tepes, if you go in there, won't a bunch of vampires appear?" He didn't turn back, coldly replying, "We'll find out when we go in." The door slowly creaked open, and the three cautiously entered in a line. Karen looked around once, then said confidently, "I don't think there's anyone here." Finishing, Tepes interrupted, surprising her a bit. "Are you the one who called me?" Karen, confused, turned with a suspicious look. Suddenly, her eyes widened, staring ahead. The person appearing before them was mysterious. He clung to the bars behind the gate, his red eyes scanning out with a very eerie look. A voice echoed in the air, questioning, "What's this? Vampire dragon? Or a hybrid?" Karen blinked dryly, thinking, "Looks like a dead person or something." The hand gripping the bars suddenly trembled. She stammered, "It's moving." The mysterious person stretched his hand out, groaning as if begging for help. On this side, Tepes didn't hesitate and went straight forward. He crouched down, reaching out to grasp the mysterious person's hands. The red pupils suddenly widened, flashing lightning. His eyes turned bright red, radiating a ghostly glow. as if the entire blood moon had been shrunk and existed inside. Memories flashed by, the warm handhold with someone important. Outside, rain began to fall. Raindrops pattered against the window frame. In the pitch-dark room, Andre held a syringe filled with bright red liquid. Without hesitation, he injected it directly into his wrist as if achieving his goal. Andre smiled wickedly. His hand transformed in an instant, red veins like a spiderweb appearing, sharp nails becoming visible. During the recent battle, when no one was paying attention, Andre bent down and bit Leon with a fatal strike. At the spot he bit, a fierce orange-yellow energy burst out like an electric shock. Andre screamed in pain, then wildly howled. Leon gritted his teeth, staring at the wound on his shoulder, saying, "Ugh, is this because of the light reaction earlier?" Seizing the moment, he swung his sword up, directly aiming down at the guy's position. He shouted, "This is my chance!" Realizing he was in danger, Andre opened his mouth wide and roared. A blinding white energy beam full of power shot out from inside his mouth. Amidst the swirling dust and surging energy, the sound Andre made had devastating destructive force. Direct contact with the radiating power made Leon's body tense up, his eyes bulging out, mouth wide open. In the air, thick dust clouds flew everywhere. Leon planted his sword down to steady his body. He trembled, blood flowing from his nose. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. The sound waves were inaudible. After a moment, Leon stabilized himself and silently calculated. If he hadn't created a shield around his neck and head with aura earlier, he might have died from the bite, or maybe his head would have exploded. Elsid hadn't appeared beside him yet. It glanced over and asked, "Good job, Leon. You okay?" He whispered back, "But you see, I'm fine." Elsid observed Andre's demonic form, growling fiercely right in front of them, continuing to assess. Anyway, that sudden appearance was shocking. Right now, Andre was in a frenzy, so only survival instincts remained. But he's even more dangerous than before. He can't use magic anymore, but he can still use vampire skills. Be careful. Leon's eyes remained resolute as he stared at him. He quickly reassured Elsid, "It's okay." Elsid cut in with a warning. "Don't underestimate him. The power of the three Nosferatu clans, Wallachia Blood, Elizabeth Sound, Chigo Ghost." It continued sharing its thoughts. "But the Wallachia clan can't use their skills on you. The clearest example was when you fought TPES, and you blocked the Elizabeth clan's skills with aura. The only clan left is Saigo, right? You haven't faced them yet?" Leon didn't care much. He held his sword forward tightly and said, "Anyway, the Lord is already weak. I just need to use 80% of my aura to finish him off. Dragging this fight out won't benefit me. Let's end it soon." Elsid glanced and replied, "But if you attack now, he'll immediately know that if he touches you, he'll die. He won't let you get close to him." Leon answered calmly, "I know." Then he smirked confidently, "But I have to do it." Seeing Leon's determination, it smiled encouragingly and said, "Good job." Opposite them, Andre's demon body emitted a swarm of pitch-black, ominous tentacles, rushing straight at Leon with terrifying speed. After a fierce collision, Leon's body was pushed back and started bleeding. However, that couldn't stop Leon. He gritted his teeth and kept moving forward. Leon's eyes were full of defiance, never letting down his guard for a second. He silently calculated, can Andre still control ghosts? Because they aren't harmed by aura light? Damn it, if I'd known earlier, I would have asked Senior Karen for guidance. With his sword emitting dazzling lightning bolts, Leon dashed forward like a lightning strike, leaving bright red blood streaks on the ground behind him. He kept thinking, just one small mistake, and I'll die. I've poured all my physical strength into this, so I have to give it my all. Leon's face, which looked exhausted, suddenly lit up, his eyes blazing like lightning as he shouted in anger. Refusing to give in, Andre, with his mouth wide open, full of sharp white fangs and glowing red eyes, roared back defiantly. Before Leon could even react, he unleashed a powerful slash. The sword blade crackled with lightning, cutting through the air and slashing straight into Andre's body. The slash tore him apart like scrap paper. Andre screamed in agonizing pain. Suddenly, a blood-red murderous aura began radiating around him. Andre was still growling, ready to counterattack. Leon froze in surprise. He whispered, "Huh? Even though I used the holy sword to slash him, he's still alive?" At that moment, from Andre's monstrous form burst a terrifying black and red power, creating a series of fiery energy beams that shot straight at Leon. After the deadly impact, blood splattered from Leon's body, spraying across his screaming, pained face. Above, the eerie blood-red moon not only shone but also emitted countless black spiderweb-like tentacles, covering a whole corner of the sky. The skin on Andre's body began to blister, turning into a shiny, glowing red sphere with strange black and red veins. His entire body transformed into a swollen black and red orb, simultaneously speaking in unison with the power radiating from the moon. Leon's face suddenly stiffened in shock. In the dark space, murmurs echoed. "Huh? Why are you guys out here? Look at the moon. That's the blood moon." Everyone's attention focused in one direction, and someone said, "I heard an explosion from the castle." Behind the man looking up, a gigantic pitch-black ghost demon appeared. It opened its mouth wide, revealing glowing red fangs as if ready to devour everything. Someone nervously asked, "What's going on?" Thump. The smell of fresh blood spread through the air. Screams of agony echoed. "What is that? Help me!" Ugh! Demon tentacles with sharp teeth pierced a shoulder like they wanted to devour it alive. Damien gritted his teeth, hissing in pain. "It's sucking my blood." At the same time, it also took our shadows, limiting our movement. Gustav was no exception. He was attacked by 2 to 3 tentacles wrapped around him. Everyone present at the scene was drained of blood. Above, countless thin black tentacles poured out from the eerie blood-red moon, covering the entire space. Those black cords carrying a dark power connected directly and pierced through Andre's body, which was swollen and bulging like a red blood sphere, transmitting terrifying energy into him. Damien tried to glance over to observe the situation and see what was happening. He shouted in disbelief. Looking at Andre Leon's bizarre and swollen body, he concluded that the guy was sucking the blood of everyone in the city. Is he planning to turn back into a vampire or what? He's performing a restoration ritual. The person who created this ritual also felt it was dangerous and sealed it away. For an incomplete vampire, the consequences of this are pretty severe. He's been silently enduring it until now. Elcid finally spoke up. He said it's a forbidden skill that activates his survival instinct, and if he spreads it everywhere, everyone in this city will disappear without a trace. He frowned and asked coldly, "In other words, the whole city's gonna get swallowed up?" Just as he finished speaking, countless glowing red mouths from the tentacles lunged straight at Leon. He quickly dropped down and rolled to dodge the sudden attack. They kept chasing, mouths wide open like they'd spotted a tasty meal. This time, Leon just stood still, gripping his sword tightly, ready to take it all. Elcid shouted in panic. Leon stood inside the swelling shell. Andre raised his sharp hand to inspect it. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "My body is gradually recovering. You'll have the honor of sacrificing yourself to help me heal." Ahead, Leon was wrapped in cords like a cocoon with no way out. Inside, he thought bitterly, "Damn it, I can't move." Leon gritted his teeth and calculated, "I'll use the remaining aura to protect myself, but that's only a temporary fix. I've lost too much blood already. I don't even have the strength to move anymore, let alone gather more aura." Lost in thought, a weak plea suddenly rang out, waking him up. "Please help." Following that, many cries of innocent people echoed in the air, urging him to act. "It hurts so much. Save me. Please save me. Somebody help me. Please, I don't want to die. I want to live." Leon clenched his sword tightly, releasing energy like bolts of lightning. He made a decision. No more waiting. I have to do this. That's why I want to be a hero. To save the innocent people tormented by these demons. The shell surrounding Leon suddenly flashed with bursts of power. Inside the dazzling glow of the sword, a sudden explosion erupted, as if wanting to tear everything apart. With a loud blast, a terrifying force burst out, cracking the ground into many chunks with blazing golden lightning. Andre, watching from inside, spoke irritably. "You're really annoying." He roared like a declaration. "I'll pour all my strength into defeating you." The tentacles swarmed again. Andre confirmed firmly, "Now go die." Karen's face suddenly appeared in Leon's mind. She said, "Leon, I'll hate you if you die." Thinking that, he smiled as if freshly fueled with courage. Leon was filled with determination and told himself, "If I die, it's gonna be a huge mess." He coldly summoned, 7 stars, begin." Many bright golden stars suddenly appeared on the dark background, connected by crackling blue light lines, a 9-formation divine spell. From that, a huge blazing golden energy burst forth powerfully. Leon rushed like a gust of wind, closing in on Andre's shell in an instant. Inside, Andre could see Leon's figure getting closer. Leon didn't hesitate and spoke, "This is your end." The powerful sword slash cut through the protective shield Andre always prided himself on. The power of Leon's sword sliced through Andre's swollen, blistered skin, spraying bright red blood everywhere, creating a gap between them. His powerful slash tore Andre's sphere in half, sending a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. At that moment, Andre could only open his eyes wide in shock, unable to resist. His aged face showed confusion and disbelief. Memories flashed through his mind, a sweet, warm little girl calling softly. "Wow." Andre gently held the girl in his arms. "Leah's waiting for Daddy, right?" The girl replied, "Yes. Today, can Daddy play with me?" He didn't hesitate to agree immediately. "Of course." Then Andre put Leah on his shoulder and played with her along a long path. Leah joyfully shouted, "I love you, Daddy. Daddy, I love you." Andre happily answered, "I love you too." La. The precious time suddenly ended. Andre stood in front of a door with a tortured expression. His voice trembled. How could this be? Inside was the fragile body of the girl with a pool of bright red blood. He screamed out loud. Andre rushed over, and in the air came fearful whispers. "Wait, Daddy will save you." He held Leah tightly, trying to reassure himself. "Daddy will help you." Darkness covered everything. Outside the window, rain poured down. Andre frantically tore at his hair, muttering, That disease took my wife's life, and my daughter's too. Even as a high-level mage, I couldn't find a cure. I've tried everything. I can't lose Leah, even if I have to sell my own soul. Right then, a huge, complex red magical circular emblem appeared, radiating bolts of energy lightning all around, creating a mysterious and powerful scene as if he'd found a solution. He whispered, "Dark magic." Outside, soldiers under orders were escorting many people inside. One shouted, "Round up the poor people." Muscular hands were tightly bound to a bed. Someone approached holding a syringe filled with thick red fluid and injected it. The person on the bed resisted. Then he rolled his eyes and screamed pitifully. Moans echoed throughout the air. "It hurts so much. Save me." Andre cracked a twisted smile and said, "I see it now." The loyal subordinate standing respectfully behind asked, "Have you found a way, master?" He smirked. "Black quartz is the key. I've boosted my vampire powers with black quartz. Now I'll have the vampire strength I've always dreamed of." After hearing that, the old man shed tears of straw. "That's great. Now you can cure Miss Leah's illness." Andre seemed to have just received new information. He skeptically continued, "Humph, really?" Little Tui's face turned back. He wondered, is there really such a thing in this world? Back to reality, Andre's skin was melting like some kind of liquid. His body began to decay horribly, flesh deforming and melting away to reveal blazing red muscles and a face twisted with pain and sorrow. Suddenly, someone approached and stopped in front of Andre. He looked up. A familiar, slightly worn teddy bear appeared. A familiar voice rang out, "I'll always wait for you, Dad." "Dad." Tepes held out the bear, revealing his face. He said that's what she told him when she gave this to me. Andre recalled the moment he personally grabbed the syringe needle, then without hesitation, injected himself in the arm. He growled, chained in a corner of the cell, next to the teddy bear. Thoughts flashed through Andre's mind. Have I forgotten something? Does power blind the eyes? My original purpose. The image of Leah appeared, smiling and calling Dad. He seemed to remember everything. Hot tears streamed down. Andre painfully blamed himself as his daughter. He screamed, "Dad!" Night had fully fallen, covering the entire space with a deep blue over the city, faint yellow lights flickering from window panes. Hansen, Leonic, and the others looked around anxiously. "Over here." Damien raised his hand to check, his eyes showing confusion. Andre's body gradually evaporated. He cried out in pain. Leah's voice faded, turning entirely into dust that scattered into the air and disappeared. Tempest calmly spoke, "Dragons don't separate body and soul. When we die, the soul doesn't escape the body but dissolves with the flesh." He looked at the remaining debris and continued, "This is the punishment for what you've done, Andre Lubena." The giant blood moon slowly faded. The dark red streaks around quickly evaporated, leaving a bright, full, and pure moon in the night sky. Gustav wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Is it over?" Suddenly, Hamel and Leonic panicked and rushed over, shouting, "Ah, leader, don't say such bad luck stuff. Don't you remember when you said that the snail came back to life even after its head was cut off?" The next words made Gustav stiffen. "Why do you like bringing the dead back to life? If you say stuff like that, they'll come back. Just do what we say. Don't make things worse." Suddenly remembering something, he wondered, "Anyway, where's Leon?" Hilo pointed behind and answered, "Oh, Leon is sitting against a wall over there." He was temporarily healed by Angela and Damien's power. A bright energy surrounded Leon's body. He looked at the two and whispered, "Thanks, I feel better now. I'm fine. You guys heal yourselves." However, no one responded or changed their actions. Leon was a bit confused. He kept mumbling and signaling, but nothing seemed to change. Damien smiled to reassure, "Even if we die, we'll be fine." Leon smiled faintly and whispered, "They don't care even though I don't need it." Elsie appeared and answered the question. "Well, I guess they're the kind willing to sacrifice themselves for a better life for us." Suddenly he looked straight at Leon, voice trembling. "You're amazing, Leon. I used to wonder why the seniors kept telling us to do our best to help you. Now I get it." Leon glanced away and replied, "Ah, sorry for not telling you earlier." Damien lowered his eyes, speaking with deep understanding. "It's normal. You wanted to keep your identity secret. We respect your decision." His face showed seriousness. Damien made a sincere promise. "Angela and I will help keep this secret for you. Rest up. Don't worry anymore." Leon looked awkward, not understanding. He kept interrupting since nothing was stopping him now. Behind them, a figure appeared. Damien, unaware, kept babbling. "We'll do our best not to cause conflicts with the royal family." Karen stepped forward and interrupted. She looked at Leon and asked if he almost died. Then she exploded, rushing over, yelling, "I only listened to you and left because you were sure. But look at yourself. What is this about?" Leon stepped back, hurriedly trying to explain. "But, senior," she didn't give him a chance, angrily blaming, "I was really stupid to trust you. You almost died." "Leon, that's why." Karen suddenly froze at his next move. Leon leaned forward, resting on her chest. Karen's eyes widened in surprise. She exhaled, then swallowed her anger, wrapped her arms around him, and whispered, "You idiot." In the warm embrace, Leon slowly closed his eyes. Not long after, the royal family received news about Lubena's case the next day. Lords were considered the truly wealthy and powerful in the kingdom. If one of them suddenly died for unnatural reasons, it would cause major upheaval, not only in the royal court but also among the high nobility. But the Wallachia clan, who had served the church and the innocent blood-harvested victims, were witnesses. Proving the crimes committed by Lord Lubina, Damien stood on the podium. With a serious tone, he announced, "Lord Lubina is condemned as a heretic and will be sentenced to death." Although we had help from adventurers and mercenaries this time, they didn't help much. Those present below fell into deep thought. He continued, saying that if everyone summoned them as witnesses, they wouldn't know much to say. Thanks to the two knights of the Iron Order handling things, the kingdom gradually returned to normal. A caravan of horse-drawn carriages followed one after another. Discussions echoed in the air. We still have a long way to go, and the nobles are quite concerned about this matter, so it's likely they'll use it as an excuse to block us in various ways. Karen smiled and said, "That's why I borrowed the church's authority and sneaked out." Finally, you woke up. Leon looked at her blankly and replied, "Yes." Then he thought to himself, maybe that day I slept in Senior's arms, and I can't believe it's already been 4 days. Hansen, Hamel, and Leonic linked arms and shouted together, "Awesome, we survived." He spoke quietly, saying everyone in the group was fine too. Suddenly, Leon noticed the bandage wrapped around Karen's stomach. He froze, relieved. "Huh? Senior, are you okay?" Leon asked worriedly. "You're injured." She touched her stomach and smiled reassuringly. "Ah, this? It's healed. It didn't hit any vital organs, so it just bled. That's why it healed pretty fast." Hearing Karen's explanation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Got it." She was silent for a moment, then Karen spoke. "Leon, I'm sorry." Leon was surprised. He turned, puzzled. "Huh? For what?" She recalled when she was tied up with a body full of wounds. Karen asked, "You were really angry, right? When I swapped places, I actually planned it all." Karen lowered her voice. "At that time, I wanted to surprise you, so I acted on my own. Next time, I promise I'll tell you before I do anything." Suddenly, Leon smiled. Seeing his expression, she looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Leon gently replied, "I'm not mad at you. I just blame myself for not being able to handle things outside my plans." Leon's eyes were filled with sincere seriousness as he explained, "So just do whatever you want. Senior, even if you don't tell me next time, I'll understand." Karen stared at him without blinking. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red. Then she quickly dashed away. She left a sentence behind in his astonishment. "I'm going to get some fresh air." Elsie appeared behind Leon. It spoke up, "You really have become a hero now." That's right. Karen's strength comes from unique tactics and quick thinking in both mind and action, but apologizing and asking for your understanding makes that her weakness. He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, if my ignorance limits my teammates, then I can't call myself a hero yet." On the other side, Karen sat quietly with a flushed face, eyes closed, lost in thought. Elsid continued the conversation. "Well said. You're more mature now. Your next destination is the Titan mountain range." Leon pondered, then answered, "They say it's where King Rodrigo left his legacy, a place ruled by giants." As if discovering something, he dashed over to Elsid, curious. "But how do we get there? Do you have a plan to find King Rodrigo's legacy?" It answered honestly, "No." Leon froze for a moment. Elsid found it strange and turned to him. "What's wrong?" Leon leaned on the carriage door. He shared his thoughts. "Ha, once we get there, we'll figure it out. I just have to trust my teammates' skills and the holy sword." It looked wise and said, "What you said reminds me of some old stories." Leon reached out his hand and thought to himself, "We still have a long way ahead. I can't even see the end of the ladder I'm climbing anymore." Then he clenched his fist with determination. But Leon told himself, "If I don't give up, tomorrow I'll be stronger." He shouted eagerly. "To the Titan mountain range, desert city, Father Nu Nuke, a city without lords, laws, or order, a city harboring outlaws." A loud noise erupted inside, tearing the house apart, debris flying everywhere, pieces of bricks and stones scattered in the air. A man was thrown, slamming his body hard onto the ground. A muscular figure stepped out from the door. Odin clenched his fist and cursed loudly. "You idiot! How dare you attack me?" Odin roared. Then he turned inside and said heartily, "Let's go. I'm paying for the drinks today, so feel free." Those present praised Odin enthusiastically. "Well done. So generous. That's Odin for you." Nearby, a group whispered in a corner. "Scary. Really scary." Zeok sneered. "Did you see that? Do you know where this is? Oh my god, so scary. I told you, this isn't a place for innocent girls like her." Sizu placed a hand around Ilahan, speaking. "It's dangerous." Tay excitedly turned to Shok. "Hey, she's got a lively smile." The guy agreed and added, "Maybe we should take her with us." She remained silent. Si Jubert continued, "Serve me." After saying that, he reached out to lift her chin and proposed, "Or maybe I'll take you to the red light district. Quick, then I'll sell you. Probably fetch a high price." Nearby, T and Kok suddenly changed their expressions. The guy asked Siizu, "Hey, are you okay?" He heard the yellowed teeth but still didn't understand and replied, "Huh? What?" Tae repeated, grabbing his hand, bending Elahan's hand down. Siu still didn't realize, puzzled. What's wrong? Then a desperate scream rang out. Ouch! My hand here! She raised her hand to her head and interrupted. All three of them huddled together, their faces tense, looking ahead. Elahan's eyes sparkled as she whispered, Do you want to atone? Through the thick dust, steady footsteps echoed. Above, a massive, dark black dragon was soaring majestically in front of Karen and Leon. Right now, there was a towering mountain with a red stone at its peak. She gasped. Oh, Karen said to Leon. Just a bunch of low-level wens in those Titan mountains. Just standing close is scary enough. He nodded in agreement. Yeah. She hugged her body, her face serious as she continued, and the demonic energy in that forest was also overflowing. It felt like if you weren't careful, that energy would kill you. So that's why the guilds don't accept requests related to the Titan Mountains. This place has abundant herbs and many rare resources, so quite a few adventurers come here. Too bad not many have the ability to return. Karen suddenly grew serious and made a conclusion, meaning Leon shared the same thought as her. He continued, This place is dangerous. After he spoke, Elis appeared, saying outright, This is a demon-infested place ruled by the giant king. Even dragons know better than to fly near it. Karen looked hesitantly toward the other side, her instincts rejecting the idea of going there. Leon stopped and turned to listen to Elis's thoughts. This mountain range is the world of giants and monsters, not humans. There's no better place to train than here. And of course, if you can survive, that's it. There, the demon mirror. Seeing his expression, Elis asked, You scared? Leon recovered his straightforward attitude and replied, Are you kidding? I've been here already. Am I gonna turn tail and run? He called out to Karen. She broke out in a cold sweat and answered, Huh? Leon's sparkling eyes made Karen unable to refuse. She lowered her eyes and exhaled. Ha, I knew it. All right, let's go. The three of them all looked in the same direction, and he shouted, Then let's roll. Scene change. A loud noise echoed from the snowy mountain peak, a piercing scream reverberating like punishment. On the ground, a man was hit in the head with an iron mace. He collapsed on the ground, bright red blood splattering everywhere. After dealing with the mess, Elhan wiped sweat from her forehead. She whispered, Countless thugs had been knocked out and lay scattered. Elhan glanced over and concluded, Is it done? Khan hid in a corner, watching from start to finish. He worriedly thought, Who is she? She looks dangerous. Looking at Elhan's back, he continued judging a former soldier turned criminal just because she accidentally blew off her boss's head. Like an A-rank knight who was fired. She personally killed all of them. Seriously, she defeated them all alone. That's strange. Who exactly is she? Just as he snapped out of his thoughts, the mace flew and smashed the wall where Khan stood. Scared, he quickly ran away. Elhan chased after him and said, I see you. He turned back and shouted at her. Wait! She didn't care and swung the mace, declaring. Khan desperately waved his hands to explain. Wait! That's not fair. I just got here. Elhan coldly asked. Not fair, huh? You perverts dare say that? He tried to stop her. No, listen to me first. Elhan emphasized each word, her hand never stopping the mace's blows. I don't want to hear it. Khan nimbly dodged aside. He continued. Hey, you were sent here by the church, right? Then Khan shouted. I'm a pest from the slums, but recognized by your side. Damn it. If you don't believe me, go ask Bishop Chair. The mace stopped just a few centimeters from his face. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, dust swirling everywhere. Suddenly, at the spot where Elhan and Khan stood, the ground cracked open. He held his breath, staring without blinking. Finally, she spoke. Slum pest. Huh. Elhan sat down opposite Khan and said, Ah, so you're Khan. He frowned, his voice trembling. You know me? Just then, Si Joubert suddenly got up and shouted from the other side. Oh, Khan pointed at him. What? How is he still alive? I was sure I saw you snap his neck and use that mace to scratch his spine. Elhan calmly explained. When I hit him, I quickly cast holy magic on him. Even if you scratch their bones heal and they come back to life. Even if they can't move and look like they're about to die, they'll still be fine as if nothing happened. The thugs who woke up all held their heads, their eyes unfocused. Khan thought, these sickos, killing them isn't enough, but her holy power is enough to heal their wounds. Looking at Elhan's calm face, he pondered, who exactly is she? Although she's a very strong Iron Knight, she's not like this. If she came from a church this powerful, there's only one person. Before he could sink deeper into thought, she cut in. Ah, right. Do you know the one called Sir Leon? He took part in that conquest. Khan answered casually. Sir Leon? Oh, that kid? She tilted her head and repeated his words. Kid, huh? Behind the ancient building, a piercing, furious scream echoed like punishment. After a struggle, she sat down and made a condition. If you see him or know anything about him, let me know. After speaking, Elhan's face flushed red. She shyly explained, Wait, you don't need to tell me about his hobbies or sleeping habits. That's rude, although I'm a little curious. Seeing Elhan's expression, Khan called out confused, Huh? Then she clapped once, her eyes sparkling as she requested, All right, now take me over there. From start to finish, Khan didn't get a chance to speak his mind. He was surprised again. Huh? Elhan put her hand on Khan's shoulder, urging, "Let's go," he continued. Huh? Khan froze for a moment, thinking, what the hell is going on? What the heck? Not wasting time, she grabbed his shirt and pulled him forward. Elhan enthusiastically shouted, "All right, straight to Ben." Khan didn't resist, just stayed silent. Is life being a little too cruel to me? What the hell? Not wasting any time, she grabbed the guy's shirt and pulled him forward. Ihan shouted loudly, "All right, head straight to Ben." Khan didn't resist, he just stayed silent. Was life being a little too cruel to him? The Titan mountain range. A huge, gray-purple dragon lay collapsed on the ground. A massive axe was driven straight into its neck. Dark purple blood splattered all over its body. Juru spoke in a deep voice, glancing sideways. "Can you still fight?" Uga gritted his teeth and replied, "My ribs are broken, and my left collarbone is fractured too." He pulled back the support on his shoulder and assessed. "Then it's gonna be tough." Above, Drake bared his sharp fangs toward the two of them. Zuru continued, "In this case, fighting Drake is gonna be pretty hard." He raised his axe, making a decision, like if it doesn't kill us. Uga shouted, swinging his axe and lunging forward. Right behind him, Juru kept yelling, "Then we'll kill it." Their powerful attack tore through the air with red streaks, echoing loudly. Karen and Leon were hiding in a corner, observing. She spoke up, "These giants definitely come from the Titan tribe." He nodded, sharing the thought. "Yeah, and they're fighting Drake without backing down." Drake roared angrily, preparing to counterattack. Leon watched its move and concluded that Drake was stronger than them. In a flash, Drake swung his massive tail with terrifying speed, trying to knock Uga and Zuru away. He continued, "It looks like it's playing with them rather than fighting." "Is it really a monster?" Elsid explained. "Its behavior clearly proves it's a monster, because it's so powerful that it isn't afraid to toy with our lives," Leon thought silently. "Got it," he added. "Its awareness is pretty sharp too. Within about 3 kilometers, it can sense our presence and we're its next target. What are you gonna do? Help them or run?" Karen, overwhelmed, cut in. "Ha, analyzing the Titan mountain range. It said this beast rules this place. It's only the first day, and we've already met Drake, and he's an S rank with intelligence on par with humans. Nightmare or what?" Then she suddenly turned, curious. "Leon, what are you planning to do?" His gaze was determined, like he was about to act. She hurried to stop him. "Wait, why am I asking dumb questions?" Juru swung his axe, preparing to strike. He bent down and forcefully hurled the axe forward. With momentum, it shot toward Drake, the axe flying at high speed, leaving a purple streak and embedding straight into its body. He confidently smirked and asked, "How's that?" Before he could finish, Drake's tail slammed into Juru. He glanced sideways and barely managed to say 2 words. "I'm done." The crushing blow created a fierce shockwave, sweeping everything away and cracking the ground. Zuru's body echoed through the air, falling out of the support's reach. Uga was no exception. He was hit the same way. After the collision, they both fell freely into a white blur. Once again, Drake used his tail to crush Juru and Uga against the shattered stone floor. Both were in agony, eyes rolling back, blood spurting from their throats. Finished. It looked up at the sky with blazing yellow eyes and roared a victorious, thunderous shout. Uga trembled and spoke. "Damn it," Juru replied. "This time, I might actually be dead." Just when it seemed all was lost, a familiar voice broke the tension. The 7 stars began. In the darkness, a constellation appeared one after another, shooting out a lightning-like beam straight at Drake. The divine battle machine was suddenly attacked. It turned its head toward the sound. Leon, filled with strength and fearless, met its gaze. He called to Karen. Amid a cold rain of flying swords, her agile figure darted down, aiming straight at Drake's shoulder, piercing deep with a glowing light. Drake screamed in pain, mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Karen smirked. The poison's already in its body. Furious beyond measure, it roared a deafening earth-shaking bellow, like it wanted to tear apart anything in its way. The skin where the needles had sunk deep began to stretch. From the dark red scales, countless sharp darts shot out like a storm. Drake seemed unaffected, eyes locked on Karen and Leon. She broke out in a cold sweat and said, "We're screwed." Next to her, not surprised, Leon replied as expected. He pulled out something and continued, "I knew it wouldn't be easy, so please keep this." Juru and Uga reached out to take it. Leon reminded them that although it's small, it's very useful. They still looked confused. He planned to boast, but Leon didn't want to waste time and cut off Uga's words. "Take down that lizard first, then talk. You can fight, right?" Juru muttered with a smirk. "You mean that, right?" He sprang up, roaring beside Uga, who shouted back. That was a question. Leon stayed silent, observing without adding more. Watching their actions and expressions, Karen couldn't help but smile. Then the group gathered and moved forward. Uga and Zuru were certain, "We'll definitely take that lizard's head no matter what." Everyone gripped their weapons tightly and charged at Drake. Leon spoke up, "Then let's move out." As if sensing danger, Drake roared fiercely, showing its strength. Juru swung his axe and reminded everyone, "Let's do this together." Leon's eyes flashed like lightning. He quietly activated. Leon's gaze lit up with a circle of light like sharp needles piercing the darkness, ready to fight. He said, "Night vision." Suddenly, everything before Leon turned black and white. He froze, puzzled. Huh? Why's the color gone? Elsid beside him quickly reassured. Don't be scared, Leon. He explained carefully. This phenomenon is only temporary, because your brain can't keep up with your movement speed yet, so you see time slowing down. If you don't train your vision, you wouldn't see anything now. Now's not the time to talk. Focus up. Leon seemed to get it a little, nodding. Right in front of him, Drake was crouching down, its wide mouth open menacingly and sharp claws threatening. Elsid reminded them to use this time to find a way to strike. He scanned its neck once, then Leon looked down at Drake's legs. He gritted his teeth, calculating. It has really strong defense. Karen and I both have to hit its vital points to stand a chance. Damn, where is it? It definitely has a weak spot. There was one spot that caught Leon's attention. He whispered, most likely, it's the wing area. Leon kept moving upward, still undecided. Drake swung its tail forcefully toward them. The tail was about to strike, so he shouted a warning. First, dodge its attack. Everyone, get out of the way! Following the order, the whole group jumped out of the danger zone at once. Uga smirked. That was close. Someone behind agreed. Yeah, if that kid hadn't warned us. Karen exhaled, sharing her thoughts. It's too fast. I couldn't see where it was moving. Thanks, Leon. Seeing everyone had put some distance, Drake jumped back onto the rock it guarded. In the thick smoke, Drake turned its head, its sharp eyes scanning the Leon group. Leon sensed trouble. He said, "It's different now, no longer playing around but trying to kill us." Suddenly, a burst of energy flared beside him. Karen was radiating deadly intent, fierce lightning crackling all over her body. She said, "That dragon changed its mind." Leon broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, she changed too. Amid the white smoke and blazing purple lightning, Karen sped toward Drake with cold eyes, summoning sharp swords swirling around her. With powerful hands, strong sword strikes poured out, aiming straight at it. Drake's eyes widened toward the sound, then countless needles pierced its eyes. Drake howled in pain. Uga watched everything and commented, "What the hell? She's so strong." Juru thought the same. He added, "She's gone all out." Before the finishing blow, Drake squeezed its eyes shut, still surrounded by faint smoke. After a moment, it regained focus, its pupils blazing as it glared at them like it wanted to devour them alive. Karen lost it, pointing at Drake and scolding, "Hey, you! Even if you're an SD rank, don't you think you're going way too far?" Juru saw her expression and blushed. He said, "Oh, your girlfriend seems pretty hot, huh?" Uga agreed. He put his hand on his chin, eyes like he wanted to say, "Looks like you can do a lot of stuff." Before teasing ended, Uga laughed confidently. "But we figured out where to attack now." Juru got the hint and promised, "We'll protect you." Seeing their determination, Leon nodded. "Yeah." Drake, confused, shifted its gaze. The purple blades full of power surrounded its position. Drake suddenly trembled. Taking the chance, Uga and Juru grabbed their weapons and leapt up, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Each aimed at one of its legs and swung hard. The giant body shook violently. Drake threw its head back, screaming in extreme pain, mouth wide open, releasing a roaring echo. In its rage, it suddenly stopped. In the distance, a brilliant lightning bolt engulfed Leon's body, catching Drake's attention. He gripped the sword tightly, trailing bright golden electricity like lightning tearing through space. Drake froze as if sensing imminent danger. Then, it created a blazing purple energy orb and shot it outward. The orb hit the ground, creating a shockwave spreading across the battlefield. Leon was engulfed inside, worriedly saying, "What's going on? I can't see anything anymore." He panicked, shouting, "What's happening? Elsid, Karen, the giant, everyone." Elsid asked, "Is it a shadow attribute?" "This is trouble." Leon looked around, calling out, "Elsid, where are you?" She reassured. "Leon, don't panic. In the darkness, everything seems pitch black, but your sword still shines brightly." Elsid continued guiding, clearing the way, and creating light as if she understood the problem. He smirked and said, "Do what you can." Leon shouted, "Divine battle technique." Third day, the 7 stars begin to focus their attack. Not sure how it happened, but now we've been transported somewhere else. Behind the window, warm sunlight streamed in. Leon weakly lay on the bed. He opened his eyes after a dreamlike haze. The first thing he saw was a vaulted ceiling. Sunlight shone brightly through the vents. He nervously spoke. "It felt like something was pressing close to his body," Leon shouted. "Huh?" Then he slowly glanced down. Lying next to Leon was Karen. She was peacefully asleep. Looking closely at who was beside him, Leon stammered and yelled, "Karen!" On the spacious double bed, he lay in a corner with a bandage wrapped around his exposed belly. Right next to him, Karen was sound asleep, unaware of anything. Leon was dizzy and groaned. "Where am I? What's going on?" Woken by his noise, she slowly woke up and asked, "Oh, Leon, you're awake?" He jumped up, startled, covering himself, saying, No, I can, but not right now." "Oh, I don't remember any of that," Karen calmly replied. "Oh, really? You don't remember what happened yesterday? That's kinda sad. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Karen glanced away, shyly saying, About yesterday, Leon, you were kinda out of it. Leon's face stiffened as he asked, Out of it? What did I do? Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but clutch her stomach, laughing. What are you thinking? Karen teased. Dummy, you had a fever of 40 degrees yesterday. Leon broke out in a cold sweat, wondering. Oh, you took care of me? She nodded. Yeah, I took care of you all night by myself. After saying that, Karen frowned irritably. Damn it, Drake. Don't you remember anything? Your face didn't even change color. Like you didn't recall a thing, just muttering. Then she slowly started telling Leon what happened. After you hit him, Drake threw his head back and roared fiercely. His wide-open mouth flashed with blazing yellow lightning. Meanwhile, a tiny shadow collided with him and was blasted up into the sky. Then, he glared at the Leon group like he wanted to devour them alive. Karen said she wasn't sure if it was his survival instinct kicking in, but he looked way more aggressive than before. After his rage, Drake spewed a stream of scorching fire, creating a fiery storm that engulfed the whole scene. She went on to say, or rather, it seemed like after venting his anger, he flew off somewhere else. To be precise, finishing her sentence, Karen stepped forward, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, and spoke sharply. Hey, little hero. She grabbed his hand and pressed it to his head, complaining. Do you know how long you were out after using your skill? Did you realize you could have fallen from that high up? Leon gritted his teeth under her grip. I'm sorry, Karen snapped angrily. You almost died. Do you even know that? After hearing the story, Leon froze like he'd just figured something out. Amid the sea of flames, Karen fearlessly dashed forward. Uga reached out, shouting to stop her. Hey, young lady, rushing into the fire he just blew out is seriously reckless, Leon silently recalled. The only one. Her face was full of worry. Karen shouted, Leon, remember that moment and keep thinking. Run and save me. Miss Jiang hugged Leon tightly when she saw him. Leon whispered, I remember now. He smiled sincerely and said, Thanks, Karen. She blushed and stammered. Why are you suddenly saying stuff like that? That's obvious. A loud noise cut through the atmosphere. Zuru pushed the door open, excitedly saying, Thanks, Karen. Uga next to him added, That kid's awake now. In front of the two, Leon and Karen were sitting close together on the bed looking suspicious. He quickly turned his face away, embarrassed, and said, I told you, they're in love. Zuru nodded. Got it. You and she realized they misunderstood and shouted out to explain, Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Amid the clouds, the sunlight suddenly became dazzling and bright. Karen excitedly introduced, Yesterday we got to know each other. This is Uga. He's praising Leon. You're awesome, kid. She shifted focus. This is Juru. He extended his hand toward Leon, saying, Nice to meet you. Leon happily reached out to shake. Nice to meet you. I'm Leon. His hand gripped like he wanted to crush Leon's hand. Leon broke out in a cold sweat, smiling awkwardly. That day, after dealing with Drake, Juru Vlan's shoulders felt very light. Karen eagerly told him, Those guys are really strong. The giant wolves and all ran away when they saw them. On the way here, we didn't see any demons either. Leon's face turned pale, thinking it made sense. After getting settled, the group went inside to sit down. Uga started the story. According to Karen, it seems you're looking for the giant king, right? He answered softly. Yes. He put his hand on his chin thoughtfully, then gave his opinion. If you want to know about the king, I think you should meet the village's head chef. After saying that, Uga looked straight at him and asked, But are you okay now? Juru grinned and added, I think you should rest a bit. Seeing their expressions, Leon felt a bit confused. Finally, he answered honestly, I'm fine. Uga and Zuru grinned and said in unison, Really? Leon shrank back, pondering. What is this feeling? Uga asked. Then let's go. He nodded in agreement immediately. Yeah. Amid the thick smoke, Leon and Karen focused on the scene ahead. In front of them was an ancient town perched precariously on a steep cliff, with square-roofed houses stacked tightly together, bathed in soft sunlight, creating a majestic and unique landscape. Deeper inside, a voice exclaimed as Uga met an acquaintance and reached out to greet. Hello, the other replied. Uga, Zuru. Leon glanced around quietly and said, They're huge. Karen agreed. The Titan village they were strolling through. Leon suddenly stopped in shock and shouted. It was a black wolf lying on the ground, its eyes completely white, mouth wide open with a long tongue hanging out. Leon assessed it as a giant wolf. In the distance was another creature resembling a lizard. He thought it was W again. Many monsters lay scattered in a corner. Leon was deep in thought, and also the Chan. Monsters can destroy a small territory on their own. They've taken more than 10 lives, even up to 100. I faced one before. There are many A and S rank monsters. Karen suddenly shivered, looking down at Leon's feet. She reminded him that the mushroom he stepped on would cost 2 magic swords to buy. Elcid appeared and added, Titans are all very strong. Leon thought silently, I didn't expect them to be that strong. Although, he explained, their physique is like A and A plus rank goblins, plus they have intelligence and artistic talent. They're all warriors and hunters, capable of eliminating monsters below S rank on their own. After moving for a while, inside a dark cave glowing blood red, a giant beast skull with sharp teeth lay toppled. Inside its mouth was a raging fire burning fiercely. Uga introduced, "We've arrived. This is the Titan's training ground, the Hell Hall." After finishing, the monster roared earth-shatteringly, spewing bright red flames. Ugh. Juru clenched his fists and said, "Let's go in now. The chief is waiting for us." Leon froze and said to Karen, "Sounds like there was a scream just now." "Yeah, looking at this place, I don't want to go in at all." When the raging fire exploded, someone was thrown wildly into the air in a chaotic posture. Then they slammed hard onto the ground right in front of where Leon and Karen were standing. He gritted his teeth, thinking it through. Enemy or not? Before cutting off his thoughts, a figure calmly stepped outside. The person spoke. "Are you two guests of the village?" Leon and Karen wiped a layer of sweat toward the sound. Van Can placed both hands on her hips and confidently said, "I'm the village's head chef." Van Can was just like everyone else in this area. She was big and bent down to look at Leon and Karen. He didn't blink, observing carefully. Judging by Van Can's appearance, Leon concluded he couldn't beat her. "I can't beat her." Van Can clenched her fist, her bulging muscles swelling. She said, "These muscles." With her other hand, Van Can did the same, then looked down and said, "And these two." Finally, Van Can raised both fists, her face serious. Leon mumbled, "What's up? Looks like she wants to tell me something." Beside Karen, she whispered back, "Leon, I don't know. Maybe we should just ask her." Before she finished, a commotion broke out behind them. Just as expected, "She's the best. Van Can's muscles are the greatest. I just want to touch them." She stepped forward, pressing her body close to Leon, inviting him. "Want to try touching?" He waved his hand, refusing immediately. "No thanks." Van Can gritted her teeth in frustration and repeated Leon's words. "Thanks." He still didn't realize, and nodded. "Uh-huh." Then his expression changed, his sharp eyes flashing. Van Can scrutinized. "You came here to find Rodrigo's legacy, right?" Leon didn't hide and shared openly. "Uh-huh. If you know anything?" Van Can cut him off bluntly. "I don't work for free." Leon's face remained calm as he muttered a few words. "Uh-huh." Suddenly, she smirked challengingly and crazily showed her sharp teeth. Leon was startled and confused by her expression. On the circular arena surrounded by a fiery lava pit, loud cheers echoed in the air. "Fight! Muscles! Muscles!" Van Can spread her arms powerfully and introduced, "This is Leon, the guy visiting our village. He's a strong man daring to face Drake." The crowd gasped. "Drake?" A nearby voice suddenly interrupted, equally surprised. "Really? That tiny guy?" They responded excitedly. "Looks interesting." Van Can raised her hand and continued speaking. "He said he wants a fight." The crowd buzzed. "What? So brave." Leon was stunned, not expecting that. He awkwardly asked again. "Huh?" Before he could finish, Van Can continued. "All right, let me help you find a worthy opponent," someone shouted excitedly. "A real hero!" She glanced and set the condition. "If you want answers, then accept the fight." Else it appeared and gave advice. "Good chance. You'll learn a lot fighting them, and you won't die." Leon thought silently. "Oh, really?" His face filled with determination. He gave his answer. "Damn it. All right, I accept." The stands erupted in cheers. "Brave human. I like that." Karen stood in a corner with Uga, sharing her thoughts. "Titan sure loves fighting." He crossed his arms and explained, "No, that's just everyone's hobby here." Then, a strong voice rang out. "I'll be your first opponent." On the arena, Leon and Ko faced each other. Van Can announced, "Then your opponent is Ko." He smirked confidently. "Brave, huh? I'll take good care of you." His eyes flashed lightning. Leon accepted without hesitation. "It's an honor." Drake showed some contempt. That kid's face changed. Then he raised his hand high and shouted, "Don't lose before it's your turn." On this side, Van Can awkwardly asked Karen, "Want to bet? Let's see who wins." Without thinking, she made her choice immediately. "I'm all in," Leon said with a teasing grin. Then Van Can came closer, flexing her bicep and asked if she wanted to try touching. Karen flinched and refused. "No." Van Can kept suggesting, or on the arena. Ko swung an attack, preparing to strike Leon. Only then did he ask for permission. "Let's start." With a powerful strike from above, a dust explosion erupted, shattering everything around and scattering debris. Leon held his sword forward to block the blow. He was surprised and commented, "That's fierce." The power was incredible. Lost in thought, Leon suddenly realized Ko had sneaked up from behind without him noticing. His muscular arm wrapped carefully with bandages threw a punch at terrifying speed. Leon barely dodged. He guessed the feeling. Aura, a dark, sharp energy like spikes, tore through the ground and crashed into the wall behind. Overwhelmed by that power, Leon sat down on the floor, deep in thought. After observing Ko, he concluded, "Is this Titan's strength?" He seemed sure of victory and bragged, Fight properly, huh? Karen was quite surprised by the situation. She told Uga didn't expect Titan could use aura too. He calmly explained, Jiru and I are newbies. If we could use aura like them. Uga recalled the fight with Drake. He continued, then we could kill Drake with one blow. Jiru interrupted Uga and shared his thoughts. No, Titan has a harder time controlling aura than humans. It took me 30 years to get this good. To learn aura, your body must constantly absorb enough aura. But with this big body, we need a lot of aura to be enough. So compared to humans, training is ineffective. It might take 10 years or longer. After sharing the story, it was time for results. Uga said, oh, there's a winner. In the cracked arena, a thick white smoke rose, covering a figure crouched down. While the arena's red flames still shone through the steel mesh, Leon held his sword tightly. Ko was knocked to the ground. He trembled and said, I lost. Outside, Van Can declared Leon the winner. Ko jumped up and threw his arm around Leon's neck. Ki, you're amazing. What was that move? Tell me. Even the crowd in the stands couldn't stop praising. Awesome. That was some sick fighting. Who would have thought he could take down Ko just like that? Small but fierce. Huh? Then he spoke up. You want to take a break? Come to me. You don't get it. Ask again. Come on. In front of Leon was a group of people, stretching their joints. You could tell something bad was about to go down because he was sweating bullets. Leon glared and stopped them. Hold up! From the cave, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Night had fallen, the starry sky sparkling over the cliffside town. The faint lights from the big dome and houses lit up, breaking the cold darkness. Inside, Leon lay on the bed, trembling all over. Yui Aelcid frowned and said, 2 wins, 7 losses? That win rate sucks. Titan's not used to the distance you put between you, and you don't need to do that anymore. Got it? It stepped closer, angry and scolding. If you remember your flaws, you've won 6 rounds already, he shouted in frustration. This damn cursed sword is such a hassle. Elcid raised its voice. What? Leon and it faced off. You yelled. That body size is cheating. Who got me tangled up in all this mess, huh? Suddenly Elcid stopped and calmly asked, huh? Haven't I told you yet? Seeing its expression, you got curious. What? Elcid smirked and recounted. This happened 3 years ago. You taught Titan skills? It put its hand on its chin, confidently introducing, that was me. Leon was silent for a moment, still processing, then freaked out. What? Hundreds of years ago, among the snails, one refused to accept being a monster, so it asked the gods for help. If the gods agreed to this request, I vow to offer my life and willingly submit to all monsters. The goddess agreed. She gave them giant bodies and the ability to speak and think like humans. Finally, she granted them strong physical health and they were called Titans. After hearing Elcid's story, Leon shared, the Titan legend. I learned about it at the academy, but you teaching them? That's the first time I've heard that. Elcid? But how does that line up so perfectly? Lightning bolts crackled from it. Elcid suddenly lowered its voice. Its expression turned colder. Elcid answered, it's all because of that goddess. That idiot. Didn't expect it to say that. Leon was stunned and repeated, idiot? Old memories flashed by. Rodrigo spoke coldly. What the hell? Wait. He pointed across, cursing loudly. Hey, damn goddess. You caused all this mess but act like nothing happened? A pair of huge muscular legs stepped into Rodrigo's view. He muttered nervously. Ha, seriously? These guys? One pointed at him, speaking some weird language. The other stammered along. Rodrigo shouted helplessly, I gotta teach them. Ending that thought, Elcid continued the story. But looks like they're doing pretty well now. At first, they didn't even understand a word I said. So annoying. She said she's counting on you and left me there. Good deeds bring trouble. Leon grimaced like he totally got it. Yeah, no way you'd do that willingly. It sighed. Anyway, I did teach them pretty well. Proudly, it put its hand on its chin, because it wasn't granted wisdom by the goddess. In the human world, you could call it a genius. His sharp, serious eyes suddenly focused intensely, like a lightning bolt flashing in his head, drawing an undeniable conclusion. The birth of the Titans. Elcid agreed. Yeah, his name's Kum, King of the Titans. After I taught him, his skills got pretty good. After a few hundred years, he surpassed even the Sword Masters. Leon grinned. If a Titan reaches Sword Master level, that's just insane. It seriously warned. Now focus on facing Titan. You still don't have much experience. Leon raised his hand to observe, then spoke. Yeah, that's true. What I can do now is, he suddenly pondered. Before meeting him, I kept training to improve myself. Rodrig's will is kept by the Titan King and passed down to me. I need to prove I'm worthy. Leon clenched his fist, determined, telling himself, worthy here means physical strength. Scene change. In the dense forest, lightning flashed all around. A voice spoke, these guys are so reckless. Ilahan frowned, complaining irritably. We should chop trees for food instead of robbing poor people. Khan stood silently listening as she nagged. On the ground, a bunch of people Elahan handled lay scattered. She shouted, feeling ashamed for causing chaos at the city gate. Suddenly remembering something, Elahan turned and asked the guy, "Ah, you said I'm here, right? Where exactly is this?" Kong pointed behind and said, "Go see for yourself." Her eyes lit up as she headed toward his direction, happily saying, "Finally here." Before them was a large ancient city surrounded by massive stone walls, shining under the morning light. Elahan cheered. "The city of freedom stands strong." After walking a bit, the two reached the sturdy city gate, where a golden eagle crowned with a majestic crown guarded above. Looking inside, she said excitedly, "Wow, this place is so crowded." Then Elahan shared her thoughts. "It's great, but if the city's bottleneck phenomenon happens here, this crowded place will be seriously destroyed." Luckily, Lord Leon stopped it. "That's a huge contribution." Khan replied wearily, "Oh, got it." Suddenly, she suggested, "How about we check out the Rat District first?" He asked. "Rat District? Why there? Aren't we going to see Care?" Elahan's eyes sparkled as she rubbed her hands, pleading, "Ah, we can see him any time. I want to get to where Lord Leon is more urgently." Finally, Khan had no choice but to agree. "All right, I have enough authority, so we can get there quickly." Amid the vast, deep blue sky, a brilliant beam of light suddenly flared up, illuminating everything. The grumpy guy shared with her, "That place brings back a lot of memories for me, even though I'm like this now. When I think back," he was about to say more, but stopped abruptly, shouting, "Yeah." The red-tiled roofs and gray stone walls of the city appeared clearly. Flags bearing bird wings and crowns fluttered in the wind. Khan couldn't believe his eyes. "Huh? This is the slum area." He recalled the dirty man sitting by the roadside judging people. This dark and gloomy place was also full of thugs and ruffians gathering together. Now, everyone was freely strolling happily through the alleys. Khan wondered why it looked so bright. After a quick look around, he shouted in panic, "My hideout!" In front of him was a building decorated with colorful patterns. Khan said, "Why has it turned into an orphanage?" He slumped and turned back. "Let's go." Elahan hurriedly ran after him, shouting, "Khan, wait for me." Under the blazing sunlight and sparkling dust in the air, a stately old brick building with pointed architecture and a flag bearing the golden bird symbol appeared, nestled among lush green trees. Cesare held a cup of tea with both hands, lifting it to sip slowly. He smiled peacefully and shared, "It really is a calm and elegant afternoon." Suddenly, a sound from outside caught Cesare's attention. He glanced and asked, "Who's coming at this hour?" He walked toward the door that opened to check the situation. Cesare poked his head out to greet. "Hello." Khan's face turned cold as he replied, "Hey, long time no see." He kept his posture and expression unreadable. Then Cesare quickly ran inside and slammed the door, leaving Khan outside. Khan pointed and shouted, "Hey, do you have to look down on me that much?" He banged on the door repeatedly. Khan called out, "Open the door right now." "Damn it." Cesare pressed close to the door, grimacing and muttering, "I don't want this peaceful afternoon to be ruined at all." Breaking the noisy atmosphere, a voice spoke up, making Cesare freeze. "Cesare, it's Ella." Without hesitation, he hurriedly pushed the door open and shoved Khan's battered body aside. She tilted her head and smiled. "Long time no see, huh?" Casa stared blankly for a moment. Then Khan cut in, "Hey, you." Casa put her hands on her head and exhaled. "Oh my god." Finally, he growled angrily, "Why do you keep wandering off like that?" The saint didn't expect him to be like that. She leaned back, looking awkward. Cesare growled in frustration. Saint Elahan left without permission. "Do you know what trouble you caused?" He slammed his hand on the table loudly. "The main church and the Iron Knights had to go out looking for you. How dare you go without permission?" After saying that, Cesare suddenly stopped as if remembering something. He sighed deeply, recalling memories. When Elahan was little, she climbed up the wall, happily showing off as she walked. "Cesare, look at this." He frowned and warned, "Saint, that's dangerous." Without caring about Cesare's words, Elahan relaxed and dropped freely from the height. He shouted in fear, "Saint," or when she scribbled on the walls with colored pencils, Cesare had to scold her, "Saint." Elahan seemed very happy about that. Her cheeks blushed as she smiled at him, cutting off his thoughts and returning to the present. Cesare held his head helplessly and said, "You haven't changed a bit." Suddenly, Khan interrupted, "But what's the relationship between you two?" She honestly shared with him, "Cesare is from the main church and has been taking care of me since I was 3 years old." He glanced over and replied, "Got it." Under the clear blue sky with blazing sunlight, Elhan asked, "More importantly, you know why I'm here, right?" She seriously continued the conversation. "Cesare, I want to know more about the day of the prophecy." Cesare frowned, deep in thought. "The day of the apocalypse will tell us in advance what's about to happen to the world. In other words, that day predicts the hero's arrival, and the Sword Saint has already revealed itself to the world. So it seems that day will come soon." Warm sunlight gently shone through the window frame, his voice steady. "Evil phenomena have occurred in many places around the world. Disasters that people can't handle on their own. The hero will go to solve those problems. But the phenomenon of the city being swallowed and the use of vampires are part of these omens." Khan nervously voiced his thoughts. The city swallowing phenomenon is also part of it. Although I don't really understand what you guys are talking about. If that's the case, this world is in big trouble, huh? Cesare didn't argue. He nodded. Yeah, chaos is coming soon. So you better start getting ready to grow old, Saint. After finishing, Elhan stood up immediately and replied, I'm ready. Elahan placed her hand on her chest and spoke sincerely. For the past 3 years, 7 generations of saints have waited for the hero to continue their legacy. She clenched her fist tightly. Elahan declared with determination, I, the 8th generation Saint Elahan, vow to join the hero in saving the world. Then she turned around, covering her face shyly. The hero is waiting for me, Khan asked with a serious face. Has she seen his face yet? Cesare replied, not yet. The scene shifted to cheers echoing through the air, excitedly shouting. Looking strong, a powerful punch swung toward Leon. He quickly ducked to dodge the blow. Outside, someone shouted. He broke through Rugo's defense. Rugo missed his punch and froze for a moment. Someone in the stands was excited. Awesome! He seems way stronger than last week. The guy next to him happily replied, I think it's because Rugo's weaker. Leon didn't hesitate to swing his sword at the guy. Drugo raised both hands forward to block the attack. The ring on his hand shattered under the sharp blade. Rugo punched repeatedly forward. He shouted, You little brat. Leon's eyes shot out a blazing lightning bolt. He gripped the sword tightly, channeling power that surged through the entire blade. His body darted forward like an arrow slicing through the wind. Leon bent low and swung his sword with terrifying force, unleashing sharp golden electric energy that tore through the surrounding space. Without warning, Drugo closed in behind him. The guy confidently declared, Got you. Drugo slammed his hands together, crushing the spot where Leon stood. The crowd shouted excitedly. He caught him. A human? Pao shouted nearby. Exactly. Well done, Rugo. After the powerful strike, Rugo stopped and looked down, his hands still pressed together, but there was nothing else. Rugo said confusedly. From above, Leon swooped down like a ghost cloaked in a cape, ready to deliver the finishing blow. His punch struck like thunder right in the center of Rugo's head, making the guy's eyes bulge in pain. Leon slowly pulled the sword hilt out of Rugo. Leon jumped back to keep his distance. In the end, Rugo staggered and collapsed onto the arena floor. A clear voice rang out, announcing Leon as the winner. Someone praised enthusiastically, Awesome, the young guy, huh? The guy next to him agreed loudly. I couldn't even see his movement direction. Everyone present shared the same thought, all buzzing at once. Me too. I didn't see it. Karen froze for a moment, thinking to herself. She observed Leon thoughtfully. Me too. I didn't see that speed. Karen recalled training with him and silently judged, though she didn't want to admit it. But who would win if they fought each other? In the stands, a guy eagerly volunteered. My turn. She sat in a corner, thinking, if I lose. The guy shouted back, No way. Fight me. I'll use a trident against you. Silently telling herself. Karen pushed all negative thoughts away. No, at this level I can't keep up with him. I have to try harder. Being useless to Leon would be the end of me. Suddenly, she pointed at him and shouted, Fight me, Leon. No way. It can't be. Seeing Karen's expression, Leon broke out in sweat and called out, Karen. Rugo sat down with a wink and said to him, Great fight. Leon happily replied, Thanks to you. The guy's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Rugo hit him hard. He said, What's that, too shy? Everyone there reacted to the current situation. Leon lay sprawled in a corner. Rugo panicked and quickly explained, Sorry, I'm used to it, so I hit hard by accident. The weak one reassured. It's okay. Outside, people whispered. Whoa, Rugo's playing too well. He nervously denied it. No way. A pair of muscular legs stepped forward and spoke. Too chaotic, huh? Leon turned to listen as the person greeted him. Van Can appeared before Leon and said, He's looking for you. Confused and not understanding, Leon asked, Him? Elcid seemed to understand, smirking as he said. The silent Titan King received the answer. Leon's face grew serious and thoughtful. Finally, between the steep, deep, and dangerous cliff walls, 2 figures stood straight, facing the abyss and the gloomy sky. Van Canang turned to explain, From now on, this is a restricted area. You need permission to enter. This is as far as I can come. The Titan King only allowed you in. Leon was stunned and replied, pointing in one direction to introduce. There's a time-space crack in that mountain pass. If you go through there, a waterfall will appear. Talking to Elcid, he wondered. A time-space crack? It shared. You heard right. The time-space crack is why the Titans are here. The goddess's mission for them is to subdue monsters coming from the other world. Leon shared his thoughts. Only Titans can guard the hellish path full of A and S rank monsters. Elcid agreed. Exactly. After walking a bit, a majestic waterfall thundered down from the hanging cliff, creating a mystical misty veil. Leon whispered, Here? Is this the home of the Titan King? Suddenly, something caught his attention. Leon spoke curiously. Huh? Someone's over there? From within the rushing waterfall, a deep voice spoke. Are you the one? He froze when he saw the figure opposite him. The man slowly stepped out, continuing, You want to see me? Leon paled, biting his lip, thinking, He's too fast. When did he get in front of me? I'm pretty sure I just saw him standing right at the waterfall. Kashim, with a muscular body, stood tall, facing Leon's small frame, creating a stark size contrast. Leon's hand suddenly trembled slightly. He observed him thoughtfully. I can't move. Leon tried to open his hand wide, cursing silently. Damn it. In the end, Leon clenched his fist, helplessly thinking, damn it. He shouted, yes! Leon placed his hand on his chest, clearly introducing himself, the current hero, Leon. I've come to receive the will of the previous hero. After hearing Leon's story, Rodrigo recalled for a moment, then calmly asked, Rodrigo's will? Suddenly, CMAP leaned close to Leon, interrogating harshly. You use the same energy as me? What's your relationship with Rodrigo? Are you blood relatives? Leon confidently answered immediately. I'm his student. He sneered in disbelief. Student, huh? Narrowing his eyes, he said. No way. Looking Leon over, he commented from his eyes to his movements. I know you learned movement and skills from Rodrigo, but you're still too green. C smirked and spoke the truth. Rodrigo's disciples have all died long ago. Even the rare geniuses born in that generation couldn't accept his teaching methods. That kept happening, so Rodrigo gave up taking disciples. Do you know how many people radiate energy like you? So, you think you're qualified to inherit Rodrigo's will? Seeing that he didn't trust him and pushed back, Leon slumped, thinking, oh man, that's rough. Suddenly Elcid spoke up. Qualified? Of course you are. His hand suddenly glowed, shooting out fierce lightning bolts. Ka suddenly shouted, that voice! It flew right in front of him and continued. Yeah, it's me. CM leaned close to Elcid, curious. What's this about? It reminded him. Leon. Pick up your sword. Leon obeyed, raising the sword high. Huh? All right then. From the dim light, Rodrigo's image appeared. He smiled and greeted them. Long time no see, huh? Cum said. About 300 years, right? CM's body seemed to radiate as he hissed. CM's massive shadow suddenly engulfed Rodrigo below, and in that moment, the light from his deadly punch exploded like a blazing star. CM roared at Rodrigo. On the jagged mountain peaks, shrouded in mist, only towering rock formations pierced through the gray clouds. A terrifying power suddenly burst forth, forming a dark, sharp spike that shook the barren mountain summit. After the earth-shattering attack, he and Rodrigo stood facing each other, alert and ready. He spoke first. You need to train for a few thousand more years. Cum saw Rodrigo assessing his own strength and gritted his teeth, cursing. You bastard! Leon, who had been watching from outside the whole time, held the sword trembling in his hands and whispered, I'm not gonna die, right? Suddenly something rushed close, making Leon turn his attention. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he growled, I'm gonna kill you. He hurriedly stopped him. Wait. A more violent shockwave exploded again atop the mountain, forming sharp energy spikes. Throwing dust and rocks into the air, he shouted loudly, Rodrigo! After the terrifying blast, the sky dazzled under the blazing sun, with only tiny fragments floating, proof of the power just unleashed. Ka exhaled deeply, observing the aftermath of the explosion. A lingering power still surrounded him. Finally, CM approached, extending his hand sincerely. Sorry for causing a scene in front of you on our first meeting. Elcid commented, honestly, you're pretty hyperactive. Leon was startled and replied, no, I'm involved in this. He softly asked, can I call you Lord Cum? He frowned, leaning close to Leon. What did you say? Lord C, huh? Leon shrank back in fear, thinking, no way. C raised his hand, rubbing his eyes, sharing honestly. I don't want to admit he's my master. But anyway, I'm no longer his disciple. He spoke seriously. I want to clarify something. Rodrigo was Leon, who watched him closely, confused. After a moment, he frowned and concluded, crazy bastard. C happily slapped hands with Leon. From now on, you're my first and only bro. Just call me bro. He agreed immediately. Yeah, he cheerfully guided him. All right, let me teach you, bro. That cave behind the waterfall. Leon nodded in agreement. Yeah, bro. Elcid watched the two, cursing silently. Those idiots disappeared deep into the cave, one big and one small. Cum pointed. All right, this way. Stepping inside, dazzling light from a crack in the rock wall shone down into the dark cave, creating a shimmering waterfall and illuminating the withered golden bushes growing along the edge. Leon suddenly exclaimed, whoa, who knew there was such a majestic cave behind the waterfall? The two looked toward a mushroom bush. He spoke, that bastard planted herbs and plants to keep himself strong. Then CM shifted his attention to golden-leafed plants. These plants have lived for about 300 years, so they're very effective. He pointed behind and continued, and this pile of books. Leon glanced back, curious about CM. Oh, what are these? He explained. When Rodrigo was here, he hurriedly read through all these and then tossed them aside, martial arts books, teaching how to use aura and train physical strength. We didn't study that stuff, but we learned a lot from it. After hearing the story, Leon asked, so bro, this is Rodrigo's will, right? Elsid, who had appeared beside Kum without Leon noticing, reminded, Qasim, I need you to remember to control your power, avoid hitting his head and heart, okay? He agreed. I'll be careful and do my best. Witnessing their conversation, Leon sensed something was wrong. He spoke up. Wait, bro. Elsid, what are you two talking about? Elitis smiled slyly. Leon, from now on you'll learn telesis. That's my will. A huge question mark popped up in Leon's head. He was still dazed. Wait, what? The will is telekai, Sisha? Leon broke out in a cold sweat, asking, Wait, what's going on? C spoke gravely. There's only one way to learn telekinesis. After using up all your stamina and aura, you'll realize it after facing death many times. It's that simple, he growled close to him. In other words, I'll be the one to bring you face to face with death, Leon stammered, a bit scared. So if that happens, he suddenly shouted to stop him. Wait, Leon yelled. Karen, I'm counting on you. She ran back toward him. Karen called out, Leon, wait. She pulled out weapons to fight off the monsters. Karen kept calling, Hold on, Leon. She gritted her teeth. Frustrated, she couldn't keep up with Leon's skills. Slash! Fresh blood splattered behind her. Karen froze, turning toward the sound. Sharp claws pierced Leon's body. He weakly called her name. Leon struggled to finish his sentence to Karen. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling. No, Leon, no. Tears streamed down her face as she blamed herself, thinking if only she were stronger. Then Karen jumped up, shouting, Leon! Bright light from outside pierced through the metal-barred window. Karen's voice trembled. No, Leon, no. Tears streamed down her face as she blamed herself, wishing she were just a little stronger. Then Karen jumped up and screamed, Leon! Bright light from outside pierced through the metal bars on the window. She sat on the bed, dazed, whispering, dreaming. Under the high sky and drifting white clouds, a sturdy architectural structure with a wooden dome and solid stone walls of a fortress or stronghold appeared in the vast space. Karen was carefully cleaning the sharp darts. Then she sat down in a corner thinking this wasn't enough. I have to be stronger. The coffin keeper, the advanced assassin, the slum ruler, so no one dares to challenge me. If someone equal to me shows up, I'm sure I'll beat them. Even if they are stronger than me, I can still handle them. In the end, Karen bowed her head shyly, but I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are many strong and dangerous people in this world, always close to Leon. She pondered. The hero already has a path. No matter how good an assassin is, it won't help him. Instead, I should let go and let him walk his own path. If I don't get stronger, I might die, or at least get seriously injured, and face problems I can't handle myself. When I bring back the legacy, Leon will definitely be much stronger. She placed her trembling hand on her chest, so he won't need me anymore. I, Karen, hugged my sad body and lowered my head. I don't want that to happen at all. I have to be stronger. But since becoming an assassin, I haven't trained anymore. No, even if I try to train, it's meaningless because I've already exceeded my physical limits. I stopped training because I don't have any hidden skills. She raised her hand to admire. Is this the limit of someone born to be an assassin? I don't know how to make myself stronger. Lost in negativity, a knock on the door cut through, bringing Karen back to reality. A familiar voice called out, Karen, are you in there? She happily ran toward the door and called, Leon, you're back. Leon seemed to have lost a few pounds, his face gaunt, body frail. Karen was startled and exclaimed, What's up? He spoke softly. Karen's here. Observing Leon, she wondered, What are you holding? Leon looked down at the items in his hands and introduced, some herbs that have been grown for over 300 years. With the martial arts book personally compiled by Rodrigo, Karen was stunned. Rodrigo? So that means? She cheerfully guessed. Is that what Rodrigo left behind? Awesome. So you inherited the legacy? That's so cool. Leon, you've improved a lot since the beginning. Great job, Leon. After finishing, he handed the items to Karen. He said, No, these are for you. Karen, after giving you these, I'll come back. She was stunned and asked, Mine? Really? So these aren't Rodrigo's will? You came back just to give me these? It's not the will, but it's definitely precious. Is it okay to give me these? Leon smiled sincerely and shared. You've helped me a lot, but sadly, I've never fully worked for you. I want to give these to you, Karen. Karen's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Leon. He continued the story. I already asked the jerk who compiled this book. He said it will help you a lot, Karen. She tilted her head, confused, and repeated, Jerk? Don't tell me you mean King Saint Rodrigo. That's too much. Leon quickly waved his hand to correct. No, he's my master. Keeping the same expression, Karen was stunned. Master. The vast sky was filled with dazzling sunlight, piercing through layers of fluffy white clouds like cotton, signaling a new beginning. Karen closed her eyes and ate the herbs happily. She recalled Leon's words, I'll be with my master for a while. If you don't see me in the next few days, don't worry. See you later. Karen watched his back as he walked away, thinking, he said he won't die. She remembered his expression then. Leon smiled and reminded, enjoy it slowly. Karen blushed and relaxed. I'll savor this. So comfortable. After a while, she curiously spoke. Maybe his master is the silent Titan King. I'm dying to know what's going on. Anyway, this book is mine. Should I try reading it? Karen looked down at the notebook on her lap and read the title, The Sunset Dance of Souls. She flipped through the pages while reasoning about those with shadow or ghost attributes. Karen stopped. At one page, tiny lights floated up into the air. She opened her eyes wide to observe and said, "This is Karen," thinking silently, "Awesome. This is really a turning point. Just learning half of what's in this book." Covered by mist and white clouds, the sharp dark gray rocky peaks still stood tall in the sky, creating a majestic and lonely scene. Below, Leon, covered in wounds, struggled to keep his body upright, but eventually collapsed to the ground. Elsid judged it wasn't good enough. C, beside him, agreed. Yeah, he spoke and instructed that if someone could learn telesis, a skill requiring focus on an invisible mental force, mastering this skill in just 1 or 2 days could make them a master. Bending down, pointing at his chest, he said, "Look at this scar. It's from when that jerk taught me telesis. I died and came back to life several times during those months." Leon panted heavily without replying. Seeing him like that, he continued, "This isn't good. Let me help you recover." The strong fish swung his arm and threw Leon's body away, and he fell straight into a nearby lake. The lake glowed with bright white cross symbols, as if containing a mysterious power. After a while, he recovered and surfaced, yelling, "I thought I was dead just now. Didn't even have strength to talk. Do you have to be this serious?" Elsid confidently interrupted, "Don't worry. If you really die, I'll resurrect you." Then he straightened his face and made a decision. "All right, if that's how it is, see, go ahead and try again." Leon could only tremble, unable to resist. He grumbled, "Kill me already." In the darkness of the cave, a giant skull made of stone or beast bones appeared, its sharp teeth wide open like a gate, with blazing red flames fiercely burning inside. Thick smoke and dust swirled in the air. Uga rubbed his eyes and said, "I almost smashed you just now. So embarrassing." Ito, holding his weapon, smirked and replied, "I thought the same." Outside, Ko watched the two with growing boredom. Juru teased beside them. "Uga, is that all you got?" he continued. "Then next, let me beat you." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a voice cut in. "Excuse me, can I join in?" Uga glanced toward the sound. Ado did the same. Ko and Juru froze. Karen stepped forward, tilting her head with a smile as a greeting. She pulled out a throwing dart, spinning it in her hand, and introduced herself. "My specialty is assassination, so I'll use assassination weapons and poison. If you're scared, feel free to decline my offer," Karen said confidently. "Who wants to fight me?" murmurs echoed around. "She's the young girl with that young guy, right?" "A young girl? She's gonna get hurt." Ito watched Karen with interest before speaking. "She's definitely a brave girl." Just then, someone warned, "So, watch your words." He turned confused. "Huh?" Uga said seriously. "She's a wild beast." Karen seemed to recall something from her time with Leon. She startled and quickly explained, "Wild beast? Uga, it's not what you think." His thoughts drifted to the fight with Drake. Uga asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" However, Ito showed no fear. He was confident, like he already had the win in his hands. Titans never back down. Ito stepped forward to challenge Karen. "I'll be your opponent here." Ko looked a bit worried and voiced his thoughts. "That human girl, will she be okay?" Juru seemed calmer. He reassured, "Just watch." She tightened her grip on her weapon and agreed, "I'm coming." With wind-tearing speed, a concentrated force formed into a bright white spear shot forward, leaving long, blurry trails in the air. She pondered the battles here. Strength was the priority, so conserving stamina was crucial. Karen threw the spear powerfully toward Ito, who quickly raised both hands to block. Then, Karen summoned more arrows, aiming straight at Edo. A dazzling, sharp shockwave exploded right above his head, releasing white energy spikes like thorns in the dark space. Her eyes glowed fiercely, her body radiating powerful lightning bolts. From above, countless swords plunged straight down toward Edo's position. The sharp black-purple sword tips pierced the ground, shattering nearby rocks. He was covered in wounds, clutching his body. Karen exhaled, just as she predicted. "Knew it. With this stamina, I can't win. Titans really are strong." On the other side, Ito wiped blood from his nose. He clenched his fist tightly and moved close to Karen. Ito called out, "Young lady, it's my turn now. I won't back down." Suddenly, Ito froze. "Huh?" Opposite him, she swiftly stepped back. In a flash, Karen moved behind him. She declared, "I told you, my specialty is assassination." Realizing the problem, Ito glanced behind. Slash! A powerful cut from Karen struck his body. Smoke rose from the hit spot like he'd been struck hard. Edo turned pale, standing still like a stone statue. Everyone present stiffened for a moment. No one dared to speak. His whole body suddenly trembled uncontrollably. People started whispering, "He's frozen solid. That hit must have hurt bad." Ito exhaled. Someone said, "He's breathing. He's still alive." Karen's face was calm as she asked, "That's weird. I thought it would hurt a lot." Just as expected, Titans are tougher than humans. If he were human, he'd probably be down after that. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Young lady, you're quick. I'm not giving up on you anymore." Scene shifts to bright sunlight. Leon's eyes flashed like lightning as he swung his sword, preparing to strike down. The sword's blade was just a few centimeters from CM's shoulder when he gently raised his hand, blocking Leon's strike with just one hand. Leon was thrown backward by him. Leon thought to himself, just blocking with one hand, yet the guy still managed to push the sword away. Looks like my attack isn't working. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly and raised it high into the air. With his muscular build, he poured all his strength into the punch. The powerful strike hit the rocky ground, sending sharp white energy radiating out, shattering everything around. Looking closely, right below was Leon's small body. CM threw him toward the pond and spoke again. After a while, the familiar command rang out. Again, Leon was thrown straight into the pond. C kept going. After a moment, the sound of a heavy object hitting the water was heard again. He shouted to keep going. Leon pushed himself up with one hand, struggling to get up. Leon's mind calculated bravely. This guy was way stronger than him. His movements were pretty smooth, like the flow of water, but his stamina was like the power of a waterfall. C roared again. Leon cursed silently. Damn it. He bit his lip hard. Oh my God. Not believing his eyes, he suddenly froze. Huh? Leon's wet hair suddenly stood straight up. His face showed clear tension and iron will, with his golden eyes flashing lightning, showing he was focusing all his energy to prepare for a counterattack. Elsid, sitting beside C, said, "All right." Elsid smirked and exclaimed, "Not bad." Observing Leon for a moment, he commented, "So, can we finally say he has some willpower? Stand up straight and speak up once more." Just as he finished speaking, without knowing when, CM suddenly dashed up right behind Leon. He leaned down close and whispered to him, "Don't let your guard down." By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Chasm launched a fierce strike, aiming Leon straight at the opposite cliff. After the hard impact, he collapsed, covered in wounds. C watched, breaking out in a cold sweat, and asked, "Did I just kill him again?" Elsid was similar. He spoke up. This time, he might actually be dead. Leon's weak body was crawling toward the lake, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. He groaned. Oh man, lucky to still be alive. He dove into the water like he was used to it. Chasm checked in. "Hey kid, you okay?" Leon's arm rose from under the water, giving a thumbs up, showing everything was fine. After a tough training period, Elsid explained seriously, "The day of the immortal. That's when the seal on the sword will be lifted, and he'll be able to use the sword's full power. If the seal is broken, Leon will be 10 times stronger than he is now. But is that enough? The disasters coming will be way too tough for kids with a mission to save the world. Leon, if it's him, then he'll definitely pull it off. He's got potential." A bright white smile flashing two confident golden fangs. Under the sunlight, the golden badge shone dazzlingly. Eomong looked at the scene before him and let out a shout. At the gate, a figure was sitting curled up, like waiting for something. He wondered, "Who's squatting at the gate like that?" Khan muttered in frustration. "So it's me who's the problem. Why did I even come here?" Eomong slowly approached and kicked the guy hard forward, telling this street punk to get lost somewhere else and stop blocking the way. After checking out Khan's appearance, the next sentence made him pale and unable to finish. "Do you want?" The guy's whole body gave off a cold, unapproachable vibe. Khan snapped coldly. "What did you say?" Eomong trembled, thinking, "What? This guy's not human." Then he suddenly shouted, "I'm sorry." The scene shifted to slender legs walking softly. She said, "Look at this." In front of a wooden post, tightly wrapped with a rope, Ela noted the post had been struck thousands of times by a wooden sword. She turned to a bucket of water with a towel hanging over it, continuing to prepare water for personal use. The marks here clearly showed someone had lived here before. Elahan nodded as if confirming, then shouted to the sky, "I'm sure this is a hero's training ground. Finally, I've made it here." Under the gentle breeze, her cheeks blushed as she concluded there seemed to be a scent of his sweat here. Suddenly, something caught Elhan's attention, and she glanced over. In front of her was a deep, wide pit. Elahan curiously guessed, "So this must be the sacred sword's stance place." She knelt down, clasped her hands in prayer. "Goddess, if you can hear me." Elhan was silent for a moment, then continued, "Please reveal yourself." Sensing something, she stood up and looked toward the bushes, quietly guessing someone might be spying on her. "Since I've been in the village, I haven't seen you with bad intentions, so come out." The other person, unable to hide anymore, decided to reveal himself. "Please forgive me." Bowing respectfully on one knee, "I am Jubert Elanbook, a swordsman from Kin. I came to welcome the arrival of the Holy Maiden." Returning to a serious tone, Elhan asked CL, "Why would a royal swordsman show up here?" Another figure appeared behind him. She seemed to understand and spoke up. "Is it because of that person?" Lionel Ong placed his hand on his chest in greeting. "It's an honor to meet you, Holy Maiden." He lowered his voice to introduce the legitimate heir of the royal family, Leon Khanum Gladius von Klein, who came to welcome you. After hearing this, Elhan observed Lionel Ong, the royal family member, thoughtfully. Then she replied, "This meeting is truly unexpected." He cheerfully made small talk. "It's an honor you recognize me." Ilahan nodded. "The prophecy must have already been sent to the royal palace, but I didn't expect the prince to come here." Lionel Ong stood opposite her, sharing honestly. "Since I knew the day of the immortal was coming, I knew the church people would come here." His shiny golden hair fluttered in the wind. Lionel Ong grew serious, sweat dripping down his face. Ilahan widened her eyes, not understanding what was going on. Sensing her thoughts, he spoke, making his face turn pale. "So, what do you want from me?" Lionel Ong clenched his hands, trembling all over. He tried to calm down and said, "Holy maiden, please answer my question. Am I not a hero?" Hearing Lionel Ong's words, Hubert rushed over to stop him. "What? Prince Leon? Why would you ask that?" Elahan interrupted him. "Of course not. The hero has been around for over a year now." Hubert was stunned, not expecting her to answer that way. Elahan continued, "I thought you already knew. Who would have thought you didn't know anything? Why dream of being a hero?" "Oh, I get it. It's because the name Leon means Leon," the guy shouted. "No way, holy maiden. There must be some mistake. The name Leon and the birth date matching the day of the immortal means Prince Leon is definitely the hero." Receiving the new info, she calmly said, "So the birth date matches? Now I know why you're so confident." Jubert spoke loudly, trying to explain. "It can't be like that." The two of them examined it carefully again. Ela stubbornly replied, "Ask me as many times as you want, my answer won't change." He lost his temper and reminded her, "Holy maiden, you must be mistaken." Finally unable to tolerate his behavior, she clenched her fists and summoned her power. Iahan coldly said, "Sir Jubert, it seems you're speaking a bit disrespectfully." Her face showed seriousness. Not giving anyone else a chance to argue back, Elahan frowned. "I'm only letting you off this once. Next time don't blame me." Jubert was a bit startled by the fierce aura she gave off. He whispered, I'm sorry." Suddenly remembering something, a thought flashed through. "It's been 1 year. Confidence, huh? You share the same birthday as the day of the angel. The name Leon means Leon." Young Leon was pointing his sword directly at Leon sitting below. He smiled happily, innocent and naive. Leon nervously said, "So you're Leon?" Elahan blushed, smiling as if silently admitting it. Leon clenched his fists, trembling as he asked again, "So you're Leon?" His face turned pale, disbelief in his voice. "You're the hero." Noticing Leon's uneasy mood, Elbert shouted to call for help. Then he bowed his head in deep thought. Old memories suddenly flashed by. A sharp sword piercing straight into the body lying beneath. Lionel stood outside, witnessing the scene. He called out. In the dark room, a tall shadow cloaked in a robe was stabbing a glowing blue sword into the back of a red-robed figure sitting on the throne. Blood splattered on the white tiles. He heard a call and turned with a soulless smile. Thomas's savage voice rang out. "Oh my God, my brother is dead." He dragged the sword down the floor, leaving a bloody trail, calling out. Lionel's face twisted like a demon as he stretched out his hands. "If I kill you, Leon, I'll completely forget about any consequences." Thomas continued, "Then the throne will be mine alone." At that moment, Hubert appeared, tightly holding him and running away. Outside, it was pouring rain. Angry voices echoed in the air. "Find that boy, and if you do, kill him." A guard was taken down, collapsing. The soldiers received orders, raised their guns, and surrounded the area. Rubus trembled as he warned, "Your Highness, don't forget you are the rightful heir of this empire. You must do your best to draw the holy sword on the day of the angel to reaffirm your position." Tears streamed down Leon's face. He anxiously called out to his eyes. One of Hubert's eyes was slashed across by the sword. Still, he stubbornly held Lionel in his arms. The sword pointed straight ahead. Hubert continued, "You must survive." Cutting off the flashback, Elahan turned her back and said, "Then I'm leaving." Knowing there was no other way, he drew his sword to stop her. "Please stop. I can't let you go like this. Please reconsider." Lionel was confused by his actions, turning back to remind Hubert. Elahan was silent, then whispered, "Didn't I say there's no second chance?" Elahan angrily shouted, "You don't drink fresh wine, but want to drink punishment wine?" Rubus explained further. "Damn," he yelled loudly, "for your highness, to save the poor civilians oppressed by the tyrant king." Joubert swung his sword at her for the bright future of the country. His next words stunned Leon. Joubert growled, "Only your highness Leon can do that. He is the only one worthy of being a hero." Seeing him attack, Elahan clenched her fists, summoning power to punish. A punch wrapped in dazzling lightning energy struck Joubert hard, spraying red blood everywhere. His body was brutally torn apart. Joubert collapsed with a deep, bloody wound across his stomach. Meanwhile, far away, Leon stood tall. Coldly witnessing the aftermath of the attack, he let out a piercing yell. "Joubert!" Leon gritted his teeth, readying to strike. He stared at her with hatred. Then Leon ran as fast as the wind to Elahan's side. His face twisted with extreme rage, teeth clenched, eyes blazing. White lightning shot from his temples, showing an explosion of power and emotion. She raised a hand and lightly struck. Leon's sword shattered into pieces, flying through the air. she coldly said. Your attack doesn't even scratch me, but your speed is pretty good. Hearing this, he just frowned without replying. Then Leon shouted loudly, Shut up! Why do you kill so lightly? And you dare call yourself a saint? Rubus is like my father, Elahan pointed and smiled calmly. But he's already dead, he replied in surprise. Huh? She pointed behind him, reminding, Look. In Leon's line of sight now was Joubert, fully intact, as if no fight had just happened. A serious voice spoke up. Your Highness Leon, between the throne and the hero, she calmly asked. If you could only choose one, which would you pick? Leon froze at Elahan's question. She continued. If the CL clan is the source of all disasters, what would you do? Do you think you can treat royal family members and commoners fairly? More importantly, before ascending the throne, are there other things you would prioritize? Then turning her back and walking away, she casually concluded. That alone shows you don't meet the criteria to be a hero. Goodbye. Leon was still stunned, standing there as if reflecting on everything that had happened. Scene change. Speaking as if praising, You did it. He placed a hand on a rock, looking at Leon, happily saying, Congratulations, congratulations. You seriously went through this harsh training and now you've reaped success, he whispered. Master, C calmly reminded, proudly, You did what others have to train for over 100 years to achieve. Leon smirked, gaining confidence, replying, Thank you. Ending the conversation, the two turned to look at Elcid. It was startled and puzzled. What? Looking at me? Want me to praise him? He cursed. What a bastard, Biggest said to himself. Elcid shouted, Really? These guys? Then it changed direction. Well, you finished earlier than expected. Leon, suddenly called by name. Leon suddenly spoke. Huh? Finishing early has a time limit too? Elcid lowered his eyes and reminded him. Did you forget? Tomorrow is your birthday, but it seems like you don't really care about that. Leon replied casually. Birthdays aren't that big of a deal. After saying that, he suddenly gasped. Looks like he remembered now. Elcid laughed with delight. Exactly. Tomorrow is your birthday, the same day as the Celestial Guardian. Ellis continued sharing. Did you think I was rushing you to practice telesis for no reason? After finding the saint and lifting the seal, recovery time has improved significantly, so it won't overwhelm your mind and body. Thinking back on everything he'd been through, Leon's face paled and a thin layer of sweat appeared. He asked, So that's good? Should I be happy? Night fell, swallowing the rugged Rocky Mountains into darkness, with only a few stars twinkling on the deep blue sky full of mist. Elcid glanced and reminded him, It's late. Let's get started. Leon looked straight ahead and nodded. His eyes sparkled as if wrapped by the universe, glowing purple with shimmering specks like stars holding an indescribable power or mystery. In the starry night sky, two opposing celestial bodies shone together, a blazing fireball like the sun burning fiercely. Next to it was a large, pale yellow moon, creating a magnificent cosmic scene. Blinding cross-shaped beams of light poured down from the night sky, forming giant columns piercing through the darkness, illuminating the jagged Rocky Mountains. Amid the deep blue scene filled with white clouds, Leon hovered, clearly reflected through a transparent surface like glass, creating a surreal feeling. He looked around, confused, and spoke. A mysterious voice echoed, Hello, Leon. The sunlight shone down, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the glare. Before him, Catherine appeared with golden, shiny hair, wearing a pure white dress and radiant wings behind her. Her face was covered by a powerful glow. Suddenly, Leon covered his face and collapsed, tears streaming down his cheeks. He covered his mouth and said, Am I crying? She smiled at Leon. Catherine spoke, High ambition beats thick determination. Don't give up just because the waves are rough. He noticed the change but was a bit surprised. His fingers were gradually regaining sensation. This place is my home. She reached out her hand. Nothing can hurt you. It hasn't been allowed by me. All right, lift your head. Leon obeyed, softly calling, Goddess. The goddess. Catherine lowered her eyes, then bowed her head. Pleased to meet you. Leon observed the faint figure ahead, thinking about that white shadow. Does the goddess really look like that? She read his thoughts and answered, To see the goddess's face, you must belong to the divine realm. Leon's cheeks flushed red, embarrassed, scratching his head. Sorry. As if realizing something, Catherine covered her mouth and explained, Leon, I don't mean you have many flaws. She quickly waved her hands. If you weren't like Rodrigue, normal eyes wouldn't be able to see the goddess's face clearly. He nodded. Ah, got it. She read his mind? Catherine didn't deny it. That's right. The first time Rodrigo met her, he looked straight into her eyes. Rodrigo put his hands on his hips, frowned, and asked, Are you the goddess? Judging by his expression, she commented he was definitely a kid with zero cuteness. Suddenly remembering something, Catherine wondered, Oh, right. Leon, listen. Even high mountains have paths to climb. Even dangerous roads have ways through. Got it? Isn't that right? Then she clasped her hands in front of her chest. Leon smiled quietly. She's so cute. Now I understand why Elcid said the goddess is a bit goofy. Catherine blushed and shouted, I'm not stupid. Leon quickly covered his mouth. Sorry, she can read my thoughts. After chatting for a while, she spoke to end it here. Before leaving, Catherine dropped a reminder. Leon, this path isn't a burden you have to carry. She spoke seriously. If you don't want to continue on this path, just tell me now. This path is full of hardships. Every step you take, your feet will be covered in blood. It's not too late. If you want to live a normal life, I can turn back time and make your life peaceful. After hearing her sincere confession, Leon spoke. Goddess, he shared. I'm not special or extraordinary. I was born ordinary and I hate my life. I'm obsessed with self-loathing and a useless kid. I left the academy and then gained a lot of experience. I know I'm not qualified to be a hero. But Leon recalled when Elsid firmly decided, You're the one I choose, Leon, he continued. Elsid chose me. Even if I have to sacrifice this life, I want to prove that his decision was the right one. Feeling the inner strength from Leon, Catherine smiled contentedly. I knew that question was unnecessary. She raised her hand to summon power. Catherine declared, Leon, I appoint you as the goddess's representative. He looked up, dazzling cross-shaped beams radiating, scattering tiny white fragments like snow. Small rays of light appeared around him. She said, Now I will bless my representative. On Leon's left chest appeared a symbol shaped like wings, Catherine explained. The Knight's Mark, the power to fight evil in the world. This power can help you, and can also transform energy from the sun and moon. On the right chest appeared a similar symbol, she continued. The Purification Mark, this power gives you the ability to detoxify, break curses, and eliminate infections. A pair of glowing wings appeared faintly on his forehead. Catherine continued. The Mark of Prayer, destroying the impurities, invading his mind, while simultaneously boosting his strength, reason, and spirit. Leon's pupils widened, emitting light from the symbol. She spoke, finally pressing the monitor. The power allows you to see imbalances and dangers threatening the world and to see through others' souls. Catherine clasped her hands and called out, Hero Leon, all of this now belongs to you. Observing him once more, she commented, Your clothes are kinda weird. The only thing I can think of is something like Rodrigo's outfit. Catherine snapped her fingers. This was your birthday gift. A red cloak fluttered in the wind. She sincerely blessed him. My swordsman, Leon, the one who doesn't know how to face the coming storm. His arm was wrapped in a jet black glove. Catherine continued, praying that the future he brings will be truly happy. Leon, with neat dark brown hair and sharp amber eyes, wearing the blazing red cloak, radiated a strong and edgy appearance. Now she could smile with peace of mind and say, I will always be here. I will always be here. In the vast space, a voice rose. Leon Setherine asked, You're awake? According to the prophecy, the one who should stand here isn't you. Leon lowered his eyes, whispering, Leon, remember Leon's figure, thinking quietly, yeah, he deserves to be the hero, more than me. Elsie appeared, cutting off the thought. What? What goddess's choice? That's total nonsense. Rodrigo's face appeared. He pointed decisively. My choice is you, Leon. Leon suddenly smirked. Seeing that expression on him, she was a bit surprised. He reminded himself, I'm determined not to surrender to fate, and Elis also refused to accept the goddess's decision. Then, Leon confidently replied, Yeah, I believe in Elside's choice. This time, Catherine was silent, saying nothing more. She could feel Rodrigo's presence hidden within Leon's body. Finally, Theron tilted her head and smiled warmly. She followed the beam of light and gradually disappeared. Before leaving, Catherine said, My swordsman, Leon, the one who doesn't know how to face the coming storm, may the future you bring be truly happy. I will always be here, watching over you every day. His pupils widened, staring straight ahead. Under the dazzling sunlight, Leon spoke, Let's go. But he was falling freely from high above. Leon still hadn't figured out what was happening. He wondered if he was in the sky. After realizing the situation, Leon shouted loudly, Wait, goddess! Hearing the loud noise, C and Elsid were startled and turned toward the sound. It laughed and said, You're heading back pretty fast. He lifted his body and exhaled. Oh man, I thought I was dead. Elsid stepped in front of Leon, greeted him, happy he was back. Leon cheerfully replied, I'm back. Elsid's system displayed his name and hero rank trainee. Level 59, Stamina B, Strength A, 2+, Agility A, Aura A, 2+, Advanced Sword Skill, Level 8, Rodrigue's Vision 8, Perfect Martial Body, Advanced Aura User Level 9, Sword Magic Technique, 7-star Northern Start Level 4. It placed a hand on its chin, praising, Not bad, plus you got 4 more seals. That dumb woman gave you quite a lot. Leon focused on the info, whispering, Is that so? Then he curiously turned to Elzid, How many did you get before? It answered honestly, Nothing at all. Receiving the answer, he froze as if understanding. Yeah, makes sense. Seeing his expression, Elsid called out, From the seals Theron gave, they suddenly glowed, radiating power. It assessed that it was brimming with strength. Leon raised his hand and nodded. Got it. He lifted his hand to admire the surging power, silently judging himself as overflowing with strength. Leon clenched his fist, feeling like he had been reborn. C stepped forward, baring his teeth and said, Congrats, Leon, this is your birthday gift. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch at him. Leon swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. C glanced, tracking his silhouette. Leon explained, "Huh? I saw it," Elsid excitedly shouted. After the clash, Leon jumped back, keeping distance from him. Leon slowly drew his sword, confidently sharing, "I'm sure it's out of my sight." Frowning, he emphasized each word. "You've changed. But that cloak looks like the one that bastard wore." He gritted his teeth and honestly said, "I hate it." Knowing he was about to strike again, Leon's eyes focused straight ahead, not missing a second. Then CM roared and threw a punch at him, declaring, "I will kill you." A powerful white light like a laser shot out, tearing through the air and rushing straight toward the cliff ahead, causing a violent shockwave. Unlike before, after the dust cleared, all he saw was a pile of shattered rocks with no sign of Leon. Leon tilted his body and glanced to the side. A short distance away was the cliff wall with a huge pink hole shaped like CM's powerful punch. It showed the terrifying strength he just unleashed. Leon suddenly spoke, "Did I dodge another attack?" Without hesitation, CM tilted his body, preparing to charge at Leon. He spoke again. Chasm continued throwing another powerful punch, creating sharp brown-gray swirling winds and rushing forward at a terrifying speed. In front of him, countless clenched fists were thrown. Leon clearly counted the number of attacks. He thought silently, "I see them all now." Lightning surrounded Leon, dazzling like he had just come up with a counterattack plan. He whispered, "Awesome." Leon lifted his leg, ready to fight, reminding himself to just dodge. Then Leon stretched and twisted like a blazing golden lightning bolt, continuing to dodge Silent's strike. As he closed in on him, Leon tightened his grip on the sword and let out a shout. He poured all his strength into the slash, his body wrapped in a brilliant white electric current, delivering a decisive blow right in front of him. Leon silently called out, "Here it comes." Damn. Before he could finish, Silent grabbed him like an object. Calmly, Silent looked at Leon and said, "Enough. If you want to defeat me, you're still 30 years too early." Leon recovered his composure and whispered, "I forgot, Master. Thanks for the birthday gift." Silent sat down and released him, sincerely continuing, "Congratulations again." Leon happily nodded in acceptance. "Thanks for the blessing you brought me." After finishing, he turned and shouted, "Elsid." It turned back curiously and asked, "Huh? What's up, Leon?" He stepped closer and offered an idea. "Can I wear your cloak?" Elsid cursed silently. "Idiot." Rodrigo appeared and pointed at Leon. "Of course." He looked at him calmly and said, "You're my disciple after all." Leon nodded. "Yeah." Inside the dark cave, a giant skull with sharp teeth opened like a fiery gate. Inside, red-orange flames blazed fiercely, engulfing the surrounding space. Voices echoed in the air. It's been a while since the training guild. Ito and Ko both turned their eyes toward the sound. CM was standing in front of everyone. He continued, "You guys haven't changed much, huh?" Uga recognized Silent, calling out to him respectfully. He shouted Lord Depp with a shared expression. Lord Silent echoed through the stone cave as everyone shouted in unison, "The Emperor has returned," standing beside him. Leon stood looking around, observing the surroundings, asking about how things had been lately. Someone voiced curiosity about the time-space traces, and he replied they were still the same. He searched for a familiar figure, thinking silently, "Isn't she here?" Karen. A pair of graceful legs ran quickly ahead. Karen called Leon. Hearing that voice, he happily turned around. Leon looked at her and called out. Before he finished, Karen spread her arms and hugged him tightly. Leon spoke up. Karen said excitedly, "You're back, Leon." She chatted happily. "Finally, you're back. Good job." Leon smiled and asked, "Yeah, you're still doing okay?" Suddenly, his pupils flickered with a wing symbol as if he had discovered something. Leon exclaimed, "Hey." Leon wrapped his arms tightly around Karen's waist. He voiced his thoughts. "Karen, you've changed a lot." She was surprised by his words. Karen wondered, "Huh?" Then she startled, quickly waving her hands to explain, "I haven't gained weight. I eat very little. No way. I've been training a lot." Seeing Karen misunderstood, Leon said, "That's not what I meant." Then he seriously shared, "You're much stronger now." She smiled and admitted, "Oh, you also look more handsome." Outside, noises erupted, causing Karen and Leon to freeze. Their love is intense. Exactly. Uga blushed, leaned in and said, "That's real." Next to him, Juru agreed similarly. Seeing the conversation had gone too far, the two naturally distanced themselves. She and he said in unison, "It's just a misunderstanding." He laughed loudly. "I get it." On this side, CM spoke to Elsid. "So stubborn." It agreed. "Yeah, exactly." He continued, "I can't keep interfering and claiming to be the master." After the reunion, everyone happily made plans. "Yeah, since everyone's here, let's throw a party." All right. Night fell, and a fire blazed. A fish fillet was grilling golden brown, filling the air with a rich aroma. Van Can placed Leon on his shoulder, raised a beer mug and shouted loudly, "Tonight's party is to celebrate Leon becoming a hero. Let's raise our glasses To the goddess. Everyone clinked their beer mugs and shouted in unison. Cheers to the goddess, Depp shouted. Cheers, another person followed, Leon. Everyone present joyfully shared their happiness with him. Cheers to the goddess. CM and El Cid stood from afar, watching everyone happily. The air buzzed with lively chatter. Cheers to the goddess. Karen smiled as if she was happy for him. Suddenly, Leon was handed a giant beer mug. He froze, holding it with both hands. Someone called out, "Drink this." Leon downed it stubbornly. Under the night sky on the dark Rocky Mountains, light burst from the cliff, mingling with laughter echoing, breaking the silence and creating a noisy, joyful atmosphere despite the surroundings. Van Can turned his head and shouted, "Leon, where are you going? Come back here." After that, a hand covered her mouth. Leon leaned close to Van Can's ear and whispered, "Don't shout, she's wondering what's going on." "Lord Silent," he continued. "Let them have some time together." In a corner, Leon and Karen sat chatting by the fire. He opened with, "You seem closer to Titan, huh?" She happily shared, "You surprised me too. Hey, listen, my poison is different from before." Karen recalled the past. She, Juru, and Uga huddled in a corner discussing. He explained, "Bayless is known for turning others to stone. If you get the liquid from that eye, she could use its power." Nearby, Juru held up a leaf and added, "For example, this leaf, we use it as a sedative, but the monsters outside on the mountain slope die immediately upon contact with it. That's how it is." Karen continued the story. Not only that, but Van Can chased after her, urging so much that